Today's story that Life Manhwa introduces to everyone is about Son Jin-hyuk, the director of SAIC Group, a famous corporation in Korea. On a seemingly normal day, Chairman Hong suddenly appears and requests a private meeting with Jin-hyuk. In a small car, Jin-hyuk lost his life, taking with him the dream of living a normal life that had yet to be realized. Just when it seemed like everything was over, Jin-hyuk was reborn at the age of 9, the time when all the major events in his life were about to happen. With the memories from his previous life, he strives to change the past, especially to save his parents' lives. From then on, his life takes a completely new turn. Together with his genius intellect and strong determination, Jin-hyuk begins his journey to remake his life and change his fate. Everyone, please follow this fascinating story. The story begins with an incredibly luxurious scene. Right in front is a high-rise building, inside which a cheerful voice rings out. A beautiful girl appears from behind the door, beaming with a smile. Good morning. Oh, you are here early. Even though the girl greets him with a smile, director Son Jin-hyuk's face remains cold as ice, intently looking at the computer screen, without uttering a word. He is focused on reviewing the work data and thinking, if I sell the officetel and add the stocks with the bank deposits, it will total about 6 billion won. Since I have to live on this land later, I will leave it. While he is concentrating on his work, a male voice suddenly rings out, drawing Jin-hyuk's attention. Director Son, the vice director has arrived. He quickly responds, yes, I will be right there. After that, Jin-hyuk lowers his eyes and thinks further. I have to buy a car soon. They say a car is essential when living in the countryside. Even though I can't see that house again, even if I wanted to. Jin-hyuk gloomily opens the family photo he always keeps in his wallet to look at it, then falls silent. It will be just enough for me to live on, in remembrance of my family. The look in his eyes when he looks at his family is always filled with love and a deep longing within the depths of his eyes. Very quickly, Jin-hyuk arrives at Vice Director Hong Soo-jong's office. The sound of knocking comes. Sir, Director Son is here. Immediately, a voice inside speaks up. Come in. Jin-hyuk calmly opens the door and enters. Vice Director Soo-jong clears her throat and asks, about yesterday's matter. Jin-hyuk understands and replies, the business report prepared by manager Min Young Park is already in your inbox. Soo-jong is very grateful to him, but in her eyes, there is some guilt as she speaks up. Oh, really? Okay. Have a high-level meeting today. I am sorry, it is just that my father. Jin-hyuk replies quietly, it is okay. Looking at his expression, Soo-jong feels embarrassed, and she averts her gaze in another direction. To eliminate that awkward atmosphere, Soo-jong immediately changes the subject. That is right, today is the day you visit your parents, is not it? Be careful on your way. Even though he is a director, Jin-hyuk bows very politely and replies, yes, thank you. Then, if you will excuse me. After speaking, he leaves without any hesitation. Soo-jong stands up as if wanting to stop him, but she does not know what to do. So she reluctantly watches him leave. The sky is gradually darkening. In front of the company gate, everyone is lined up neatly in 2 rows in front of the door. The man standing next to Jin-hyuk suddenly brings up a topic. Hey, Director Son, how is it going with Vice Director Hong these days? Is it smooth sailing? Jin-hyuk asks, puzzled. What do you mean? The man nudges Jin-hyuk's arm lightly. Come on, do not pretend to be shy. I heard that Vice Director Hong got drunk again yesterday and he has not finished speaking when another voice interrupts. Oh, Director Son. Chairman Hong steps out of the car, smiling brightly, and says, here's our trump card. He pats Jin-hyuk's shoulder. All right, let us go inside. Come on. After the two enter, the group behind immediately whispers to each other. See, he has already chosen him as his son-in-law. Is he planning to hand over the company to his son-in-law? Because Chairman Hong inherited the work of the artisans. Chairman Hong asks Jin-hyuk as they walk. Are you busy after the meeting today? No sir. Then, spare me some time. Jin-hyuk politely answers, yes, but deep within his eyes, he seems to carry a bit of worry. After the meeting, it rains heavily. Chairman Hong sits in the car to return home. He orders, Manager Kim, it is raining. Let us take the detour. Manager Kim replies immediately, yes sir. Jin-hyuk is also with Chairman Hong at this time. He starts talking to him. When you used to work at the field office of SAIC Heavy Industries, you were Soo-jong's mentor, were not you? And then you even moved to the affiliated company with Soo-jong. Jin-hyuk replies, yes, because the vice director brought me along. Chairman Hong continues, yeah, it seems Soo-jong trusts you a lot. Director Son, what is your dream? Hearing the word dream, Jin-hyuk's eyes drooped down again. There was someone who asked him a similar question. Hey, what is your dream? Jin-hyuk's dream is to live a normal life, just like when he was living with his family. After his parents passed away when he was young, Jin-hyuk studied all day under the constant abuse of his uncle, not to be able to dream again, but that was the only thing he could do at that time. Even though he became the main character of a successful life as a college dropout contract worker, what he always wanted was to become the main character of a normal life with his family, but because it could not become a reality, he wondered if he had any other dreams. Jin Hyuk thinks for a moment, and then replies to the chairman, I want to live a normal life, that is my dream. Hearing this answer from him, the corner of Chairman Hong's mouth twitches slightly. Then he suddenly grabs his hand and says, hey, I have talked to her mother, but… Jin Hyuk frowns. Is it time for him to ask? But before he can hear the chairman's line, Jin Hyuk is startled by the scene behind him. A truck is rushing towards them at a dizzying speed. At that moment, Chairman Hong, still unaware of anything, continues, do you want… Before the words are finished, a loud noise rings out. In a daze, Hyuk feels too wet and rough. He is sure he has been in a car accident and wonders if he is in the hospital now and if they are taking care of his injuries. But why does it smell so strange? Because he finds it strange, Jin Hyuk slowly opens his eyes. A strange figure gradually appears before his eyes. It is the snout of a dog. The dog looks at Jin Hyuk and barks twice. Jin Hyuk sits up and calls out, Jang-gun. Hearing him call his name, the puppy happily sticks out his tongue. Jang-gun died from his uncle's violence. He tried to save Hyuk when his uncle dragged him away. Hyuk is surprised and reaches out to stroke the dog's head. No way, how… Just as he reaches out, he immediately notices something strange about his body. Wait a minute. Jin Hyuk hurriedly puts his hand up to touch his face, then looks at the clothes on his body. Jin Hyuk exclaims in surprise, what is going on? Not far away, a newspaper catches Hyuk's eye. He quickly picks up the newspaper and checks the date on it, October 1987. Hyuk seems to understand something, and he suddenly laughs. Then he says to himself, my childhood dog, Jang-gun, and an old newspaper. I knew it, I am dead. Is Chairman Hong Ji-jun dead too? While he is lost in thought, the dog's actions startle Hyuk. He hugs the puppy and says, it is good to see you again, Jang-gun. Just as the two are hugging each other warmly, a familiar voice suddenly rings out, awakening all of Jin Hyuk's senses. Hyuk, my son. He immediately turns his face around. A familiar figure appears right before his eyes. It is the appearance of Jin Hyuk's mother. She says gently, my Jin Hyuk, you will get sunburned if you sit in the autumn sun for too long. Jin Hyuk stands up in surprise. Mom. Is it really you? Hyuk's mother smiles gently. She quickly reaches out to her son. Oh dear, why are you crying? Did you have a nightmare? As soon as he sees his mother, Jin Hyuk can't help but shed tears. His mother wipes away his tears and comforts him. It is okay, Jin Hyuk. Everything is alright. At this moment, Hyuk smells the scent of fire again. His mind immediately remembers, that is right, my mother always cooks with a cast iron pot. If I hug my mother, I always smell the warm scent of fire. I had forgotten about that. Jin Hyuk buries his head in his mother's arms. Mom, I have lived as a good person. Perhaps that is why I can meet both you and Jang-gun in heaven. After a while, Jin Hyuk is led by his mother to wash his face. His mother cheerfully tells him, come inside after washing your face. Hyuk looks at the clear water in the basin and asks himself, but where is Dad? Did Dad go to hell? But Dad is a good person. The sky has changed color again. Under that night sky, full of stars, inside the small house, a man's laughter suddenly rings out. Son, I heard you cried after having a nightmare today. Oh my, you still have a lot to learn. His father says as he strokes Hyuk's head. He actually thinks to himself, it seems Dad did not go to hell. At this moment, his mother has also set the table and says, eat son. This is the bean your dad picked this morning. His father laughs loudly and brags. That is right, I picked them under the scorching sun this morning. Stop teasing our son. Eat. Eat. The three family members sit together again. Jin Hyuk scoops a spoonful of rice and tries it. His eyes light up immediately. Seeing him eating so much, his mother smiles and asks, you are eating so heartily. Is it delicious, son? Jin Hyuk quickly chews and swallows, then he breaks into a radiant smile and replies, Mom, it is very delicious. That night, Jin Hyuk lies thinking, Mom, Dad, Jang-gun, I wonder how long they have been waiting for me. Jin Hyuk lies between his two parents. The fact that the four of us are reunited feels like a dream. Thinking of this, Jin Hyuk's eyes redden again. Jin Hyuk still thinks, perhaps heaven is made from my happiest memories. But could not they make the house a little better? This is too rustic of a house. There is even a spider on the ceiling. Thinking this, his eyes also stiffen, and his eyelids gradually close. Jin Hyuk seems to fall into a bottomless pool of water. A strange voice suddenly speaks up. You have done a good job. Jin Hyuk is confused. What, in the blurriness? The other person says, I will bring you back. If you do well, I can bring the three of you back. I hope you have a happy life. At this moment, Jin Hyuk is awakened by his mother's call. Jin Hyuk, wake up, son. You have to eat breakfast, and get ready for school. He sits up blankly. What? His mother continues, you will be late for school. Go wash your face. Jin Hyuk is infinitely puzzled. Do I have to go to school in heaven, or am I in hell? Even though he does not understand what is going on, Jin Hyuk still has to carry his books to school. Wow, how long has it been since I have seen this place? He arrives the earliest in the class. There is no one in the classroom yet. Jin Hyuk slowly walks into the classroom. Let us see, where is my seat? Jin Hyuk goes to the desk with his name on it. He quickly sits down. I can't believe I am going to school in heaven. Just as he sits down, a loud noise from outside draws Jin Hyuk's attention. Yes, I am first. A group of sweaty students appears in front of the classroom door. Jin Hyuk looks at them in surprise. What, Jin Hyuk is first? Oh no, I thought I was first. Very quickly, his classmates arrive at the classroom. The sound of laughter is everywhere. Ah, my poor friends. Perhaps they are also the happiest at this moment, that is what I think. But reality very quickly throws a bucket of cold water in Jin Hyuk's face. Now he understands everything. He did not go to heaven after he died, but went back to the past. He has traveled back in time. Jin Hyuk says to himself, it is strange to think that all these people are already dead. And they can't be like this if they have adult minds like me. This is not a country of 20th century adults. It is no wonder my parents did not ask me how I had been living. Before that, Jin Hyuk asked his mother, aren't you curious about my life? But he only received, are you still sleepy? It is these things that have helped Jin Hyuk realize that he has returned to the past. Because his dream of living with his parents has come true, he is happy. But the problem, not only do I not have childhood memories, but I do not have any memories at all, not even the day my parents died, or the reason they died. This plot is a bit different from revenge reincarnation novels. While he is immersed in his thoughts, a voice and the sound of a desk slamming awaken him. Son, Jin Hyuk. You have not forgotten about today, have you? Hyuk leans back. Who is this child, and what is he talking about? Ah, I remember now. The girl in front of him continues. You do not remember, you promised to come to my house today. Her name is Lee Haewon, who lives deeper inland than him, and her parents own the only store in the village. In his past life, they picked stones and caught crabs together in front of her house. Hey, Jin Hyuk, look. Seeing the crab Haewon brought, Jin Hyuk screams with all his might. Not only that, but he also wets his pants. Haewon bursts into hearty laughter. She is quite mischievous and known for her malicious pranks. At this moment, Jin Hyuk realizes, it seems my memories return after a certain period of time. Should I refuse her? Thinking this, Jin Hyuk says, you see, before he can say anything, Haewon grabs his hand and pleads. Please go. You promised to play with me at the beach today. Seeing Haewon do that, Jin Hyuk suddenly overreacts. He pulls his hand back. Haewon says shyly, you are so mean, Jin Hyuk. At the same time, the teacher has also entered the classroom. Alright, class is starting now. Everyone go back to your seats. So Haewon sulkily goes back to her seat. Jin Hyuk does not seem to pay much attention to the girl. He clenches his fist. I think I almost remembered something important. What is it? What memory is it? Then he remembers what Haewon said a moment ago. You promised to play with me at the beach today. That is right. A memory related to the beach. What happened at the beach? What happened? It could be something I can't remember, but I know it is a memory I have to remember. If only there was something to help me remember. Very quickly, the school bell rings. Class is over, and the students leave one by one. In the end, I could not think of anything until the end of class. I have to go home first and find some clues. At this moment, someone calls Jin Hyuk again. He looks up. Kang Jin-soo and Yuk Seong-chan. The gluttons. They both suggest, hey Jin Hyuk, do you want to go up the mountain behind the school? Just the three of us. I heard a lot of chestnuts have fallen. Hey Jin-soo, squirrels and chipmunks also need something to eat. They will starve to death if you pick everything. Hearing the phrases three people and starve to death, Jin Hyuk seems to remember something else. This sense of déjà vu. Jin Hyuk recalls the mysterious person's words in his dream. It is today. Hyuk's expression is extremely panicked. The memory he has remembered is that tonight, his parents will die. Jin Hyuk hurriedly runs home. Inside the small house of Jin Hyuk's family, his parents are sitting and talking together. His father reaches out for his tools, seemingly preparing to go to work. At this moment, his mother suddenly speaks. Honey, have not you noticed that Jin Hyuk has been acting strangely since yesterday? His father agrees. That is right, that mischievous little boy suddenly grew up overnight. His mother continues. They say children grow up very quickly, maybe it is that time now. But even so, his father does not doubt him. He smiles happily. It is definitely the age for rapid development. Then, he carries all the necessary tools outside. Alright, I am done. While he is warming up his joints, his mother asks, this is the first time I am going to pick seafood at low tide. Do you think it is okay? He replies, the elders in the village have enthusiastically invited us, so let us try it. Hearing this, his mother shows a worried expression again. But I still want to have a meal with Jin Hyuk before going. His father also understands his mother's wishes. He replies, that is true, but we have to go early to borrow the tools. Also, even though Jin Hyuk is acting mature, he is still very young. Saying that, he takes her hand and comforts her. He smiles gently and says, let us do it quickly and come back to Jin Hyuk. Just as the two are showing affection, a voice suddenly rings out from afar. Hey Jin Hyuk's dad, if you are done, let us go. You two are so loving. His mother shyly pulls her. Then, the two go towards the other two people. Yes. Coming right now. The sky is gradually turning to sunset, and Jin Hyuk is trying his best to run to find his parents. That is right, in my past life, my parents went to pick seafood and never returned. Looking at the color of the sky, he becomes more and more worried. On full moon or new moon days, the mud flats and rocky shores along the west coast are completely exposed. The people along the coast often carry torches or flashlights to pick seafood at this time, but many accidents happen when the tide rises suddenly. Inexperienced people are victims, like his parents. The seafood picking takes place at night, so there is still time. Very quickly, he runs back to the gate of his house. Jin Hyuk makes a decision. Even if I have to cry, throw a fit. He hurriedly takes off his shoes and runs into the house. In Jin Hyuk's mind, he is constantly determined, beg incessantly, or anything else, I must prevent my parents from going. Entering the house, Jin Hyuk calls out loudly, Mom, Dad, but there is no one in the house. He runs to every corner of the house looking for his parents, but indeed, the two have already left. Jin Hyuk runs back and forth, covered in sweat. At this moment, he runs into the kitchen. On the kitchen table, there is a plate of food and a note his parents left for Jin Hyuk. He tremblingly picks up the note. Mom and Dad went to pick seafood with the uncles in the village. Remember to eat well. We will catch a lot, make delicious food for Jin Hyuk, and buy you a notebook. Reading each line of the note his parents left, Jin Hyuk is stunned. Every word pierces his small heart. He asks himself, do I have to lose my family again, and will I once again? The scene of the puppy Jang-gun, lying in a pool of strawberry syrup appears in his mind, and he is dragged away by his evil uncle. At this moment, Jang-gun's barking pulls him back to reality. Jin Hyuk startles and calls, Jang-gun. The puppy continues to bark incessantly. Jin Hyuk quickly looks outside. His lips suddenly tighten as if trying to hold back tears. That is right, this is not the time for this. Before it gets darker, I must. Jin Hyuk decides not to let the past repeat itself. He hurriedly runs. At this moment, he suddenly remembers something. Jin Hyuk goes to and throws open the door to the storage room. Seeing what is inside the room, he immediately concludes, it is there. Then, Jin Hyuk hurriedly runs back out of the house. Jang-gun. Very quickly, it is completely dark. Jin Hyuk and Jang-gun do not know how long they have been running but still can't see his parents. He looks around in confusion. Where is this? At this moment, someone suddenly recognizes him. Oh, is that Jin Hyuk? Those people are the village chief Joel-hyun and the youth association president Park Dae-soon, both of whom happily wave at him. As soon as he sees the two, Jin Hyuk remembers another thing. That day, his parents went to pick seafood because of the suggestion of these two people. In the past, after that trip to the beach, only the two of them returned. They both ran to him to apologize. I am sorry. I am so sorry. The two uncles were tormented by guilt for the death of his parents. Even though back then, when he was young, Jin Hyuk held resentment in his heart, now he understands. At this moment, when everything has not yet happened, the two are happily asking Jin Hyuk, it is dark, why are you still here and not going home? Oh, it seems Jin Hyuk is looking for his parents. In the past, they were the ones who did everything to search for his parents until the tide rose. Putting aside all thoughts in the past, Jin Hyuk replies, yes, so where are my parents? I do not know. The tide is about to rise, they should be coming back soon. I wonder where they went. Oh, it seems they are over there. Jin Hyuk immediately looks in the direction they are pointing, but because it is dark, he can't see anything. Even so, Jin Hyuk's eyes are staring in that direction. He does not dare miss a single second. A moment later a small light appears in the distance. His pupils widen more and more. I see it. Jin Hyuk runs straight towards it without thinking. Seeing him run away, the two call out in panic. Jin Hyuk. He runs and shouts loudly, Mom, Dad. His voice reaches as far as the distance, attracting the attention of his parents. His mother immediately recognizes, that is Jin Hyuk's voice. Seeing him like that, his father shows a worried expression. How did he find this place? His mother continues, it is too dark, I did not even recognize where I was. Maybe we can get out now. But where is Jin Hyuk? He felt that his call alone was not enough to help his parents. Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth in frustration. Immediately after, he promptly called Jang-gun to assist. Jang-gun quickly brought the basket of fireworks that they had prepared in advance. The other two felt bewildered seeing him do that. With this situation, was not Jin Hyuk about to cause a big problem? Fireworks. They both hurriedly tried to stop him, but it was too late. The fireworks had already started to smoke. Jin Hyuk was trying to save his parents. He was determined not to let the past repeat itself. I will never let that happen again. I will definitely save you too and change the past, our destiny. On the shore, Jin Hyuk kept spinning the fireworks to make a beacon for his parents. They both stared blankly in that direction. That is, Jin Hyuk kept spinning the fireworks and calling out to his parents, I will change everything with my own hands. After many efforts, his parents finally returned safely. Everyone has worked hard. Well then, please go home safely. Yes, thank you all very much today. We will be heading in. Jin Hyuk, say goodbye, son. Goodbye. The dog Jang-gun gnawed on the bucket as he walked to the side, while Jin Hyuk's family walked and talked. Our son saved our lives indeed. We almost got into big trouble. Thank you, Jin Hyuk. From now on, do not go picking seafood anymore. If you go, then go with me, and I can go by myself. Let me down. You have to go to school tomorrow, but you are very tired now. You are very sleepy, right? Sleep well on Dad's back. That is right, Jin Hyuk, you must be very tired today, right? I am not tired at all, and I am not sleepy either. Jin Hyuk thought helplessly. My parents keep seeing me as a child, but I am actually older than both of you. After hearing Jin Hyuk's precocious words, his parents could not help but laugh. Oh really, our son is so great, huh? Yeah, you are right, but even so, Jin Hyuk was still very happy. Anyway, it is a relief. I saved my parents, with my own hands. I changed the fate of my parents and our family. As soon as he finished his thoughts, Jin Hyuk leaned back and yawned a long breath. Then he fell back onto his father's back and fell asleep. I should not be like this. I was pretending to be tough just now. I am really acting like a child, his father asked again. Jin Hyuk, how did you think of finding us here? You even brought a metal can. Not seeing Jin Hyuk respond, his father turned his eyes back. Seeing that, his mother spoke up. Shh, he is asleep. Jin Hyuk finally saved his parents. Now he was enjoying the fruits of his labor. His father gently smiled at his mother. His mother also looked at his father with loving eyes. Sleep well, our little son. Outside the front yard and the hill behind, early the next morning, after waking up, Jin Hyuk went outside again to lie down and look at the sky. He proudly raised his hand and praised himself. I saved my parents. With this hand, Jin Hyuk lay there blankly for a long time. Then he closed his eyes again and thought to himself, now that they are alive, will my future change in this life? We can live a normal life as a family. Jang-gun, the three of us. As he was immersed in those thoughts, Jang-gun suddenly barked, startling him and making him sit up. Jin Hyuk actually smiled happily and pinched Jang-gun's cheeks. That is right. That is right. Jang-gun, you like that too? Right, if it were not for you, I would have gone crazy. Thank you, Jang-gun. The puppy seemed to understand what he meant, and responded with a bark, but then Jin Hyuk suddenly remembered something. Wait a minute. Wasn't it 3 people in the dream last time? Mom and Dad are 2. Mom and Dad, and I did not die, so. Does 3 people include Jang-gun? Even though he was a little worried, Jin Hyuk still had to reassure himself. At this moment, he suddenly remembered something else. Jin Hyuk suddenly spoke, making Jang-gun happy. Oh right. He took out 2 chestnuts from his pocket. Before, when he met the gluttons, the 2 of them gave him this. Today, there is a food festival at school. I picked this up on the mountain behind the house yesterday. Really? Oh. A chestnut. Jin Hyuk looked threw 2 chestnuts into Jang-gun's food tray and said, yes, let us become a family together. Jang-gun. Looking at it, it was really a chestnut in a dog's food bowl. Jang-gun looked at the chestnuts in the tray. He just stared wide-eyed at the food tray without touching it. Suddenly, his expression changed. However, Jin Hyuk had not noticed yet. He was busy thinking about something else. Does the world also appear after 10 years? At this moment, Jang-gun suddenly barked incessantly, startling Jin Hyuk. He hurriedly asked, what? Why are you acting like this all of a sudden? Are you crazy? Why are you acting like this? Switching the scene to the kitchen, a delicious-looking box of kimbap was ready. His mother gently asked, Jin Hyuk, have you changed your clothes? Hurry up. It is time for breakfast. Jin Hyuk timidly spoke up. Good morning. As soon as they heard his voice, his parents turned around. His mother immediately exclaimed, oh my goodness, oh my honey, look at Jin Hyuk. Isn't he too cute? They both went to talk to him. Our Jin Hyuk is on the blue team, huh? Dad is always on the white team. The dolphin outfit suits you so well, Jin Hyuk. Jin, Hyuk, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? He shook his head shyly and replied. No, it is just, it looks too childish. Seeing his current expression, his parents could not help but dote on him even more. Jin Hyuk, a true man is not limited by clothing. At 40, anyone would be embarrassed to wear a dolphin sports outfit. But right now, he is just a little boy, so Jin Hyuk still had to accept it. Mom, leave the food for me to eat. Jin Hyuk's school was holding a food festival today. Everything had been prepared very early. Everyone was present here. The classes were all bustling, preparing for the festival. Jin Hyuk's family was also the same. His parents were looking for a place to arrange the food and seating. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk stood still in one place, his eyes scanning every scene here. When he was young, he hated these sports days. Back then, he always felt lonely. He had wanted to drop out of school altogether, but this time, everything was different. Jin Hyuk also looked at everything in a different way. His parents were still the same, happily preparing for the festival. Try this, it is kimbap that mom made. It is very delicious, Jin Hyuk. That is right, now everything is in the past. And he was no longer lonely. Therefore, Jin Hyuk was really enjoying his current life. Right after tasting the kimbap his mother made, Jin Hyuk's eyes immediately lit up. He suggested, Mom, why do not you open a kimbap shop? Hearing that, his mother could not help but laugh. Oh my, Jin Hyuk, where did you get that idea from? I am not kidding. At this moment, the MC of the festival also announced the next competition is tug of war. Fathers, uncles, and brothers who are present, please come to the playground. Jin Hyuk's father immediately went to the field. Oh, is it time? Jin Hyuk, let us watch Dad compete. Okay. Good luck, honey, good luck. Behind them, a woman suddenly discussed him. Hey, is not he from Seoul? He looks like he is good at tug-of-war too. Can someone who only knows how to study in Seoul be that strong? Ignoring the gossip of those people, Jin Hyuk's father helped his team score as soon as he entered the field. Cheers rang out everywhere. He did it, and very well too. He is even better than my husband. The competition was gradually reaching a tense point, and the audience did not dare to breathe heavily. Other competitions were held in turn. The tug-of-war was won by the white team, but the candy-smashing game was won by the blue team. The fans on the outside cheered very enthusiastically. The white team continued to win the relay race. After many competitions, both teams achieved very glorious victories. However, after falling down, Jin Hyuk's mother could not help but cry. Hey, are you okay? I am so embarrassed. Not only did I fall, but I also came in last. I just wanted to show Jin Hyuk a cool side of myself, like you did. Before he could comfort his mother, Jin Hyuk's turn had arrived. The second-grade long-distance race is about to begin. His father said excitedly, Honey, it is Jin Hyuk's race. You have to cheer for him. Jin Hyuk comforted his mother. Don't be sad, Mom, I will come in first for both of you. Jin Hyuk quickly moved to the starting line and got into position. The referee fired a gun into the air to start the competition. With the encouragement of his parents, Jin Hyuk quickly took the lead. Go, Jin Hyuk. He had successively overtaken his classmates and brought victory to the blue team. People around him were also talking about him. Hey, what is that kid doing? Is he that fast? He is about to come in first. His parents were also surprised by him. Honey, our Jin Hyuk, is he that fast? The elasticity of his feet against the ground, the wind blowing through his hair, the pulse of his muscles, spreading from his legs throughout his body, breath rising to his throat, the smell of wind filling his nose and mouth. In his previous life, Jin Hyuk also loved running like this, the feeling of his feet touching the ground, the wind passing through his body, feeling every muscle. For the first time, he was truly alive. Jin Hyuk was really the first to reach the finish line. Even he could not avoid being Sun Jin Hyuk. First place belongs to Sun Jin Hyuk, Class 1, Grade 2. The teacher quickly registered him. His parents were very proud of Jin Hyuk. They happily waved to him. Jin Hyuk was also very happy to see his parents, so happy. He quickly ran to his parents. The whole family was together again. His father lifted him up and praised him. Wow, our son is so great, huh? What do you want as a souvenir for this victory? Dad will buy anything. Jin Hyuk was embarrassed. He pushed his father away and said, Okay, let me down, Dad. At this moment, Jin Hyuk's mother suddenly felt a stomachache. She uncomfortably held her stomach. The two quickly noticed the unusual expression of his mother. Mom, are you not feeling well? She was actually hiding it. She smiled and replied, It is okay, honey. I am fine. Don't worry, Jin Hyuk. After the festival, the three returned home. Seeing Jin Hyuk rummaging for something, his father asked, Jin Hyuk, what are you looking for? Jin Hyuk replied, Dad, let us go catch mudskippers. Dad, his father asked blankly. Why do you suddenly want to catch mudskippers? Even so, he agreed with him. Well then, that is okay too. The two of them left the house together, one big and one small, carrying tools to catch fish. As they walked, his father asked him, Jin Hyuk, do you like it? Yes, it looks so pretty. Dad chose the prettiest watch in the store. Jin Hyuk was very happy with the gift. His father gave him a wristwatch. The day before, after the competition, Jin Hyuk had asked his father, Dad, I want a watch, with a stopwatch. You are talking about a digital watch, right? Okay, when Dad goes to town, I will buy you one, the kind with a light too. Hearing that, his mother just quietly looked at the two of them. Today, with the new watch, his father remembered what his mother had said. If he keeps looking at the watch without sleeping, his eyes will be damaged. Therefore, he reminded Jin Hyuk immediately, don't stay up too late looking at the watch. Mom will worry. Okay. Jin Hyuk happily replied. Yes. Do not worry. Jin Hyuk had no reason to look at something that only had a few numbers for so long. If they knew about cell phones, they would faint. At this moment, Jin Hyuk suddenly remembered cell phones. In some online novels Jin Hyuk read, some people could use their phones, but he did not have anything. What if something unexpected appeared in his pocket? Because he thought that way, Jin Hyuk tried to rummage in his pocket. He really found something. Immediately after, Jin Hyuk took out a chestnut. Looking at the thing in his hand, he was completely disappointed. It is different from online novels. He did not get things like regression privileges. Very quickly, the two went to the beach. His father asked him again, Jin Hyuk, do you know how to fish? He replied immediately, yes, it is easy. Really, Dad has never fished before. Hearing that, his father hesitated and turned his face away. He said shyly, Mom is better at fishing than Dad. It seemed this was his father's first time. His father observed the water level here. There were many crabs appearing. He quickly said to him, but Jin Hyuk, there is little water here and not many fish either. He was digging into the ground while saying, we must have bait first. Hearing him say he needed bait, his father actually did not know what it was. Jin Hyuk did not answer immediately. He quickly dug up a worm. Then he picked it up and showed it to his father. Dad, look at this one. Isn't its color beautiful? As soon as he saw it, he immediately ran away. Even so, his father did not forget to reply to Jin Hyuk, yes, that is right, very beautiful. This reaction from his father stunned Jin Hyuk. His current appearance made him think of his wife. Jin Hyuk's father cautiously stayed away from him and said, why are you like mom? Jin Hyuk. After preparing the bait, the two went fishing together. Jin Hyuk guided his father step by step. Dad just needs to hook it onto the hook like this. Ah, so it is attached like this. Okay, let dad try it. Seeing his father drop the line clumsily, Jin Hyuk guided him again. Don't just drop it, gently lift it like this. Then the two of them dropped the lines according to Hyuk's instructions. The two waited silently for the fish. Jin Hyuk watched his father while fishing. He thought to himself, Dad would not know that the reason Dad's son is catching mudskippers is just to be with Dad a little longer, but at that time I was still very lonely. As he was thinking a bit, the fish bit the line. His father exclaimed in a panic, oh, it bit the line. Jin Hyuk quickly reminded, Dad, pull it up. Regarding this matter, Jin Hyuk's father looked very nervous. He clumsily reeled in the line. The fish flew straight into the sky. It was indeed Jin Hyuk's father's first time. The fish's mouth was still holding the hook. It looked at the two of them with tears in its eyes. Seeing it, his father immediately froze. In that moment, all of his focus was on the fish. In the next second, the fish directly fell straight onto his father's face, without missing a millimeter. Even Jin Hyuk was stunned by this scene. For a moment, he did not know what to do. In the next second, his father shouted loudly. Jin Hyuk quickly helped his father take the fish down. Dad, are you okay? His face was covered in mud at this time, and could not be more miserable. Jin Hyuk not only was not worried, but also laughed very happily. After a while, the two had harvested a bucket full of fish. The two returned home, and Jang-gun growled again. Jin Hyuk, did you argue with Jang-gun? Recently, every time it sees you, it growls. I am not sure. Then, he turned to talk to his mother. Let me do it, I can handle it myself. But his mother refused him. No, if you do it wrong, you might get hurt. Seeing his current mother, Jin Hyuk was a little worried. Mom looks tired. Even so, his mother carefully instructed him how to clean the fish. Actually, cleaning mudskippers is not difficult. First, scrape off the scales and cut off the fins with a knife or scissors. Then turn the fish upside down, cut straight from the mouth to the stomach, and take out the gills and intestines. And you are done. Jin Hyuk quickly followed his mother. Jin Hyuk is so good. His father stood up and applauded. At this moment, Jin Hyuk had another idea. Ah, Mom, please set the intestines aside separately. What are you planning to do with them? Ah, I am going to give them to Jang-gun. He would use them to bribe it to stop making a fuss, but Jin Hyuk could not say that direct. Another period of time passed. The fish had been cleaned and hung up to dry. At the same time, Jin Hyuk also brought a food tray to the puppy. Hey Jang-gun, this is a bribe. Eat it and be obedient. Jang-gun obediently went to eat the food Jin Hyuk had prepared. Looking at Jang-gun's sharp teeth, he could not help but think, I am an agent who was proficient in special martial arts, but its teeth are really scary. Seeing it eat, revealing its teeth, Jin Hyuk felt a little chill. At this moment, his mother called from afar, Jin Hyuk, can you come help dad? Ah, yes. Jang-gun ate the food Jin Hyuk gave him very deliciously. After the scene of the puppy Jang-gun sitting and munching, the scene suddenly changed. Jin Hyuk found himself in a beautiful garden full of delicious. He blankly looked at the strange scene before his eyes. Oh, where am I? It is so beautiful. At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from behind. Jin Hyuk. That voice was Jin Hyuk's mother. She appeared in a flowing white dress. Jin Hyuk quickly ran to his mother's side. Mom, what are you doing here? His mother replied gently, I am picking apples. After hearing what his mother said, Jin Hyuk noticed the presence of this fruit. Plump, juicy apples were still on the trees, waiting for someone to pick them. His mother continued. Well, I am going to pick a few apples here. I have already asked for permission. Jin Hyuk still felt confused after hearing that. His face was still blank. What? Is this an apple picking experience? Regardless of him being in a daze, his mother looked around and asked again. Which apple would be good? Can you help me choose, Jin Hyuk? He startled and asked back, me? His mother smiled gently and replied, yes, I think it would be great if Jin Hyuk was the one to choose. With no other choice, Jin Hyuk had to listen to his mother. He turned his gaze to the apple trees around him. If I have to choose then, Jin Hyuk hesitated a bit. At this moment, his eyes suddenly swept over a very special apple. That fruit was very different from the others. It was not red like normal apples, but green. Jin Hyuk felt a sense of attraction from the apple. He slowly walked over and picked that apple. At the same time, his mother also came to his side. Jin Hyuk immediately placed the apple in his mother's hand. Receiving the apple, his mother was very happy. She smiled happily and said, Thank you, Jin Hyuk. As she finished speaking, the image of his mother smiling also faded away. After that, Jin Hyuk woke up in bed. He drowsily sat up. Jin Hyuk had experienced a slightly strange dream, so much so that after waking up, the dream still made him feel suspicious. Not only that, but the mudskippers were also one of his dreams last night. After that, Jin Hyuk decided to tell his mother about the dream. Mom, I had a very fun dream last night, his mother asked. What was it, son? Jin Hyuk replied. I gave mom an apple in the apple orchard. An apple, yes, it was a very beautiful green apple. Jin Hyuk laughed and continued. It must be because it is apple season these days. So I wanted to eat apples. All the green apples are probably gone now. Hearing Jin Hyuk say that, his mother not only did not feel happy but also showed a hesitant expression. She turned her eyes to the calendar. Seeing his mother not say anything, Jin Hyuk startled. He also quickly looked in the direction of his mother. When he saw the time on the calendar, Jin Hyuk exclaimed to himself, "Oh my goodness. They say the unexpected always comes unexpectedly." That day, just like any other day, Jin Hyuk went to school and returned when the sky was clear of clouds. "I am home." "Oh, you are back, Jin Hyuk. You are too late." "Yes, because my friends said they were short of people to play soccer." He had only just stepped into the gate of his house when he stopped. The two people who appeared in his house were Mikyung and her grandmother. Choi Mikyung wore a sulky expression and asked, "Why are you so late, Jin Hyuk?" Their appearance reminded Jin Hyuk that before his aunt and uncle came to find him, he had lived with Mikyung's family for nearly a year, along with Jang Goon. Even when he grew up and moved to Seoul, Jin Hyuk still occasionally met Mikyung. They would eat together or stop by her house to say hello. In reality, he only kept in contact with Mikyung. Jin Hyuk walked into the house, puzzled. Why are Mikyung and her grandmother here? At this moment, Mikyung's grandmother spoke up. "Oh my, Jin Hyuk must be very happy, right?" he asked blankly. "Huh? What is going on?" Without letting her answer, his mother replied with a smile. "Jin Hyuk, you are going to have a sibling soon." This information was too sudden, and he could not process it in time. But very quickly after that, he exclaimed loudly. "What?" He blankly thought, so that was the prophetic dream. For his sibling, his mother looked at him and asked again. "Oh my, look at Jin Hyuk's face. Aren't you happy to have a sibling? Congratulations, Jin Hyuk." "Jin Hyuk, are you happy?" Facing his mother's question, he replied reluctantly, "Yes, I am really happy." Now he really understood that the three people mentioned in that dream had this meaning. It was talking about the sibling who did not get a chance to be born in his previous life. The expression on his father's face also could not hide the joy. After his father went to the field, his mother talked with Mikyung's grandmother. "So, Jin Hyuk is the one who had the prophetic dream." "That is right. It is said that children sometimes sense it first when someone is pregnant. It must be true." Hearing that, Mikyung's grandmother turned to ask him, "Jin Hyuk, did you really have that dream?" He replied, "Yes, roughly." His mother now expressed her excitement about Jin Hyuk's dream. She excitedly asked, "Oh, what was it like?" "Apples, apples." The whole family understood the meaning of the dream. Only Mikyung thought Jin Hyuk's sibling was an apple. Mikyung's grandmother continued to ask his mother, "What did the hospital say? When will the baby be born?" His mother replied with a smile, "Probably next summer." Hearing that, Mikyung's grandmother exclaimed, "Oh, it must be very hot at that time. Are you going to give birth at home again this time?" Jin Hyuk immediately grasped the main point. This time, he immediately crawled over. "Mom, was I also born at home?" "Of course, you were born at home. Mikyung's grandmother helped me," Mikyung added immediately. Many people are grateful to Mikyung's grandmother, you know. The grandmother took the opportunity to reminisce about the past. "Back then, your father was so worried that he kept saying, 'What if something happens to mom during childbirth?' To be honest, I thought your father was the one giving birth at that time." Jin Hyuk's father at that time was actually crying even more pitifully than his mother. "Grandma, are my wife and child okay? I will never have to choose between the two of them, right? I am so worried, so scared. I am bothering you, right? Get out now." His mother continued to tell the story. "When your father was so scared, I was the calmest. Thanks to that, I gave birth to you safely." His mother was very happy to recall that story. But giving birth at home instead of in a hospital where they can respond immediately must be very stressful for someone from Seoul. They say giving birth is also a test of endurance. Jin Hyuk did not say anything after hearing that. He just silently looked at his mother. Seeing that, his mother also turned to look at him. Immediately after, Jin Hyuk gave his mother bread and urged her, "Mom, you have to eat well." Mikyung's grandmother also agreed. "That is right, Jin Hyuk. With Jin Hyuk taking care of mom like this, mom does not need to worry about the second child." She gently stroked his head as she spoke. "Jin Hyuk, you have really grown up." Switching the scene to outside the field, Jin Hyuk was running somewhere again. He and Jang Goon ran for a long distance. Jin Hyuk finally could not run anymore. He stopped and panted, "Jang Goon, slow down." Seeing him not running anymore, Jang Goon also stopped. Jin Hyuk said while constantly breathing, "Jang Goon, really, you run too fast. Look at your face, you are clearly enjoying this, you rascal. You must really like the gobi I gave you this morning." Before eating the gobi, it was showing an attitude to Jin Hyuk, but after eating it, it had been obedient like it was now. At this moment, Jin Hyuk suddenly made a decision. "Jang Goon, I am changing your name to Carl Lewis." "Yeah, like Carl Lewis. You will understand in 2 months. Carl Lewis is the athlete who almost won the gold medal in the 100-meter race at the 1988 Seoul Olympics." It turned out that Jin Hyuk was running. He checked the stats on the watch and thought again, my performance now is not as good as before. Is it because my legs are too short? It is not bad for an elementary school student, but it is still not enough. Because of this thought, immediately after, Jin Hyuk turned to say, hey Jang-gun, let us race home. If you get home first, I will give you a gobi. Saying that, he got into position. Alright, ready, set, go. Finishing his words, the two of them ran desperately. Jin Hyuk was very focused on running forward, but then he suddenly turned around. Jang-gun not only was not running with him, but was taking a shortcut. Jin Hyuk was shocked. Cheating, you dog. A long time later, Jin Hyuk finally ran back home. I am home. Jang-gun had returned a while ago and was sitting with his mother. His mother happily replied to his greeting, you are back, Jin Hyuk. Seeing him, Jang-gun smirked. Jin Hyuk could not help but curse to himself. What a sly rascal. Jin Hyuk went to Care and asked, Mom, are you making gochujang? Yes, I need to prepare to cook stir-fried meat and tteokbokki for you. Jin Hyuk. Seeing his mother working so hard, Jin Hyuk thought again, Mom is pregnant, why is she moving so much? I do not think it is good if Mom overworks herself. Very quickly, he had an idea. Mom, let me wash the jar. I can do it, right? Thank you Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk rolled the jar to the washing faucet, then he used a sponge to wash around it. He struggled with the jar for a while by himself, and still had not finished. Oh my, I can't reach the bottom. Jin Hyuk tried to stand on tiptoes so he could reach the bottom of the jar, just a little bit more. But something bad happened. Jin Hyuk suddenly tripped and fell. The shout attracted his mother's attention. She turned around in shock. Jin Hyuk had actually fallen headfirst into the jar. His mother panicked and quickly ran over to pull his legs out. She lifted Jin Hyuk out of the jar like a hero. In this state of head down and feet up, Jin Hyuk still had time to think about his mother. Before Jin Hyuk's eyes was the goddess Thetis. His mother asked worriedly, Jin Hyuk, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Jin Hyuk blushed and quickly covered himself with his hands. I am okay. He said to himself, I will eat a lot and grow up quickly so that I won't fall into a jar again in the future. Another day was about to pass. The full moon had risen high. It was dark, but Jin Hyuk's father was going to another house. All the attention was focused on him. Jin Hyuk's father walked in carrying 2 bags of things. I am here. Hyung, were you discovered on the way here? With this person, things had certainly been done carefully. Then, let us check what he brought. Every day passed peacefully. Jin Hyuk still kept his running habit. Everyone in the village also seemed to be used to his life like this. Jin Hyuk, you are running again. Where are you going? Dad is about to come home. I am going to pick up Dad. The road is slippery. Be careful. As if preparing to welcome the upcoming baby, the little one who had once fallen completely into the jar had grown quickly during the winter vacation, compensating for all the delayed growth before. As soon as Jin Hyuk arrived, his father had also come. He called out happily, Dad. His father walked quickly to Jin Hyuk's side and asked, Jin Hyuk, were you waiting for Dad here? He replied happily, no, I was running with Jang-gun, and then I saw it was almost time for Dad to get off work, so I came here to go home with Dad. As soon as he saw him, his father took out a new coat and happily showed it off. Jin Hyuk. Look. Dad bought you a new winter outfit. Let us go home quickly. Your mother must be waiting. After that, the two returned home together. On the way, his father bought Jin Hyuk an ice cream. He walked and talked with his son. You have been growing fast lately. It is more fun to buy things for you. Next time, go out to town with Dad. Okay, Dad will buy you things you like. Wow, I would love that. Jin Hyuk, how do you feel now that you are about to have a baby? Hearing his father's question, Jin Hyuk thought for a moment. Meanwhile, his father added, some children think that the love for them will be divided, so they feel sad. Jin Hyuk seemed to understand the worry in his father's heart. He was certainly not like those children. Jin Hyuk smiled understandingly. Then he replied, I am not sure because I have never worried about that. I only think about how I will protect and love the baby in the future. Don't worry, Dad. I will be a good brother. Jin Hyuk's answer surprised his father very much. Jin Hyuk suddenly remembered McYoung's grandmother's words. Looking at his back like this, it must be a daughter. Therefore, he quickly emphasized, McYoung's grandmother also said it is a girl. His father did not reply immediately after hearing that. He slowly spoke up. So McYoung's grandmother also said that Jin Hyuk is really a good brother. But do not forget, even if the baby is born, Mom and Dad will still love you as before. This thoughtfulness from his father touched Jin Hyuk immensely. He replied, yes, Jin Hyuk was about to become a brother. This also inadvertently reminded him of his previous life when Soo-jong hugged him from behind and asked, what is your dream? At that time, Jin Hyuk immediately rejected her way of addressing him. Don't call me Hyung, vice director. Soo-jong playfully retorted, why not? You are Hyung. At that time, Jin Hyuk was carrying the drunk Soo-jong on his back. Even though someone had called him Hyung before, Jin Hyuk still felt a bit strange. At this moment, Jin Hyuk suddenly changed the subject. But Dad, where do you go at night these days? Hearing the question, his father felt like he had been stabbed in the heart. He started and hurriedly made up an excuse. Ah, it is the year-end party. The cultural center is preparing for a year-end party. Even though it sounded unbelievable, Jin Hyuk did not know what was wrong with it. Immediately after that, his father hurriedly changed the subject. That is right, Jin Hyuk, do you want to go chop down a tree with Dad tomorrow? Let us make a Christmas tree, what do you think? Jin Hyuk suggested. Why do not we not chop down a tree and buy one from Mikyung's house? Dad, chopping down a tree means it will die. His father added immediately. Is that so? Then let us go ask her tomorrow. The next day, outside the road was covered in white snow. Jin Hyuk and his father, along with Jang-gun, brought a string of fish to Mikyung's house. As soon as his father arrived, he called out loudly, Young, are you? From inside the house, a man walked out. Oh, it is Jin Hyuk. The man, along with Mikyung, went out to greet the two. The girl bowed politely, and Jin Hyuk also bowed politely to the man. He spoke up and asked, why are you and Jin Hyuk here? His father did not beat around the bush. He directly went straight to the main issue. I want to ask for a Christmas tree. The man smiled after hearing that and replied, a Christmas tree? Oh my, if Jin Hyuk is asking, of course I will give it to you. This person was Choi Jangwon, Mikyung's father, that kind of person, someone who always shares love and warmth with everyone around him. 9 years ago, when his parents came here from Seoul with nothing, it was he who helped them settle down in this village. Jin Hyuk's father put the string of fish in Jangwon's hand and said, Hyung, here, I am not asking for the tree for free, so take this. He smiled and replied, oh my, why are you being so polite? His father also happily added. Jin Hyuk told me to bring this. Jangwon took the string of fish and stroked Jin Hyuk's head. Oh my, if Jin Hyuk says so, I can't refuse. Jin Hyuk, I will choose a really beautiful and strong tree for you, okay? He replied. Thank you, sir. No, thank you, uncle. After that, his father and Uncle Jangwon went to the back of the house to dig up a tree together. Uncle Jangwon dug the tree and talked with Jin Hyuk's father. I am very happy with your current life. Actually, I was very worried at first. A young man from Seoul and a young pregnant woman coming here with nothing. A scoop of dirt was dug up. Uncle Jangwon continued. Yet you farm well and get along with the villagers. Who would have thought a guy from Seoul, who may have never touched the ground, would be so good? It is all thanks to you, Young. As the two were talking and laughing, Jangwon suddenly came close and whispered to Jin Hyuk's father. But, are all the preparations going well? He replied, not yet. It is still hard to predict. Time is running out. It is still a problem, even when the child has grown up. Too many kids. I also have a headache. Seeing the two of them sneaking around, Jin Hyuk turned to question Mikyung. Does your dad also go out at night these days? Mikyung replied innocently. I do not know. I go to sleep early. Hearing that, Jin Hyuk asked further, does your dad often ask you about the things you want? Mikyung played with the snow while replying, it is not my dad, but my mom keeps asking. Mom told me to choose something I really want. It is hard to Jin Hyuk finally realized something. These people, so that is it. He turned his eyes to his father and Uncle Jangwon. At this moment, Mikyung asked, I am planning to go to Jeju. Do you want me to buy you a souvenir? Jin Hyuk was surprised. A souvenir? But before he could think of a souvenir, Mikyung added the latter half. Yes, but in exchange, help me with my holiday homework, okay? Jin Hyuk helplessly said. You always ask for my homework, you little brat. Mikyung immediately pouted, but the holiday homework this time is too much and too difficult. Hearing that, Jin Hyuk had to quickly restrain his emotions. I almost became Chol-soo. Mikyung's family and Jin Hyuk's family had been close since his previous life. His parents owed them for a long time. Jang-gun was also close to Baekgu, Mikyung's dog. Therefore, in the end, Jin Hyuk still decided to help the girl with her homework. Then Jin Hyuk asked, what do you need me to help you with? Mikyung replied innocently, writing a diary. Jin Hyuk's eyes widened after hearing that. He was speechless. He thought, you expect me to do that for you? What is this kid asking for? Do you not have hands and feet? Seeing him not say anything, Mikyung pleaded. Jin Hyuk, please help me a little. With no other choice, Jin Hyuk had to agree. Alright, Jin Hyuk did this for his family. He was annoyed that he had compromised with injustice, but he would not cry, because that was the quality of a true man. After asking for the tree, the two returned home. The tree was planted in the jar that Jin Hyuk had fallen into. He hesitated and thought, does dad not know which jar it is? On the contrary, his mother was very happy when she saw the tree. It is so beautiful, right, Jin Hyuk? Yes, it is very beautiful. Next year, the 5 members of Jin Hyuk's family will look at this tree together. Outside, it was snowing heavily. Today was Christmas. Jin Hyuk was watching a movie with his mother. All along Jin Hyuk's expression showed boredom. This was originally a novel by Charles Dickens, right? We have been binging Harry Potter lately, but Christmas should be watched at home alone. His mother observed his expression and said, Ha, Jin Hyuk. Are you sleepy? Go to sleep first. Dad has not come home yet. It is not even 10 of the clock yet. Why are you telling me to go to sleep first? Being pinpointed by Jin Hyuk, his mother felt guilty. Jin Hyuk quickly turned his eyes to the clock. He realized that dad seemed to be waiting outside the door to sneak in when he was asleep. At the same time, dad was actually cosplaying as Santa Claus, shivering outside with Jang-gun. It is too cold. Jin Hyuk was very understanding. I should pretend to be asleep so dad does not get a cold. What was thought was what was done. Jin Hyuk stood up and went to the room. Jin Hyuk, are you going to sleep? Yes, I am too sleepy. Good night, Mom. After Jin Hyuk left, his mother dared to breathe a sigh of relief. After he had been asleep for a while, the room door was carefully opened, and the light gradually flickered through the crack. Is he asleep? Yes, I think he is asleep. It is too cold out here, right? His parents tiptoed into the room. What gift did you choose to give? You must have thought a lot about it. Huh, a school bag. The new school year is coming up. I hope Jin Hyuk will like it. Jin Hyuk had secretly heard his parents talking, and he was very touched. Thank God. Thank you, dear dad. I am so ashamed of this V-shaped school bag. His father was putting the gift away while saying, the kids at other houses demand more than 10 things, but our Jin Hyuk seems to not want anything. Even though it is good not to be greedy, he is still young. Once he grows up, his world will widen, and he will see more things. He will want more things. You are right. He wondered, how vast will Jin Hyuk's world be? Not only did Jin Hyuk's father become Santa Claus, but so did Uncle Jangwon. After the two said goodbye, he returned home when Mikyung was fast asleep. Other fathers were doing the same thing with their children. The lovely Jang Goon also received a gift. Jin Hyuk's house, although small, was always full of happiness. Jin Hyuk, Merry Christmas. Very quickly, the day to return to school had come. On the first day of school, Jin Hyuk carried the school bag his father gave him. Jin Hyuk's friends were eating lunch and talking. Can you believe it? It is already June. It feels like we just started the semester. Time flies so fast. Right, next year, we will be seniors. Speaking of which, Jin Hyuk is taller than the 4th grade boys now, right? Yeah, he shot up after the winter vacation. Hey Jin Hyuk, what is your secret? Tell us. Jin Hyuk had been eating attentively from the beginning to the end. He did not bother with what his friends around him were saying. Seeing him not reply, Mikyung impatiently shouted, Hey, son Jin Hyuk. At this moment, he startled and realized, Huh, what? Mikyung immediately questioned, What is wrong with you today? You have been like a lost soul all day. Jin Hyuk seemed to have been seen through. He said in shock, Mikyung, are you practicing reading minds? Did you sacrifice your holiday diary to do that? His words were immediately rejected by Mikyung. What are you talking about? Do you want me to hit you with this spoon? At the same time, one of the two kids in the glutton club also spoke up. Mikyung is right. You are very strange today, Jin Hyuk. Did something happen? He scratched his head hesitantly. It is nothing, it is just. Jin Hyuk remembered the incident when he was at home. His mother suddenly had severe stomach pain. Mom, are you okay? Even though his mother did not look well, she still tried to endure and replied, Yeah, I am okay. Jin Hyuk said worriedly, Mom, go to the hospital. But his mother only stroked his head to comfort him. There is nothing to worry about, honey. It is just that the baby is about to be born. This was the reason why he felt uneasy. Jin Hyuk thought, again, Mom said that calmly, but she will give birth at home, not in the hospital. What if something goes wrong? After lunch break, Jin Hyuk and his friends returned to the classroom. Jin Hyuk swept his eyes over the bookshelf and thought again, life in this countryside is sometimes very limited. There is no library, and the school only has children's books. While he was pondering, his friends were competing to talk about his height. Maybe Jin Hyuk's height secret is that he never wastes food. He always eats all of his portion. Really? Is that so? Or is it because his mother cooks with special ingredients? As soon as Mikyung finished speaking, Jin Hyuk suddenly turned around and pointed at the girl. Mikyung looked at him puzzled. What? Another school day ended. The sky was clear of clouds. Jin Hyuk returned home. I am home. Mom, it is too hot today. Should we cut open a watermelon to eat? Before he could finish speaking, Jin Hyuk heard his mother's scream coming from inside the bedroom. He immediately dropped his school bag and ran into the room. Jin Hyuk called out in panic, Mom, has it started? Are you feeling contractions? Where's Dad? His mother said with difficulty. Mikyung went to pick up Grandma. He gently helped his mother lie down and continued to ask, when did she go? Just a while ago. At this moment, Jin Hyuk tried to reassure himself. Calm down, do not panic. Supporting Mom's back will help her breathe easier. Mom's complexion looks better, thank God. Then he was about to go somewhere else. Hang in there, Mom. I will be right back. Seeing his figure gradually disappear behind the door, his mother wanted to call him with difficulty. Jin Hyuk went outside to boil hot water. He carefully scooped each ladle of water into a large pot. It is said that women need to stay warm when giving birth, no matter how hot it is outside. I also need to sterilize scissors to cut the umbilical cord. Jin Hyuk quickly carried the basin of water into the room and asked, Mom, are you feeling better? But as soon as he entered, he froze for a moment. Jin Hyuk's mother had fainted a long time ago. He hurriedly put down the basin of water. Then he ran over and shouted loudly, calling out to his mother, Mom, please do not sleep. Please wake up, Mom. Jin Hyuk was extremely panicked at this moment. His eyes became dazed. No, Mom. His mother was still lying there quietly without any movement. Elsewhere, the deep night sea, the water rippled, reflecting the bright moonlight softly and sparkling like the Milky Way. Jin Hyuk's mother had set foot in this place when she fell into a coma. I do not feel anything, but it seems the baby just moved a bit. She slowly walked step by step on the beach. His mother looked into the distance and asked herself, What was I doing before I came here? I do not remember, but does it matter? His mother did not try to remember the forgotten thing. She slowly touched the cool water. The water is so cool and comfortable, should I go further? When she intended to let go and come to the vast ocean, an arm suddenly reached out and gently touched her hand. A faint voice rang out, "Mom." His mother startled and turned around. The scene behind his mother had now changed. Before her eyes was a beautiful garden. Oh my, it is so beautiful. The seawater could no longer hold his mother's feet at this time. She did not think much and headed towards the garden. From afar, a voice rang out again, "Mom, over here." His mother looked blankly in that direction. Very far away, the figures of Jin Hyuk and his father appeared vaguely. "Honey, your son and I are on this side." "Mom, honey." His mother seemed to feel the love from the two of them. "Those hands, that voice, is of my dear family." Finally, his mother woke up. "Oh my goodness, Jin Hyuk, your mother woke up." At this time, his father and Jin Hyuk were soaking wet, and they hurriedly asked, "Honey, are you okay?" His mother woke up from her coma. Just as she woke up, the pain came again. Grandmother McYoung immediately drove the two of them out. "You two, get out now. You are making me dizzy." The two hurriedly went out to wait. Inside, the voices of his mother and grandmother McYoung came out. "Push, push, kid, it hurts too much, grandma." Jin Hyuk's arm was shaking involuntarily at this time. He asked his father worriedly, "Dad, will mom be okay?" His father comforted him gently. "Mom will be okay. Your mother is a strong woman. Let us trust and wait, okay?" Jin Hyuk had great faith in his mother. His expression gradually softened, and he obediently replied, "Yes." Jin Hyuk obediently waited, also silently praying in his heart, "Mom, you must not have anything happen." I do not know how long it had passed. While Jang-gun was fast asleep, a crying sound suddenly came from inside the house. It was immediately awakened. The crying continued to ring out incessantly. Jin Hyuk's sister and mother had safely delivered. "Jin Hyuk, here's your sister. Greet her son." Seeing his sister born, Jin Hyuk could not help but tear up. His father and grandmother McYoung came out. "Thank you very much, we owe you again." The grandmother waved her hand. "What do you mean by owing? Jin Hyuk did everything himself. As I taught him once, I hardly did anything." Hearing her say that, his father was a little stunned. Not long before that, when grandmother McYoung was resting, Jin Hyuk suddenly ran to find her. Grandmother McYoung recalled, "The thing is, I met Jin Hyuk some time ago. This kid ran to ask me, 'Grandma, when mom gives birth to the baby, what should I do?' So I guided him step by step, and today, when I came, he had prepared everything. Just like what we had practiced. Oh my, I always knew this kid was smart." But, hearing the grandmother's recollection, his father was even more surprised. After that, he went into the room, and Jin Hyuk happily sat beside his little sister and called out, "Dad." Seeing him like that, his father smiled happily. "You did a great job, Jin Hyuk. McYoung's grandmother praised you a lot." Jin Hyuk replied modestly, "It is nothing. Have mom and dad chosen a name for—" His father replied to him, "Eugene. We took a character from mom's name and your name to make son Eugene. Son Eugene, our Eugene, we hope she grows up healthy and happy. That is all the family wants." Jin Hyuk gently raised his small hand to shield the baby from the light. Eugene's older brother will be her support, and her mother will be the strong tree that shelters her from the storms of life. In this life, may Eugene be strong and unwavering against the waves that crash against the shore and want to wash her away. After that, his father and Uncle Jangwon went to the field to farm again. People and plants have more in common than you think. Both are easily affected by disease, and even diseases have incubation periods. Do you think we need to start disinfecting early this year? Uncle Jangwon observed him and replied, "This year does not seem as hot as last year, so it should be okay, but we should still pay attention to the water temperature. Remember that time, about 10 years ago, a kind person thought that the intense heat must be uncomfortable for the rice plants after the rainy season, so he pumped in cool groundwater to help the plants. But in the end, it spread rice blast disease to the rice paddy next door, almost losing the entire harvest that year. Even now, I still get chills thinking about it." That person was Jin Hyuk's father. He said embarrassedly, "Hey, do not say any more hein." Hearing that, Uncle Jangwon said even more proudly, "But, thanks to a handsome man who ran around to prevent the damage, no one knew who the culprit was. That person saved a young man from Seoul from being beaten to a pulp by the villagers. Haha, if it were not for him, that kid would have been beaten to death. Thank you for saving my life. Haha, I am just kidding, I am Saying that, the two fathers returned home together. After taking a few steps, Jin Hyuk's voice rang out from afar, "Dad." "Oh, Jin Hyuk." Jin Hyuk carried a basket of fruit and ran over. "Did dad just go check the rice paddies?" "Yes." "Were you just on the mountain? Have you eaten?" Jin Hyuk, "Hello uncle?" "Yes," McYoung said, "we should go pick some wild berries." McYoung in Jin Hyuk's eyes. "Did you come here to pick or just to eat? Who can resist such delicious food?" Hearing that, his father asked, "So, are you preparing to go home?" Jin Hyuk replied, "Yes, we are on our way." His father immediately understood and smiled slyly. Jin Hyuk also smiled with his father. In the next second, his father ran away first, leaving Jin Hyuk and Jang-gun behind. Jin Hyuk hurriedly chased after him. "Dad, that is not fair at all. That is called starting early. Jin Hyuk, you are on summer vacation, so you can take care of Eugene all day. Why do not you give dad a chance? But I hardly got to see Yujin all day because I was busy on the mountain. Also, dad, you are going to the fields to work again tomorrow. The two of them, one running and one chasing, stunned Uncle Jangwon. After returning home, Jin Hyuk immediately returned to the state of being a super clingy older brother. Jin Hyuk was lying on the bed playing with baby Yujin. Before being able to play with his sister, because he lost the race, Jin Hyuk had to clean the floor. He was fascinated by his little sister while thinking, anyway, I lost and I am younger than dad, but hey, seeing Yujin a little later does not make her any less adorable, right? Jin Hyuk then reached out and lifted Yujin's tiny feet to play with. Look at these little feet, like those of a fairy. Should I ask mom and dad if we can keep the baby's footprints forever, only when I can hold her properly? Should I say it or not? Do we have ink? Baby Yujin also smiled playfully at Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk still could not resist when he saw baby Yujin smile. He said gently, Yujin, just grow up healthy and strong. Your older brother will earn a lot of money for you. I may not be a reborn person with special skills, but I have a lot of knowledge, and if I can't earn money, then I will secretly sell some of dad's land, no problem at all. Come to think of it, that guy. Dad worked very hard to buy all that land, and then he sold it all at a cheap price. And that money, all spent on alcohol and gambling. In his previous life, Jin Hyuk had been abused by that guy. He beat Jin Hyuk, leaving his whole body covered in wounds. Why did the land prices skyrocket now, and not back then? And while land prices exploded in the western coastal area, when the land value soared, he had the nerve to vent his frustration on Jin Hyuk. That bastard knows everything and is still silent. He just wants to mess with me. Jin Hyuk thought back, and his anger surged again. Just wait, if I meet you again, I won't let you off easy. Even though she was just a newborn baby, Yujin actually knew how to comfort her older brother. She gently placed her tiny hand on Jin Hyuk's hand, then she looked at him with glistening eyes. Jin Hyuk forced a smile and said, sorry, Yujin, your older brother just showed you his bad side. After that, Jin Hyuk reassured himself. But it is okay, now I do not need to live with the help of my aunt and uncle anymore. I also have a little sister. Not all relationships from the previous life exist in this life, especially there is no Chairman Hong or Hong Soo-jong. Hong Soo-jong is 5 years younger than me, so she must be about 5 years old now. Maybe she is living in Seoul. Of course, unless I actively search, meeting someone like that is probably almost impossible. The Leopard of Seine Group, a title given to Hong Soo-jong, who joined the key companies of Seine for succession training. With ruthless efficiency, sharp intellect, and relentless drive, she shook the business world. A woman with cold calculating eyes, constantly moving forward, determined to achieve her goals. But the Hong Soo-jong that I knew was completely different, warm, full of humanity, and full of passion, a truly wonderful person. And surprisingly, she also had an adorable side. The fact that Hong Soo-jung once had an ally named Sun Jin Hyuk. Soo-jung also had a happy time, which was when she was with Jin Hyuk. She did not have to force herself anymore. Now no one remembers anything about that anymore. The call of his parents interrupted his train of thought. Jin Hyuk, come out here and eat fruit. Son. Yes, those connections are now just memories. Is that the price of going back to the past, creating new relationships, while leaving behind old relationships? Career, success, those things are no longer important to him now. Jin Hyuk now only needs to be with his parents and sister, but those faces, if by any chance he met them again. Jin Hyuk wondered, would it be strange to admit that he wanted to see them again? A strangely handsome man appeared on this small beach. He held a walkie-talkie and said, well done. Do not hesitate to contact us if needed. At the same time, a woman came and asked, who is that? The man leaned against the car and replied, the secretary's office. She questioned immediately, during the holidays. The man explained with a smile, I asked them to find a piece of land for a company vacation. There seemed to be a few good options along the west coast. A vacation by the beach. Sounds great. Beautiful scenery can really boost productivity. Truly, Miss Sarah, we are really in sync. Alright, let us go. Right now. Yeah. The man turned the key while replying confidently, switching the scene back to Jin Hyuk's small house, helping mom cook seaweed soup, bathing Yujin, she looks like a little crab. Jin Hyuk sat down happily to write in his diary. This vacation is really making it easier to write a diary, thanks to Yujin. Last winter, I really had a hard time finding a topic to write about. Last year, Jin Hyuk had considered the importance of exercising the right to vote in the upcoming presidential election, but then he realized he could not write that. Even if he wrote something, people would say, your parents must have written this for you, right? Did the teacher ever say, thanks to his parents for writing the diary for him? Along with Mikyoung, Jin Hyuk lay sprawled in front of his house and questioned himself. Mikyoung's diary is written with her left hand. How did the teacher recognize it? Pretending to be a carefree elementary school student is really harder than I thought. I heard someone say there is a visitor. Hearing the news of a visitor, Jin Hyuk's eyebrows furrowed. Wait, did not my uncle come to visit at this time in my previous life? No way. Jin Hyuk hurriedly stood up. A very luxurious car appeared in front of his house. A car? That is not my uncle's car. The man slowly walked into Jin Hyuk's house and spoke up. Hello, little kid, is this your house? Jin Hyuk startled and asked, "Who are you?" He did not answer him and directly asked further, "Is your father at home?" The man approaching with such close distance helped Jin Hyuk realize in time. His appearance was exactly like Chairman Hong Ji-jun in his previous life. Only different was that he was younger now. Jin Hyuk could not believe his eyes. He asked himself, "Chairman Hong Ji-jun, why is he at my house?" Jin Hyuk faltered and stepped back before quickly replying to Hong Ji-jun, "Dad is out in the field, sir." He continued to ask after hearing him, "Oh, is that so? When will your father come back?" He obediently replied again, "He works in the fields until sunset, so it will be a long..." As soon as his words ended, the sound of footsteps came from behind again. Sarah now came into view. "Oh my, you are so young but you speak so fluently. You do not have any local accent at all. You are..." The girl had just stepped in, and Jin Hyuk immediately recognized that this person was President Sarah. He secretly suspected, "If these two people are here, do not tell me." Before he could think, another person appeared from outside. A beautiful girl in a yellow dress. She smiled brightly and called out, "Mom, look, a puppy, a puppy." And as expected, that girl was Hong Soo-jong. Hong Ji-jun walked to Hong Soo-jong's side and asked, "Hey Soo-jong, do you want to play with the puppy for a while?" Seeing the girl, Jin Hyuk was even more surprised. What is going on? Why is she here? While he was thinking, Sarah had directly entered the house. No way they would leave a child home alone. "Your mother is inside, right?" Jin Hyuk panicked and followed. "Wait." He directly rushed up and stood in front of the door, blocking her from entering. Jin Hyuk said firmly, "Please do not come in. My mother just gave birth and is still recovering." Hearing that, Sarah laughed. "Oh my, this kid is so clever. Don't worry, I am not a bad person. I just want to say hello to your mother, okay? Make way for me a little bit, okay?" Jin Hyuk became more and more hesitant as he listened. He felt a bit embarrassed. At this moment, Soo-jong's shout interrupted the conversation between the two. "Let go. I said, let go." Seeing Jang-gun biting Soo-jong's beautiful dress, Sarah hurriedly rushed over. "Soo-jong, what is wrong?" Sarah and Ji-jun asked worriedly. "Does it hurt? It does not seem to scare you too much." "Huh?" Soo-jong stammered. I do not know. It suddenly bit me." Jin Hyuk stood on the side. Even though he did not speak, he clearly understood Jang-gun's personality. This puppy has grown up. Because the bushes nearby had thorns, Jang-gun had stopped her because it was afraid she would get hurt. What a smart dog. Understanding the situation, Jin Hyuk quickly exonerated Jang-gun. He pointed to the thorny bush nearby. "Here, look, see these sharp things? They are all thorns. If you touch them carelessly, you will get pricked." Soo-jong's face was covered in tears at this time, but after hearing Jin Hyuk's explanation, she stopped crying. After that, Soo-jong went to his side. "Can I touch it?" "Yes, but be careful of the thorns." At this moment, his mother inside also heard the noise outside. She poked her head out and asked, "Jin Hyuk, is there anyone here?" Looking at the group of people outside, his mother asked blankly, "Who is this?" After that, the responsibility of taking care of the baby was handed over to Jin Hyuk. Soo-jong also followed along. "Wow, a baby, a baby. Yes, say hello. This is my little sister Yujin, Sun Yujin. Sun Yujin, so cute." The girl pointed to herself and then to the baby, Hong Soo-jong, Sun Yujin. Then she pointed to him. You are Sun Jin Hyuk," because the character Jin in Jin Hyuk's name sounded like the word for prison. Soo-jong misunderstood. "Sun prison. Not prison, it is Jin Hyuk." He tried to explain, but the girl kept calling him Sun Prison. "Are you doing it on purpose, you sly little brat?" Jin Hyuk helplessly wondered, what the hell is going on? Not long before, a plate of fruit had been peeled and arranged on the plate. After that, his mother gave it to him and said, "Jin Hyuk, the adults need to talk for a while. Go play in the room, okay?" So he was chased into the room. Even so, Jin Hyuk was still very curious about what they were talking about. Why did President Hong come to find his father in person? In his previous life, Jin Hyuk had never heard that they had any contact. Just as he was attentively looking outside, a piece of apple suddenly pressed close to his cheek. Jin Hyuk startled and turned around. Soo-jong smiled and gave him the piece of apple. "Hyung, look, a bunny." Jin Hyuk took it. "Oh, thank you." The fruit was probably brought by Sarah. After giving the apple to Jin Hyuk, Soo-jong also took a piece and ate it deliciously. Who would have thought the Black Leopard of Sang Group would have days? If you said that this child would make thousands of employees tremble in the future, would anyone believe it? Jin Hyuk looked at the piece of apple in his hand. He smiled to himself. "I thought I would never meet her again in this life. Who would have thought we would reunite this way?" A moment later, his mother finally opened the room door and called, "Jin Hyuk, are you having fun?" He replied, "Mom, have you finished talking?" His mother did not go alone, but also had Hong Ji-jun with her. His mother asked him with a smile, "Well, Jin Hyuk, do you want to go with this uncle to meet your dad?" Jin Hyuk's expression showed hesitation. "Why me?" Jin Hyuk's mother replied. "Mom has to stay and take care of Yujin." With no other choice, Jin Hyuk had to go with Hong Ji-jun. The car rolled on the dirt road, causing the car to shake violently. Hong Ji-jun spoke up. "It is so hot, sorry for bothering you. Do you want me to turn on the air conditioning?" Jin Hyuk replied nervously, "Ah, yes, thank you." He sighed to himself. Being able to ride in a VIP car at such a young age, you are great, son Jin Hyuk. Hong Ji-jun was driving and talking. Your name is Jin Hyuk, right? You are really thoughtful, even playing with little Sujong. Jin Hyuk sensitively realized at this time. Ah, did you come here to see my dad's land? That is right, we are planning to build a company resort nearby. Hearing this, Jin Hyuk's memories of his previous life were also recalled. Sign Group's resort should have been built near the beach, but not this area. The original plan was to build it on the west coast. Jin Hyuk asked curiously again, why did you choose this place? Are there no better options? Hong Ji-jun replied frankly, the land here is cheap. This answer finally answered all of Jin Hyuk's questions. After that, the two did not say anything else. He thought again, Chairman Hong is driving himself. This is the first time I have seen that. He has always been the type of person who sits in the back seat. The accident that year must have been serious. I do not know if he was injured. Come to think of it, I had never heard him talk to me directly. It must be related to the marriage with Hong Soo-jong, but anyway, I will never know. It is not important now. While he was immersed in his thoughts, Hong Ji-jun suddenly used the car mirror to observe him from the front. His eyes were extremely unpredictable. After driving for a while, Jin Hyuk spoke up to give directions. Turn left here. Very quickly, his father's field appeared right in front of him. Jin Hyuk's father was working diligently. Hearing the sound of a car, he looked up. A car, in this place? Not only that, but the car went straight to where he was. From the car, Hong Ji-jun slowly stepped down. As soon as he stepped out of the car, he said loudly, I thought you rotted away in this countryside. It has been a long time. His father quickly recognized Hong Ji-jun. He said without much enthusiasm, you little brat? Not giving Jin Hyuk's father a chance to say more, Ji-jun continued, I did not expect you to be hiding in a place like this. His words made Jin Hyuk's father unhappy. He frowned uncomfortably. Jin Hyuk was extremely confused. What is going on? Why is the atmosphere so tense? Weren't they just here to see the land? I have never heard Dad get angry like this before. What should I do? Should I intervene? Jin Hyuk could not think much. He hurriedly spoke up, sorry, but before he could finish, Hong Ji-jun directly stepped down into the field. He rushed to where Jin Hyuk's father was, thinking that a fight was about to break out. But no, Hong Ji-jun rushed over and hugged Jin Hyuk's father tightly. Son Guangyan, you bastard, I knew you were still alive somewhere. His father was not to be outdone. He said tearfully, Hong Ji-jun, you bastard. How did you find this place? Hong Ji-jun sniffled and continued. You think you are the only one who is smart. There are tons of ways to find you, you little punk. This scene was beyond Jin Hyuk's expectations. He froze for a few seconds. Punk, bastard, wait a minute, what the hell is going on? After the reunion, everyone returned home together. Jin Hyuk's father said happily, this place is simple, but just stay overnight. Hong Ji-jun immediately replied, simple, if necessary, I can sleep in the yard. After that, his father happily continued to talk to Yusera. Sarah, long time no see. Now I have to call you Soo-jong's mother, Yusera replied without any hesitation. Time flies so fast. You are old too. Her word old was like an arrow piercing straight into his father's fragile heart. Even so, Yusera did not care. She smiled and turned to talk to his mother. He was the one who introduced me to Soo-jong's father. We grew up like siblings. I heard about this. He once said that there are people who are more important to him than his own life. I did not expect to meet them this way. Jin Hyuk was currently responsible for feeding Soo-jong dinner. While he was busy taking care of the girl, he did not miss any details in everyone's conversation. Dad is a close friend of Chairman Hong Ji-jun, and as close as siblings with Yusera. Not to mention time travel. Dad's past is more interesting than I thought. When Dad died, besides the villagers, there was no one to attend the funeral, not even a relative visited during the holidays. I thought my parents had no relatives or friends, but now, I can feel the future changing right before my eyes. Jin Hyuk's father continued to pour wine and asked, so you are planning to establish a training center? Hong Ji-jun replied, yes, the company is growing, and there are many more employees. Not many companies invest in human resources training, but we want to start building a system from now on. Hearing that, his father praised, whoever came up with this idea is really great. In the future, young talents will shape the world. That is also the best way for a company to develop sustainably. Hong Ji-jun continued, Sarah was very persistent in persuading her father-in-law about this plan. After studying abroad, she has a completely different view of the world. Truly, admirable. It is rare to have someone in the countryside with such progressive thinking. Hearing that, his father sighed. I never liked the inheritance disputes. Jin Hyuk knew how to listen to the important words. Wow. Hearing Dad talk about inheritance sounds strange. How should I say this? Dad and Professor No are alumni of the same department. While Jin Hyuk was lost in thought, baby Soo-jong leaned against him and fell asleep. Not eating anymore. Yeah, I am full, Soo-jong. If you go to sleep right after eating, you will become a cow. Yes, I want to be a cow. Hearing the girl say that, Jin Hyuk could only laugh helplessly. This little brat, she is the same when she is drunk. As soon as she lay down, Soo Jong fell fast asleep, unaware of anything. Under the night sky that day, his father and Chairman Hong Ji-jun sat and talked for a long time. Anyway, I won't sell that piece of land. Even if I did, now is not the right time. Hong Ji-jun continued. I know how stubborn you are, so I won't even bother trying to persuade you. In Jin Hyuk's previous life, San Group's Human Resources Development Center was eventually built in another coastal town. If Chairman Hong had not stopped by here that year, this house would probably have been abandoned for a long time, because the former owner had passed away, and there was no one left to discuss it with. Even though he said that, he still turned to plead with Jin Hyuk's father. But are you really not selling? Really? His father was still very rejecting, not selling, go home. Even though he was rejected, Hong Ji-jun still smiled happily. Looks like land is just an excuse. Jin Hyuk also felt happy in his heart when he understood this. Then he prayed silently. Anyway, Dad, do not sell it. In a few years, the West Coast development boom will push the land prices up to more than 500,000 won per peong. After being rejected by his father countless times, Hong Ji-jun asked again, but in the end, what is so special about that piece of land? It does not look suitable for farming. His father replied frankly, because it is cheap. Jin Hyuk had to admire silently after hearing that. Oh, bold. He continued, those expensive agricultural equipment like harvesters or tractors, people recklessly take out government loans to buy them. Everyone wants to work easier, but that is just greed. Renting or sharing is enough. Hong Ji-jun concluded after hearing that. So, your friend uses the money to buy machines to invest in land. His father replied, being 1 or 2 days late does not affect the harvest. In agricultural business, time is not the decisive factor. What is important is the plant itself. Planting rare crops is the smartest choice, right? Exactly, plant what others do not plant. Every year, people plant the same crops. Goods pile up like mountains, but in the end, prices plummet, and the agricultural products that we worked hard to grow can't be sold. Hong Ji-jun continued, more important than production and sales is the ability to see market demand, the ability to read the market. President Hong had said the exact same thing in a lecture at the Marketing Strategy Club. Looks like birds of a feather flock together. Even the way they think about business is the same. The two were so engrossed in talking that the snacks had been eaten up a long time ago. Jin Hyuk's father quickly stood up. Oh, when did I eat it all? Wait a minute, let me get some more. He went into the house to get more food. At the same time, Hong Ji-jun turned to talk to Jin Hyuk. Your name is Jin Hyuk, right? How old are you? I am 10 years old, sir. Haha, so you are 5 years older than my Soo Jong. She has been clinging to you all day today. Do you find it annoying? No sir, my daughter is usually very picky, but she is so strange today, leaning on someone she just met. And even falling asleep like that. So Jin Hyuk, do you want to marry Soo Jong? Jin Hyuk flatly refused as soon as Hong Ji-jun proposed. No, he laughed and stroked Jin Hyuk's head. This kid did not even hesitate. Following that, Hong Ji-jun asked a question exactly like in his previous life. Alright, what is your dream, Jin Hyuk? He was a little stunned when he heard that. His eyes immediately turned towards the man in front of him. In that moment, Jin Hyuk was like a statue, at a loss for words. Fortunately, his father appeared in time to answer for him. My son is very smart, he is sure to be good at anything. Hong Ji-jun immediately retorted, does every genius father think their child is a genius? His father replied without hesitation, of course, my Jin Hyuk is probably even better than me. After being saved by his father, Jin Hyuk was agitated and thought. That question surprised me. I let my guard down because he was talking about Hong Soo Jong. Suddenly, he asked again the question that I had heard in my previous life. What is your dream? This question made Jin Hyuk of this life have to ponder once again. What is my dream? Before he could think of anything, Jin Hyuk fell asleep, his eyes closed tightly. Not long after, his mother and Yusera came over. It is time to take the kids inside. Oh my, he must be very tired. Let me carry him inside to lay him down. Huh? What is wrong with him today? He usually fusses when it is time to sleep. All day today Soo Jong has been following Jin Hyuk without leaving. The next morning, everyone had woken up. A new day began. Little Soo Jong welcomed the new day with a face full of tears. She cried and shouted, I want to stay with Jin Hyuk. I do not want to go anywhere. Sarah tried to coax her. Soo Jong, let us count to 10 and then come back. Okay? Even so, she cried. Non-stop. No, I am not going anywhere. Facing this difficult situation, Jin Hyuk sighed helplessly. Then he approached and sat down next to the girl and said, Soo Jong, I have to go to school. Wait until the holidays, then come play with me again. Okay? Although she still felt wronged, she finally stopped crying and replied, yes. After comforting Soo Jong, her family quickly prepared to leave. Before saying goodbye, Hong Ji-jun did not forget to urge, I will come visit often. Don't come too often, farming is busy. Haha, putting on. At the same time, on his mother's side and Yusera were also tearfully parting. Here, put this in when you boil water, and here is some homemade gochujang. Thank you so much. Mom Jin Hyuk, do not cry, I will visit often. After a long farewell, the car finally rolled away. Little Soo Jong waved goodbye regretfully. Brother Jin Hyuk, See you again. The three family members also stood and waved goodbye until their car gradually disappeared from sight. At this time, his father suddenly turned to ask, Jin Hyuk, what do you want to be when you grow up? Jin Hyuk asked back blankly. Yes, his father continued. Ji Jun asked you yesterday. I am also very curious. Jin Hyuk, Dad has a lot of money. Whatever you want to do, Dad will support you wholeheartedly, so just say it. Jin Hyuk still could not answer after hearing that. He turned his eyes to the distance. Before him was a vast sky. A moment later, Jin Hyuk finally had an answer. I want to live a normal life. His father smiled after hearing that. He put his hand on his shoulder and said, you have chosen the most difficult path. A little later, Soo Jong's family returned to visit Jin Hyuk's family. Everyone was talking very animatedly. Here, eat some fruit. Oh my, thank you, but this kind of fruit is a bit expensive, right? Take the red pepper powder that I mentioned earlier too. Thank you so much, Mom. Jin Hyuk. Huh, you can buy red pepper powder in Seoul too, right? If you do not know, be quiet. Do you think it is easy to find good red pepper powder? You have to take this opportunity to get the quality kind. While the adults were talking, Soo Jong was also clinging to Jin Hyuk. Young, your cheeks are as soft as mandu buns. Stop pinching, Jin Hyuk thought bitterly. After saying goodbye to Chairman Hong's family in the summer of last year, I thought it would be a long time before I saw them again, but Chairman Hong really kept his word when he said he would visit often. Not long after the day of farewell, Hong Ji-jun and Soo Jong unexpectedly appeared in front of his house. Brother Jin Hyuk, I miss you son Gwangyeon, can we borrow the TV? Hong Ji-jun carried in a basket of fruit and gave it to Jin Hyuk's father, while he was pushed away by little Soo Jong to play. As soon as Sarah entered the house, Jin Hyuk's mother cared and asked, Hyung, are you okay? Yes, it is just that the long drive made me a bit stiff. Driving from Seoul to here is tiring, right? The roads are not convenient at all. Hong Ji-jun spoke up after hearing that. Don't mention it. Last time, someone said it would be great if the road was like a safari. A safari, there would be no traffic jams, but it is said that even wild animals can't escape it. Just as the family was talking, Soo Jong suddenly pointed to the TV and said, look. Jin Hyuk quickly looked in the direction she was pointing, and he quickly realized. Today was the opening ceremony for the 1988 Olympic Games. The TV had started to broadcast the sound of the MC starting to introduce. I declare the opening of the 24th Modern Olympic Games, the 1988 Seoul Olympics. After the introduction, the traditional music of the Olympics rang out. Jin Hyuk's mother admired. Wow, it is so magnificent. Aren't they afraid to go up so high? At this moment his father suddenly turned to ask Jin Hyuk, well, who do you think will win, Carl Lewis or Ben Johnson? He quickly replied, probably Carl Lewis, his performance is better. His father had a different opinion from him. Really, but I think Ben Johnson might win this time. Jin Hyuk, want to bet? Yes, bet on who wins between Carl Lewis and Ben Johnson. The loser has to wash all the crocs and jars. Hearing his father say that, Jin Hyuk remembered the embarrassing scene when he washed the crocs last time. His expression showed smugness. Wash all the crocs and jars. Dad is sure he won't regret it. Jin Hyuk smiled slyly and asked his father. His father also replied with no less momentum, even if you beg me to spare you later, I won't change my mind, so be prepared. The scene of the two fighting was very worth watching for the three bystanders. Unfortunately, history repeated itself as before, and so the task of washing the crocs and jars completely belonged to his father. Jin Hyuk happily sat and watched his father struggling to wash the crocs and jars. Dad, do you need me to help? It is okay. Jin Hyuk, I accept the consequences of this bet. The loneliness, longing, and sadness from his previous life seemed to have all been compensated, as life passed peacefully, full of simple happiness. In just a short time, Jin Hyuk's house had changed its appearance. Jin Hyuk also could not believe it. He looked up to admire the spacious house before him and sighed to himself. Even though it is my house, it still looks impressive. Last winter, his house had been renovated and expanded into a 3-story house. Thanks to predicting the high-demand agricultural products, selling them locally at better prices, and thanks to his father's keen business sense, Jin Hyuk's house had been able to make this change. After running and admiring this new house for a while, Jin Hyuk finally went inside. I am home. As soon as he got home, Jin Hyuk heard the voice from inside. At first, I thought I had gone to the wrong house. Did your parents do something to the wall? I think it is a little different. He also quickly saw 3 pairs of shoes neatly placed in front of the door. Inside, they continued to talk. It was Jin Hyuk who suggested using Lois walls. It is good for health. Ah, is that so? Jin Hyuk immediately recognized that the Hongs had arrived. He called out loudly, Mom, the Soo Jongs are here. He had just finished speaking, when Soo Jong rushed over and hugged him, causing both of them to fall to the ground. Jin Hyuk, you are back. Jin Hyuk, you have been running again. At close range, Soo Jong immediately smelled the sweat. She covered her nose and asked, what happened to you? When did you start exercising again? Jin Hyuk's mother spoke up after seeing that. You must be hungry. Mom will steam rice cakes for you to eat. Soo Jong, will you eat too? The girl excitedly replied. Yes. Seeing the girl not say thank you, Yusera quickly corrected her. At this time, Jin Hyuk had finally sat up with difficulty and said, I am going to wash my face. Yeah, go ahead. Very quickly, the steamed rice cakes were ready. After eating, Jin Hyuk suggested, I will take Soo-jung outside for a bit. Okay, have fun. Be careful on the way. Being led by Jin Hyuk, little Soo-jung was very happy. She smiled brightly and said, Hyung, let us go to the sea. I want to catch crabs. The two quickly went to the sea. The weather today was also very good for fishing. On the beach, some fish and crabs had been caught. There were a lot of people there, so Jin Hyuk and Soo-jung were a little surprised. It was the Glutton Club and Mikyung. Oh, seeing the two of them, the chubby boy spoke up. It is Jin Hyuk and the little girl. Soo-jung shouted from afar immediately. I am not a little girl, I am Hong Soo-jung. The boy scratched his head and said again, right, Soo-jung, sorry. At this time Mikyung also spoke up. You guys came to play too. Perfect timing, let us play together. Jin Hyuk and Soo-jung quickly joined the group. Everyone started the work of catching crabs and finding clams. A lot of seafood was found. Soo-jung really liked playing this game. The two had played from when it was still light until sunset before returning home. Jin Hyuk carried the girl on his back. He walked and said, next year you will be in elementary school. There are a lot of things to do. You have to do homework, learn the piano, learn to swim, and write a diary. Hearing him say that, little Soo-jung asked innocently, how do people write a diary every day? Hyung, can you do it? Jin Hyuk replied, I am not sure either. It is not easy. Soo-jung asked again, are you worried about anything? He hesitated for a moment and replied, probably my starting speed is a little slow when I run. After hearing that, the girl asked a question, do you like running a lot? These words were exactly like in his previous life. When Soo-jung later, she also asked him like that. Jin Hyuk paused for a few seconds before replying, yeah. At this time, little Soo-jung's eyes carried a bit of thought again. Then, she suddenly asked further, so, do you like me more, or do you like running more? Jin Hyuk shuddered immediately. Soo-jung, where did you learn these sentences from? Mom taught me that. Hearing that, even though he did not show any expression on the outside, he was screaming inside. Damn it, Yusera. The two were on their way home, and Soo-jung suddenly saw her mother and Jin Hyuk's mother. The two of them, along with Yujin, were standing waiting here. When he saw the two of them, the corners of Jin Hyuk's mouth unconsciously turned up, his eyes shone with happiness. That must also be a part of everyday happiness. But there is an obvious truth. Even normal life has its ups and downs, and Jin Hyuk had completely forgotten that. Another winter had come. Jin Hyuk went to school. During lunch break, Mikyung asked curiously, does Yujin know how to talk yet? Kids grow up so fast. How old is she? Jin Hyuk replied, 2 years old. After that, Mikyung turned to talk to the chubby boy. This time for the group project. Let us meet at Jin Hyuk's house. Seong-chan. Seong-chan, what do you think? Sung-chan, are you listening? Seong-chan startled at Mikyung's call. He stood up and shouted, huh, what? What is wrong? Seong-chan said in panic. Well then, Jin Hyuk, come here for a moment. Finishing his words, he pulled Jin Hyuk to a corner. Being left out, Mikyung said annoyed, why only call Jin Hyuk and abandon me? He whispered in Jin Hyuk's ear. The information had just reached his brain, and Jin Hyuk's expression immediately turned pale. Oh my god, why test me like this? There is a ghost story called The Curse of Freed Pork Cutlet. This is a terrifying rumor that only spreads among the boys. It is said that if a father asks you to go eat fried pork cutlet, then the destination will not be a restaurant but a hospital. In Jin Hyuk's class, Jin-soo was the first victim, being the focus of attention of the whole class at once. That time was terrible. After Jin-soo was caught, things calmed down temporarily. But as long as another person falls into the trap, the rumor will spread like wildfire, even to the school cafeteria. At this age, Jin Hyuk thought to himself that he would not be able to endure that humiliation. He secretly decided to protect himself. Unexpectedly, not long after the rumor, Jin Hyuk's father also asked him the same question. Jin Hyuk, let us go eat fried pork cutlet. Okay. Jin Hyuk froze when he heard that. His father continued, it has been a long time since the two of us went out alone. Let us eat a hearty meal. By the way, on the way back, let us buy some new socks and clothes for Yujin too. Jin Hyuk was still haunted by those rumors, especially now that his father was smiling and talking so happily to him. Go eat fried pork cutlet with dad. No, this trip is definitely not just going to eat fried pork cutlet. With just a few sentences, Jin Hyuk imagined himself being tied tightly on an operating table, and there was also a doctor holding sharp scissors in his hand. Let us start the plan of action. Jin Hyuk stood up as if he had lost his soul, and Yujin called out to him. His father was also waiting for an answer from him. After a while, Jin Hyuk spoke up. No, it is okay. I do not particularly want to eat fried pork cutlet today. He even thought, in fact, I may never want to eat it again. His father was very puzzled when he heard his answer. But you like that dish, Jin Hyuk. His mother also agreed. That is right, Jin Hyuk, go eat with dad. Jin Hyuk had now retreated to the door. He stammered, I hate fried pork cutlet. Then he threw the door open and ran away. His footsteps became faster and faster. His father worriedly asked from behind, Jin Hyuk, where are you going, Jin Hyuk? He did not answer but continued to run straight ahead. Jang-gun also ran after him. At the same time, another person appeared behind Jin Hyuk, Seong-chan. He was also desperately running away. Seong-chan. Are you running away too? Phew, do not mention it. My dad suddenly said we should go eat fried pork cutlet, so I ran away immediately. Jin Hyuk thought after hearing that maybe I should find a place to hide. The adults in this area have not changed at all. Seong-chan also shared the same idea as Jin Hyuk. He suggested, how about we hide at Jinsu's house? Jin Hyuk was a little surprised after hearing that, but then he quickly realized, because he was caught last year. He probably won't be caught again this time. Let us ask him if he can take us in, Seong-chan added, but Seong-chan had just finished speaking when his father's voice immediately rang out from afar, Seong-chan, you little brat, stop right there. The two hurriedly bent over and ran away. You only need to wash your face every day. You do not need to shave, just leave it like that. It hurts too much, it is too troublesome. Wailing in the winter, what a crazy thing. Adults never understand what we really think. While being chased by Seong-chan's father with a whip, he suddenly tripped and fell. A life or death drama was immediately performed. Run quickly, Jin Hyuk, run. You have to survive. Jin Hyuk. Go quickly. Seong-chan has been caught. What are you shouting for? Stand still. At this time, Jin Hyuk suddenly remembered Seong-chan's words. Jin Hyuk, a man can only cry 3 times in his life, when peeling onions, when peeling garlic, and, thinking of this, he gritted his teeth. Then he ran away desperately again. He cried and said, I have only cried twice. From behind, Seong-chan's father shouted again. Jin Hyuk, where are you going? Your dad is looking for you. Come home immediately, you little brat. Jin Hyuk thought to himself, sorry uncle, but I can't trade freedom for a plate of fried pork cutlet. I can't. Jin Hyuk had been running with Jang-gun from morning till night. Because of the cold, his body was constantly shaking. The cold had knocked out Jin Hyuk's will. He asked himself again, or should I just go with dad? But if I get surgery, even the juniors in the business department at Hong Group will tease me during the holidays. No way I am letting my colleagues laugh at me for this. What should I do now? If I hide at Jinsu's house, his parents might report it to my parents. I will wait for a while and then sneak back later. At this time, someone suddenly called his name from behind. Jin Hyuk, where are you? It was his mother who was looking for him. Jin Hyuk, where are you? Jin Hyuk. Answer me. Even though he was scared, he was still worried that his mother would worry. Therefore, Jin Hyuk decided. Alright, I will close my eyes and go back. He had just stood up when his mother immediately spotted him. Jin Hyuk walked back to his mother in embarrassment and thought, how can I abandon them? Anyway, it is not that big of a deal. As soon as he saw him, his father also hurriedly ran over. Jin Hyuk, I finally found you. Do you know how worried your parents were? I am sorry. The sea is very dangerous at night. Do you know how scary it is? That is enough. They say a man can only cry 3 times in his life, when peeling onions, when peeling garlic, and Zaitis. Sorry Seong-chan. In the end, we both cried for the 3rd time. Jin Hyuk had to return and tell his parents everything. His parents burst out laughing after hearing it. Oh my, that is so funny. So you ran away just because of that? Jin Hyuk, my stomach hurts from laughing. Jin Hyuk blushed with embarrassment. He hurriedly explained, not just that, dad suddenly asked me to go. His father then explained, mom has to stay home to take care of Yujin. It is too cold outside, I can't take her out. His mother continued. If we brought it back, the food would get cold, so your father said we should eat it hot at the restaurant. Jin Hyuk now realized. So that is how it is. What a suffocating feeling. The Hongs will definitely tease me for the rest of my life. An unhappy scene appeared in Jin Hyuk's mind. That Jin Hyuk, haha, so you ran away to avoid seeing his parents stand up. Jin Hyuk asked in confusion. Oh, are not you eating anymore? Well, I am full. Dad is also full. Jin Hyuk, if you still want to eat, then go ahead. Yes, with the mindset of an adult, Jin Hyuk only realized, it is strange, dad only ate this dish, he did not touch anything else. Could it be that dad lost his appetite? Even so, the food is still delicious even when it is cold. No wonder this restaurant is always crowded. While Jin Hyuk was sitting and eating deliciously, the bedroom door suddenly opened slightly. A pair of eyes was watching his every move. His parents inside were secretly observing him. It seems he has not noticed yet. Yeah, he is still eating deliciously. Jin Hyuk is usually very sensitive. He got away with it today, but what about next time? I have to think of a new plan. Very quickly, Jin Hyuk had devoured 3 plates of fried pork cutlet. A few days later, early in the morning, Seong-chan's father brought a pair of chickens to Jin Hyuk's house. His father hurriedly went out to greet him. Oh my, when did you come? He smiled and said, here a New Year's gift for you. His father continued immediately. Ah, the New Year, I should have been the one to give a gift. These little chickens may look small, but they are like eggs. Take good care of them, who knows, they might grow as big as Dongtao chickens later. His father happily took it. Thank you, I will take good care of them. At this time, he suddenly leaned closer to Jin Hyuk's father and whispered, and hey, how's Jin Hyuk? His father replied, ah, we are just a little worried. Jin Hyuk is very good at cleaning. No matter how quietly the two were speaking, Jin Hyuk in the back was able to hear everything. He smiled wryly. A week ago, he had almost persuaded his father. His father had directly taken him to the Dongnae Urology Clinic. In the moment of life and death, Jin Hyuk had presented a project showing which was beneficial and which was harmful and presented it to his father. Do I really have to get surgery? His father was surrounded by PowerPoints, seminars, and group projects. This was the moment when his regression skills shined. Jin Hyuk was determined. I have to deal with this without surgery. Thank you very much, sir. The two fathers continued to talk. Was it because you did not catch Jin Hyuk, Seong-chan's father? I am not that bad, but in reality, that is probably right. Jin Hyuk replied silently in place of his father with a gloomy face. At this time, Hong Ji-jun walked out from inside the house. He said cheerfully, wow, it is so peaceful here. Living in the countryside is really relaxing. How about we move here completely? Jin Hyuk continued immediately, but you have been living here all along. Hong Ji-jun flicked his head after hearing that, and laughed loudly. Anyway, I am still the boss of this area. Jin Hyuk, being teased by him, Jin Hyuk secretly evaluated. He does not have the demeanor of a chairman at all. He is no different from those noisy neighbors. Why did I think he was so cool before? At the same time, his mother and baby Yujin were still sleeping soundly inside the room. After Seong-chan's father left, the chickens were released into the yard. Jin Hyuk sat and pondered, looking at the group of them. That chicken is much bigger than the others. It looks fierce. Thinking of this, he unconsciously picked up the wooden stick next to him. Then he pointed it straight at the big chicken. It immediately detected the enemy. It jumped up and pecked at Jin Hyuk while calling out. He hurriedly ran to the back. This chicken reminded Jin Hyuk of Chicken Louie. He thought to himself, if it is this fast then, just as I thought, its reflexes are crazy. Maybe I can use it to practice sprinting. The killing intent of this chicken made Jin Hyuk feel chills. He had just intended to reach out to catch it when it used its sharp beak to peck straight into his hand, causing him to cry out in pain. It hurts too much. It hurts too much. Don't chase me anymore. Go away. Seeing this pathetic scene of Jin Hyuk, his father and Hong Ji-jun not only did not help but also stood and laughed at him without being able to close their mouths. From inside the room, Soo-jong sleepily walked out and called, Brother Jin Hyuk, are you in the yard? From the side of the upstairs, the scene of a person and a chicken quickly caught the girl's eyes. She was very happy with this new member. A chicken. Immediately after that, Soo-jong ran down to chase the chicken. So cute. Jin Hyuk hesitated for a moment and then said, Dad, can we buy a few more roosters? His father replied, sure, why not? Losing track of a few more hours, the two families went to the field together. Isn't ice fishing a fall activity? Some types of fish hibernate, so you can still ice fish in the winter. Look, the rice paddy over there has not been watered. They must have deliberately drained the water. They are about to use a plow. It is more efficient to plow when the field is dry. They drained the water so the kids can play. Soo-jong jumped down happily. The slippery ice surface made her even more excited. Hyung, look, it is really hard. Be careful, Soo-jong. It hurts a lot if you fall on your tailbone. Yusara and Jin Hyuk's mother's job was to cheer on the shore. Catch a lot. Winter loach is very good for health. A lot. Very quickly, the whole family had a bumper harvest. Wow, thanks to Jin Hyuk, we caught so many loach. Have you ever caught loach in your hometown? I used to be too busy farming. While his father and Hong Ji-jun were talking, Jin Hyuk suddenly discovered that there were also people nearby. Those people are also catching loach. They do not look like locals. Wait, why are they suddenly attracting my attention? Seeing him looking in the direction of the group of people, his father spoke up, they are working right next to our field. Jin Hyuk wondered. But the harvest is over. Isn't it strange? The work has been done for a long time. But there are people who come uninvited, his father replied. Well, they also have the right to enjoy life. As long as they do not cause any damage to us, then just live in harmony with each other. Jin Hyuk, even if people call him easygoing, his father still only wants to live happily. His father had just finished speaking when Hong Ji-jun flicked his head. Oh my god, do not act philosophical just because your son is listening. His father slumped down after being flicked, his soul floating away. Taking advantage of that, Hong Ji-jun expressed agreement with his words. What your son said is right. It is the same with doing business. You have to think long term. If you only focus on pursuing quick profits, then you will only get short-term benefits. You need money to do business, but relationships are just as important. But getting a good relationship is not easy without a good reputation. Jin Hyuk naturally understood these words of Hong Ji-jun. He nodded and replied, I understand what you mean, uncle. I will keep it in mind. After saying that, Jin Hyuk praised to himself, the same idea, but it sounds completely different coming from his mouth. Should I take back my words about him just being a noisy neighbor? Then the three continued to catch loach. His father and Hong Ji-jun caught fish and sang a nursery rhyme. 1 is Hana, 2 is dull, 3 is set, ha 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 ha. It is so funny. Are all the image of the cold chairman directly collapsed. He was just a noisy old man. He looked a little cool just now, but it was all an illusion. At this time, his father suddenly called him and said, Jin Hyuk, I have named them. What name the McCantor thing? Jin Hyuk and Soo Jong did not even understand what his father was saying, but Hong Ji-jun on the side raised a like. Great, it suits him very well. There was someone who was on the same wavelength. His father continued, McCantor Deka, McCantor Day, McCantorut, and when the three McCantor warriors combined their strength. Dad, you are so weird. Jin Hyuk turned his eyes to the back. Have those people left? I hope they have left completely. A moment later, Hong Ji-jun raised the basket of fish to show off. Soo Jong, look, Dad caught a lot of loach. The two children directly ignored him. Appa, is it delicious? Yeah, it is very delicious. Being ignored by the two, Hong Ji-jun felt his self-esteem being trampled on, with a gloomy face. At that time, Jin Hyuk and Soo Jong were discussing the fish. Should we dry it like pollock? No, let us cook it slowly to make soup. What is cooking slowly? It is simmering over low heat for a long time. This answer surprised Soo Jong a bit. She smiled and said, you are talking more now. Jin Hyuk asked blankly, I am. Soo Jong continued. I like it a lot, but someone is jealous. She suddenly remembered her parents' silly argument. Since when is it okay to take food without asking for permission? Whoever is faster gets to eat first. Why do you have to fight over food that is not going to run away? An idea flashed through her head. After that, Soo Jong unexpectedly raised her hand and licked it. Then she used that finger to poke Jin Hyuk's cheek. He looked at the girl blankly. Soo Jong laughed excitedly, constantly saying, pizza, pizza. Jin Hyuk asked immediately, do you want to eat pizza? Dad, Soo Jong wants to eat pizza. Really? Then let us eat pizza tonight. Switching the scene back to the house, it was already— Jin Hyuk's father groaned in pain. It hurts too much. His mother asked worriedly, are you okay? Do you need to go to the hospital? Sarah also happened to bring the pot of soup over. She sighed and said, I knew this would happen. Jin Hyuk's father said bitterly, if you knew beforehand, you should have stopped me. I thought you would be more careful. Look, you made my wife cry. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Jin Hyuk and Soo Jong quickly ran out. Yes, coming right now. It was Mikyung. What? Soo Jong is here too. Mikyung came with a stranger. He spoke up. Is your dad here? Jin Hyuk looked blank for a few seconds. Who is the guy standing next to Mikyung? Before Jin Hyuk could react, his father spoke up. Wow, it has been a long time. Taeyang, you have grown much bigger than the last time I saw you. Are you coming home for the holidays? Taeyang only replied. Yeah. This person was Choi Taeyang, Mikyung's older brother, a wrestler at a nearby high school. Even in his previous life, Jin Hyuk rarely met him because he was always busy training at school. Seeing Jin Hyuk's father move with difficulty, he asked, what is wrong with your back? Jin Hyuk's father replied with a smile, I slipped and fell while catching loach this morning. But what brings you two here? Where are your parents? Taeyang replied frankly, my parents went to the village chief's house. We came to ask for your help with something. What is it? Grandma was taken to the hospital this morning. What? Is grandma sick? No, she is not sick. The hospital said it is just old age, but her condition has been getting worse recently. Mikyung also continued. I heard kudzu root juice is very good for her. Can you help us prepare some? Because she spoke too rudely, Taeyang was a bit embarrassed. He covered his forehead and continued. Anyway, Mikyung is right. I heard there is a lot of kudzu root on Gubong Mountain, but we do not know how to find it. My parents won't be back until the day after tomorrow, so we are planning to ask you, Gwangyin, for help. Jin Hyuk's father replied, after hearing that, because it is grandma's business. If it is for that, of course I will go. Let us go right now. Even though he was very strong, he could not stand it after just standing up. His mother supported him worriedly. Honey, are you okay? Do you need to go to the hospital? Taeyang also said in confusion, you do not look well at all, maybe you should rest. His father immediately rejected. No, this is grandma's business. How can I sit still? With that back, climbing a mountain will be very dangerous. Uncle? His mother also agreed. Taeyang is right, honey. While everyone was trying to persuade his father, Jin Hyuk suddenly spoke up. Then, let me go instead. Mikyung immediately continued. That is right, Jin Hyuk can go. Jin Hyuk has been climbing Gubong Mountain all the time. He definitely knows the way very well. Right, yeah, that is right. Jin Hyuk is the strongest in the group. He will definitely be able to do it. Taeyang was even more confused after hearing that. He hurriedly questioned his sister. Do you know kudzu roots are very heavy? Aflakenthaslayaj self. Yun elementary school student is going to dig kudzu roots. At this time, Jin Hyuk actually went to pull Taeyang's sleeve. He asked embarrassedly, Hyung, can I go with you? Hyung? Jin Hyuk kept begging him, and kept calling Hyung, making Taeyang panic. He continued to persuade, when Yujin was born, grandma helped my family a lot, so I also want to help her. Mikyung also helped him to beg her brother, please. Hyung. Taeyang replied, well, if you are begging me like this, I have no choice, because Mikyung keeps begging. I will take you with me this time. Jin Hyuk, just follow. This feeling did not seem like Taeyang was asking for help at all. Soo Jong also wanted to go dig kudzu roots, but she had to return to Seoul this morning. Early in the morning, the three went up the mountain together. Each scoop of dirt was dug up. Taeyang was digging and talking to Jin Hyuk. Mikyung keeps mentioning you. She mentions you. The first time I met you yesterday, I thought you were a middle school student. After digging for a long time, Taeyang could not breathe, but Jin Hyuk was still not bothered. He thought to himself, what is wrong with this kid? An elementary school student is digging dirt this well. Jin Hyuk dug dirt very attentively. Seeing that, Taeyang asked, Jin Hyuk, have you been through military training? Jin Hyuk startled and replied, a special forces background, no way. As he was talking, he suddenly discovered a hard object under the ground. Hyung, over here. Did you find it? Oh it is really big. We probably need a saw to cut it out. Step back, I will take care of the rest. Are you going to pull it up by hand? It is very heavy. It is okay. It is a small matter. Let me show you my true power here. Witness the power of a wrestler with 7 years of experience. Taeyang put all his strength into uprooting the kudzu. Two surprised eyes were staring at Taeyang. He had used all his strength, but the kudzu root did not budge. In the end, the root did not come out, and his strength was exhausted. Mikyung said scornfully, you are struggling too much. Just give up. Jin Hyuk hurriedly reminded her, Mikyung, he is still your brother. Value your family, you little brat. After many efforts, Taeyang had to give up. Hey, this is not good. This root is too hard. I can't pull it out. Mikyung, go down and call more people. Seeing that it was a bit cumbersome, Jin Hyuk spoke up. Let me do it, Hyung, Taeyang reminded worriedly. What? Jin Hyuk. No way. If you do it wrong, you could dislocate your shoulder. The words had just left his mouth when Mikyung was terrified by what Jin Hyuk did. He could actually uproot the kudzu. In just a moment, the kudzu root had been pulled out of the ground. Mikyung took the opportunity to mock her brother. Actually, it would have been enough if Jin Hyuk had gone alone. The sky was gradually darkening. The three finally returned. After that, Taeyang always had a gloomy expression, but in the end, it was Jin Hyuk who uprooted the root of the Lee himself. I am older than him, and I have been practicing wrestling for longer, but I am still weaker than someone the same age as Mikyung. What did I do today in the end? At this time, seeing Taeyang absent-minded, Jin Hyuk spoke up. Thank you Hyung for what you did earlier. Thanks to you, I had almost pulled it all out, so I was able to pull the rest out easily. Taeyang was a bit surprised to hear that. Jin Hyuk continued to praise him. You did a great job. Mikyung, you worked hard today too? Remember to say hello to grandma for me. Okay, be careful going home. After Jin Hyuk left, Taeyang kept thinking. What is this feeling? Is this what it feels like to have a younger brother? Like getting praised in the wrestling team? Whatever, anyway, I finally pulled it all out, right? After thinking about it, Taeyang could not help but smile. This scene immediately caught Mikyung's eye. What are you smiling at like an idiot? Hey, Mikyung, your brother is really something, is not he? What are you talking about? So, a new day arrived. Jin Hyuk grumbled alone as he went up the mountain. He walked and muttered, that dog, I scolded it yesterday, but now it is just sulking in its kennel, refusing to come out. Before leaving the house, Jin Hyuk had called for it to come along, but it adamantly refused. If you do not want to come, then do not. What is that dog barking about again? Jang Goon was scolded relentlessly. Go poop somewhere else, you idiot. If you are not sick, why can't you go to the bathroom in the right place? But then Jin Hyuk thought, even so, it feels empty without him by my side. Was I too harsh on him? Why do I feel guilty just because of a dog poop? Is this what people call the philosophy of dog? What is this? When did the fog get so thick? Jin Hyuk walked for a long time before realizing that his surroundings had gradually become hazy. There should not be fog at this time. What is going on? Moving around recklessly in this condition could be very dangerous. Jin Hyuk looked around in confusion. Strange noises suddenly echoed from a distance. Jin Hyuk became alert. A woman in red shoes suddenly appeared. She slowly spoke. Oh, it is you. The person in front of him made Jin Hyuk's eyes widen in surprise. After speaking, the woman did not forget to smile at Jin Hyuk. This person looked very similar to grandma. Jin Hyuk recognized at a glance. This person, although there were differences in age, it was definitely Mikyung's grandmother. Jin Hyuk asked curiously, Grandma, where are you going? The woman replied, Oh, I am just here to pick some mugwort. There is a place where it grows a lot. Seeing her leave, Jin Hyuk suggested, Where are you going? Let me take you. The woman replied, Really? Then on the way, let me tell you an old story. I was born in a village up in Motbari Mountain. When I was 15, I moved to my husband's house to avoid the Japanese army. A few years after I moved in, something happened in Jaedong village. It might have been a riot or a rebellion of some kind. They came and forced the villagers to participate in the uprising, and then took all the men in the village. My husband had to hide to avoid being captured, so I had to do everything myself. What could I do? I had to live to raise my children. This mountain used to be called Sipbong Mountain, but during the war, it was bombed so much that the peak was destroyed. So it became Gubong Mountain. At that time, Zheng Wan died. Jin Hyuk was shocked to hear that. What? She continued walking forward and said he joined the army, saying he wanted to avenge his friend's death, but then he also died there. Even so, he was still lucky. At least they found his walking behind her, he vaguely noticed her face gradually changing. Even so, he did not say anything to let her continue. Jin Hyuk, do you know this mountain has another name? It is Bukmung Mountain. This name startled Jin Hyuk. He quickly realized, could this be the Bukmang mountain in the legend of Bukmang Sangchan? Then she smiled and asked him, do you want to come with me? Jin Hyuk's face could not hide his panic at this point. A smile suddenly appeared on Mikyoung's face. In the next second, she burst out laughing. I am kidding, oh my. Your panicked expression is just like his back then. Jin Hyuk's face turned pale. He asked, did you come to say your last words? She smiled and replied, I do not have anything to leave behind. It is just that when the time comes, you go. But in the end, I got to see you. That is good. It is just that I am still a little worried. Only Yonggu's son has not recognized him yet. The shaman said that if I take him, my life will be peaceful. So, I have been wandering around this mountain looking for him. Jin Hyuk asked her in confusion. Then, is there anything you want to say? She hesitated a bit and said, do you want to hear the ramblings of a crazy old woman? This sentence stunned Jin Hyuk. Then she said, I do not have anything else to say. Tonight, I will visit you in your dreams. Would that bother you? Jin Hyuk. Hearing that, Jin Hyuk dared to breathe a sigh of relief and replied, no sir. Not like his opinion mattered anyway. His answer pleased her very much. She took Jin Hyuk's hand and instructed, kid, live well, live happily. Growing old too quickly is not fun. Take good care of your parents and siblings. Jin Hyuk. You are the one who will protect your family. Thank you for taking on this responsibility. With that, her figure disappeared. In front of Jin Hyuk now was only a large rock. This was the fairy rock under the Gubong moon. Looking at the rock mound in front of him, Jin Hyuk smiled to himself. So I am not the only one who has seen a fairy here. His hand slowly touched the rock mound. Perhaps it was the soul of a tree that once lived in this village. That night, Mikyoung's house was set up with a tent and lights. Many people came, filling the yard. Groups of people came in and out to offer condolences to Uncle Jangwon's family. Jin Hyuk was also busy working. Hey kid, give me a glass of apple wine. Yes sir. He worked tirelessly. Jin Hyuk, when you are done over there, clear this table. While cleaning up, he suddenly passed Mikyoung's grandmother's portrait. Jin Hyuk stopped for a moment. Her expression was still the same, but now he could only see her through a small frame. Jin Hyuk suddenly remembered some memories of her. Hey kid, I baked some sweet potatoes. Come and eat them. Contrary to everyone's sadness, Jin Hyuk suddenly smiled. I am so lucky. I was able to see her off on her final journey. At this time, Mikyoung called from afar. Jin Hyuk, Mom said, you should take a break and eat something. She brought over a tray of food. After that the two of them went outside. The tray of food was placed down, and the two of them sat down by the side of the house to rest. Mikyoung sighed. I am so tired. Guests have been coming non-stop since morning. Jin Hyuk thought differently. He continued. But it is good that so many people came, really. They all came to see grandma off for the last time. Yeah, I am grateful for that. So, she must have gone to a good place. Yeah, I know. Mikyoung's words startled Jin Hyuk. You know, she replied, last night, I met grandma in my dream. She looked like a beautiful older sister. Just by looking at her, I knew it was grandma. She was like a fairy descending from the sky. She did not say anything, but I knew she just wanted to say goodbye to me. Mom and dad also dreamed of her. Our whole family had the same dream. Isn't that amazing? Maybe it is because she has become a fairy, so she appeared in our dreams. Jin Hyuk agreed. That is right. If she did not become a fairy, who could? Next, Mikyoung said. But Mom said, we have to hold a memorial service at the fairy rock. Should we go together? Jin Hyuk replied immediately. Sure, she would definitely like that. The memorial service, that is right, it is all for her. He closed his eyes, and the image of her gentle face appeared again. Kid, live well. Take care of your parents and siblings. At this time, a fragrance filled Mikyoung's sense of smell. She took a deep breath and said, this smell, it is grandma's smell. Under the night sky, the two children just sat there, with no crying, only peace. She just came to reunite with grandpa. After summer vacation, Jin Hyuk returned to school. The teacher stood on the podium and introduced with a smile. We are meeting for the first time, right? I am Choi Young-mook, the homeroom teacher for 6th grade. As soon as the teacher finished speaking, the class buzzed. That is not true. I remember meeting you last year. Jin Hyuk also laughed. There is only one class in the school, so it is hard to avoid. It is also hard to have many homeroom teachers in the school. The teacher continued. All right, since it is the beginning of the new semester, we will elect a class president. The 6th grade class president will also be the student body president. Does anyone want to be class president? A student suddenly raised his hand and suggested. Let Jin Hyuk do it again. That is right, Jin Hyuk is the best student in the class. He won first place in the academic competition last year and the year before, and so the class president was decided. The teacher continued to ask. So who wants to be vice president? Mikyoung and Seong-chan raised their hands without hesitation. Me. I want to be vice president. I want to be vice president too. As soon as they finished speaking, the two of them turned to glare at each other. The teacher did not decide right away but asked further. Besides Mikyoung and Seong-chan, does anyone else want to be vice president? Looking at Mikyoung's eyes, the whole class cowered and no one dared to raise their hand. The teacher thought for a moment and then announced, no one else. Then Mik-young will be vice president for the first semester, and Seong-chan will be vice president for the second semester. All right, let us all clap. After class ended, Jin Hyuk quickly told his mother about what happened this morning. His mother was very surprised to hear the news. Student body president. Oh my, Jin Hyuk is really something. He must be smart like his dad. Jin Hyuk humbly replied, it is just because the 6th grade class president is also the student body president. His mother continued to exclaim, wow, but not just anyone can be class president. Little Yujin also cleverly praised him. You are so good, Oppa. His mother quickly told the little girl, Yujin, Oppa is the student body president. Tell him congratulations. Hearing her mother say that, the little girl loaded and looked at him. The information was quickly transmitted to her brain, and little Yujin excitedly said, congratulations, Oppa. The little girl's cuteness made Jin Hyuk's heart flutter. He immediately hugged her and praised her. Yujin is so good at talking, Hyung, save Yujin. At the same time, in the field, Dad suddenly felt like he had missed something big. Jin Hyuk's time at school was also very interesting. His school even prepared banners. Congratulations, 6th grade student son, Jin Hyuk, first place in Cheongnam mathematics competition. Congratulations, Geo Sidong, elementary school, 3-time, Cheongnam, mathematics champion. 2 super large banners were hung in front of the school gate. Jin Hyuk entered the school as usual. Suddenly, someone called him, Jin Hyuk. Mik-young ran over. Mik-young anxiously asked, Jin Hyuk. Did you bring it? He asked blankly. Bring what? The common noun, it could be anything in his bag. Jin Hyuk rummaged through his bag and replied, I did not forget anything. Mik-young's face darkened. What are you talking about? Jin Hyuk wondered. Tell me more clearly. The little girl motioned. Put your ear here, I will say it quietly. It is about that medical test. Jin Hyuk laughed. Oh, the stool sample bag, I brought it. Gosh, you should have said that from the beginning. So, you are used to bringing it. Facing Jin Hyuk's blunt question, Mik-young shyly avoided his gaze. Seeing her expression like that, Jin Hyuk also started sweating. He vaguely realized Mik-young's problem, but her next words were beyond his imagination. Jin Hyuk's face could not help but freeze in shock. Mik-young hesitated and asked, Jin Hyuk, can you share a little with me? Jin Hyuk exclaimed in panic. What? Why are you asking me that? Go ask someone else. Mik-young was startled and quickly explained, keep it down, I can't ask anyone else. If I accidentally take someone else's with parasites, I will have to take deworming medicine in front of the whole class. The whole school will know I have worms. Jin Hyuk, you eat carefully and cleanly, and you won't go around telling people that I borrowed from you, right? Mik-young did not just stop at persuading with words, she even abandoned her dignity and clasped her hands in prayer. Please. Jin Hyuk. I beg you. Let me borrow it. Jin Hyuk's heart skipped a beat. Choi Mik-young is really crazy. Anyway, Mik-young was at an age where she was easily embarrassed. Having to ask for this favor must not have been easy for her. After a few seconds of thought, Jin Hyuk replied, all right, give me the envelope. Mik-young happily handed it to him. Thank you so much, Jin Hyuk. You saved me? I will definitely repay you. Although he agreed, Jin Hyuk was still very helpless. He sighed and said, that is really something. Go to class first. I will go to the bathroom and come later. Having achieved her goal, Mik-young finally left. She cheerfully said goodbye, see you later. Jin Hyuk looked at the envelope in his hand and sighed again. What the heck is going on? It is only morning. I only did it because Mik-young asked, but I really did not want to at all. He helplessly went to the men's bathroom. Inside the bathroom, screams were still echoing. Jin Hyuk was not surprised by this scene. Someone had forgotten to submit their sample again. This voice sounded familiar. Out of curiosity, Jin Hyuk went to knock on the door. Is anyone inside? A voice came from inside. Huh? Is that the president? Is it really the president? Jin Hyuk immediately understood. This is definitely fate. After that, he took the test sample and submitted it to the teacher. Mik-young still did not know anything. She was still happily playing with her friends. Only Jin Hyuk knew what he had done. He was a little uneasy but then reassured himself. Well, it will probably be alright. 2 weeks later, the teacher came to the class and announced, alright, I will call out the names of those who need to come up and get their medicine. Park Young-im. Yes, I succeeded. Yuxiang-chan. Wow. Jinsu was not called. He gets called every year. Yeah, I feel so relieved. Jinsu was not called. But why does his face look so strange? Immediately after that, the names Kang Jisoo and Choi Mik-young were called out at the same time. You two, come up here. Take 1 packet each. Mik-young's face turned panicked. The murmuring began. If it is 1 packet each, then it must be medicine for a month. Jinsu, I can understand, but Mik-young. Never. Mik-young turned around and glared at Jin Hyuk. His eyes were filled with gloom. Son Jin Hyuk. He stammered and explained, Mik-young, that is. Seong-chan understandingly turned around and patted Jin Hyuk on the shoulder in comfort. After class, the whole class immediately gathered at the window to watch the commotion. As expected, nothing was out of the ordinary. Mi-kyung and Jin Hyuk were playing cat and mouse in the schoolyard. She chased after him and shouted, "I asked for your poop, not Kang Jinsu's poop." Jin Hyuk also ran and thought to himself, "I already said I am sorry. If you had just done things properly from the beginning, none of this would have happened." Behind him, Mi-kyung was still shouting, "Stop right there, you bastard." Being chased by the little girl did not bother Jin Hyuk at all. Not only that, but there was even a hint of enjoyment on his face. "It has been a long time since I heard Mi-kyung curse. I suddenly feel nostalgic." "Stop, you bastard." Because Jin Hyuk liked to run, Mi-kyung could not catch up with him, but unexpectedly, she chased him until she threw up. There was another commotion. The vice president is throwing up. Cut to the office at Taeyang High School. Two teachers were discussing the sports competition. Where is the regional qualifier for the youth sports competition next month being held? At Taeyang High School. Our school has a provincial representative for the marathon. So we should also send someone to compete in the short distance race, right? Probably. Our school has the most students in the area. Huh, what is this? Son Jin Hyuk, is he participating too? Huh, do you know him? Not really know him? It is more accurate to say he is my enemy. Our school's ranking in the recent academic competitions has dropped because of this kid. The teacher glanced down at the file. The principal personally invited him to study here, but he refused. Are you planning to recruit elementary school students? If the school achieves good results, the budget will increase. But what will we say if the principal finds out about this? Yudong Elementary School has too few students. They probably just wrote down anyone's name. Being smart does not mean you are good at running. Let us wait and see during the competition. Back at the campus of Eodong Elementary School, Mi-kyung finally caught Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk helplessly raised his hands in surrender. After that, he was called to the office. He quickly received the information. The youth sports competition. The teacher explained further. How should I say this? Every year in May, Chungcheongnam Province holds a youth sports competition. Every school has to send athletes to participate. That is the rule, but at our school, you are the only one we can send, Jin Hyuk. So I temporarily registered your name. Jin Hyuk exclaimed in surprise. What? I am hearing about this for the first time. The teacher smiled awkwardly and then said, sorry, but the application deadline is coming up. I do not have time to ask for your opinion. A coach from Taeyang High School will come. When they call your name, go out on the field. I have already told your homeroom teacher. Don't worry. Jin Hyuk finally had no choice but to accept. He nodded and replied. Yes, very quickly, the coach arrived at the school. The schoolyard is bigger than I thought. I heard there is only one class per grade, so I thought the school would be small. The number of buses going to this town has increased recently. I heard they are talking about turning this area into a tourist spot. Ah, they are here. While waiting for Jin Hyuk, the two coaches took the opportunity to chat for a bit. Very quickly, he arrived. The teacher quickly guided him. Hey Jin Hyuk, look over there. When I raise the flag like this, and then bam, that is when you start running. Got it. Jin Hyuk looked towards the two new coaches. He immediately recognized, is not that Kim Youngtae? Kim Youngtae, in Jin Hyuk's previous life, after his parents died, he transferred to Taeyang High School, and he was the gym teacher there. Jin Hyuk politely bowed. The gym teacher quickly introduced, this is Jin Hyuk, the student body president of our school. The teacher from the other side exclaimed as soon as he saw him, wow, this student is really tall. If you told me he was a middle school student, I would believe you. Kim Youngtae could not help but be surprised when he saw him. He thought, a kid like this living in the countryside, that is rare. I thought academic award winners would be small. He does not fit in this school at all. Kim Youngtae thought for a moment, and then spoke. We have already sent the official notice, but first, each school will measure their 100-meter results separately. The other schools are also holding qualifiers outside on the field, so do not worry about that. Immediately after Kim Youngtae's announcement, Jin Hyuk was given a test. The gym teacher anxiously instructed, Jin Hyuk, do not be nervous. Take a deep breath. Deep breath. Again. Seeing this scene, anyone who did not know would have thought he was the one preparing to compete. Jin Hyuk quickly stood at the starting line. Youngtae also had his watch in hand, ready to check. Jin Hyuk bent down to tie his shoes. Then he quickly got into position. Jin Hyuk's face did not change at all. The flag was raised. Jin Hyuk started running. The teacher told him not to be nervous, but he did not know that in the past, he did not know what fear was. Jin Hyuk's speed was so fast that Youngtae's eyes widened in surprise. His knees and elbows were raised evenly. Long strides, neat steps. There was nothing to criticize. Kim Youngtae found it hard to believe that a school without a sports team could have a kid running so well. Jin Hyuk quickly reached the finish line. The stopwatch was stopped. It only took him 12.52 seconds to complete the test. He could not believe his eyes, and hurriedly called out, Teacher Lee, please check the results again for me. Teacher Lee quickly told him, Jin Hyuk, sorry, can you run it again one more time? Although he was a bit confused, he still obeyed. Jin Hyuk returned to the starting line. Youngtae's eyes did not dare to leave him for even half a step. No way, he is not wearing a sports uniform, just a baggy shirt, and he still got that time. The preparation steps were repeated. After teacher Lee's shout, Jin Hyuk started running again. Very quickly, his nimble feet reached the finish line again. This time was even more unbelievable than the first time. Only 12 seconds. I can't believe it. A week later, Jin Hyuk and the gym teacher were at Taeyang High School. Huh. Jin Hyuk did buy new running shoes for the qualifiers? Yes, my dad bought them for me. Jin Hyuk was wearing a brand new pair of shoes for the competition. After hearing the news that he was competing, even though he only wanted a normal pair, his dad was even more excited than him, demanding to buy Asics, Reebok. He had a hard time preventing his dad from dragging him to buy sports cleats. His dad was so happy just because his son was competing in a county-level competition. He looked at the scenery around him and said to himself, "Come to think of it, it has been a long time since I have been to Taeyang High School. Usually, during sports events or festivals, I wander around there. This is also the first place I met those two. In his previous life, the three of them were quite close. If I go to middle school next year, I will meet them again." The noise of the schoolyard quickly pulled him back to reality. The gym teacher adjusted his clothes and instructed, "Son Jin Hyuk, do not be nervous. As soon as you hear the gunshot, just run." Got it, yes. His red and white tracksuit successfully attracted the attention of many students. This uniform was approved for him to wear by the school. Although he was a bit hesitant, Jin Hyuk still had to accept it. He could not refuse just because he was embarrassed to wear it. At this time, the teacher added, "Jin Hyuk, you may not know, but since our school, this is the first time a student has participated in a county-level competition like this. Even though it is just the qualifiers, all the teachers are very proud of you." The teacher's words were filled with joy and pride. Hearing these words, Jin Hyuk was also very surprised. Immediately after that, the announcement rang out. Group 4 of the finals, get ready. I will be right back. Good luck. Do your best. Jin Hyuk quickly moved to the competition field. The 4 contestants stood at the starting line in turn. Seeing Jin Hyuk, the surrounding friends started discussing him. Who is that guy? The second person from the left. Wow, he is really tall. Is he really in elementary school? He looks like a middle school student. He must be 2 years older than us. The 2 preparation commands rang out, and the 4 contestants immediately knelt down. Jin Hyuk was the same. His face still did not show any expression. He closed his eyes as if to encourage himself. Very quickly, the gun was fired, the signal was given, and Jin Hyuk immediately ran forward. Jin Hyuk's eyes were filled with determination. The starting pistol had just fired. His nimble feet, like a motor installed, began to move. Jin Hyuk overtook 3 opponents and took the lead. Jin Hyuk was quickly able to leave his opponents far behind. The audience was immediately attracted by his speed. Hey, is that kid really an elementary school student? He looks more like a middle school student. As expected, he was the first to reach the finish line. He had reached the finish line, and everyone urged, "Supervisor, please call out the results." The teacher next to him tried hard to call out, but that supervisor was blankly looking at the stopwatch in his hand. "Supervisor, is there a problem?" At this time, he was startled and replied, "No." After that, the supervisor turned to look at the teacher next to him, his face showing obvious agitation. "It is just that this student is too normal." After Jin Hyuk's competition, a group of students suddenly came to get to know him. "Wow, you run really fast. I am Park Ji-beom from the Taeyangcho team. This is Yeom Byong-taek, and this is Jo Sil-chin. You are so tall." Jin Hyuk also friendly replied, "Hello, I am Son Jin Hyuk. Nice to meet you all." Sil-chin looked down at Jin Hyuk's shoes and asked, "Huh? You are not wearing cleats." He smiled and replied, "My dad bought me new ones because I am competing in this competition." Sil-chan exclaimed, "You run so fast even though you are just wearing normal shoes." At the same time, the coach from Rodong High School called out loudly from the side, "Jinhyun Buke." His face looked a little scary. The 3 Taeyangcho students immediately turned around and whispered, "Maybe it is because the coach is too strict that he runs so well. Oh my, I do not know how much he is being pressured. He must be running like his life depends on it." Before he could rest for too long, the teacher announced, "The finals will be held in 30 minutes. Son Jin Hyuk, Park Ji-beom, Byong-taek, Jo Sil-chin, get ready." Ji-beom quickly said goodbye to him after hearing this. "I have to go. See you later." After the 3 of them left, he suddenly remembered what Sil-chin had said earlier. A thought popped into his head. Just as I thought, having a pair of cleats is a good idea. Should I ask my dad to buy me a pair? The finals ended without much excitement. After the competition, the gym teacher and Jin Hyuk went to a rib restaurant together. The teacher kept praising him from beginning to end. Only 1 second slower than the main runner, and he broke the Cheongnam Elementary School area record. "Because Jin Hyuk is so good, I am treating you to a meal today. Eat as much as you want." "Oh, that is right. From now on, Jin Hyuk will have to go to Taeyang Elementary School every Thursday to practice relay racing. Can you go alone?" Jin Hyuk was still eating happily. He did not answer immediately but thought to himself, "Teacher Youngtae is the coach. He has assigned the tasks. Let us see, the sprint representatives are Sun Jin-hyuk and Park Ji-byum. The order in the team will probably be decided during practice. And if we win this time, there will be a bonus. As soon as the whole team heard the bonus, their eyes lit up. Everyone was thinking about how to spend it. What should I do with the bonus? Should I buy new cleats? I have to hide them carefully so mom does not take them. Jin-hyuk thought for a moment and then spoke. There are 6 buses every day, so it should be okay. Even so, you have to remember carefully. Got it. Here, have more pickled radish. Thank you. Jin-hyuk ate very happily. He secretly exclaimed, it is so delicious. I wonder if Yujin can eat jjajangmyeon now. If I win, it would be great if the whole family could go out to dinner together, and then stop by the market, and eat black bean noodles together. Just thinking about it makes me happy. The first Friday arrived. Dad asked him with concern, did you bring your cleats? What about your gym uniform? Did you check everything before you left? Before that, at home, Dad had prepared a large box for Jin-hyuk. Surprise, I have prepared everything in advance. You still need it, right? Before Jin-hyuk went to school, Dad called him to stop for a moment. After that, he pulled out a stack of money and gave it to him. Here, take this money to take the bus and buy tteokbokki to eat with your friends. Jin-hyuk was stunned and took it, saying thank you to his dad. Does Dad think I am going to buy 10,000 won worth of tteokbokki for each of my friends? After that, Jin-hyuk happily said goodbye to his dad and went to school. I'm leaving. Dad also waved goodbye to him. He did not forget to instruct. Be careful. Dad's eyes were always filled with pride for Jin-hyuk. Perhaps he was very happy to have such a good son. It was not until Jin-hyuk had gone far that Dad returned home and called Hong Ji-jun to chat. Oh, Jin-hyuk is going to the track and field competition. If he wins, is there a prize? It does not matter whether he wins or not. It would be great just to get into the regional round. I am just worried that Jin-hyuk will get injured. In competitions, sometimes people hit a wall. What if he gets discouraged? No one lives without encountering obstacles. As parents, we always hope that our children do not have to suffer, but hitting a wall and overcoming it is part of the life experience. As long as we are there to help them get through it, that is enough. Yeah, that is right. But the coach said his performance is good enough to pursue a career as an athlete, but I do not know much about this stuff. You are still the same. Talking in circles, never willing to say it straight. You called to ask how to support him if he wants to pursue track and field, right? Let me find out. Don't worry. When the kids get a break, let us meet up. A plan to establish and operate the Sikh Sports Fund was noticed by Chairman Hong immediately after Jin-hyuk's dad asked for help. And after achieving his goal, Jin-hyuk's dad thanked him. Yeah, thanks. Take care of your work. With that, he hung up. Chairman Hong did not even have time to finish saying, take care of your health before being hung up on callously. Sun Guangyan, you bastard. The day before the Cheongnam Provincial Sports Festival, in Gwangju, Teacher Youngdae took the whole team to eat grilled meat. Everyone worked hard to come all the way to the competition. Now, let us turn those training efforts into real results. Eat well and rest early in the dormitory. After the teacher finished speaking, all 4 members said in unison, thank you for the meal. After that, Youngdae asked again, Jin-hyuk, do you want to drink soda? Jin-hyuk replied, no, water is fine. The whole team was eating happily. Everyone's face was very satisfied. Only Sul-chan was unusual. He suddenly called out, Sul-chan, what is wrong? I think I am going to die, because it is so delicious. Sul-chan's acting made everyone's face turn pale. Thanks to that, the staff was very enthusiastic. Oh my goodness, is my restaurant's meat that delicious? Here, let me give you another sir. Jin-hyuk smiled helplessly. It is probably because we are eating after a hard practice, so everyone is more excited than usual. In fact, this is still better than having to run and practice with that damn dog. Running with friends who really have a sporting spirit is a different feeling. And this is not bad either. After eating, Jin-hyuk and his friends returned to the dormitory. While Jin-hyuk was taking a shower, his friends carried out a mission of the century. Ji-byum said in a serious tone, is everyone ready? The 2 of them replied in unison. Ready? As soon as the words ended, the 3 of them rushed into battle, a pillow fight. Looking at his friends, Jin-hyuk smiled helplessly. Kids are still kids. Adults tell them to sleep early for the competition tomorrow, but none of them listen. Just as the thought ended, a pillow flew straight into Jin-hyuk's face. The mischievous trio waited anxiously for his reaction. Jin-hyuk's nose was red at this time. He smiled. The group immediately realized that something was wrong. In the next second, Jin-hyuk also joined the group. You guys are dead. Help, who threw a pillow at Jin-hyuk. Jin-hyuk was very happy. He was immersed in these moments. Of course, it is fun to be with people who share the same interests. Anyway, this feeling will be different from being with family. The group was playing when teacher Youngtae discovered them. He immediately opened the door and loudly reminded them. Go to sleep. You guys. The group shyly gave a friendly smile, and turned to tell each other, let us sleep. Yeah, this moment made Jin-hyuk even more excited for tomorrow, the day of the competition. At the same time, at Jin-hyuk's house, Dad was still awake. He was sitting in the living room and fiddling with the camera. Mom sleepily came and asked, why are you still up so late, honey? Dad replied, I am thinking about Jin-hyuk. I do not know if he is okay by himself. I think I should go see him tomorrow. But you said that no other parents are going. If we go to cheer him on, the other kids might feel left out. You are right. Then maybe we should wait a little longer. Mom gently replied. A new day had arrived. Everyone was at the Gongju Stadium. Wow, the stadium is so big. I heard it was just inaugurated last autumn. Jin Hyuk's team went in and happened to run into a group of people arguing. Don't say anything. The competition schedule and rest time are all mixed up. Don't they think about the athlete's stamina? When will the competition list be available? Please understand, this is also the first time we are organizing such a large-scale event. The first time has to have principles too. Honestly, the whole competition was prepared in a rush, holding the qualifiers and finals on the same day. Are you kidding me? Jin Hyuk quietly observed. With so many athletes, it probably won't be over until the afternoon. Solchin suddenly patted him on the shoulder. Hey Jin Hyuk, look over there. That girl is so pretty. She must be from the city. Her skin is so white. Byongtaek continued. And she is tall too. She looks like a celebrity. Jibum nudged Jin Hyuk and winked, asking, who do you think is the prettiest? Jin Hyuk awkwardly replied, me, I do not know. Is she pretty? Compared to mom or director Hong Soo-jung, she is just average. Jin Hyuk thought to himself. A moment later, the organizers finally announced, the elementary school girls relay race qualifiers are about to begin. The athletes participating include, the match has started teacher, let us go watch with us. The group quickly ran to the stands. The teams began to compete. Jin Hyuk's team cheered enthusiastically. Wow, they are fast. What school are they from? Daesung Elementary School. They won last year, as expected of the main athletes. Oh my god, what happened? Too bad. Jabum, do not hold that baton later. Okay, why, is there something wrong with that baton? They say that if a relay baton falls once, it will fall again in the next race. Jin Hyuk's face automatically showed an attitude after hearing this. Byongtaek continued. It is not superstition. That is what happened last year. At this time, teacher Youngtae also came to announce, alright, stand up. It is your turn. Teacher, can I go to the bathroom? There is not much time left. Go quickly. Yes, after going to the bathroom, Jibum quickly returned to the field. The announcement continued to ring out. First runner, please receive a relay baton and go to the starting position. I repeat, first runner. Just as Jibum was about to reach out to take a relay baton, he stopped. Only the baton with the curse from before was left. Holding the baton in his hand, Jibeum immediately attracted the attention of many people. Hey, they must be late, so there is only that one left. The faces of the team members all showed obvious anxiety. What now? Is it going to fall too? Jin Hyuk also realized. His heart was pounding. Teacher Youngtae was very worried. The kid's mentality is wavering right before the competition. What should I do? I have to keep them calm. Think of a way. At the critical moment, familiar voices rang out. Son, good luck. Jibum. Do your best. Byongtaek. Good. Son Jin Hyuk. My son, good luck. Jin Hyuk was very surprised. Mom and dad, and Yujin too. Really? My family came all the way here to cheer me on. The cheering grew louder and louder. All the members of Jin Hyuk's team were encouraged. Jin Hyuk, good luck. Byongtaek is the best. Everyone seemed to be energized, and their faces were more relaxed. With everyone's encouragement, Jibum quickly moved to the starting line. The referee just finished speaking. Run. All the teams immediately started. The blue team was able to pass the relay baton for the first time very quickly. It has only been 2 days, but it feels great to be cheered on by family. The eyes of the parents were all watching their children. Even if they were far away, they could recognize them right away. The blue team had completed a round of relay. Next was Solchin's turn to run. Jin Hyuk was also concentrating as much as possible to avoid mistakes. Solchin quickly passed the relay baton to Jin Hyuk perfectly. The most precious thing in the world is family. Thanks to the presence of his family, Jin Hyuk was like a tiger that grew wings. His feet swiftly moved forward. Jin Hyuk was able to leave his opponent far behind in an instant and reach the finish line. Jin Hyuk's family immediately celebrated. Mom and baby Yujin could not help but shout and cheer. The great joy had not yet been conveyed to dad, causing him to startle, but he quickly responded. Group 3, first place. Group 1, second place. Group 4, third place. After receiving the announcement, the whole team immediately rushed to hug Jin Hyuk. We won. Jin Hyuk, you did it. I knew I could. Oh, and it seems like our parents came earlier than us. I think so too. They really came. Where are they now? At this time, the organizers announced. To manage the event smoothly, athletes who have finished competing should quickly return to their seats. Jin Hyuk also looked up at the stands. Very quickly, he was able to locate his family. He happily waved to his family. After Jin Hyuk's team's competition, the audience discussed it again. Hey, do you see that kid? Is he really 13 years old? He is much faster than the others. No doubt about it. The champion's position seemed predetermined. This competition was also an opportunity for coaches of professional competitions to recruit young talents, and Jin Hyuk caught the eye of these two coaches. 12,000 by 10 seconds. Isn't that a new record? That is right, it is a new record. It seems we have found that talent. After the competition, Jin Hyuk returned to school and was asked for autographs by many students. Hey, take this. Wow, thank you. Mikyung nudged his shoulder and teased. Hey, four-time champion, Sun Jin Hyuk. You are very famous now. It seems everyone in the school has your autograph. Jin Hyuk replied. I am a little scared, actually. Then he thought, why does my school always like to exaggerate these things? Being famous is annoying. I wish they would not make such a big deal out of it. And the text on the banner is cut off. Yudong, elementary school preliminary sports meet Sun Jin Hyuk 4 times. At this time, Mikyung asked curiously, but how are you a 4-time champion? I remember you only competed in the relay race. Jin Hyuk replied. I participated in more events than planned during the competition, 100 meters, 200 meters, long jump. The competition rules were quite loose this year, so we were allowed to compete in many events. What about the national competition? Is it still being held in Gwangju? No, it is being held in Daegu this year. In a month. Really, can I come to cheer you on? Mikyung had just suggested when Jin Hyuk immediately refused. What is with cheering on a school day? And we have to go to a training camp with students from other provinces. The little girl did not say anything, but her finger pointed towards herself. Jin Hyuk quickly realized. Wait, Mikyung, are you also planning to compete in track and field? After he said that, he could not help but think, she seems a little jealous standing on the sidelines watching. That prominent banner probably made her want to be noticed by the younger students too. After that, Jin Hyuk decisively pointed directly at Mikyung. The little girl looked at him in a panic. Jin Hyuk spoke. Alright, Mikyung, let us start practicing from today. Mikyung's face turned pale after hearing that, but in the end, she still had to follow Jin Hyuk to practice. She tried hard to run after Jin Hyuk, constantly complaining. Wouldn't it kill you to take the bus? Jin Hyuk raised his voice like a teacher and said, Oh ho, student Mikyung, do not complain. How long will it take you to get home if you run like that? After he said that, he could not help but smile to himself. I never thought Mikyung would be interested in running. Could she be my new companion? Jang-gun, be careful, you have a rival. Mikyung could not stand it after running for a while. She panted and said, I give up. I am not interested in running. After returning home, Jin Hyuk returned to his role as a sister-loving older brother. He taught little Yujin to read. Jin Hyuk read first, and little Yujin read after him. Dad Sun Gwangyan, Mom Han Yu Young, older brother Sun Jin Hyuk. When it came to the third name, the little girl did not read it but said Chon Poop. Thinking the little girl had misread, Jin Hyuk helped her correct it. It is not Yujin, it is Sun Jin Hyuk. The little girl continued to say, Chon Poop. It is not that, sweetie. Sun Jin Hyuk, Chon Poop. Little Yujin still refused to read his name. He was helpless. Could the kid have learned this from Hong Soo-jung? It will probably stop soon. Right? No longer just helping his sister read, Jin Hyuk looked up at the sky. With the silence enveloping him, he sighed to himself. Anyway, the house is too quiet. Is everyone coming home late? Mom went to buy snacks for Dad a while ago and has not come back. Could Mom have stayed to eat with him? You could call it going on a secret date. Even though they live together, they are still stuck together all day like that. Jin Hyuk wondered, when you like someone, do you want to be with them all the time? I do not really understand. Suddenly the image of Soo-jong appeared in his head. Jin Hyuk lowered his eyes. He immediately met the lovely gaze of little Yujin. All thoughts immediately vanished. Egu. So cute. Our baby, this little apple head, I am going to eat it. Jin Hyuk did not know much about romantic feelings, but he knew one thing for sure, Yujin was extremely cute. It would be strange if a sister 9 years younger was not cute. At this time, he suddenly picked up little Yujin and said, Yujin, if someone tells you are cute, tell them you have a very scary older brother. Okay. Do you remember? The cute little girl replied, I remember. Just as the two of them were snuggling together, a man's voice suddenly rang out. A fat man walked into the house and arrogantly asked, Wow, this house is really nice. You people have a different place to live. Jin Hyuk was very puzzled by this appearance. Who is this? Why is there another person coming to look at the land? Recently, more and more people from other places had come, all coming to ask to buy land. Some people even offered prices several times higher than the market price, but both Jin Hyuk and Chairman Hong firmly opposed it. Absolutely not selling at all. If you want to sell to me. I would rather leave it to a close friend than give it to someone else. Dad had no intention of selling either, so they had to leave empty-handed. But this newcomer looked much more arrogant than usual. He continued to ask, Hey, are only kids at home? Where are your parents? If they are home, tell them to come out here. The words he said made Jin Hyuk even more puzzled. Who is this guy? Did Dad tell him to come? What is with this attitude? Who does he think he is to order people around? Seeing that he did not answer, he raised his voice again and said, Hey, can't you hear me? If you hear me, answer me. Jin Hyuk then spoke, My parents are not home. Please leave. We are not seeing anyone today. He snorted after hearing this. Really, leaving only children at home? Where did he go? Little Yujin was frightened by the attitude of that guy, and burst into tears. The crying of the little girl made the fat man uncomfortable. He shouted, so noisy, hey, do not you know how to shut that little brat up, leaving only children at home, you do not have to look to know how chaotic this house is. Having been told this, Jin Hyuk could not hold back anymore. He gritted his teeth and said, my parents are not here. Please leave. The fat guy slapped Jin Hyuk on the head after hearing this, cursing spitefully, huh, you insolent little brat. Little Yujin stared at him in fear. At the same time, Jang Goon also rushed to bite his leg. Unfortunately, his strength was too weak. He only needed to use a little strength to kick Jang Goon away. You crazy dog. Witnessing this scene, Jin Hyuk's face darkened. His actions reminded him of the scene where Jang Goon died in his previous life. This time he would definitely protect everyone. He immediately stood up. Then he lifted the fat guy up with his hand. The man next to him then spoke to dissuade. Agu. Student. Student. The fat guy, having been lifted up, did not have any strength to resist. He could only groan like a despicable dog. The man next to him continued to say, what the heck is going on? Hey, stop it. You will kill someone if you hit like that. Hearing this, Jin Hyuk only glanced at him. Then he swung his hand and threw the fat guy straight to the ground. Jin Hyuk said angrily, if you understand, get out now. The fat guy no longer had the arrogant look he had before. Instead, he was a coward, trembling and saying, monster. The man did not dare to say anything either and hurriedly helped the fat guy leave. Enough, let us go. The two of them quickly got into the car and left. Having dealt with them, Jin Hyuk hurriedly turned to check on Jang Goon. Jang Goon, are you okay? Fortunately, he could still run and jump normally. It seemed he was not seriously injured. Little Yujin was now sitting and sobbing. Jin Hyuk hurriedly comforted her. I am sorry, Yujin. You must have been very scared, right? Everything happened so suddenly. The little girl burst into tears and rushed to him. Yeah, I am here now. It is okay. He hugged little Yujin, wondering to himself, was I too much? I never thought I could grab a grown-up's collar like that. Jang Goon was now also wary of him. Jin Hyuk had lost control a little bit earlier, but it was because that guy had touched his family first. It would have been wrong to let him go. Jin Hyuk never wanted Yujin to see that side of him again. He hugged little Yujin tightly as if to make amends. It quickly became dark. During dinner, Jin Hyuk decided to tell his parents about what happened today. Dad, someone came to the house earlier. He recounted everything to his parents. The two of them were very panicked after hearing it. Dad's face showed obvious worry. It seemed there was something behind this appearance. Dad angrily slammed the table and stood up abruptly. Those bastards. Mom also hurriedly continued. Are you okay? Are you hurt? I am sorry. I have been away from home for too long. Jin Hyuk replied, we are okay, Mom. He quietly looked towards Dad, but Dad looks really angry. I should not have said anything. After that incident, Mom and Dad never mentioned the incident again. As usual, Jin Hyuk came home from school and greeted his parents, but today no one responded. Jin Hyuk went into the house and saw Dad talking on the phone. Oh Ji-jun, is everything okay? Lately, I have been that strange feeling of tension had not disappeared. Perhaps everyone was still secretly thinking about what happened that day. Jin Hyuk just stood outside waiting for Dad to finish talking. After that, as usual, he went out for a run with Jang Goon. Today, he even ran into the two people from the other day on the way. What should we do now? I do not know either. Even so, he did not pay too much attention. Jin Hyuk continued running and quickly returned home. I am home. This time, Dad was already sitting waiting for him in the living room. Oh, Jin Hyuk, you are back, that is perfect. Let us play Go. It has been a long time. Jin Hyuk was a little surprised. Then he quickly obeyed, sitting down to play Go with Dad. Jin Hyuk asked Dad while playing. Is something different at our house today? I saw two people leave, carrying a box of juice. Those two guys hurriedly ran away from his house. Dad was startled and asked. Did you see them? He replied. No, I only saw them on the way home. Dad rubbed the back of his neck wearily and replied. Oh my, they came to apologize. I did not want you to meet the people who threatened you, so I chased them away. Do you want to hear their apology? I will call them back. Jin Hyuk immediately refused Dad's suggestion. No need. I do not want to meet them either. Did you call Uncle Ji-jun because of that? Hearing this, Dad crossed his arms confidently and replied, I am not going to ask my friend for help just because of this. I can handle it myself. Jin Hyuk asked curiously. So how did you handle it? This question was unexpected, causing him to freeze for a few seconds. Jin Hyuk stammered and continued. Dad, you did not do anything illegal, did you? His dad immediately affirmed. Wait, no, completely legal. So how did you resolve it? I am just curious. With no other choice, Dad had to tell Jin Hyuk. Well, first I called the county police chief. Then I called the regional congressman's office. Then the county commissioner, and even the director of the agricultural cooperative. I might have even called the battalion commander. I only called a few places. Haha, I am so embarrassed. Jin Hyuk could not believe his ears. How far did Dad go? Isn't Dad just a well-informed farmer with a little land? How far do his connections extend? He will probably call the president. But this time, Jin Hyuk learned an important lesson. To live a normal life, he had to have the power to protect that normality, and that power had nothing to do with fists or violence. Cut to Daegu train station. As soon as Jin Hyuk arrived, he called to report the news to his parents. Yes Mom, I have arrived in Daegu. Huh, no, nothing happened. Really. Someone is coming soon. Don't worry too much. But Jin Hyuk, you must be sad that you can't go with your friends from Taeyang Elementary School, right? It is okay, Mom. I am fine. In fact, Taeyang Elementary School was originally selected to compete in the national finals. But during practice, Sulchen injured his leg. He said he would recover before the competition, but Kim Young-tae decided to withdraw the team from the competition. So Daesung Elementary School, the team that came in second in the relay qualifiers, was promoted to replace them. After that, Kim Young-tae also spoke to him privately. He had spoken to their coach, so you, Jin Hyuk, will still compete in the individual running event. Huh. Just me. I have been training so hard. It would be a waste if I did not get to compete, but do not make such a pitiful face. It is not your fault that Sulchen got injured. That is unavoidable. You are not a shrinking turtle. Hold your head high, and if you also drop out, the others will feel even worse. So go out there and run your best. Kim Young-tae had said that, so he had no way to refuse. That is why Jin Hyuk came to Daegu alone. At this time, a student came to call him. He quickly said goodbye to his mother. Oh Mom, I have to go now. He hung up and quickly left with that student. As soon as he saw the two of them, the head coach snapped angrily. You idiot, can't you walk faster? The boy with Jin Hyuk stuttered. Sorry, he had no good feelings for this person. He was the coach of the Daesung Elementary School athletic team. He was always scolding. He also often hit them. The boy with Jin Hyuk was also a victim of him. Let us go Jin Hyuk, or we will be late. Fortunately, he had never laid a hand on Jin Hyuk because he was a student from another, but under his guidance, everyone isolated him. Perhaps because Jin Hyuk was better than his students, he was jealous. The boy who had come with Jin Hyuk earlier had left with the group, but seeing that he had not followed, the boy looked back worried, but that boy was quickly pulled back by his classmate, reminding him, what is wrong? Want to get scolded again? This was one of the most obvious signs. Just talking to him would get them scolded, even beaten. Jin Hyuk did not blame the kids either. He understood why they were avoiding him, because they had to watch the coach's face, but this method normalized violence, and then when they grew up, they would continue that cycle. Being isolated, Jin Hyuk had long been used to it. In his previous life, he was always alone, but he kept thinking about the kids at Taeyang Elementary School. He wished that everyone could have come together, practice, camping. Everything would have been much more fun. Instead of preparing with such a heavy heart like this, it could have been another beautiful memory, like in Gongju. Everything would be great if that were true. Just as he was immersed in thought, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. Son Jin Hyuk. He turned around in surprise. In front of him was teacher Young-tae and the Taeyang team. That is right, it is really Son Jin Hyuk. Wow, it has been so long. How have you been lately? Looking at the people in front of him, Jin Hyuk could not help but be stunned. Huh? Why are they here? Jibom quickly caught on to his expression and told the teacher, Teacher. Jin Hyuk is so surprised. Jibom and Byong-taek immediately questioned Jin Hyuk's expression. Why do you look like you have seen a ghost? It seems like Jin Hyuk is very scared. We showed up without any warning. He then asked, you guys, how did you get here? What about school? Isn't today a school day? Jibom replied with a smile. We heard you were going to compete, so we begged and pleaded until we were allowed to go. In fact, those two had clung to teacher Young-tae and would not let go, so he agreed. Sulcheon could not come because his leg still hurt. Hearing the two kids say that, teacher Young-tae was helpless. He continued, these kids are too stubborn. Actually, it is normal for athletes to watch these kinds of competitions. But back to the main point, Jin Hyuk. Are you okay? Jin Hyuk felt the concern that he had not felt in a long time. He was a little stunned. Not only that, but he also met the people he wanted to meet, so the answer was definitely, yes. Very good, Jin Hyuk said, not forgetting to give an even more excited smile. The group continued to walk and talk. Byong-taek walked beside him and said, oh, that is right, we met your dad at the rest stop on the way here. Hearing this, he could not help but be confused when he did not see his dad. Then why did not my dad come with you? Byong-taek replied, he said he had to get gas, so he asked us to go ahead and tell you that he is coming. Hearing this, Jin Hyuk dared to breathe a sigh of relief. So he is just late. That is a relief. Really, how did people live back in the day without phones? Speaking of his dad, Jibimum remembered the food. The udon he bought us was really delicious, right? Yeah, it was really delicious. At this time, teacher Young-tae remembered. He glanced at Jin Hyuk and asked, but Jin Hyuk, is it okay for you to wander around alone like this? I mean, without any teachers accompanying you? Is it okay to leave without permission? He replied without hesitation. It is okay. The coach does not pay much attention to me. Teacher Young-tae was a little surprised. What? Jin Hyuk replied as if it did not matter. Maybe because I am from a different school. But these words made teacher Young-tae even more surprised. He suddenly grabbed his hand and asked further. Jin Hyuk, could it be that you are being ignored just because you are from a different school? He quickly shook his head, but Young-tae still did not believe it. He pressed on. Really, are you not hiding anything? He kept the same answer. I am okay teacher. Teacher Youngtae now admitted, I only found out after letting you go to the competition that coach is known for being terrible. If I had known earlier, I would not have let you participate. And you are not the type to lie, so I will believe that you are really okay. But if anything happens, you must tell me. Got it. At this moment, the boy who had been scolded by Coach Lee earlier came back to find him. Jin Hyuk, our group is about to compete. Oh, I am coming. That boy, even though he had been scolded, did not avoid him. He even waited for Jin Hyuk to come and go with him. He happily waved to him. This moment made Jin Hyuk feel a little heartache for the wounds on his body. The large stadium had begun to get lively. The 12th National City and Provincial Athletics Competition for the Ministry of Culture, Sports, and Youth Cup. All the teams had arrived on the field. Everyone was focused on preparing for the upcoming match. Jin Hyuk was no exception. Teacher Youngtae's group had gone to the stands to cheer him on, but his dad still had not arrived. Jin Hyuk smiled and waved to them. Seeing him greet everyone, Coach Lee immediately showed his displeasure. Seriously, do they always have to stand out like that? His voice was not small, and it was clear he wanted Jin Hyuk to hear him. At the same time, the student from before ran up to him and asked curiously, is that your family? Did your family come to cheer you on? That is so nice. No, my dad has not come yet. Those are the athletes from Taeyang Elementary School. Aha, you competed in the qualifiers with Taeyang, right? Are you guys close? They even came all the way here to cheer you on. Seeing the boy talking to Jin Hyuk, Coach Lee shouted loudly, Kim Heenam, you little brat, are you planning to keep getting distracted like that? Are you going or not? This bunch is useless. Focus on the match. Heenam hurriedly ran back to the team. Jin Hyuk was still very puzzled. Why does he keep trying to talk to me? He should know that talking to me will only get him scolded. Or does he feel sorry for me? Anyway, I am the only one here from another school, and it seems like even the head coach does not like me. I know they are uncomfortable being scolded because of me. There is no need to try to talk to me. I am used to it. I am used to being alone. Even though he thought that, he was sure that deep down, Jin Hyuk did not want that to happen. After all, being alone is not good at all. Teacher Youngtae, who was in the stands, had also clearly seen what was happening. He was very surprised. Very quickly the stands were filled with spectators. The referee also started working. Get into position, get ready, run. As always, Jin Hyuk took the lead in just a moment. Everyone cheered enthusiastically. This race could not make things difficult for Jin Hyuk. He once again touched the finish line first. Cheers immediately rang out from all directions. The referee immediately announced, ladies and gentlemen present at the stadium, a new record has been set today in the men's 100-meter event. Compared to the previous record, this is a significant step forward. Teacher Youngtae proudly shouted from the stands. Wow, that is son Jin Hyuk. He is amazing. Is that your son? He runs so well. Oh no, he is not my son. Oh ha, does not look like it at all. At the same time, in the seats below, Jibum and Byungtaek were not paying much attention to the results, but were only concerned about Jin Hyuk's mood. Something's wrong with Jin Hyuk, right? You feel it too. He looks like he does not want to be here. Yeah, when he ran with us, he looked like he was flying. In fact, Jin Hyuk was really having psychological problems. He could not feel anything, no longer happy or excited like during the qualifiers. He had never felt so bored when running. This time, no one ran over to celebrate the victory with him. But then he suddenly looked up at Jibum's group. Jin Hyuk, look at us. Jin Hyuk, you are the best. It seemed that this small thing had given him some hope. He immediately straightened his mind. No, wait, I can't be like this. Everyone has come all the way here to cheer me on. I have to try my best. At this time, the voice of that Coach Lee rang out again in a sarcastic tone. Hey, you guys, how can a country bumpkin surpass you kids who only know how to eat, practice, and run all day? If that is all you are good for, then quit. You are useless. Kim Heenam slumped to the ground, covering his face. There was chatter around him. What is going on? Isn't that the kid who ran the 100 meters earlier? Was he hit? Oh my god, what should we do now? Jin Hyuk did not expect him to be able to do this in front of so many people. The whispering continued incessantly. Oh my gosh, what is that? Did he hit him? He hit his own student. How pitiful. What should we do now? Jin Hyuk was also facing a mental struggle. Should I intervene? But he was hit because of me. If I rush out, no, it will be okay. Even if it is not me, there will be someone else. Even though he thought that feeling still made him feel like he was being tortured. The athletes did not dare to stand up to stop him. Everyone was just standing there pointing and saying, that coach is really hot-tempered, but no matter what to treat a student like that. The words from those people had reached his ears. He immediately growled loudly, get up. This is not your living room. How long are you going to lie there? The referee quickly eased the atmosphere. Sorry for the incident on the field just now. The afternoon match will begin at 2 o'clock. Athletes and spectators, please. Jabom and Byungtaek felt even more worried for Jin Hyuk after witnessing this scene. Is Daesong Elementary School okay? Does that teacher treat Jin Hyuk like that? After the commotion ended, his dad arrived. He hurried over and asked, oh my, Jin Hyuk, are you okay? I am late, sorry. Son? It is okay dad. At lunch, Jin Hyuk had lunch with his dad and teacher Youngtae's group. While eating, dad asked him directly, Jin Hyuk, What do you think of the head coach? I just hope you have a good experience and meet good people. Teacher Youngtae continued. He is crazy. No matter how badly they compete, you can't hit your students in front of so many people. Dad could not help but panic after hearing this. What? Jin Hyuk immediately reassured him. Dad, I am okay. He has never hit or scolded me. Dad's face still looked a little unbelievable. Teacher Youngtae sighed after hearing this. According to Jin Hyuk, the head coach does not even pay attention to him. I do not know whether to feel relieved or worried. Jin Hyuk still said firmly, don't worry about me. I do not care about things like that. Although practice is a little disappointing, but in the match, he was interrupted by Dad before he could finish his sentence. Ajin of hurts, nothing hurts people as much as being ignored. Even if you say you are okay, you might be hurt inside. These words from Dad left him speechless. In fact, what he said was not wrong at all. From that moment on, he also felt that the meal was no longer delicious. The afternoon had arrived. The referee continued to announce, the men's 200-meter final will begin in a few minutes. Those of you who are watching, please. This time, Kim Heenam did not compete. He sat inside watching Jin Hyuk. Even though he was still concerned, Jin Hyuk tried to reassure himself. Let us just focus on this match. This is the last race. Give it your all and do not leave any regrets. Get into position, get ready. The starting pistol rang out. The four athletes immediately started. Cheers were heard everywhere. Take a deep breath until your chest hurts, and feel the track bounce back under each kick of your feet. There was nothing left in his head, only the sound of his heartbeat and the feeling that he was alive. This was how Jin Hyuk competed. It was still him, the first to cross the finish line. 200 meters in just 23.17 seconds. A new record. Jin Hyuk's dad immediately shouted, well done my son. Everyone was happy for him, except for Coach Lee, who showed his dislike. What is this? The referee continued to announce. Ladies and gentlemen, after the record in the men's 100-meter event, another national record has just been set in the men's 200-meter event. Wow, maybe no one will break this record in the next 30 years. It needs to be confirmed in Seoul. But that is right. So could this be the Carl Lewis of Korea? Jin Hyuk proudly waved to everyone. The two referees at the organizing table were still discussing. Come on, that is impossible. In Korea, track and field does not get much investment. The kids who start with this sport eventually switch to baseball or football. What a pity. This record is truly extraordinary. At this time, Heenam excitedly ran to Jin Hyuk. Congratulations on coming in first. You are really good. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Hyuk immediately reminded him. Come on, if you talk to me, the coach will scold you again. Why do you keep talking to me? We are not even friends. Heenam hesitantly replied. You are probably right, but Jin Hyuk, you came here alone, from another school. It must be lonely to be all alone, and when I saw you run, it was really impressive and cool, to the point where I even wanted to run too, so I just wanted to say congratulations. After this competition, I won't be able to see you again, right? As for the coach, scolding me, I am used to it. Anyway, it was really nice to meet you. Take care, Jin Hyuk. Heenam finished speaking and left, giving Jin Hyuk no chance to respond to his feelings. Jin Hyuk now understood that being alone would make him feel lonely. Because I know how painful my own wounds are, I can recognize the wounds of others. Perhaps the way to overcome violence was not resistance, but small acts of kindness like this. At this time, reporters quickly approached him for an interview. Son Jin Hyuk, you broke 2 records in this competition. How do you feel right now? I think this is the result of trying my best. At the same time, Dad was constantly taking pictures in the back, capturing this proud memory of Jin Hyuk. The reporter smiled and praised him. You said this is your first interview, but you are answering very calmly and confidently. Was there anything particularly difficult during the preparation process? I think it is due to the behavior of some coaches. During practice, the other athletes were often compared to me, and were treated unfairly because of it. I understand that I could also be treated like that, and those bad things could be passed on to future generations. I do not think physical punishment, under the guise of training talent, is acceptable. The disappointment I feel with those coaches who lack understanding, in such a sensitive stage, is hard to put into words. After the interview, Jin Hyuk told Dad to go home. You probably do not want to watch the closing ceremony, right? Yes sir. Everyone, including teacher Kim and the other teachers, had already gotten on the bus. At this time, while sitting in the car, Dad continued to question him. Jin Hyuk, do you like track and field? Jin Hyuk did not answer. He asked back, what about you Dad? Do you like me running track and field? Dad replied, as long as you want to, I will always support you. That is why I work so hard. You like cheering me on, right? Tell the truth. Yeah, it feels really great. Jin Hyuk, if you want to do it, then do it. If you do not want to, then you do not have to. No matter what path you choose, I have the ability to support you. He finally gave Dad an answer. If I do not have to transfer to another school, then I still want to continue participating in track and field competitions. Alright, I will look into that. Ji-jun is quite knowledgeable in this area. Jin Hyuk vaguely remembered. Chairman Hong Ji-jun. In my previous life, the Sake Group Sports Fund was run by Yu Sarah. Right. At the same time, a mysterious man, who is now on the air, was also watching his interview. He watched very carefully. His answers were really not like the thinking of an elementary school child, using the excuse of developing talent, and then beating young athletes. Watching the news, the man in front of the TV sighed. Oh my. This incident can't be contained anymore. This is information from a local station. Is this a broadcasting station? After watching, he immediately made a phone call to Hong Ji-jun. Hello, yes, have you gone to Japan? That is great. Yes, thanks to you. By the way, I have something I want to ask you to do again. I want to do a report on the reality of physical violence against sports trainees. The man calmly replied, yeah, leave it to the TV station. We will cover the operating costs and advertising fees for them. Yes, then I will ask you to do it. With that, he hung up. At this time, he smiled with satisfaction. After that, Hong Ji-jun told Yusara about Jin Hyuk winning the award. She could not help but be surprised. Jin Hyuk won a gold medal. He is really good. Come to think of it, he was running around with a dog all summer. Is he planning to pursue track and field? Who knows? Jin Hyuk won a gold medal. Why do not you try learning some basic techniques? Me? What do I know about sports? I will help you. This is the time to take advantage of a knowledgeable husband. Yu Sarah's immediately showed a suspicious expression. Seeing that, Hong Ji-jun had to continue. Mom said flower exhibitions are boring for in-laws. How about we try nurturing and supporting future sports talents? Yusara glanced at him and replied, that does not sound bad, but what are you planning to do? Set up a fund. Hong Ji-jun immediately stated his purpose. To do business for the long term, you really need a fund, but what I am aiming for is a star. A star? Do you mean like a celebrity, with a manager and everything? Do you think Jin Hyo has that potential? Ji-jun confidently replied, if you combine management and training, the promotional effect will be huge, and the reputation will skyrocket for the future of national sports. Thank you Yusara for supporting and training athletes. Thank you Yusara. It is not just about reputation, you can also be known as the mother of basic Korean sports. This flattering suggestion was irresistible to Yusara. Hong Ji-jun continued, it does not have to be Jin Hyuk. Other athletes are fine too. Any sport is okay. We have plenty of time. We can choose slowly. I will support you. As soon as the words ended, the phone rang. Yusara immediately ran out. Now is not the time to be lazy. The phone. This expression meant that she had agreed with Hong Ji-jun. There was no stopping her now. Not long after, Soo-jong's family came to Jin Hyuk's house to play again. Soo-jong and her mom, along with Jin Hyuk and his mom, went to the back of the house to look at the flowers. Jin Hyuk's mom asked the little girl kindly, Soo-jong, shall we dye the begonias? The playful little girl replied, Mom, even uses expensive nail polish to dye them. Sarah immediately explained to the little girl, you do not know, do you? They say that if the dye color lasts until the first snow, your first love will come true. Hearing that, Soo-jong immediately jumped up. Really? I want to do it. After that, she turned to beg Jin Hyuk. Appa, Jin Hyuk, do it with me. If it is not you, then do it with me. Yusara understood what her daughter meant just by looking. She tilted her head and teased. You really like Jin Hyuk, huh? Jin Hyuk, what will you do if Soo-jong asks for a kiss? He was immediately scared by Yusara's question. What are you talking about? What, you are not going to do anything? I am not doing anything. Little Soo-jong turned around and questioned him after hearing this. Appa Jin Hyuk, why won't you kiss me? Why won't you do it? Jin Hyuk bluntly replied. Simply because I won't. Why should I kiss you? These words hurt Soo-jong, and she immediately moved away from Jin Hyuk. Her arm tightened. Soo-jong pushed him to the ground and then ran away sadly. Appa. I hate you. This scene made Jin Hyuk even more stunned. His eyes followed her in a panic. Then he looked towards Mom and Yusara. What is this? After leaving, Soo-jong ran to the beach. She just sat silently on the rocks. Jin Hyuk finally found her. He went over and sat next to her. Soo-jong, let us go home. It is almost dinner time. Soo-jong did not respond. She remained silent. Jin Hyuk looked at her in confusion. Her eyes are red. Was she so shocked that I rejected her? I know this is not the time to think about random things, but looking at her like this reminds me of Hong Soo-jong from the past. In my previous life, she would sometimes sit alone in the office with the same expression. Jin Hyuk did not know the reason, but he did not want to see Vice President Hong's face like that, so sometimes he would try to talk to her. At this time, Jin Hyuk suddenly asked, Soo-jong, are you angry because I did not ask for a kiss? Do you hate me? She asked sullenly. He awkwardly explained, it is not because I hate you. I like you like a little sister. Soo-jong still did not understand. But you kiss Yujin. Yujin is my real sister and she is young. But I am young too. Yeah, you are young, but, I mean, those things should not be done when other people are around. It is a secret between us. Soo-jong excitedly asked. So if it is just the two of us, you will ask for a kiss. But in response to her feelings, Jin Hyuk still answered no. She exploded and shouted, "Ah, why, it is just the two of us now. You kiss Yujin. So why do not you kiss me? Yujin is your sister, so I will be your sister too. No, I do not want you to be my sister. If you are my sister, we can't get married. This kid is really smart." After a while, Soo Jong finally calmed down. She asked Jin Hyuk again, "I do not understand. You said you like me, so why do not you kiss me?" Jin Hyuk ruffled her hair and explained, "I do not like you like that." "Never mind, forget it." She did not react like she did before. Soo Jong just asked gently, "So you do not hate me? Right? Yeah, I like you." Jin Hyuk complied and replied, "I like you." As soon as the words ended, her hand touched his face. The distance became closer and closer. She really kissed Jin Hyuk. He did not even push her away. Having achieved her goal, Soo Jong was very pleased. Only Jin Hyuk was like a motionless piece of wood at this time. Soo Jong immediately ran away. "I am going to brag to mom right now." "What the heck? Hey, Hong Soo Jong." Jin Hyuk collapsed. He did not expect his first kiss to be stolen so easily. Chairman Hong is going to kill me in this life, but oh well, at least the kid cheered up. I still think a smiling face suits her better. That night, when he returned home, the whole family knew about it. Soo Jong was now pressing leaves on her fingers to create color. The incident from earlier was still a topic of interest for the whole family. Jin Hyuk really kissed her. Boys usually do not do those kinds of things. His friends will probably tease him relentlessly. Soo Jong kept insisting on kissing him. In his previous life, Hong Soo Jong went abroad to study around this time. Now there was not much time left before they met again during the holidays. Having some memories before parting was not bad either. Yu Sarah suddenly asked, "Oh, by the way, Jin Hyuk is going to middle school soon, right? Do you have any plans? What do you want to do? Does this family have a habit of asking about other people's careers?" Jin Hyuk wondered to himself. Before he could answer, Mom spoke first. Jin Hyuk said his dream is to live with his family for a long, long time. Yu Sarah was a little surprised to hear that. "What, isn't this age the time when you want to do all sorts of things? Didn't he win 2 gold medals at the national competition last time? Have you ever thought about pursuing sports? I will help you." Jin Hyuk immediately understood the problem. Chairman Hong said last time that he was considering the sports field. It seems they are looking for a talent to set up a sports fund. So Chairman Hong will set up the fund, and Yu Sarah will be in charge of operating it. Jin Hyuk understood, but he did not want to follow their lead. He said with a smile, "It is just like what my mom said. I just want to live a peaceful life." That night passed just like that. A new day came. Little Yujin could say more these days. "Good morning." Jin Hyuk carried little Yujin and took a watermelon to Mikyoung's house. The two accidentally met Taeyang. "Good morning. Are you home? Good morning." Jin Hyuk and Yujin, "What brings you here?" "Mom told us to bring you a watermelon." "Oh, a watermelon." Taeyang received the watermelon and little Yujin said good morning again. Who could resist this cuteness? Taeyang was no exception. He smiled and praised, "Yujin has been talking a lot lately. I do not know where she learned those ways of talking. Oh well, she will grow up and stop doing that." Jin Hyuk thought to himself. Yujin could only say a few sentences to call Jin Hyuk, call dad, and say good morning. Seeing Taeyang digging sand, Jin Hyuk asked curiously, "What are you doing this morning?" "Ah, I am setting up a temporary wrestling ring. The training center and dormitory are being rebuilt." "Yeah. Someone donated, so they are now building a new one with the most modern technology. But the old training area can't be used during that time, so I am temporarily training at home." Taeyang said that, and he could imagine the terrible image. "Yeah, that place was a rusty corrugated iron shed when I graduated from middle school." After that, Jin Hyuk asked, "Do you know who donated?" Taeyang scratched his head and replied, "The coach said it is not clear. Some people say it is an alumnus, and some people say it is someone from this area. I heard it is even the principal of a university. Anyway, it is just a rumor." Taeyang's answer made him suspicious. "Are you kidding me? So it is a successful alumnus of Taeyang High School, who is now a university principal, who sponsored the rebuilding of the training center. But in reality, there are many successful people who return to donate to their hometown or former school. It is also possible that the university has a wrestling team that invests in developing athletes." Then Jin Hyuk suddenly remembered something. He asked, "Who have you been training with lately?" Taeyang seemed to understand what he meant. He replied, "Wow, that is a good question." After that, little Yujin was given ice cream to eat on the side, and Taeyang and Jin Hyuk went up to the wrestling ring together. But what Taeyang did not expect was that Jin Hyuk was very strong. "I lost again. How many times is that?" Mikyoung asked. While taking a rest, Jin Hyuk revealed Taeyang's shortcomings to him. When the opponent reads your move, you have to use technique to deceive them, not just rely on strength. You keep trying to use strength to lift the opponent. If they resist or counterattack, like just now, you will get trapped in your own strength. Taeyang did not argue at all. He immediately admitted his mistake. "Yeah, that is true." But, Jin Hyuk continued, "People with short and weak legs usually do not use moves to lift the opponent as their signature move." "Yeah, that is right." Maybe I should go dig up sweet potatoes instead of pulling rubber bands. Looking at his expression, Jin Hyuk felt a little guilty. He asked, you did not lose this much back then, right? Taeyang replied. Well, probably. I even went to the national competition. Even when I was sparring with the 12th graders, I always won. Jin Hyuk also secretly acknowledged. Yeah, that is true. Your technique, like lifting and sweeping, is very solid, but the distribution of weight and strength is not quite right. In return, your natural height and strength help you overcome that. Even if the technique is not perfect, you can still do. After thinking for a moment, Jin Hyuk stood up again. Let us fight again. I have only been countering you so far. This time, I will use a move. Analyze it yourself. So the two of them continued to fight. As soon as the match started, Jin Hyuk immediately attacked, not just countering like the previous match. Taeyang also immediately recognized a push-down move. He hurriedly shifted his weight to his right leg to support his body, but even though he tried to tense his muscles, his whole body continued to be pushed back, causing sand to fly everywhere. Taeyang still could not counter Jin Hyuk. Another loud crash rang out, and sand flew everywhere. Taeyang fell to the ground. He lay on the ground in a daze, thinking, that is strange, I have lost 5 matches already, but it feels extremely satisfying, seeing Taeyang lying there. Jin Hyuk asked with concern, are you okay? He then sat up and said, Jin Hyuk, can I ask you a favor? Oh, what is it? The favor I want to ask is, to be my sparring partner until the training center is rebuilt. The two had fought many matches. Taeyang sadly complained, oh my, I could not win any matches today. In the past, Choi Taeyang had reached the title of Baekdu Jungsa, but that path was not easy at all. Mikyoung sighed every time she mentioned her brother, saying that his knees were constantly injured. Thinking about it, Jin Hyuk was quite worried about Taeyang. He shook his head and reminded, don't gain too much weight. How do you know I am trying to gain weight? Everyone knows wrestlers have to gain weight. It is not a secret, you should win with technique. Gaining too much weight will put pressure on your joints. But my joints are still okay? They are okay now, because you are still young and lightweight, so it is okay. Speaking of which, I heard that the wrestling competition will change the rules next year. Really? How will it change? I heard that anyone can sign up to participate. If that is the case, then you do not need to try to gain weight to try your hand, right? I only heard rumors, so I am not sure. And I am always confused with the Japki throwing move. That move is basically the same as the lifting and throwing move. Maybe you are confused because you can't keep up when the opponent changes positions. I should show you a gap to see if you can perform it successfully. Alright, from now on, I will let you use techniques on me freely. Sorry. It is okay, thank you. By the way, Jin Hyuk, where did you learn wrestling? No, I mean, you explain the techniques very clearly, and you point out my mistakes very quickly too. Sometimes I think you are even more sensitive than our coaches. Jin Hyuk was flustered. Well, Jin Hyuk's friend's older brother used to participate in competitions, so he watched and learned. But he could not answer that way, so Jin Hyuk had to change his answer a little. Ah, did you watch it on TV? I also listened to the competition commentary very carefully. Taeyeon was even more amazed to hear that. You learned all those things just by listening to the commentary. You are really— It is like how MMA fighters say they learned how to fight through action movies. Jin Hyuk must be like that. Seeing Jin Hyuk digging sand, Taeyang asked in surprise, isn't it time for you to go running? Just one more match. Jin Hyuk suggested. Taeyang naturally did not refuse. He said with a smile. Okay, the wrestling practice that was initially intended to last until the training center was rebuilt eventually lasted until the autumn of that year. The two of them trained together every day. Taeyang's technique was finally improved. Another loud crash rang out. But this time, the loser was not Taeyang, but Jin Hyuk. Taeyang was also stunned. Jin Hyuk lost. Did you eat sand? Did you win? Mikyoung asked from afar. Taeyang still had not processed the situation. Even though he lost, his face was radiant. He had not even reached out to congratulate Taeyang yet. Congratulations, Hong, you won. He grabbed Jin Hyuk's hand and pulled him up. Taeyang's whole body involuntarily trembled, but not because he was tired, but because he was happy. Taeyang proudly shouted, I won. Not only that, but he also picked Jin Hyuk up to celebrate. And then, when winter came, Taeyang reported that he had won at the national competition, along with a thank you gift. At this time, Jin Hyuk's family was preparing to go somewhere. Dad anxiously asked, Jin Hyuk, have you finished packing? Yes. Where are Mom and Yujin? They went ahead. Sujong's family also went straight to the school. Let us go. The two quickly arrived at the school. Mom and Yujin were waiting for them there. And today was Jin Hyuk's elementary school graduation ceremony. Not far away, Sujong's family also appeared. Dad also went to greet her family. You came early. Was the trip okay? Hong Ji-jun replied, yeah, I got here faster than I thought. Let us go inside. The kids must be cold. While the adults were talking, Sujong went to Jin Hyuk and excitedly showed off. Appa, look. The color on my touch-me-nots is still there. He glanced at her fingers, which were still a little red, and exclaimed, oh my, you still have a lot left. Mine has almost completely faded. The little girl excitedly added, my mom painted a layer of clear top coat on it. Using that, the color lasts longer, and if it lasts until the first snow, the first love wish will come true, right? Jin Hagen, instead of stopping her, smiled gently. He smiled and ruffled her hair, saying, yeah, probably. At this time, the school announcement rang out. Ah, well then, we will now begin the graduation ceremony of Yudong Elementary School. Both families stood together waiting for Jin Hyuk's memorable moment. The two words attention, salute, were shouted. Jin Hyuk, Mikyoung, and all the students placed their hands on their chests, their eyes looking up at the national flag with pride. Next, the teacher in charge said, attention. Next, we will proceed with the awards ceremony. The students whose names are called, please come forward. Kang Jinsu, Kang Jaesuk, Kim Mie. Many names were called up in turn. Ah, and Sun Jin Hyuk. He quickly replied, present. The classmates walked up to the podium in turn. Finally, it was Jin Hyuk's turn. Sun Jin Hyuk. This student has not missed a single day for 6 years, so he is awarded the Perfect Attendance Award. For participating in many competitions and enhancing the school's reputation, this student is awarded the School Development and Contribution Award. In addition, for excellent performance in Korean, math, social studies, science, English, physical education, and ethics, Yudong Elementary School awards the Honor Award, and the local committee awards a scholarship. Jin Hyuk's awards piled up into a thick stack. His parents proudly said, it is a good thing we drove a car. Jin Hyuk took the stack of awards to the side. He walked and thought to himself, I heard they are even short on the number of graduation albums. Dad will probably be very happy. How many awards did I get in total? After the awards ceremony for him, the teacher in charge continued to lead the ceremony. Next is the farewell speech from the 5th grade representative. Classmate Yoonju stepped up and began her speech. Hello, I am Shin Yoonju, the 5th grade representative. To the older students, remember to study hard in middle school. And remember to be careful when eating and drinking, so you do not have to take deworming medicine. Take a clean bath, take care of your health, and study hard. Next is the response speech from the graduating student representative. Please come up to the podium. Jin Hyuk quickly asked the teacher to hold his awards, then he stepped up to the podium again, holding the microphone in his hand. Jin Hyuk spoke clearly, hello everyone, I am Sun Jin Hyuk, the 6th grade representative, giving the response speech at today's graduation ceremony. The world is vast, but the world we live in is small. Like our home, like our town, this school is also a small world that we live in. This world is like a fence surrounding us. We cannot forever live inside that small fence, so we must step out into the larger world, but that fence also protects us. In that small fence, along with wonderful teachers, and kind friends, we have grown up in happiness. Now we leave this warm fence to enter the vast world. Thank you to the teachers who have protected and taught us with all their love until today. The speech ended perfectly, and applause rang out. The ceremony quickly ended. Jin Hyuk returned to his family. Little Soo-jong brought a bouquet of flowers to give him. Appa, congratulations on graduating. Seeing him holding the big bouquet of flowers, everyone could not help but laugh. Look at Jin Hyuk, he is buried in flowers. If you take a picture, you will only see the flowers and not his face. At this time, Dad turned to ask Uncle Ji-jun, what should we eat for lunch? Today's graduation, let us eat black bean noodles. Want a bowl? Uncle Ji-jun replied, people in Seoul do not eat black bean noodles anymore. Let us eat fried pork cutlet. This dish immediately made Jin Hyuk's face darken. Soo-jong asked blankly, what is wrong? Oppa, Dad did not respond to Uncle Ji-jun. He picked up the camera and said, hey everyone, stand in for a picture. Soo-jong happily took Jin Hyuk's arm. At this time, Mikyoung and Taeyang also passed by. She spoke up, oh, Soo-jong is here too. As soon as she heard Mikyoung's voice, Soo-jong felt uneasy, but not many people paid attention to the little girl's expression. Jin Hyuk suggested, Mikyoung, you want to take a picture with us? Mikyoung replied, oh really, thank you. Mikyoung immediately went over and took his arm, saying, it is too cold outside. Aren't you cold? Jin Hyuk awkwardly replied, it is because I do not have enough muscle. I told you, you should run with us in the spring to get healthier. Mikyoung immediately refused. I said no. From the moment Mikyoung appeared, Soo-jong had changed from a happy state to a sad one. Now her eyes were even filled with tears. Jin Hyuk quickly noticed. He asked with concern, Soo-jong, are you cold too? Why are you shivering? The little girl hurriedly avoided their gazes. The three of them had stood in position. Dad reminded. Alright, look here. Take a picture now. 1, 2, 3. Mikyoung and little Soo-jong grabbed Jin Hyuk's arm. Jin Hyuk gave a bright smile, closing a chapter in his reborn life. February 1992, a season that makes people feel that the world has changed. Sometime later, Jin Hyuk was about to enroll in middle school. He was getting his hair cut by mom. While that was happening, Jin Hyuk sat and read the newspaper. Political parties are springing up like mushrooms, more than 1,000 candidates. Are people really that in love with power? Living a normal life is best, he thought. Mom helped him cut his hair and said sadly, I can't believe my son has grown up this much and is preparing to go to middle school. Speaking of middle school, Jin Hyuk could not help but have some thoughts. A place where instinctive children will compete for power, starting to rank each other. Where strength becomes power. I have to control my strength carefully. I want to graduate without being noticed. Mom's face suddenly changed. A white spot appeared on his head. Mom asked in confusion, Jin Hyuk, you probably can't wear hats to school anymore, right? He still did not know anything, and innocently replied, yeah, why? It is nothing. Later, Mom and son finally finished. Seeing him come out, Dad asked with a smile, Jin Hyuk, did you get a haircut? Seeing his new appearance, Dad exclaimed, wow, it looks neat. You look ready to go to the military. After that, Dad did not hesitate to give him a song. Leaving home on the train, the day I leave for military service. At this time, Jin Hyuk noticed the appearance of his younger sister. Yujin, unlike usual, she did not run to him today, but just stood in a corner. Just as Jin Hyuk was about to go hug her, Yujin said, not Appa, not my Appa. With that, she ran away. Jin Hyuk hurriedly explained, Yujin, it is me, it is me. Jin Hyuk chased after her. As a reflex, his gaze turned to his parents. Dad then discovered a white tuft on the back of his head. Mom hurriedly signaled to be quiet. Very quickly, the new school year had arrived. Jin Hyuk arrived at Taeyang Middle School and entered the classroom. Jin Hyuk's appearance this year was completely different from previous years. A student with a neat buzz cut. The classroom was full of laughter and chatter. Jin Hyuk entered the classroom alone. He looked around. Hasn't he come yet? The wrestling team is practicing on the first day of school. He had just sat down when a thug rushed into the classroom and said arrogantly, hey class, which bastard just punched? He pointed at Jin Hyuk and asked, who are you? Never seen your face before. Are you from somewhere else? Jin Hyuk was a little startled. What the heck? Cursing as soon as we meet. The thug kicked his desk. What are you looking at? Say something. At this time, another voice rang out. Oh Jongdae, you do not want to mess with him. Jin Hyuk was a little surprised. He turned his eyes to find the owner of that voice. It was none other than Sul-shun. He continued to warn Jongdae, you better not touch him. His words inevitably offended the thug. He ignored Jin Hyuk and went to the door. What? What did you say? He approached and grabbed Sul-chun's collar, questioning him. Do you know that guy? Who is he that dares to order us around? Jongdae had only said that much when a hand from behind suddenly rested on his shoulder. He cried out in pain. Jin Hyuk then spoke. Take that hand off. Jongdae immediately relented. Okay, your hand, but Jin Hyuk did not give him a chance to negotiate. He glared and said, I said take it off. The thug was immediately intimidated by his aura. He took his hand off and ran away with his tail between his legs. The classmates immediately discussed. I can't believe, oh Jongdae backed down like that. No way. At this time, Sul-chun and Jin Hyuk had the opportunity to talk. Wow, that little Jin Hyuk has grown up a lot. I thought he looked like a senior back then, now he looks like a high school student. Sul-chun, it has been a long time. Is your leg okay? Of course, it is completely healed a long time ago. I did not know Jin Hyuk was coming to this school too. What about Byong-taek and Jibam? Jibam moved to Suwon to play soccer, and Byong-taek is in the same class as me. Jin Hyuk, are you planning to join the middle school track and field team too? I do not know yet. Oh, the bell rang. Byong-taek, and I will visit you later. He quickly said goodbye to Jin Hyuk and returned to the classroom. He peeked his head out the door, searching for something. The person Jin Hyuk was waiting for finally appeared, Shin Woo-song and Lee Sung-hoon. As soon as he saw the two of them coming to the classroom, he rushed out and called, you guys. With a blank memory of Jin Hyuk, the two looked at each other blankly. Do you know him? Not at all. He then suddenly remembered, oh, I forgot, they do not know me yet. To cover up his embarrassment, Jin Hyuk waved goodbye, making those two think that he was just saying goodbye to his friend. After that, everyone returned to the classroom together. Shin Woo-song and Lee Sung-hoon in his previous life, they were among the few precious friends of Jin Hyuk. He was a member of the wrestling team, and they always stood in front of him like shields because he was weak. Grateful, Jin Hyuk helped them with their studies. Even in high school, they often checked to see if anyone was bullying him. They were good friends. Jin Hyuk felt happy to see those youthful faces again. At the same time, the homeroom teacher walked into the classroom. Are you all here? Nice to meet you all. I am Kim Seon-suk, your homeroom teacher this year. First, we need to choose a class president. Anyone want to be class president? As soon as the question was asked, many eyes turned to Jin Hyuk. Let us see. Son Jin Hyuk. As soon as he heard his name, he was startled. Jin Hyuk quickly refused. No, I do not want to be class president. He just wanted to live peacefully and normally. He was too tired of being class president. Hearing him say that, the teacher was a little disappointed. Oh, really? Then what should we do? Anyone else want to run? No one dared to respond to Teacher Kim's question. Everyone was hesitant, afraid of being noticed from the beginning of the semester. Those students turned to look at Jin Hyuk again. He frowned, meaning to ask, hey, are you guys going to run? But they interpreted it as run, or else. His bullet-like eyes made them tremble. So after a while, one person finally raised their hand. I also want to be class president. I feel like I was born to be class president. Teacher, can I be the vice president then? Yeah, vice president sounds good, but you should also be class president. Seeing that there were many candidates, Jin Hyuk breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing there are many candidates. These kids were all pretending not to want to, but after some discussion, Jin Hyuk was still the class president, and Chae Yuho was the vice president. In the cheering applause of the whole class, one person was not happy. Why did it turn out like this? I clearly said I did not want to. Chae Yuho smiled and said, "Hey, class president, let us work hard together." Jin Hyuk's inner self was screaming, "I do not have the energy to pay attention to what the vice president is saying. My life is really strange. These rebels." Finally, the morning class ended. "Everyone, have a good lunch, see you after school." Jin Hyuk noticed Shin Woo-sung and Lee Sun-hoon. He wondered. Where did they go? They ran off without eating lunch. The two of them left right after class. Because they were good friends, Jin Hyuk followed them. The two of them were actually being bullied. "You bastards, do not you have any money?" They both bowed their heads and apologized, but the bullies would not let them off easily. "Is saying sorry enough? I told you just steal it if you have to." Jin Hyuk could not believe his eyes. They are being bullied. I did not think they were the type to be easily bullied. But even though they were being bullied, they protected me, so Jin Hyuk decided to step out. The bully immediately noticed him. "What is this? Are you a freshman?" Jin Hyuk stepped forward and replied. "Yeah, so what? Why are you hanging around here bullying younger kids? Are you short on money or something?" As he said that, he conveniently pulled out a wad of cash. This action provoked the bully. He frowned and cursed. "This crazy bastard. Who do you think you are, talking to a senior like that? You want to die?" The scene shifts back to Jin Hyuk's house. Little Yujin is playing with Jang-gun. Mom is packing things, and some thoughts are lingering in her mind. Time flies so fast. He is already in high school. His school is in town, right? I was hoping I would not have to go back to town, but I can't just keep him locked up forever. Even if Jin Hyuk and those people on that side pass each other, they won't recognize each other. It is okay. What happened in the past won't happen again. When Dad passed away, even though I knew he had used all his money to pay for the lawsuit, my stepmother's family and my half-sister still treated me cruelly to the very end. After hearing that they opened a tea shop in town, I never set foot there again. Even when I got married, I said that we must live in a place where no one knows us. I was too afraid of the past to tell him anything about my family, but my husband simply agreed, without asking anything else. Since then, I have lived peacefully, without worries, just simply happy. Mom just stepped outside, and little Yujin immediately demanded to be held. She felt somewhat soothed by her children. When I see the children growing up, I remember how small my world actually is. Just then, when she went outside, Mom realized, "Oh, it is already noon. Let us go have lunch, Yujin." Yujin ran into the house. "The food is so delicious today, right, Mom?" Mentioning lunchtime, Mom remembered Jin Hyuk. Come to think of it, it is probably lunchtime at Jin Hyuk's school too. I wonder if he has made any friends. My son is weak physically and mentally. I just hope no one bullies him. That was Mom's thought about Jin Hyuk, but unexpectedly, he was so different. Jin Hyuk at school even made people fear him. He protected his two friends by throwing money in the face of a thug. This unconscious action even startled him. Jin Hyuk thought awkwardly. "Oh crap, I just meant to give them the money and end it." But he stirred up the hoodlum's anger, and the hoodlum raised his hand to punch him. But Jin Hyuk immediately blocked his fist. He gripped his hand tightly, causing him pain. It is too late to resolve this with words now. The hoodlum cried out in pain. "Let go." But Jin Hyuk did not care. He silently asked, "Think carefully, and answer me. Are you going to continue bullying my friends?" The guy growled like a rabid dog, and his underlings were as timid as crabs, not daring to step forward to protect him. Jin Hyuk emphasized, "Answer me." The guy's face still showed the words not convinced. He gritted his teeth and growled, "You bastard." He was about to use words to distract Jin Hyuk and kick him in the stomach, but he knew how good Jin Hyuk's skills were. Before he could even touch him, he was blocked. After a few moves, the hoodlum was lying on the ground. The underlings had been standing there since the beginning, just watching their leader get beaten up. At this moment, Jin Hyuk noticed them. As soon as they met his cold gaze, they all screamed. Of course, after dealing with the leader, he had to deal with the small fries behind him. Several thwack sounds rang out. After a while, the bullies were all taken care of by Jin Hyuk. Each and every one of them was lying flat on the ground. Afterwards, Jin Hyuk did not forget to threaten. "Hey, listen up. If you dare to touch my friends again, you will be sorry." Not seeing him answer, he was a little puzzled. Got it, but he did not care too much. Jin Hyuk turned to call out to the two people standing huddled in the corner. "Woo-sung, Sung-hoon, let us go." The two of them hurriedly followed Jin Hyuk. As he left, he felt a little guilty. Maybe I was a little too rough. I probably misjudged my strength. Oh well, it will probably be okay. It is just the beginning of the semester. Thinking that everything would be calm, the story of Jin Hyuk's fight spread to the high school. Taeyang, who was sleeping, was also informed by a classmate. "Taeyang, there is big trouble." "What is it? Why is it so noisy?" the classmate said in a panic. "Mansu Hyung went to Taeyang Middle School to deal with a kid." Taeyang asked sleepily. "What? Why would that gentle guy do that?" The classmate continued. "I heard that a freshman beat up the president of the wrestling club from third year. Taeyang, still sleepy, exclaimed, "What? No way!" But then he suddenly realized something. Taeyang Middle School, a freshman. Hey, what is his name? It is something like Sun Jin Hyuk. No, it must be Sun Jin Hyuk. This name immediately startled Taeyang. He immediately rushed outside. Hey Mansu, the classmate stubbornly asked, are you going too? Come on, Mansu Hyung would never kill anyone, so do not worry. Taeyang was not worried about Mansu killing anyone, but worried about him getting killed. At the same time, at Taeyang Middle School, Jin Hyuk was eating lunch with Wusong and Sunghoon when someone suddenly came looking for him. Mansu, with his muscular body, walked towards Jin Hyuk. Which one of you is it? Who is Sun Jin Hyuk? Everyone who was eating lunch was immediately startled by the loud commotion, but Jin Hyuk was not afraid. He frankly replied, it is me. What is wrong? This is middle school. Mansu grabbed his collar without saying a word and pulled him up. He asked in a manly voice, I heard you messed with our wrestling club. Seeing Mansu acting like this, some of Jin Hyuk's classmates wanted to intervene, but there was no need. He had already answered him. Didn't they tell you why they were beaten? Jin Hyuk's expression was very firm. Then he pointed to the two bullies, and said, those guys called my friends here and demanded money, saying that if they did not have it, they would steal it by force, and they were even going to beat up my two friends. Mansu still did not believe it right away. He turned to question those guys. Is that true? Did you guys really do that? At this moment, the mouths of those two were as silent as clams, not daring to speak. Seeing that no one was saying anything, Mansu frowned. He turned his eyes to Wusong's group and asked, what the hell? Really annoying. You guys really got beaten by punks like these. Wusong hesitated. Well. Mansu shouted again. Why are not you saying anything? Did you get your mouth sewn shut? Looking at Mansu's expression, Jin Hyuk understood. He did not come here to scold them. It seems like he just wants to clarify what is going on. Mansu had a headache because of these timid underlings. To help Mansu, Jin Hyuk decided to speak up. Wusong, Sunghoon, two pairs of eyes immediately focused on the two of them. Jin Hyuk firmly said, tell the truth. It is okay. Even though he was scared, he had already spoken up, so one of the two decided to speak. His arm was clenched tightly as if to suppress his fear. Yes, the seniors punished us very heavily from the first day of middle school. Sunghoon could not hold back anymore. He sobbed as he recounted. They told us to get money from the younger kids, even if we had to steal it. Mansu had an even bigger headache after hearing this. He patted the two people on the shoulders to comfort them, then politely said, I am sorry. I am a senior and did not notice anything. Jin Hyuk was secretly happy. Afterwards, Mansu turned to speak to him. Jin Hyuk, right, I was wrong. I am sorry. Jin Hyuk replied, it is okay. Then he glared at the two guys with a scary look. I will deal with you two later. Mansu still felt guilty, so he added, anyway, sorry for what happened today. I hope we can meet again in a better situation next time. Jin Hyuk replied, yes, goodbye. As soon as the words were spoken, loud rumbles came from outside. The two were bewildered. Is it an earthquake? A hurried voice rang out. Where's Mansu? Where's Mansu? The voice arrived before the person. The middle school students ran away in fear and scattered. Run! That high school student is crazy. Jin Hyuk was stunned. He really did not recognize the familiar voice. Taeyang had run all the way here. He was still running and shouting, so he could not help but vomit. Mansu, please do not throw up here. After meeting Mansu, the two pulled each other outside. Taeyang complained. Oh my god, I am going to die. I heard you went to middle school. I thought something terrible happened. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Mansu did not answer. He asked back, why are you worried about me and not worried about that freshman? Taeyang did not bother answering after hearing that. Of course it is because I know how strong he is. At this moment, Mansu changed the subject again. Hey, you know there are strange rumors about the wrestling club, right? Why? After today's meeting with the middle school students, Mansu said with certainty, I think I have found some evidence. In the afternoon, school finally let out. Everyone quickly said goodbye. Well then, see you tomorrow. Yeah, do not be late, see you tomorrow. Jin Hyuk took his bicycle and went home. He walked and pondered, good thing, I was worried they would say the middle school students were too young and refuse me. But everyone is a middle school student. Oh well, as long as I have a bicycle. Jin Hyuk had applied for a part-time job. Can you do 2 routes? We are short on people these days. I will pay you more. Just 1 route, please. I have to take care of my younger siblings at home. After hearing him say that, the owner agreed. But Jin Hyuk felt like he was being misunderstood. He just wanted to earn money to buy chicken for his family of 5. On the way home, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Jin Hyuk was surprised and searched for the person's location. Then he hurriedly ran over there. What is this? He hid behind the wall and cautiously observed. The person was his stepfather's second daughter, Hwang Gayoung. Jin Hyuk clenched his fists. His heart was unconsciously beating faster. I did not think I would meet her again in this life. Come to think of it. She also attends Taeyang High School. Because her mother's cafe is also in town, it is not strange to meet her here, but it seemed like he was worried about something. But Gaiyang still did not know who he was, or what relationship they had, so Jin Hyuk decided to keep it a secret and not reveal his identity. To be safe, Jin Hyuk would take a detour home today. He was determined not to get involved with her in this life. Absolutely not. In his previous life, his aunt always pointed at Jin Hyuk and called him a communist brat, a name that expressed contempt. His mother and her half-sister had different surnames. That was because the aunt was the daughter of Jin Hyuk's maternal grandfather's second wife. When his mother was a student, his maternal grandfather was arrested for espionage. At that time, his aunt did not hesitate to curse. Your grandfather is a communist, so you and your mother are communists too. Because of his family history, Jin Hyuk thought that even if he passed the interview round, he would be rejected, so he did not go to the second interview. At that time, he comforted himself. Well, I was not really interested in being a public servant anyway. The problem was that his aunt's husband had borrowed a huge sum of money, using the reason that Jin Hyuk was about to pass the bar exam. But then he gave up the exam and the creditor stabbed his uncle to death. After that incident, his aunt and her daughters disappeared without a trace. On the way home, Jin Hyuk kept thinking, in a way, giving up the exam led me to join SEC, and because of an accident, I time traveled to the past, so it was kind of a good thing for me. I really never want to see them again. Fortunately, time passed peacefully. Until the beginning of June, which was payday. The owner said sentimentally, Jin Hyuk, today's your last day, right? It is a shame. Jin Hyuk politely replied, I am sorry I could not work longer. The owner chuckled and said, it is okay. Come back whenever you are free. Remember to take good care of your younger sibling at home. Here's a little bonus for you. That day was also Jin Hyuk's last day delivering newspapers. He chose to deliver evening newspapers because he had to go to school, but the pay was clearly better. With morning newspapers, the post office manager would collect the money themselves or send invoices by mail. With evening newspapers, the delivery person would directly collect the money and deliver the invoices. Sometimes people would give extra tips because they saw that he was working hard while going to school. In his previous life, Jin Hyuk did not even have pocket money, but now, he could buy the necessities with the money he earned from delivering news, and he saved the rest as an independent fund. Back then, he saved blindly, but now Jin Hyuk's approach was wiser. After receiving his salary, Jin Hyuk immediately rode his bike to the chicken shop. Welcome, shop owner. I would like to buy chicken to take away. 1 order of chicken, please. No 5, no 6 orders, a little extra, please. Having a party, just pay me 30,000 won. After ordering, the staff quickly went into the kitchen to prepare the chicken. Jin Hyuk was free at that moment, so he looked around. Memories flooded back. It has been a long time since I have been to this chicken shop. Last time, I reached adulthood with Wusong and Sanghoon with a can of beer. That was the first time I ever had fried chicken. A few minutes later, Jin Hyuk's 6 orders of chicken were ready. As soon as the chicken was brought out, his eyes lit up. 6 servings of delicious chicken were displayed beautifully. Jin Hyuk exclaimed, looks delicious. Mom will definitely like this. His mother lived in the countryside, so she had never eaten authentic fried. She only ate fried chicken sold at the market, but frying old chicken cut into small pieces was completely different from real fried chicken. Hurry up. It is best to eat it while it is hot. Jin Hyuk quickly got on his bike and pedaled home as fast as he could. A little later, he finally arrived home. A car was parked right in front of his house. Jin Hyuk wondered, is Sujong's family here? It is not even vacation time yet. What is going on? It was still the luxurious car with an extremely expensive brand that expressed the style of Chairman Hong. Jin Hyuk quickly entered the house. I am home. Seeing him come home, his father spoke up. Oh son, you are home early. Uncle Ji Jung continued. Jin Hyuk, you are home. Jin Hyuk, what is that in your hand? He looked at the things in his hand in a bit of a daze. Thank goodness, I bought 6 servings of chicken. Then, of course, came the mukbang of fried chicken with the large Jin Hyuk family. Uncle Ji Jun asked. It is not even mealtime and there is already chicken. Living long really lets you see everything in the world. It is amazing to eat chicken bought by Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk did not say anything after hearing that. His father immediately jumped in to change the subject. Oh, right, did I tell you, Jin Hyuk was first in the whole school at the sports festival last month. Ji Jun praised without hesitation, first in other sports too, amazing, and his midterm grades are also at the top of the whole school. Level 2 is awesome. Jin Hyuk, you seem to be doing well, according to your dad. Jin Hyuk replied. Yes, I get along with everyone. Compared to the worries before entering school, nothing terrible has happened so far. At this time, his father eagerly asked Hong Ji Jun, you are staying overnight tonight, right? Uncle Ji Jun showed an unhappy face and replied, no, I won't. Staying overnight will only bother your wife. We will go home after eating. His mother immediately denied it after hearing that. It is no bother at all. Stay. Just waiting for that. His attitude immediately changed 180 degrees and he smiled and said, okay, then we won't be polite anymore. While everyone was talking, little Yujin was playing with a water bottle. His mother quickly took it out of her hand and explained, you can't, Yujin. This is soy sauce. No good, soy sauce is very salty, right? What his mother was holding was not soy sauce but carbonated water. Jin Hyuk quite liked this because he only got to drink it when Chairman Hong came. He certainly would not miss out. After eating, everyone went back inside. The three men of the family sat together and talked. Jin Hyuk, when is your summer vacation? The last Saturday of the month. That is the same day as the opening ceremony of the Olympic Games. How fast time flies. The Olympics are being held in Barcelona this time, right? Time passed quite quickly. Not long ago, both families were sitting together watching, and Jin Hyuk's father lost a bet. Now it was time for the new Olympics. Ji-jun asked again, Guangyun, want to bet on something? His father still had not learned his lesson after the jar incident. He asked, bet on what? Uncle Ji-jun smiled triumphantly and said, let us bet on the Olympic rankings. I am betting 10. His father was a little surprised after hearing that and said, that is strange. You do not usually like betting. Ji-jun immediately replied, I saw you and Jin Hyuk having so much fun betting last time, so I will try it too. If the kids came to play during the summer and watch the Olympics together, that would be great. His father excitedly replied, that is right, let us do that. After luring his father, Ji-jun turned to lure him. Jin Hyuk, you join too. His father agreed on his behalf without hesitation. Yeah, Jin Hyuk, join in. So, what should we bet? As expected, Ji-jun's purpose was not simple. He smiled and said, let us bet on your father's land. His father immediately jumped up and said, what, you two dare to bet my land, thieves? His father grabbed Ji-jun's neck and shook him, demanding to switch to betting money, but Ji-jun said that Jin Hyuk would be at a disadvantage if they bet money. At this time, Jin Hyuk suddenly spoke up. I have about 1 million won. Savings from when I graduated elementary school and pocket money I have saved up. Finding a good deal, Ji-jun immediately agreed. Okay, then let us bet 1 million. Jin Hyuk was stunned. That is not what I meant by betting all 1 million. Oh well, I will ask my mom if I am short. Anyway, my mom is the richest person in the family. Not washing the dishes, the three people continued to discuss the bet. Uncle Ji-jun carefully studied with paper and pen. This time it is being held in a foreign country. Can we even make it to 6th place? His father wondered, why are you so confidently saying 10th place? He immediately replied, last time we were 4th place. It has to be around there this time too. What kind of logic is that? Even so, Ji-jun said very proudly, I just have a feeling. Prepare to cough up 1 million. Ji-jun had not said anything from earlier until now. After discussing, Jin Hyuk returned to his room. He tossed and turned thinking. Something strange. Live long enough and you will see everything in the world. I bet 10th place. Chairman Hong was not the type of person who liked mundane gambling games like golf or Go. Could he have been different in his youth? But betting on the Olympic rankings already sounded strange, and he even specifically chose the top 10 first. It was as if he knew the future. No way. That thought made his mind work non-stop. Early the next morning, Jin Hyuk went to school again. Because he had been thinking all night, Jin Hyuk did not get much sleep. In class, he kept yawning. The class vice president saw this and asked with concern, Jin Hyuk, are you not sleeping? Jin Hyuk rubbed his eyes and lazily replied, no. He had stayed up all night thinking about whether Chairman Hong was a time traveler. At this time, someone called the class vice president. Hey, Ye Giho, Seongdong Hyung is calling you. Huh, calling me? Yeah, I do not know why, but just go see. This name caught Jin Hyuk's ear. He suddenly thought of someone. Could it be that Yoon Sang-dong? His eyes immediately followed the class vice president. He met someone at the door. Jin Hyuk immediately recalled his memories of this Yoon Sang-dong's family background. His father was a gang boss. Even the teachers did not dare to touch him. He was a senior who was held back a year due to violence. But why is he calling Gyuho out? He wondered. After class, Jin Hyuk decided to ask him directly. What? Give money to Gyuho. How much? Gyuho took out a wad of money and timidly replied. So much. He said he wanted to be friends, so he gave me money. As expected, it was not anything good. Jin Hyuk shook Gyuho and continued to question him. Who gave you this money? Was it Yoon Sang-dong who gave it to you? He replied in confusion. No, I received it from a friend named Park Yongsea. I should return it right. Keeping this money is a bit much. At this time, Jin Hyuk changed his tone to a serious one, which made Gyuho bewildered. He seriously asked, what class is that friend Park Yongsea? Jin Hyuk realized that the problem was not the amount of money. This was a disguised friendship loan. Bad students form groups, give money called a friendship fee, and then force people to pay interest, and use violence. Jin Hyuk hurriedly ran to find Park Yongsea. He angrily pushed open the door of his classroom and rushed in, asking, who is Park Yongsok? Gyuho whispered in his ear. That guy over there. That is Park Yongsok, the class president. He is sitting in the middle row. As soon as Jin Hyuk appeared, someone recognized him. Isn't that the freshman? I heard he took down the entire wrestling club when he first entered the school. I wonder why he is looking for Park Yongsok. Jin Hyuk did not pay attention to those words. He went straight to the guy's seat. He asked in fear, what? Who are you? Why are you suddenly here? Jin Hyuk went up and put the wad of money on the table. Then he threatened loudly, because I am not interested in participating in your disguised loan games. Take this money back. Park Yong-seok immediately denied. What disguised loan? You are misunderstanding. I am just, without letting him finish, Jin Hyuk interrupted. Yun Seongdong told you to do this, right? The guy still tried to defend himself. It has nothing to do with Seongdong. Jin Hyuk still insisted on blaming the guy. I know that Yun Seongdong is behind everything. Just silently take the money back, and if he added some hand gestures while speaking to help increase the drama. And if I hear anyone mention friendship fees or interest again, I won't let it go. After class, the guy went to the back of the school to meet Yun Seongdong's group. He was beaten until his face was swollen. A thug vented his anger on him and asked, "You bastard, say it again. Who told you not to do that?" He stammered the name Sun Jin Hyuk, which made the thug laugh. What? Is he scarier than your seniors? After asking, he could not help but vent his anger on the Youngseok guy, still constantly scolding. He is in the same boat as you idiot. He said no. And you will stop, huh? Do you think he is more important than us seniors? He still tried to argue, but he even knows that Seongdong told me to do it. The thug arrogantly replied, so what? Who does not know how famous Seongdong is? Only at this moment, when he heard his name, did Seongdong wave his hand and call out, hey, explain it more clearly. What did Sun Jin Hyuk say? It was not just that. Jin Hyuk also had a passionate fan club who always came to school looking for him. Sun Jin Hyuk. I have come all the way to school. I just want to meet him once. In a democratic country, why would you ban people from visiting the school? The security guards tried their best to stop them, but they could not just let them in as they pleased. They were still stubborn. I graduated in the 70s. These boastful words were immediately rejected. The school has only been open for 40 years. Don't talk nonsense. Are you McFly or something? Those guys kept begging. I just need to throw one punch. One punch is enough. The teachers who were observing from above also had a headache. Teacher Lee suggested, Principal, should we try to persuade that student? The principal helplessly rubbed his forehead. Teacher Lee, that student has already said no. Even so, Teacher Lee tried to persuade him. This is not the first time. He has been like this since the sports festival. The sports world is going crazy just to recruit Sun Jin Hyuk. As teachers, is not our top priority to protect students. Well, let us wait and see. He will change his mind eventually. The principal replied. Hearing that, Teacher Lee showed his attitude. Oh, since when has protecting students been the priority? The principal was having a big headache about this difficult problem. At this time, Teacher Lee sat down again and asked, is it because of the recent human rights investigation? The wrestling coach and assistant were also fired, right? For taking bribes and hitting athletes. The education office could not possibly discipline someone just for letting guests into the school, right? As soon as he finished speaking, the principal questioned him back. Speaking of Teacher Lee's management of the track and field team, equipment, uniforms, meals all cost money. You also know how expensive those costs are, right? Hearing that, Teacher Lee did not dare to argue anymore. He immediately turned into a dog with its tail between its legs. Next, the principal gave him a set of documents and said, you know our school is a public school in the countryside. There is not much funding, and there is almost no support from the parents. To be honest, just maintaining one sports team is already a burden. The entire cost of running the track and field team right now is sponsored by Sun Jin Hyuk's family. The money, piled up like a mountain, was recorded in the documents like gold shining brightly. Teacher Lee carefully examined each line of money. But is not Sun Jin Hyuk a member of the track and field team? Why? The principal said sadly. I do not know the reason. But they are also sponsoring the wrestling team, and the cost of building the new training center is also paid by his father. It is just a rumor, but I heard that his family owns more than 10% of the land in Taeyang County, to the point that the county chief has to come and greet them every season. And in the local election last year, the candidates all went to their house to campaign, so that rumor must not be unfounded. But his father told the principal very carefully, anyway, be sure not to let Jin Hyuk know about this. His father once said, as soon as my son knows, all funding will stop immediately. Teacher Lee did not miss a second and immediately replied, I will remember. Teacher Lee did not dare to complain about Jin Hyuk anymore. He secretly praised his father. He really does everything for his son. Perhaps he is an only child. At this time, he suddenly had an idea. Wait a minute, so that means I still have a chance, right? It is okay if I take the initiative. I am a teacher, I just want to see him throw the ball once. If he joins the track and field team, would not we receive even more funding? The more he thought about it, the happier he became. Jin Hyuk, on the other hand, was shuddering from Teacher Lee's schemes. He looked around. Is someone talking bad about me? At the same time, not far away, Byongtaek and Sulchan were having to pull a tire while running. Both of them had run until they were exhausted. Their bodies were trembling. Late words of regret were spoken. I should not have told Jin Hyuk that I wanted to improve my running. I was so happy to be studying at the same school as him. It felt great, but it is also too tiring. Seeing the two of them stop, Jin Hyuk questioned them from afar. What is wrong? Why did you stop? Keep running. Being given a terrible deadline by Jin Hyuk, Seulchan considered deserting. I can't take it anymore. Byongtaek, run away. Seeing this, Jin Hyuk scolded, you bastards. Immediately after, Seulchan was caught. He was mercilessly pinned to the ground. Did you think you could escape my grasp? The training session is enough. At this time, someone unexpectedly came looking for him. Son Jin Hyuk. The person who came looking for him was called the nurturing talent of this generation. He stepped forward and directly asked. You are a student, right? Can we talk for a bit? Jin Hyuk narrowed his eyes slightly. He wondered, who is that person? I have never seen him before. As soon as he saw Boo-hyun, Jin Hyuk felt momentarily flustered. Who was this? Was he one of the people who'd been coming to school lately? The man suddenly reached out his hand. Nice to meet you. Boo-hyun gave a friendly smile. I am Seon Boo-hyun, the new coach for the Sarium team. You are really tall. Hearing this, Jin Hyuk nodded shyly. Thank you. Jin Hyuk was lost in thought for a moment. Come to think of it, did not they say the coach and manager of the Sarium team had changed? This did not happen in my past life. What is the Sarium team doing here? Before he could even react, Boo-hyun suddenly spoke up. It is nothing, I have just used the Sarium team's training area a few times. At those words, Jin Hyuk was startled. Had he been caught using their facilities and showers? Lately, just cycling to school did not feel like enough exercise. So, before class, I had been training privately at the Sarium team's area. I completely forgot to ask for permission since the coach and manager had not been appointed yet. I asked their teacher, but not the two of you. Recalling a few days ago, the principal gave a forced smile. If you are not using it, well, never mind, go ahead. Seon-suk, standing nearby, could not help but exclaim, our class president is so hardworking. Back to reality, Jin Hyuk scratched his head, looking very apologetic. I did ask for permission. Bum-han nodded slightly and waved his hand to reassure him. I know, I am not trying to blame you. Grinyuk, have you ever thought about joining the Sarium team? Hearing this, his eyes widened in confusion. What? Boo-hyun quickly explained. I have heard a lot about you from Woo-sung and Sung-hoon. I was also very impressed with your performance at the sports meet. As soon as he finished speaking, Boo-hyun suddenly grabbed Jin Hyuk's hand tightly. Seeing this, Jin Hyuk's face turned pale. Without showing any signs of stopping, he lunged toward Jin Hyuk like a hungry tiger, his eyes shining like car headlights. With your strength and stamina, you could aim for the Cheonha Jangsa title. No, actually, I am sure you would win it. Sarium is not just about size or weight. It is true that a big body is an advantage, but with strength and technique, it is totally possible. Suddenly, a shout rang out from behind. Hey Coach Seong. Hearing the noise, both of them turned around at the same time. Both of them froze for a moment the second they saw Byong-se. Byong-se's eyes widened, and he let out a thunderous shout. What the hell? What are you doing with a member of our athletics team? As soon as they saw him, both of their faces turned pale. Jin Hyuk seemed unable to react. He looked up in shock, thinking, what is it this time? Lee Byong-se, the PE teacher at Taeyong High School, was called Rak-se-trash-se by the students because of his filthy and terrible personality. Jin Hyuk stared at the man who had just appeared. Rax-sui. What is Mr. Lee Byong-se doing here? Beside him, Boo-hyun could not help but feel a bit flustered. You said the athletics team. As far as I know, the athletics team is not even an official school sports team yet. Byong-se took a step forward, his chin up as he shot back firmly. Pardon me, we have a coach and members. We compete in matches just like the Sarium team. If that does not make it a sports team, then what does? Others who heard this started whispering to each other. Byong-se is not even an official coach yet. The person next to them signaled in shock. Keep it down. Byong clearly was not going to back down. He raised his voice to question. Then, when did Jin Hyuk join the athletics team? Byong-se immediately countered. He runs with our members every day. If that does not make him an athletics team member, what does? At that, Byong-se screamed at the top of his lungs. That is the athletics team. Turning back to Jin Hyuk, he gave a forced smile, thinking to himself, the athletics team does not have an official roster, so any student can compete under the school's name. So, technically, he is not wrong, but if you look at it that way, the whole school is the athletics team. Byong-se was almost losing it. He yelled again, do I need to call the principal? Hearing that, Boo-hyun criticized him. Well, Jin Hyuk uses the Sarium facilities every day, so should not he be considered a Sarium member too? Byong-se frowned deeply. Using facilities is not the same as training with us. After saying that, he could not help but feel a bit confused. This guy usually ignores me most of the time, so why is he acting like this today? What is wrong with him? Suddenly doing this. Damn it, this kid is close with the athletics group, so I thought he would be an easy catch. I did not expect the Sarium team to be targeting Son Jin Hyuk too. His father supports the Sarium team, right? Then they might have already approached him. Jin Hyuk broke records not just in sprints but in various events at the national championships last year. He definitely has talent. Thinking about this, Byong-se became even more certain. A kid with both money and talent, he is truly a golden goose. I can't let the Sirium team steal him. Then suddenly, he rushed forward, grabbing Jinhyuk. Hey, I will buy you meat every day if you join the athletics team. Hearing this, Buhyun quickly cut in. Jinhyuk, the Sasarium team can buy you meat too. He approached without backing down, offering sweet words. You would better think carefully. The Sasarium team is an official sports team, so we have a budget, and participating in training counts toward your attendance points. But where would the athletics team get the money to buy you meat? They have nothing. Byung-si got more furious as he listened. Oh boy, this has gone too far. Jinhyuk, how many medals did you win at the tournament last year? Are you going to throw it all away? Won't you regret it? Hearing this, Jinhyuk nodded tiredly. Thank you for thinking of me. Under the expectant gazes of the group, Jinhyuk nonchalantly threw a bucket of cold water on their hopes. But I won't be joining any sports teams. The two of them reflexively stood up straight and asked in unison. Why? Without any hesitation, he stated, I want to focus on my studies. Jinhyuk continued in a slow tone, and I have a younger sister, so I need to get home early after school. Byung-si's face turned pale as he stammered. A younger sister, alone at home. At that moment, Buhyun chimed in again, casually suggesting, then just bring her along. After those words, Jinhyuk did not know how to react for a moment. What on earth was he saying? Immediately after, Buhyun frantically chased after Jinhyuk. I will buy meat for your sister too. On the other side, Byung-si hesitantly turned to the crowd and asked with difficulty, Hey, is it true his sister is home alone? Sulchun nodded quickly. That is right. Jinhyuk's sister is young, right? Byung-taek nodded in confirmation. Yeah, he said she is 9 years younger than him. He did not forget to add. And Jinhyuk always rides a bicycle. He even used to deliver newspapers by bike. Once, he used his wages to buy fried chicken. I heard that was the first time his mother ever had fried chicken. Soon, Byung-si's expression changed. Byung-taek stared at him in fear. Teacher. On the other side, Buhyun was still frantically chasing Jinhyuk. Please join the Sirium team. Jinhyuk kept running away decisively. I already said no. Back with Byung-se, he silently questioned things. Even though he comes from such a prestigious family. A scene suddenly flashed in his mind. The mother, looking shocked. Jinhyuk, where on earth did you get this money? He quickly replied. Don't worry about that, mom. Back to reality, Byung-se burst into tears. A real collapse can happen in an instant. Witnessing the scene, the crowd asked in shock, Teacher, are you crying? After a long while, he muttered softly, it seems like both Coach Seong and I have become laughingstocks today. Buhyun turned to him, confused. What do you mean? Byung-se quickly replied, I am talking about son Jinhyuk. I really thought he was a gold mine. When did his family go bankrupt? Buhyun looked flustered after hearing that. A gold mine? Seeing the expression on Buhyun's face, Byung-se became suspicious. Didn't you hear what the principal said? Buhyun admitted honestly. No, I have not heard anything. At this, Byung-se lowered his voice. Coach Seong, why are you trying so hard to recruit Jinhyuk into the Sirium team? Faced with the unexpected question, he was not flustered at all. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Because I saw his talent. He has innate genius, and he is hard-working too. Isn't it worth it to train someone like that? Upon hearing the answer, Byung-se was almost speechless. He sighed softly, a look of regret on his face. What a waste. He really should try Sirium. Anyway, he is currently with the athletics team. Buhyun did not forget to remind him. But I have not given up yet, either. The scene shifted to that afternoon. Byung-taek asked curiously, Jinhyuk, are you really planning to quit the athletics team? Jinhyuk replied without a second thought, I am thinking of putting it off until senior year. Solchan looked skeptical. Why? Because of your grades. He spoke more slowly when mentioning his family. If I compete, I will have to be away from my family. And right now, I want to spend time with them. Solchun nodded understandingly. I get it. It does get busier once you are in high school. Byung-taek let out a giggle. Jinhyuk also has his sister at home, right? A moment later, Jinhyuk quietly recalled what had just happened. He felt like everything was heading in a strange direction. Thinking back, first the distribution center manager the other day. And now, Mr. Lee Byung-se. It is like everyone is misunderstanding something. At this thought, he reassured himself. Maybe it is just my imagination. At the same time, Yujin kept looking outside, her eyes full of expectation toward the door. When is big brother coming home? The scene suddenly shifted to a different corner. A desperate plea rang out in the tense atmosphere. Just, kill me. Then Sung-hoon sat up abruptly. No, wait, spare me. Seeing this, Jinhyuk smiled slightly. You do not have to solve everything. Just solving one problem well is enough. Hearing that the boy could not help but exclaim, math is too hard, Woo Seong, standing nearby, patted his shoulder to reassure him. Don't worry, the class president will teach you until you understand. After saying that, he looked up at the clock. Oh, look at the time. Woo Seong turned around hurriedly. Class president, we are going to practice now. Jinhyuk waved back. Alright, be careful. Don't get hurt. Watching the room gradually empty, Jinhyuk immediately stood up. Time to clean up. Right then, an unexpected voice called out from behind, making him freeze and turn his head. Hey, Sun Jin-hyuk. As soon as he saw the person standing before him, Jin-hyuk immediately recognized him. Park Yong-sia. He observed Yong-sok's bruised face, and asked in confusion, what are you doing here? Also, what happened to your face? The other boy did not explain but hurriedly signaled, Seongdong-hyung wants to see you. Hearing this, Jin-hyuk was momentarily confused. Yoon Seongdong? Me. A moment later, he walked slowly to a deserted alley. Jin-hyuk quickly glanced around. Why are there so many people? At this point, he calmly observed each face. A thought flashed through his mind like a natural reflex. Are they going to gang up on me? There are always thugs like this, whether in the past or present. That thought made Jin-hyuk pause for a moment, then he reflexively corrected himself, thoughtfully, or rather, the future and the present. Right then, a familiar call rang out. Hey, his eyes immediately shifted, his heart pounding rapidly. This smell. On the opposite side, Seongdong took a puff of his cigarette, then he looked up. Are you Sun Jin-hyuk? Seeing that Jin-hyuk did not respond, Seongdong raised his voice. Are you Sun Jin-hyuk or not? Just from the faint scent around the other person, Jin-hyuk immediately understood everything. This smell. So he is not just smoking, he is huffing glue and butane gas too. Wang. Gayoung, my uncle's eldest daughter, used to be like this too. Right now, Seongdong approached. He pointed his finger right in Jin-hyuk's face and shouted with the arrogance of a seasoned bully. You bastard, no matter how good you think you are, you do not mess with your senior's business. Got that? Jin-hyuk looked at him calmly, finding the twisted rules laughable. In the underworld, I guess they call extorting money from underclassmen business. Seongdong stared at him. This guy is actually smiling. Immediately after, he used his strength to grab Jin-hyuk's hair tightly. Hey, you, this world is not a martial arts novel. I know the rumors about you are just nonsense. Suddenly, Jin-hyuk spoke up, his tone turning a bit cold. I am warning you just this once. While I am speaking nicely, drop your business. Soon Seongdong's expression changed, and he gnashed his teeth. Jin-hyuk repeated once more, I am saying this just once. Stop it. After a moment of silence, he nonchalantly brushed Seongdong's hand away. Fine, enough. I had a feeling from the start that I could not talk sense into him. Seeing this, Seongdong's eyes widened, and he shouted, his face distorted with rage at being looked down upon. You son of a bitch. You are the son of a whore. As soon as the words were out, Jin-hyuk's expression changed instantly. Without any hesitation, he swung his fist and punched Seongdong straight in the eye. How dare you, mentioning my family with that filthy mouth of yours. In another development, Gwangyang coughed slightly as he took a sip. Seeing this, Jijun reminded him. Watch your words a bit. Your wife is not here, you idiot. Gwangyang could not help but complain. I did not think it would be this hot. After saying that, Gwangyang asked curiously. Anyway, how is the old man doing lately? Still healthy. The younger man smirked. Yeah, of course. Healthy as ever. Whenever the mood strikes, he calls me over to play Go. Hearing this, he let out a sigh of relief. That is good then. But he has 2 sons. Why does he call you? Does he favor his son-in-law? Jijun immediately denied it. No way. He just dotes on his daughter too much. Suddenly, he looked up and stared at Gwangyang. After a long while, Jijin asked curiously, aren't you going to visit him? Gwangyang looked a bit embarrassed. How would it look if I showed up after receiving help and then disappearing for over 10 years? You did not mention me to him, did you? The other man shook his head slightly. Mention you? Not at all. Though I really wanted to. Gwangyang hesitated for a moment and then spoke up. Didn't he ask anything about me? Jijin gave a light laugh. What would he ask about you? As for me, every vacation I have to go around the area to see if anyone is following me. Hearing that, he raised his voice, unconsciously leaning forward as if he could not believe what he just heard. Following you? Jijin acted nonchalant. Isn't that their specialty? When I first got married, they followed me all the time. It stopped for a while, but it seems they have started again this spring. Hearing this, Gwangyang cracked a joke to lighten the heavy mood. I heard you have been going on business trips a lot lately. Maybe your wife's family suspects you are having an— At this, Jijun shook his head slightly. I do not think so, because they still follow even when I am with Sarah. And I can't exactly ask my father-in-law directly. Just then, the phone rang. Yu Yang ran hurriedly. Let me get the phone. She sounded urgent when she picked up. Hello, yes, I am listening. Meanwhile, Gijun still had not stopped thinking. He frowned slightly, recalling recent unusual events, and spoke slowly. Honestly, I keep seeing strangers loitering around lately. I do not know what they want. Seeing this, Gwangyang analyzed calmly. You said they appear even when you are with Sarah, so maybe it is not surveillance, but protection. Gijun nodded slightly, as if the theory made sense. Ah, that is right, what my sister-in-law asked me. It could be. Oh right, about what my sister-in-law. Suddenly, Yu Yang screamed, honey. Seeing her worried look, the two of them turned around at the same time. Gwangyang looked at Yu Yang with concern. Honey, are you okay? What is wrong? Gijun called out urgently. Sister-in-law. She looked up and burst into uncontrollable tears, barely able to keep her composure as she tried to speak. Honey, what should we do? Yu Young's voice almost cracked. Our Jinhyuk. The scene returned to the school. Yang Seok slowly recounted everything that had happened. Those people are in the inner circle of the older guys. The class president of Class 1 has a wealthy family, so they targeted him. Like it was set up in advance, they forced his seatmate into a private jet to get close. They told me to keep watch, but the class president threatened me. He continued with a trembling voice. When I said I could not do it, he said his father was a gangster who had killed people before. He said if I did not follow orders, he would have his father kill me. The detective listened and spoke in a gentle, reassuring tone. Don't cry. Tell me, how did the fight start? Yongsok tried to remember every detail, his voice constantly breaking from fear. Seong Dong-hyung started insulting the class president's mother, then he hit us. Am I going to jail? The detective gave a forced laugh. Why would you go to jail? You dummy, you are a victim. Despite that, he still could not escape the shock, his mouth constantly muttering haunting thoughts. I have to go to jail. The Grim Reaper is coming for me. Seeing this, the detective turned to Byong-si. Sorry, this student is in deep shock. Byong-si nodded slightly. Yes, it seems so. The detective then made a suggestion. Anyway, I have heard enough. Can I see the records of the other students? Byong-si stood up. Yes, please come this way. Later, he poked his head outside. Detective Shin, please keep an eye on this student. The other man nodded. All right. Byong-si could not hide his curiosity at the detective's sudden appearance. But, what brings you all the way here from the Gyeonggi Provincial Police? This place is quite far and not under your jurisdiction. The detective scratched his head embarrassedly. There are some special reasons why I had to come, but I can't give details. Byong-si understood and just nodded, not asking anything further. I understand. After saying that, Byong-si was still suspicious. The school has not even reported it yet. So how did he know to come? Back with Jinhyuk, he was deep in thought. I have never learned how to handle situations like this. Then Jinhyuk glanced outside, his heart anxious. I heard an ambulance siren earlier. Thinking about the scene that just occurred, he quietly came to a conclusion. They must have been taken away. Until now, I have only seen school violence on the news. I never thought I would be involved in it. A familiar feeling suddenly rushed back, making Jinhyuk's heart race and his breathing grow heavy. It feels exactly like back then, as if I have lost control of my own strength. He frowned slightly, feeling very uneasy. Should I have held back this time? But immediately after, Jinhyuk shook his head frantically. No, he was the one who insulted my mother first. I will take responsibility for what I have done. But, in that moment, Jinhyuk's gaze became determined. He promised himself, I will take responsibility for what I have done, but, I will never forgive him for insulting my family. But how do I face my parents now? Thinking of his parents, a sense of remorse and guilt welled up inside Jinhyuk. They must be in total shock. And of all people, I was the one who hit him. On the other side, Yu Young was sobbing loudly. Jinhyuk. Our Jinhyuk. Seeing her lose her composure, Jijun tried to reassure her. Sister-in-law, please calm down. First, let us go to the school and see what happened. However, his expression suddenly froze. He saw Gwangyan rummaging through the entire kitchen. Jijun could not help but feel a bit flustered. Hey, what are you doing? Gwangyan asked nonchalantly. Honey, where's the kitchen knife? Jijun immediately rushed over to stop him. Are you crazy? Do you want to get arrested? Gwangyan struggled to break free. Let me go. I am sure those bastards were the ones who went after our Jinhyuk first. At the same time, Yujin stepped outside, looking confused. Dad? Seeing her, Jijun screamed at the top of his lungs. Perfect timing, Yujin, help me stop your dad. She immediately stepped closer and warned in a loud voice. That is very dangerous. You can't do that. Outside, Jijun quickly wiped away his cold sweat. He thought to himself, when sister-in-law suddenly fainted, I thought something had happened. Meanwhile, Yu Young was still whimpering. That boy's son Jinhyuk. How is he going to live his life acting like that? Turning back to Yujin, she looked at Gwangyan with a serious face. Dad, are you reflecting on yourself? Witnessing that scene, Yujin was 30% helpless and 70%. Just like the father. After a long while, he clapped his hands loudly. All right, everyone calm down. We have received the notification. First, let us get to the school. Once they were outside, Jijun called out urgently. Hey, son Gwangyan, stop right there. He suddenly bowed his head low. Why are your pockets so bulging? Gwangyan was startled for a moment. What? Immediately after, Jijun pulled out 2 rocks from inside his pants pockets. He shouted angrily, why are your pockets full of rocks? Gwangyan smiled sheepishly. So I can throw them for fun when I am bored. Upon hearing the answer, Jijun decisively threw them away. Don't talk nonsense. A moment later, he bowed his head again, muttering to himself. After this is over, I have to go eat chicken to make it worth the effort. Suddenly, Jaejun glanced behind him and saw Jang-gun wagging his tail. The dog looked at Jijun with a provocative gaze. Seeing this, he sighed helplessly. The moment I mention chicken, the dog appears. Forget it. In contrast to the tense atmosphere, Yujin cheered excitedly. Let us go. After a while, Gwangyun narrowed his eyes and stared at Jin Hyuk's mouth. Then he checked him from head to toe. Your mouth is fine too? Let us see. Your hair has not been pulled. Gijun cut in, with hair that short, there is nothing to pull anyway. At this, Jin Hyuk said awkwardly, Dad, I am fine. Someone suddenly reminded them, it is uncomfortable talking, while standing. Everyone, please sit down first. Once inside, Yu Yong looked worried. How did the fight happen? The principal slowly recounted the event. According to Jin Hyuk, the other group had been bullying another student before, and he said he stepped in to stop them. It seems because of that, they held a grudge against Jin Hyuk, so that group took the initiative to start trouble first, and he looked at Jin Hyuk's parents and slowly continued, I heard they insulted his mother, so he hit them, and that is how it all started. As soon as he heard that, Gwangyan shouted, his anger flaring up so much he could not keep his cool. Those damn kids. Those little bastards. Seeing this, Gijun tried to hold him back. Hey, at this point, the principal sighed softly. That is how everything went. On the other side, Gijun tried to keep a tight grip on Gwangyan. Just this once, let it go. Just this once. At the same time, Yu Yong stared at him. Jin Hyuk, hearing his name called, he spoke in a tiny voice. I am sorry. Seeing that, the principal let out another sigh. Noticing the heavy atmosphere in the room, she ordered, everyone, please step outside for a moment. Hearing this, Gijun immediately followed up. Yes, let the adults talk. Jin Hyuk, go out and wait for a bit. He obediently bowed his head and replied, yes. As soon as he stepped into the hallway, Jin Hyuk paused when he suddenly saw several familiar faces approaching from a distance. Those people. His gaze was fixed on the group of male students. Yu Yong looked up in surprise. Oh my, is not that Taeyang? Hearing the call, he looked back in wide-eyed surprise. Auntie. Taeyang quickly approached. Is the principal inside? Jin Hyuk nodded slightly. Yes, but what are you guys doing here? After saying that, he suddenly glanced behind him. Jin Hyuk's eyes were fixed on the students. Taeyang spoke up. Actually, we have something we want to report to the principal regarding this incident. Since last year, there have been many bad rumors about the wrestling club. The whispers kept spreading. I heard the middle school wrestling team is connected to the delinquent 16 circle led by Yoon Sung-dong. At the same time, he happened to overhear the reckless discussions. Because of that, some people even stopped coming to watch matches, and several students left the club. The situation seems more serious than expected, so the club management tried to contact the former coach. At a corner of the training ground, the former coach crossed his arms and spoke bluntly with an indifferent look as if he did not want anything to do with it. If you have time to worry about such useless things, you should go run some laps. Finally, they decided to investigate on their own. But because this involves middle school students, the kids would not open up to them or the coach. Mansu suddenly leaned in close to them. Tell me what you know. Seeing that, Taeyang reminded him, Mansu, I do not think that is the way. Then at the beginning of the semester, the first-year members of the wrestling team testified that the third-year students were taking money from them. Back to reality. Wu Xiang quickly confirmed. That is right, it has been like that since we joined. But Jin Hyuk helped us. Yu-ho added. When I was called out by a 7th grader and forced to give money, Jin Hyuk went with me and got the money back. At this point, Taeyang spoke slowly. Later, when we went to the third-year students to ask about it, they said they were also in debt to the 16 circle. At the same time, a student spoke with a trembling voice. Yoon Seong-dong told them to take money from the juniors. They said they had no other choice. If they did not pay, he would call gangsters to kill them. He even asked if I had a sister at home. I have a younger sister too. Then he said he would not leave us alone. Hearing this, Jin Hyuk subconsciously clenched his palms. At this age, what students fear most is not adults or school rules, but peers who have power and higher rank. So, threatening families and using them as hostages was his specialty. Finally, the student bowed deeply. We came here to apologize. Mansu and Taeyang came to see us and said that true sportsmanship stems from a healthy soul. He continued with a shaky voice. And if we truly love wrestling, the student added softly, then we should apologize while we still have the chance. We should not treat others the way we were once treated. The group of students bowed in unison, their shoulders trembling with regret. Their choked voices rang out in the heavy air. We are sorry. We are true. Hearing this, the principal exhaled softly. Alright, I understand what you are saying. But we can't decide Jin Hyuk's punishment based only on your words. You should head back for now. At that, Taeyang turned to Jin Hyuk, scratching his head apologetically, his face full of helplessness. Hey, sorry about this. It seems we could not help much. Jin Hyuk shook his head. No, Hyung. Thank you for coming. And like the principal said, it is true that I committed a major fault. Just as the atmosphere remained heavy, Yoojin suddenly cheered, Big Brother Flounder. One of Jin Hyuk's friends burst out laughing, looking at her and teasing with an amused tone. Did you just call him a flounder? Calling Jin Hyuk a flounder is a bit much. The friend leaned down to look at Yoojin with friendly eyes. Jin Hyuk, is this your younger sister? Kyuho could not help but exclaim. You are always bragging about her. She is really cute. Hello Yoojin. We are your brother's friends. This is our first time meeting, right? She let out a wide grin. I am Sun Yujin. The group of boys was immediately defeated by that clear bright voice. Kyuho collapsed in adoration in no time. Yujin waved happily. Nice to meet you. At that moment, his gaze stopped at one point. Jang-gun suddenly poked his head out to look at Kyuho. As soon as he saw him, he reflexively shouted, "A puppy." Jin-hyuk could not help but feel a bit surprised. "Jang-gun, how did you get in here?" Kyuho asked curiously. "Jin-hyuk, is this your dog? He is so cute. Your house has so many adorable things." Yujin quickly cut in, "Appa, Jang-gun came with me." Kyuho immediately approached him. "His fur is so soft. Does he know how to shake hands?" She immediately called out. Jang-gun. Right after, Yujin reached her hand toward Jang-gun's shake. He immediately reached his paw toward her, giving the group of boys another heart-fluttering moment. Witnessing the scene, Jin-hyuk looked around nervously, hoping no teachers would walk by. Suddenly he turned toward the group of boys. "But, just a moment ago, I was so anxious I could barely breathe, my heart felt heavy. And yet now, I feel incredibly warm and relieved. It feels like I can endure whatever punishment comes my way." Inside the room, the principal admitted frankly, "Your son seems to have a lot of good friends." Gwangyan nodded. "Thank you. More importantly, what will happen with Jin-hyuk?" He calmly explained the process. "The parents of the victims will be here this afternoon. First, the school will hear from both sides. Usually, it ends in mediation, but there is a chance of a lawsuit. Please do not worry too much. The other side was also significantly at fault this time, so a settlement is highly likely." As if remembering something important, the principal looked up and asked, "By the way, did anyone report this to the police before coming here?" He shook his head with a confused look. "No, we did not even have time to think about that." "Is something wrong?" he explained. An investigator from the Gyeonggi Provincial Police came and questioned the students. No one at the school reported it, so Gijun suddenly spoke up. "Oh, I was the one who called him." The principal turned to him. "Who?" Gijun replied nonchalantly. "I am a friend of Sun Gwangyan. An investigator I know from Seoul was nearby, so I asked him to look into this case for me." Hearing this, he nodded slightly. "I see." Gijun looked a bit embarrassed. "Sorry for not telling you beforehand." A bit later, he continued. And just like those students said earlier, the victims had also targeted other students. After a long while, Gijun quickly stepped outside. He just stared into space. Immediately after, Gijun spoke up. "Thank you for your hard work." The detective turned around, startled. "Mr. Dato Lizards. Hong. Why are you here?" he explained. "I came with the parents of the student who was bullied. I am friends with that child's father. You must be busy investigating, yet you came here personally." "Thank you." He smiled and waved it off, responding in a friendly tone. "It is nothing. If Mr. Hong asks, I would go as far as Busan." After the greetings, Jijun asked immediately, "I heard you met the student who was the victim. What is the situation?" The detective paused thoughtfully. "About that. Since there was not much time, I only got a brief overview. It seems the leader has formed a violent gang, involved in drinking, smoking, extortion, and even physical assault. We need more investigation to be sure." Hearing this, Jijun frowned slightly, muttering, "That student leader. Could it be?" Before Gijun could react, the detective suddenly provided more information. "Yes, it is Yoon Gil-jung's son." He could not hide his surprise. "Hasn't it been 2 months since the owner of the Songtan State Guest House was killed by him?" He slowly added, "I have been staking out near his house, but he has not shown up yet. Just in case, I told the parents to call their children home. Now we have to see if he actually appears." Gijun could not hide his curiosity. "Do you think he will come to the school?" The detective let out a sigh. "I only hope so, though the possibility is very low." "You said the bullied student is your friend, right? What did the school say?" He calmly recounted. "They said they will hear from both sides first." Hearing that, he spoke in a reassuring tone. "Maybe you do not need to worry too much about this case. From what I heard during the conversation, Yoon Seong-dong was the one who made the first move. That can't be excused as just teenage impulsiveness. He is simply a criminal. And even if a small mistake occurred, so what in this country? There is nothing Mr. Hong can't handle." This time, Jijun did not reply. He just gave a faint smile. At the same time, Yujin cheered with joy. "The flowers are blooming." Instantly, she turned her head, and the group immediately stood as still as statues. On the other side, Gijun could not help but exclaim, "So beautiful. So pretty." Jinhyuk sat stiffly on the bench, complaining inwardly, "Can someone come save me?" He said he wanted to talk, but it has been over 20 minutes. This reminds me of the old days. Even back then, whenever we went to play golf, had meetings, or just shared a car, Chairman Hong was always particularly strict. He always treated me in a calculated manner. I wish I were better with words, but back then, Chairman Hong was the head of everything, and I was not the type to talk about things outside of work, so being alone with him was truly awkward. Back to reality, Gijun slowly turned around, his gentle gaze landing on Jinhyuk's face as he called out softly, "Jinhyuk." He immediately sat up straighter. "Yes." He gently comforted Jinhyuk, "Don't worry, everything will be fine." Feeling the warmth from that hand, he paused for a moment. A sense of familiarity welled up in his heart, feeling just like his father's hand. Gi-jun smiled kindly, his eyes still watching Jin-hyuk with sincere concern before slowly speaking. I do not want to interfere with how you live, but while Gwangyeon is not here, let me ask you one thing. Then he looked seriously into his eyes, his voice calm but filled with the gravity of an experienced man. Jin-hyuk, what do you want to become? Don't give me the usual generic answer anymore. Hearing that, Jin-hyuk gave a forced smile. Yes sir. Gi-jun suddenly recalled, I heard at the national sports meet last year, you said your dream was to become a farmer. Do you really intend to do that? A lot of people in the sports world are looking for you, wanting to get to know you and give you their business cards. Hearing this, Jin-hyuk's gaze suddenly shifted toward Booyan. He fidgeted with his fingertips out of embarrassment. Suddenly, he spoke in riddles. You still study these kinds of phrases in your Hanja class, right? The tree wants to be still, but the wind won't stop. The tree wants peace, but the wind does not allow it. You are smart. I mean, when a talented person wants to live quietly, the world won't leave them alone. Jin-hyuk, cherishing daily life and living a normal life are not exactly the same thing. I also value time with family and relationships with friends and their families, but I do not ignore the societal expectations that come with my position. Later, Gi-jun lowered his voice. A person who sends someone else to the hospital just because they insulted his mother while also protecting his friends cannot be called normal. Hearing this, Jin-hyuk immediately looked up with eyes that did not waver once. Family is the most important thing to me. So are friends. I cannot forgive anyone who tries to hurt or take those things away. He was silent for a long time before nodding slightly. Yes, it is a good thing that you love your family, and your effort to protect what is precious is also very admirable. However, life will throw many things at you, even just today. Saying this, Gi-jun turned to look straight into his eyes. I do not think you are an ordinary person. Jin-hyuk paused, his lips parting as if to say something, but then he hesitated. After a moment of silence, he admitted for the first time the truth he had always tried to avoid. That is right. I am not normal. In Jin-hyuk's mind, a series of memories rushed back. I am a regressor from the future. My very existence is different from others. My strength, my speed, are all far beyond my previous life. I tried to ignore it, tried not to be conscious of it, but no matter how foolish one is, it is impossible not to notice these extraordinary abilities. A moment later, Jin-hyuk spoke slowly. When I talk about a normal life, I mean the kind of life that anyone can enjoy every day. I have family, I have friends. Yujin happily held a bowl of water in her hand. Even Jang-geun gets to drink water, right? He continued. And I want to live in peace with them. At this point, Jin-hyuk affirmed once more. But that does not mean I will hide my abilities. That night, in the car, Chairman Hong asked me, do you have a dream? In that moment, he looked straight into Gi-jun's eyes. I am happy with the present. I want to develop the necessary strength to protect this normal life on my own. Right now, the image of the happy family Jin-hyuk had always longed for appeared. As if the time from his past life had returned, he thumped his chest. My dream, truly, is just to live a normal life. And no matter how many times you ask, that will not change. Even if I am at death's door. Gi-jun smiled with satisfaction. I see. But if that is the case, are not you already living that dream? Faced with the unexpected question, Jin-hyuk was momentarily flustered. I suppose so. He chuckled. Anyway, I am glad you understood what I meant. I was worried you would talk in circles without. He could not help but feel amazed. Did I completely misunderstand? If the man in front of me is the same Chairman Hong who sat with me in the car that day, I thought he would recognize my identity from that answer. Come to think of it, back then, when he suggested a bet on the Olympic rankings, I was secretly happy, thinking that maybe Chairman Hong was also a regressor like me. A moment later, Gi-jun kept calling his name, Jin-hyuk. Jin-hyuk was still lost in thought. This is frustrating. Should I try asking Yujin style, are you also from the future like me? He continued to call out, hey, son Jin-hyuk. He did not seem to hear and continued his reminiscence. Chairman, you are here too, right? Ganhyun gradually lost his patience. Answer me. Hey, soon he shouted. Hey Jin-hyuk, an adult is talking to you. What are you thinking about so deeply? Jin-hyuk quickly avoided his gaze. Sorry. He cursed inwardly. Old man. Speaking of which, Grandma Joylhyun once said she saw ghosts. She was almost sent to a mental hospital. At this thought, he kept telling himself. I have been given a second life. I can't just rot away in a mental hospital. Jin-hyuk suddenly remembered a saying. Jin-hyuk, do you want people to call you a crazy guy? Once again, he was lost in thought. Please wake up. Gi-jun noticed immediately. He gave a forced smile. Hey Jin-hyuk, are you listening? I am talking to you. On the other side, Yujin held an object tightly in her hand. She turned to Jang-geun. Is this a rice ball? Back to Jin-hyuk, he responded blankly. Yes, what is it? Gi-jun suddenly made a suggestion. I am thinking of helping you live that normal life you kept talking about. I want to help you live that normal life. Jin-hyuk frowned slightly, his gaze full of suspicion. Why, even without you my family is living very well. He nodded in acknowledgement, not denying it at all. That is true. After a moment of silence, Jin-hyuk decided to ask what had been bothering him for a long time. Actually, I have been curious for a long time. Why on earth do you care so much about my future? Hearing this, Gi-jun was silent. Seeing this, he continued. Last year, your wife asked if I wanted to follow the sports path. Is it because of that? He shook his head slightly. It is not because of that, but of course, if that is what you want, Jin-hyuk, I will support you. If you come with us, we would be very great. The corners of Gi-jun's lips curled up into a gentle smile. My goal is just to help you live the normal life you desire. That is all. Jin-hyuk looked at him for a long time, and then spoke softly, more and more question marks appearing in his mind. Then why, sir? Gi-jun bowed his head and lowered his voice. I can't say more. It is a national secret. If NASA finds out, they will catch me. He sat in silence, the two strange phrases he just heard repeating in his head. National secret and NASA, just as I thought. It is impossible to guess what this man is thinking. For now, I will just observe him. No matter how trustworthy Chairman Hong is, I do not know how he would react if he knew the truth. A bit later, Gi-jun slowly changed the subject. I talked to the teacher earlier. That student, Yoon Seong-dong, has a very bad record. From what I heard, he is not just a bad kid. He is almost a criminal already. Those two words made his heart waver. Criminal, Jin-hyuk quietly admitted in his heart. He is not wrong. In my past life, someone was pushed by loan sharks and eventually made a tragic choice. At this point he tried to help him stop blaming himself. Jin-hyuk, what you did was to protect your friend. Moreover, the other side started the trouble first. Considering all that, you probably won't face a heavy punishment. In fact, there is a high chance Yoon Seong-dong will be transferred or expelled. However, Jin-hyuk just bowed his head quietly because he knew the future he had witnessed was completely different from that. But in the past life, he still graduated from Taeyang without facing any discipline. The image of Seong-dong's arrogant demeanor was still clear in Jin-hyuk's mind. Then 20 years later, he killed someone in a bar, but he escaped punishment thanks to the connections of his mob boss father. In Jin-hyuk's heart, a series of thoughts pulled at him. There is no guarantee that expelling Yoon Seong-dong will change the future, but if the past has changed to this extent, he looked up at Yoojin. She was smiling radiantly. Oh my, can I really accept something this precious? Jin-hyuk kept praying, I hope nothing bad happens. At the same time, Gi-jun suddenly turned his head. Those children, Park Yong-seok, and that 9th grade senior too. It is true they were once perpetrators, but at the same time, they were also victims. Jin-hyuk looked up at the sky and muttered softly, I hope from now on they can make their own choices. Hearing this, he smiled. It is a good thing to give them the power of choice like that. After saying that, Gi-jun gently rubbed Jin-hyuk's hair. In life, just live the way you want. Don't worry too much. Just do not cause trouble. He reflexively stared at him. For some reason, Chairman Hong looked even more relieved than he did. Soo-jung from before sometimes had that same relieved expression. In that brief moment, Soo-jung's face appeared so clearly that Jin-hyuk's heart reflexively softened. She was truly beautiful. Gi-jun's warm voice suddenly rang out, cutting through his reminiscence. Jin-hyuk, how much do you know about your mother? Faced with the unexpected question, Jin-hyuk had a blank look on his face. On the other side, the detective spoke up, his voice firm. To be blunt, this was not help at all. It was loan sharking. One of the victimized students even carries a debt exceeding 1 million won. Not only that, there is gas sniffing, glue huffing, underage, drinking, smoking. I heard he also hangs out with girls from other schools. Seong-dong's mother was stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief at what she just heard. Oh my god, what is this? Immediately after, she screamed out, wait, but are you all going to believe everything those kids say? What if they are lying? The detective raised his voice. Enough. Over 15 complaints have already been filed at the local police station, and he has been investigated multiple times. After a moment of silence, Seong-dong's mother bowed her head low. I am truly sorry. Even to me, my son's behavior is truly shameful. As a father, I feel extremely humiliated. Yu Yong looked awkward. No, our side is also at fault. The principal then spoke up. Then we will settle this as discussed earlier, right? She nodded slightly. Yes. Later, Gwangyan gnashed his teeth. What, settling with just that little bit of money? Yu Yong quickly interrupted. Can you just be quiet? The principal smiled embarrassedly. Then I will summarize what was agreed upon today and send it to the relevant parties. Once outside, Seong-dong's mother hurriedly bowed. Thank you for covering the hospital fees. Yu Yong politely followed up. I hope your son recovers soon. Right after, a shout rang out. You idiot, you should have squeezed them for more compensation. She angrily shot back. How much are the hospital bills even worth? Don't you know who that person is? The district head, the parliamentary candidate, even the police chief. They all have to personally visit and greet him during holidays. Giljung froze. What, really? Seong-dong's mother looked dejected. To be honest, our son is also at fault, right? If we keep causing trouble, who knows if things will get even worse. Hearing this, he said despondently, just let it be then. The person opposite continued. Yeah. If he were a normal person, nothing would happen, but if not, the consequences would be terrible. On this side, Yoojin waved happily. Bye. Gwangyan walked quickly toward her. My daughter, how have you been lately? Jin-hyuk quickly replied. Yoojin has been having a lot of fun. Are you guys all here? Gwangyan asked curiously. Where is Hong Gi-jun? Jin-hyuk replied. He left already, Jin Hyuk quickly recounted. He said he had some business to take care of, so he left early. Hearing this, Gwangyan clenched his fist. What? That guy. Honestly, he even took the car. He could have at least said something. Seeing this, Yu Young suggested, let us just take the bus. Gwangyan looked at Jang-gun worriedly. But taking Jang-gun on the bus is not a great idea, and it looks like the bus has already left anyway. After thinking for a moment, Gwangyan suggested, maybe a taxi would be okay. Later, Jin Hyuk raised his voice, almost shouting, get in the car, it is not a bus. In contrast to the tense atmosphere, Yoo-jin cheered, let us go. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk was lost in thought. He suddenly remembered Gi-jun's words. This is a secret, but I will only tell you, I only looked into it because your mother asked. It is not like I am digging around on my own, so do not misunderstand. Now there is no way to prove what happened anymore. Moreover, there is the issue of the statute of limitations. Listen, your maternal grandfather registered his wife's child from a previous marriage as his legal child, so it is hard to conclude whether it was robbery or theft. What was taken was just a jade hairpin, some jewelry, and a bit of money from before the currency reform. Gi-jun's voice continued steadily. The fact that he even accepted his wife's child as his own shows he must have been a very generous man. A man who was once a teacher in a village that still used ox carts. I do not think he would get involved in something like that. I heard he did not interact with anyone outside the village. If he was taken away, someone must have reported him. Back then, just a letter or a phone call was enough to get someone arrested on suspicion of being a spy. Hearing this, Jin Hyuk could not help but feel a bit flustered. Do you mean we should investigate further later? Gi-jun immediately dismissed the idea. No, it is not like that. I also need someone to talk to. Right. Among the people I know, you are the most tight-lipped. Maybe you are too young to understand what I am saying. Or maybe you are not that young after all. Gi-jun did not forget to add a reminder, you do not have to force yourself to understand everything. A moment later, Jin Hyuk and Yoo-jin walked quickly outside after washing up. Gi-jun's voice continued, they have their own lives too. This just goes to show that your mother is truly a noble person, like a general. Thinking of this, he involuntarily stared at Yu Young. Jin Hyuk told himself, if those are my mother's feelings, then it is best to let the past stay buried. To forgive or to take revenge is her choice. For now, let us just enjoy what we have. At that moment, the whole family said in unison, thank you for the meal. After everything settled down, the seniors who had been hospitalized were discharged. The ringleader of the group, Yoon Seongdong, was expelled. The students who actively participated in the money games were either transferred to other schools or suspended one by one. As for the students who were forced to follow the seniors' threats, they were punished with a week of community service at the school. Regardless, since I was also one of the people who caused the incident, I did not think it would be fair if I was not punished. Therefore, Jin Hyuk took the initiative to ask for disciplinary probation. Faced with Jin Hyuk's request, Young Mook did not know how to react for a moment. You did not do anything wrong. The teacher immediately turned to him and explained slowly, you know the concept of self-defense, right? It is the act of protecting oneself in an unfavorable situation. Jin Hyuk nodded slightly. I know what self-defense is. Hearing this, Young Mook affirmed once more, you were merely defending yourself. Therefore, the school decided not to punish you. A teacher cannot simply make up a punishment that does not exist. After saying that, he looked up at Jin Hyuk. Don't you think so? At the same time, Byung-si said loudly, seriously, I told you I saw the Grim Reaper at that time. It seems the probation period is quite relaxing, huh? Want to try going to a mental hospital? Hearing the noise, Jin Hyuk walked quickly outside, only to see Yang-seok backing away in fear. No, it is not like that. Jin Hyuk could not help but feel a bit surprised the moment he saw him. Park Yang-seok. Yang-seok immediately turned around. Class. After a long while, Yang-seok sat down. The others stared at him. Hey, class president, why is he here? Jin Hyuk thought to himself. That is exactly what I wanted to ask. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly. I heard from a student that your studies fell behind because of the probation period. The exams are coming up. Now that the probation is over, I want to help you study a bit. At this point, Jin Hyuk declared firmly, like military discipline, a student's job is to study. Hearing this, a student turned to stare at Yang-seok. Since you came here to study anyway, try to study properly. Woo Seong nodded in agreement. If the class president says so, then that is it. You know, our class president got a perfect score in all subjects and is ranked first in the whole school. Yang-seok looked dazed after hearing that. Really? Jin Hyuk's gaze rested on his face. Since there was no special punishment for an act of self-defense, he had found something else to do instead. And just like that, the first major accident he caused in this life came to a close. Jin Hyuk quickly opened the book in his hand. Where did we leave off? Woo Seong answered quickly. I think we are here. He let out a sigh of relief inwardly. Fortunately, everything ended at this level. Suddenly Jin Hyuk remembered Gi-jun's advice. All right. Let it be, kid. Back to the present, he boldly made a guess. I guess Chairman Hong's influence does not reach the school, does it? A few hours later, Jin Hyuk looked toward the ball court. It is so peaceful. Final exams were over, and vacation was approaching. Everyone looked very relaxed. Saying this, he gave a forced smile. Except for Wu Xiang and Si Young-hun, those two are still busy preparing for the tournament. He saw Wu Xiang crossing his arms with a serious expression. Final exams are almost over. Hearing this, Jin Hyuk was momentarily stunned. Another school event is coming up. What happens after final exams? Wu Xiang suddenly turned around with tears in his eyes. Training will continue. The wrestling team does not have a vacation. Back to reality, Jin Hyuk looked up at the sky and muttered softly, maybe because it is so peaceful now, the Yoon Seong-dong incident feels like it happened a long time ago, or is it because time has passed so quickly since I regressed that my initial memories are starting to fade? At that moment, a voice echoed in Jin Hyuk's mind, you have worked hard. I will bring you back. He immediately grimaced, clutching his head and groaning, what is this? Why does my head suddenly? I just remembered the moment I first regressed. Thinking of this, Jin Hyuk had a big question mark in his head. But why does my head feel like it is going to explode? The more he thought, the more suspicious he became. Is this a side effect of regression? If I do not think about that voice, it is fine. Faced with a series of questions, Jin Hyuk immediately dismissed them. No. It would be strange if there were no risks to regressing through time. I do not know how dangerous this will be in the future, but if it is the price to pay to stop bad things from happening to my parents, Yujin, and my friends, then it is still worth enduring. Anyway, if Yoon Seong-dong was expelled, then the future of the kid who died because of the money games will also change, right? I also once lost a loved one. A scene from the past flashed back, whispers echoing throughout the arena. Who is it? The person next to him turned to remind him, you know. The child who drank pesticide. It is his grandmother. She came to the school to pick up his backpack and books. In that moment, he fell back into reminiscence. But I wonder, when she came to school to collect the belongings of her deceased grandson, what was going through that grandmother's heart? Jin Hyuk's gaze involuntarily fixed on the grandmother's withered back. Just then, Sulchan called his name loudly, Jin Hyuk. He walked quickly toward him, and asked curiously, why are you sitting here all gloomy by yourself? If you eat while you are gloomy, the food won't taste good. Here, this is your portion. Sulchan's gaze suddenly stopped on the corner of Jin Hyuk's mouth. Are you smiling? Moment later, he could not help but feel a bit confused. But should not the seniors in the group take more responsibility for that incident? After all, it was their fault, was not it? Jin Hyuk slowly added. I mean, it is true that, because of me, the school was in an uproar. Recalling a few days ago, Wang Yan kept bowing his head. Sorry for causing trouble. Seeing this, the principal bowed back. Oh, there is no need for that. Back to the present, Sulchang grinned. Come to think of it, summer vacation is coming soon. Jin Hyuk, what are you going to do? He answered quickly without thinking, I am going to watch Yujin. Hearing this he was momentarily dazed. Why Yujin? Is something wrong with her? The scene from a few days ago played back. Yijin was trying hard to read some words. Oppa. Seeing this, Yu Young smiled gently. No, Yujin? This is a frog, right? She replied nonchalantly. A dog. Ever since she started talking, Yujin would occasionally call animals by very strange names. In contrast to the family's worry, Jo Il-hyun laughed heartily. Oh, my, kids at this age. Before they go to kindergarten, they all talk Don't worry too much. By the time they go to kindergarten, they will correct themselves. Hearing this, Yu Yang agreed. Uncle Jo Il-hyun is right. She did not forget to reminisce. Jin Hyuk, when you were little, you also sang some weird songs. Don't you remember? Hearing this, Jin Hyuk found it hard to believe. Me, what song? Yu Yang repeated the lyrics. Kosua, I am in the stars tonight. Jin Hyuk could not help but feel a bit shocked. What kind of song is that? She laughed softly. Something like that. Even Uncle Jo Il-hyun, who knows everything, and my mother, did not seem too worried. But more than once, Yujin almost gave me a heart attack. A moment later, Jin Hyuk turned to Sulchan and affirmed. Anyway, if nothing happens, I will probably just stay home. Hearing this, Sulchan decisively made a suggestion. Then can I come over to your house to play? For about 2 days, he smiled after hearing that. Sure, anytime. Receiving the answer, Sulchan raised an eyebrow slightly. You answered that easily. They say if you are too easygoing with your answers, people will take advantage of you. Instantly, Jin Hyuk lunged forward, grabbing Sulchan's neck in a headlock. Want to see what it feels like to be bullied? Sulchan groaned with difficulty. Oh no, Grandma, I am dying. Later, Sulchan gave a forced smile. When I come over, what should I bring? They say you should not go to someone's house empty-handed. Jin Hyuk sighed softly. Bring something if you want to sleep with Jang-gun. He did not forget to remind him. My Jang-gun talks in his sleep a lot. And he snores, too. As soon as he said that, Selchan suddenly rolled around on the ground, bursting out laughing. Jin Hyuk tilted his head and looked at him with curious eyes. Why is he laughing? I am being serious. Do you like Jang-gun that much? That night, Yujin was happily reading a book, constantly making strange sounds. Seeing this, he looked helpless. There she goes again. Yujin tilted her head, trying to imitate the sound she just heard, and asked with a curious face, is that Cog? Jin Hyuk gave a forced smile. Right, then she went back to silently observing the book in her hand. On his side, he was also focused on reading the newspaper. Jin Hyuk's eyes stopped at the headline of an article. The investigation into the murder of the Songtan Night chairman has reached a deadlock. Was it accidental or intentional? The investigation team under the Yeongbuk Provincial Police Agency announced that in June, Mr. Lee, the owner of Songtan Night, was murdered, and Yoon Gil-jung, who is on the run, has also disappeared. The mobile investigation team of the Southern Gyeonggi District Police said that after appearing in Gumi, North Gyeongsang Province, Yoon disappeared without leaving any trace. Jin Hyuk read through the lines quickly and nodded slightly. I see. I heard the killer in that case still has not been caught. Maybe he got caught up in a gang purge. Right then, Gwangyun suddenly called his name loudly. Jin Hyuk, are you busy right now? Jin Hyuk immediately turned around. No. Why, is something up? He urged quickly. Oh, great, come out to the field with your father right now. Hearing this, he was momentarily stunned, while Yujin looked excited. A few seconds later, what hit Jin Hyuk's eyes was a field of rice. He tilted his head toward Gwangyun. Dad, have you checked the production conditions of the other houses? Mikyoung's field. He nodded in affirmation. I checked. They are almost all the same. A few years ago, Dad started developing a type of enzyme used in agriculture, temporarily named the Sun Gwangyun enzyme. Simply put, it is a biological pesticide. Wang Yan hummed as he sprayed the medicine. Our family will be the ones eating these things, so we have to be very careful. Initially, Dad only used it on our own rice field, but then, bit by bit, Dad developed it so it could be used in many other places, because it has a very good ability to prevent pests and diseases while also helping the plant. So every year, livestock farms would compete to buy the corn for feed. The scene was very lively. A group of people said in unison, just take Uncle Monkey's place first. At this point, Gwangyun said dejectedly, but it is the same as Jangwan's house. The other uncles all failed. It is not that the ingredients are too picky or the method is too complicated. I do not understand why they can't do it. Hearing this, Jin Hyuk offered a suggestion. What about the fermentation conditions? He continued to troubleshoot. I mean the growth environment or the production environment. If those conditions are the same, the effectiveness of the enzyme should be similar too. Right, Dad? Did you check where those uncles were making? Faced with the unexpected question, Gwangyun was momentarily flustered. Well, I just thought that since it is easy to make, it could be made anywhere. Jin Hyuk quickly realized the problem. So you have not checked, have you? Honestly, I do not know how Dad could produce the same type of enzyme for all these years. In an old Chinese movie, there is a story about a drunk man who urinated into a wine jar, and yet accidentally created a premium type of wine. Thinking of this, Jin Hyuk raised a doubt. Could it be that Dad developed it in a similar way? No way. I mean, Dad almost never drinks alcohol without snacks, so it is possible something like that happened. Suddenly he wrote something quickly in his notebook. Gwangyun muttered softly, temperature, humidity, time, additives. Temperature, humidity, time, additives. Later, Jin Hyuk made a proposal. First, I think we need to check the environment where the enzyme is made and then recreate those exact conditions. Gwangyun asked back in confusion. You mean I have to check the temperature and humidity when making the enzyme? He nodded in confirmation. Yes. It is best to choose a fixed time each day to check. If the neighbors also succeed and see its effectiveness, then we can build a collective trust in this alternative pesticide. After that, if the effectiveness is proven on a large-scale field, it will definitely be a very good promotion. At this point, Jin Hyuk made a proposal. During this vacation, I will also help. After saying that, he thought to himself, if we want to commercialize this pesticide, we absolutely must perfect the formula. I am truly living without any regrets, but it would be a waste to just let Dad's talent go to waste. And to be honest, I am also happy when it is not just me, but everyone around me is happy. Furthermore, if Dad makes money from this, he won't need to go out digging in the dirt secretly. Just as Jin Hyuk was feeling smug, Gwangyun suddenly turned to look at him with a suspicious gaze. By the way, Jin Hyuk, where did you learn about things like unifying the production conditions for enzymes? Jin Hyuk froze for a second and quickly searched for an explanation. We studied technology and agriculture in middle school. Receiving the answer, he could not help but exclaim. Schools teach so many practical subjects these days. Suddenly remembering something else, he happily switched to a new topic. Oh, right, Sulchen said he wanted to come over to our house to play during the vacation. Gwangyun repeated, trying to remember the name that was just mentioned. Silchan. Is that the friend who ran the relay with you last year? Just a few seconds later, he grinned. Oh my, Jin Hyuk's friend is coming over to our house. I have to prepare lots of delicious dishes. Should I clean up the yard, buy some more flowers? A few days later, Sulchan's polite greeting rang out in front of the house gate. Hello. Gwangyun opened the door wide with a friendly smile. Come in, Sulchan. Long time no see, he asked curiously. How has your grandmother been lately? Is she still healthy? He replied in a soft but reassuring voice. Yes, grandma is still healthy. At the same time, Yu Yang approached. You have not eaten anything yet, have you? Do you like spicy stir-fried pork? Sulchan's voice reflexively trembled, the kind you usually put in Jin Hyuk's lunch box. Actually, there were times I dreamed of eating that dish. As for Sulchan's family, his grandmother made a living selling vegetables at the market. Raising a grandson who was growing up, the cost of food and clothing was not small, so Sulchan also often picked up snacks at the sports club to ease the burden on his grandmother. Looking at Sulchan laughing and talking happily, Jin-hyuk saw the shadow of his own past self when he was in need. Every time I look at Sulchan, I am reminded of myself from before. At this point, Yu Yang looked at Sulchan tenderly and urged him in a loving voice. Sulchan, eat a lot, okay? I made a lot. Hearing this, his eyes involuntarily filled with tears. Then Sulchan gave a bright smile. Yes, thank you. Even though he missed his parents dearly, he still could not see them. But, unlike me in my previous life, Sulchan is a bright and lively child. A moment later, Jin-hyuk left in a hurry. Alright, I am going now. Yu Yang stood on the porch, giving her usual worried reminder. Be careful on the road. Wang Yan did not forget to add, watch out for snakes. On the other side, Yujin chuckled and waved, walking quickly toward the field. Let us go. The day Sulchan asked if he could come over during the vacation, I thought it would be great to give him a true country trip experience. So, after a long time, I made a plan. Thinking of this, Jin-hyuk involuntarily broke into a smile. A perfect plan to make Sulchan's 2 days truly memorable. Unfortunately, I have to write it with a pen because I do not have PowerPoint. Yu Yang did not know and had already read it. She looked flustered. Turning energy into memories. This looks like a letter to parents from a school. Jin-hyuk could not help but exclaim, my planning skills are still as sharp as before. After regressing back to the present, Sulchan muttered softly, I do not see my family using pesticides on the rice field. If you buy it at a pesticide store, each bottle costs 300 won. Jin-hyuk's eyes widened in surprise after hearing that. Is it that expensive? He smiled slightly. They are covered with a special coating, just like sunglasses. Just then, seeing Yujin running along the edge of the field, Sulchan quickly called out, holding her tightly with both hands. Hey, be careful, Yujin, you will slip and fall. He reminded her in a gentle tone. Stay close to your big brother, okay? A moment later, Sulchan turned to look at the bag on the ground. I put it in like this, right? Jin-hyuk nodded slightly. Yeah. We just need to pull it up later. He looked up toward the field. This is really fun, Jin-hyuk. Do you often go fishing? He shook his head slightly, offering a calm smile to the question. No. Not when it is this hot. Sulchan stared at the rippling water and smiled slightly. What should we do while waiting? At the same time, Yujin ran over, waving her hand and calling her big brother in a high-pitched, excited voice. Oppa. Oh. She curiously held up a blade of grass in her hand. Is this a foxtail? Jin-hyuk smiled and shook his head, patiently explaining in a gentle voice. No, Yujin. That is a green bristlegrass. At this point, Sulchan made an offer. Want me to make a bunny out of it for you, Yujin? She looked at him with wide eyes. A bunny. Immediately after, Sulchan completed a ring in the shape of a bunny. Yujin excitedly put it on her finger right away. She cheered happily. So cute. Jin-hyuk leaned in closer to Sulchan. Show me how to make it again. Seeing this, he explained patiently. You gather it like this. Sulchan suddenly looked around. The fish trap must be full now. Hearing that, he excitedly proposed, why do not we try pulling it up? As soon as the fish were pulled up, Yujin hopped with excitement. Sulchan could not help but exclaim, it looks like we caught a lot, indeed. Then suddenly he grimaced, a small groan escaping his mouth. Behind him, Jin-hyuk looked toward Sulchan in surprise. He hurried toward him. What is wrong? Sulchan pointed in one direction, his voice trembling. A snake. A snake. Sulchan continued with a shaky voice. It is a water snake. Hearing this, Jin-hyuk could not help but feel a bit worried. Are you okay? You did not get bitten, did you? He shook his head. No. Suddenly Sulchan burst into tears. No. Seeing this, he looked around to observe. At this point, his voice almost cracked. I peed my pants. Well, anyway, we are already underwater, so I guess it is okay, right? Please do not tell anyone. Suddenly Yujin shouted, did you pee your pants, or did you poop in your diaper? Hearing this, Sulchan tried to stop her. Yujin. She grinned again. It is all wet. Down there, he almost collapsed. Yujin, please. On this side, Jin-hyuk turned around quickly, wiping away the tears from the corner of his eyes. My cheeks hurt from laughing. Dazzling sunlight, lush green rice fields, laughter, echoing everywhere. When night came, Sulchan kept calling his name, Jin-hyuk. Do you really not know anything? But you know so many other things. Jin-hyuk was momentarily helpless. I told you I do not know. Yujin cut in, Oppa is smart, right? At this moment, raindrops pitter-pattered on the porch roof. The cool air made the house quieter than usual. Sulchan suggested, it is raining today. It is perfect for telling ghost stories. He became even more dejected. Good grief. There are no such things as ghosts in this world. He immediately changed his expression. Maybe so. But I really do not know any ghost stories. Wait a minute, Sulchan. You are only planning to tell ghost stories because you do not want to practice indoors, right? Hearing this, Sulchan leaned forward. Auntie, have you ever seen a ghost? Yu Yang paused for a moment, then slowly began. It was not long after I gave birth to Jinhyuk. Jinhyuk's father had to go on a business trip for a few days, so only Jinhyuk and I were in the house. I had nodded off in the living room. Suddenly, a small noise startled her awake. Yu Yang continued in a low voice. Then someone started banging on the window. At first, I thought Jinhyuk's father had returned. Suddenly, she lowered her voice to a near whisper, but when I opened my eyes, there outside the window. At that moment, a figure slammed right against the glass. The whole family instinctively recoiled in fear. Outside, the rain fell in a white shroud. Back inside the house, Jo Ilhyun scratched his head and gave a forced laugh. Oh dear, did I startle you kids? I kept knocking but no one came to the door. Jinhyuk replied sheepishly, sorry about that. We probably could not hear you over the rain. He glanced at everyone and laughed at the kids' tense expressions. What were you all talking about so excitedly? Everyone looked so focused. Jinhyuk explained awkwardly, Mom was telling us about a ghost she saw a long time ago. Jo Ilhyun paused, and then burst out laughing as if remembering a funny old story, that back then it was just her and the baby. I heard someone was banging on the door so hard it stirred up the whole village. Just then, Guangyan happened to get home, and he shouted, is there someone in the house? Once he got outside, Guangyan was shouting like a madman, I will give him what for, as long as his wife and child were safe. He continued the story, your father thought it was a thief at the time, so he ran through the whole village like crazy, but in the end, the culprit was never found. Hearing this, Jinhyuk quickly turned to her, Jin, you must definitely be careful of people like that. She nodded obediently, of course I will be careful. He suddenly changed his tone, come to think of it, Jinhyuk, something very strange happened with you back then, too. Solchan was extremely curious. What was it? Tell us? At that moment, Jinhyuk instinctively broke into a cold sweat. After a moment of silence, Jo Ilhyun slowly began the story with an emotional voice. That day, Jinhyuk, you saved your parents with the fire of a mouse. On that night, Jinhyuk's family was out for a stroll. He continued, I was also on my way home at the time. The scene was immediately recreated. Jo Ilhyun could not help but feel a bit bewildered. Why is this road so bright today? He looked around. Did they just install new streetlights? Then suddenly, Jo Ilhyun's expression changed. A brilliant moon slammed right into his vision. Back to reality, Sol Chan stared at Jo Ilhyun with suspicious eyes. Is that it? He let out a disappointed sigh, and shook his head in dissatisfaction. That is so dull. Hearing that, Jo Ilhyun sat up abruptly. No listen, that day was a new moon, so it was absolutely impossible for there to be a full moon on a new moon day. It is completely nonsensical. Solchan nonchalantly countered, maybe you were just so panicked you saw it wrong. He looked offended. What? You mean I am blind? Jinhyuk fell into a quiet contemplation. Come to think of it, when Mom was pregnant with Yujin, she said she dreamed of a massive full moon. Back then, the whole family just laughed it off. But could it be that the moon is related to my regression? The next morning, Solchan cheered. It is huge. This is enough to throw a feast for the whole village. Yujin giggled. That fish is really big, is not it? Jinhyuk looked down at the fish. I did not expect to catch catfish at this hour, since they are nocturnal. Recalling the previous night, Jo Ilhyun had given serious instructions. After the rain stops, the lakeshore will be full of catfish crawling up. They do not want to suffocate in the mud, so they come up like that. This is even better than going to the stream, right? Back to reality, he smiled smugly, as expected. We were originally going to the stream to play and then hike. But it is a good thing we changed plans. On the way home, Solchan turned curiously to Jinhyuk. I have never had spicy catfish soup before. What about you, Jinhyuk? He shook his head slightly. No, this is my first time too. He grinned. Yeah, but if your mom cooks it, it will definitely be delicious. Right, Yujin? She replied innocently. It is going to be so yummy. Hearing that, Jinhyuk also nodded in agreement. Yes, everything mom cooks is delicious. Soon, his expression changed. It tastes like mud. Contrasting with Jinhyuk, Solchan kept praising the meal. Auntie, this is so good. You should open a restaurant. Guangyan could not help but exclaim, it really is delicious. It has been a long time since I have had spicy catfish soup. Honey, your cooking is the best. Yu Yang then turned to Jinhyuk. Jinhyuk, do you not like it? He quickly replied, no, it is very delicious. After saying that, he looked down at his half-finished bowl of rice. Everyone is eating so heartily. I thought I was not a picky eater, but it turns out I have just learned something about my own palate that I never realized in my past life. Thinking of this, Jinhyuk told himself, next time, I will just catch carp. Meanwhile, Yu Yang watched Yujin eat with a gentle, loving smile. Our daughter is eating so well. Is it good, sweetie? She smiled brightly and nodded vigorously. It is super yummy. Hearing that, Jinhyuk immediately changed his mind, a helpless smile on his lips. It looks like I will have to keep catching catfish after all. I have to make sure she eats until she is full. After eating, we went to the market to sell the loach we caught from the field on the first day. At that moment, Jinhyuk quickly counted the money in his hand. 3,001 per kilogram, huh? He thought deeply. If it were winter, we could probably sell it for 3 times that. Solchan, standing next to him, happily held the money. Jinhyuk handed the money to him without hesitation. Here, Solchan. Take it. Sulchan's eyes widened and he hurriedly stepped back. Wait a minute, why are you giving it all to me? He suddenly added with a hidden meaning, consolation money. He pointed at himself and asked blankly, consolation. Sulchan froze, immediately remembering the embarrassing incident from the other day. Consolation, money, right after, Sulting scratched his head in frustration. How could I ever forget that? Just then, someone called his name loudly, Sun Jin-hyuk. He looked up in surprise. Mik-young and Haewon. What are you two doing here? Mik-young looked amused. It really is Jin-hyuk. We are just out to buy a few things. And who is this person next to you? A friend? As soon as he saw Mik-young, Sulchan's cheeks turned bright red. He stammered. Then he bowed deeply. Hello, nice to meet you both. I am Jo-sul-chan, Jin-hyuk's best friend. Witnessing the scene, Jin-hyuk was momentarily stunned. Seeing this, Mik-young and Haewon grinned. Nice to meet you. But we are the same age, so there is no need for formal speech. She asked curiously. Do you two go to the same school? On this side, Jin-hyuk thought to himself. This guy is truly a hopeless case. Sul-chan felt a bit shy. No. After a long while, he could not help but exclaim, wow? Why is every girl in this area so pretty? No wonder you were so cold back in Gongju. Now I understand. It is truly unfair. I have to go back tomorrow. Time really flies, does not it? Jin-hyuk turned to remind him, you know you can stay for a few more days. Sulchan shook his head without hesitation. No, my grandmother is home alone. I have to get back. At that moment, his tone suddenly changed. You know, the corners of Sulchan's eyes curved with happiness, a genuine and bright smile on his face. These 2 days at your house were probably the 2 happiest and most fun days of my entire life. Hearing this, Jin-hyuk instinctively paused. After a moment of silence, he called out softly, Sulchan, if you have any difficulties in the future, do not keep them inside just for the sake of pride. Just tell me anytime. I do not want to become a burden to you. Jin-hyuk continued in a low voice. It is just. If you do that, I will be very grateful. This is not cheap pity, nor is it just empty words. It is just that, if I can help, I want to do my best. And Sulchan, you are far more admirable than I was in my past life, because you are a very precious friend to me. A moment later, Yu-young gave a gentle smile and said goodbye to Sulchan before he left. Sulchan, remember to visit often. Yujin waved happily. Goodbye, Oppa. And Sulchan headed home under the loving gaze of Jin-hyuk's family. As soon as he arrived, he happily called out to his relative in a familiar voice, Grandma. A sudden feeling of familiarity flashed through Jin-hyuk, making him ponder. That woman, I feel like I have met her before. He watched her, trying to search his memories. Maybe I passed by her somewhere. Sulchan said his grandmother sells wild vegetables at the market. Maybe I saw her there. On the way back home, a strange sense of contentment welled up inside me. It was as if the love my parents showed my friend had touched me as well. At that moment, Jin-hyuk asked himself, if in my past life, I had people like this, would I have called myself a happy person back then? Therefore, I hope this warmth can reach the me of the past. I try to live happily every day. A moment later Guangyan called out, alright, we are here. Get out of the car. Suddenly his body swayed. Guangyan looked worried. What is wrong? He stood frozen, a groan escaping his lips. Dad. I can't straighten my back. Hearing this, Guangyan immediately turned as stiff as a stone. The scene shifted to a tall building. Inside a room, Gijun looked up when he heard a noise. Munsik suddenly poked his head inside. Oh dear, did I keep my brother-in-law waiting long? You Munsik, chairman of Seek Heavy Industries. He spoke calmly. No, I just got here myself. Thank you for your help last time. Hearing this, he smiled slightly. The Yoon Gil-jung matter, oh, that was nothing. Besides, you will pay me back with something much bigger later. Of course I had to help with this small thing. After saying that, Munsik asked curiously. So, what brings you here today? Surely not just to say hello. Gijun went straight to the point. I need to increase the staff for Estiman. At the unexpected request, he tilted his head slightly. Won't Dad be angry if he finds out? You know Estiman pays higher than your side. After saying that, Munsik sighed softly, his eyes fixed on him. After a moment of silence, he could only agree. Well, since you have asked, I can't refuse, but what on earth do you need Estima for? Gijun spoke in a low voice. It is just part of a project I am working on. It is still a secret for now. It will benefit both the company and the family. Just trust me. In another development, Taeyang had a bewildered expression on his face. He looked shocked. So Jin-hyuk actually gets sick sometimes, huh? Right next to him, Yujin giggled. Appa, it hurts a lot, does not it? Taeyang teased him. You are at this age and you already can't straighten your back. What is wrong with you? He winced and replied, it is not that. I went to the hospital but the doctor could not find the cause. Mekyoung questioned him. Then why are you lying in the living room? Isn't that where Yujin usually lies? Jin-hyuk groaned again. My back hurts so much. I can't climb the stairs to my room. Hearing that, Taeyang put his hand on his back. How about this? Jin-hyuk sighed. I do not feel anything. He could not help but feel a bit bewildered. Is your skin made of steel? I am using force, yet you do not feel a thing. Later, he scrambled up, thinking to himself, I thought if a strong person massaged me, it might feel better. But it did not help. Yujin looked at Taeyang expectantly. I am bored. Play with me, Hyung. Immediately after, he carried Yujin on his shoulders. She cheered happily. Hyung is the best. Jin-hyuk watched silently, sighing in relief. Fortunately, Yujin can still have fun even without her brother. As the Barcelona Olympics were coming to an end, Chairman Hong's family moved down to Taeyang. Sira appeared suddenly, calling out, Jin-hyuk. Jin-hyuk's mother, Yu Young, hurried outside. Oh, you are all here early, Sira replied quickly. I dragged Sujong's father here before he collapsed from overworking. Sujong rushed into the room calling out loudly, Jin-hyuk Appa. As soon as she entered, Sujong tilted her head curiously at Jin-hyuk lying on the floor. What are you doing lying on the floor, Appa? Are you a frog? He looked up with a weary greeting. Sujong. You are here. On the other side, Sira would not stop complaining. He really works too much. Honestly, living 1 month like it is 10 years. Seeing this, Yu Young tried to reassure her. Maybe it is just because he is too impatient. She sighed dejectedly. What is the rush? Anyway, where is Guangyin? She replied quickly. He is out in the field picking some vegetables for dinner. At the same time, Sujong ran over and sat next to Jin-hyuk, her face full of excitement as if she wanted to show him something. Appa, I can count numbers now. I can run too. And I can play ball too. He gave a forced smile. So you can do everything now, Jin-hyuk thought to himself. Her front teeth are gone. No wonder her pronunciation sounds so slurred. Is she losing her baby teeth a bit late? Jin-hyuk smirked, giving a teasing smile as he looked at Sujong. You little toothless brat. As soon as he said it, she swung her fist without hesitation. Sujong almost screamed. It is because dad always sings that song. Stop singing it. Yujin watched intently from the side. Appa is being flattened. At that moment, Sarah shouted, Hong Sujong, why are you hitting someone who is in pain? She burst into tears, but Appa was the one. She hurriedly turned to him. Jin-hyuk. Are you okay? Jin-hyuk spoke with difficulty. Yes. Sarah looked concerned. I think there is a university hospital in Cheonan. Have you been there yet? Yu Young nodded slightly. Yes, but they said the same thing. That it might just be unexplained muscle pain. Acupuncture helped a little, but only for a while. Hearing this, Sarah fell into thought. Then suddenly she approached Jin-hyuk. Sarah suddenly lunged forward. Let me see. He gasped in surprise. No way. Is she really going to examine me? She looked around. Goodness. Look at these muscles. Is this even a human body? Does it hurt when I press here? Jin-hyuk replied quickly. No. Sarah continued. What about here? He reluctantly added. That does not hurt much either. A moment later, Sarah suddenly said something strange. I see. It is growing pains. Yu Young asked curiously. Growing pains, what is that? She gave a faint smile. I studied this when researching youth athletics. During puberty, when the ends of the bones are still growing, if given enough nutrition and training, the body will grow very fast. But during that process, if energy consumption spikes, symptoms like a fever sometimes appear. I mean, the joints grow faster than the muscles and nerves. Hearing this, Jin-hyuk let out a breath. Then he slowly added, so the muscles go into shock and the nerves in the back get compressed. Sarah could not help but exclaim, you are smart. Yes, that is exactly it. She could not help but feel a bit worried, so we just have to wait. At the same time, Sujong kept muttering, Mom's hand is a healing hand. Yujin repeated blankly, healing hand, while Sarah carefully reminded them, apply warm compresses often. That will relax the muscles and reduce the pain. Suddenly Jin-hyuk scrambled up. Sujong called out worriedly, Appa. Yu Yang called out hesitantly, Jin-hyuk, where are you going? He moved his feet quickly. I am going to lie down in my room for a while. She called out after him. Do you want me to give you a warm compress? Jin-hyuk replied quickly in a dry tone. Yeah. After a long while, Sujong happily proposed. When you are done, can I help you clean up? He nodded slightly. Okay, thank you. Outside, the whole family was busy preparing food. At the same time, Yujin quickly opened the refrigerator door. There are 2 bottles of soy sauce in the fridge, right? One is sweet soy sauce. Mom said. We are not allowed to use it. Right. Thinking of this, she tried to reach for them. Then Yujin let out a giggle. Sweet soy sauce. She froze for a moment. Wait, this voice. It is exactly like the voice I heard when Yujin was born. A scene from the past unfolded. A mobile appeared on the ceiling. At the same time, her voice echoed throughout the house. Oh dear. Jin-hyuk, can you get a diaper for me? He heard and proposed. Let me change Yujin's diaper. A moment later Yu Young picked Yujin up and winced slightly. So smelly, Yujin, when did you go? I did not even know, because you did not cry at all. Yujin did not know how to get angry. Normally, babies cry all the time, but even as a baby, Yujin was used to always having a bright smile. Jin-hyuk could not help but exclaim, Yujin really does not cry much, does she? Yu Young fell silent for a moment. Maybe it is because Yujin understands that the whole family always wants her to have a life full of laughter. Yujin still remembered the words that were spoken to her since she was a baby. Grow up healthy. Because of that, Yujin wanted to find that presence. A deeper connection. Not something that can be seen or heard, but something that can be felt. A few years later, Guangyan introduced her softly. This is Yujin's room. Pretty? Right. She looked up at him, her mouth curving slightly. Not dad, not mom, either. Not big brother either. It is not the voice of any sister or brother either. Yujin could not find the owner of that voice anywhere in the village. There was another reason she could not find it. She tried to read the words in the book. Rog. Hearing that, Yu Yang explained softly. No, Yujin. That is a frog, right? Yujin looked up and smiled brightly. Different words, right? The words Yujin heard in her head were completely different from the language her family spoke. Adults said they were the wrong words. Words that were not allowed to be spoken. Therefore, Yujin gradually gave up and then forgot that other language and that voice. Only one sentence remained deep in her heart, grow up healthy. But then, it appeared right before Yujin's eyes. A black color, bubbles constantly rising. She saw Yu Yang grab the soy sauce bottle firmly. Oh my, Yujin, that is soy sauce. So Yujin was not stupid. She immediately realized mom was lying. That bottle of soy sauce felt exactly like the voice she had heard when she was first born, carrying the wound of a monster along with a sweet fragrance. Back to reality, Yujin once again tried to reach into the refrigerator. She stared at the refrigerator expectantly. There are 2 bottles of soy sauce in the fridge, right? Big brother will get it for me, right? But her tall, strong big brother had barely been able to walk for the past few days. Nevertheless, he was always the first to stand up for his younger sister. Soon, Yujin crawled into the room and raised both arms. Immediately after, Yujin slammed them down with all her strength. Jinyuk let out a groan of pain. Yujin, why did you come up here? She asked worriedly. Appa, you are in a lot of pain, are not you? Hearing this, he shook his head slightly. No, Yujin. I am really not in pain. As soon as he said it, Jinyuk suddenly sat up. He touched his back, his mind in total shock. What is this? The back that caused me pain for days. Suddenly Jinyuk could not help but feel a bit bewildered. Is it gone? No. But the pain just vanished so then he turned to Yujin. Yujin, what did you just do to Appa? She happily reached out her hands. Like this. At that, Jinhyuk paused, his eyes fixed on Yujin. On this side, Guangyan muttered. Oh dear, 10th place has disappeared, has not it? Gijun winced. Stop teasing me. Back with Jinhyuk, he stared intently at his huge feet. Jinhyuk was almost stunned. Wait, what is this? My pants are too tight. No matter how severe the growing pains were, he could not have grown this much in just a few days. Could he? Is this even logical? While he was still confused, Yujin suddenly called. Appa. She pointed excitedly. There are 2 bottles of soy sauce in the fridge, right? Jinyuk turned to Yujin again with suspicious eyes. He stared into her sparkling eyes. Yujin, you can't drink soy sauce. It is very salty. At that moment, Guangyan shouted, Hey, Jinhyuk, the Olympics are on. The 2 fathers suddenly froze. He tilted his head toward him. Our Jinhyuk has really grown up, has not he? Jijun nodded slightly. That is right. I was wondering when the boy would start looking like Guangyan, but no, that is not it right now. Jinyuk bet on 8th place, right? Now we are exactly in 8th place. Guangyan smiled after hearing that. If it keeps going like this, Jinhyuk might win 2 million won. What about you? You bet on 10th place. He scratched his head sheepishly. Consider it pocket money for Jinhyuk then. Jinyuk was deep in thought. The only thing I remember clearly about the Barcelona Olympics is Wang Yangzhou's marathon gold medal. If we are in 8th place now, then tomorrow, Wang Yangzhou's gold medal will help us rise to 7th overall. Dad bet on 6th, I bet on 8th. It will be a bit hard to split the prize money. At the same time, Guangyan looked pensive. But what if no one guesses the rank correctly? Gijun analyzed quickly. In that case, maybe it will be judged by the number of medals. Currently, the 7th place team has 11 gold medals. When night came, Jinyuk's eyes were wide open. I slept a lot during the day, so now I can't sleep at all. Dad and Chairman Hong were probably drinking in the yard. He frowned slightly, his gaze deepening as his thoughts connected. Just as I suspected, it was suspicious. I originally thought Chairman Hong would guess the ranking correctly. Gijun had asserted earlier, I am betting on 10th place. Then he grinned. Consider it pocket money for Jinhyuk. Jinhyuk thought to himself. Maybe he just thought it would be fun if my father and I had a little bet, so he suggested it. However, Gijun's words echoed in his ears. I can't ignore the societal expectations that come with my status. Jinhyuk began to worry. What if Chairman Hong intentionally guessed wrong? I do not know his entire past, but I know the basic history of the company he runs. In this timeline, Chairman Hong has reached the position of CEO at least 10 years earlier than in my previous life. After the 2002 World Cup, Yusara started paying attention to grassroots sports, but her early interest in the development of foundational sports must have been influenced by Chairman Hong. Jinhyuk fell silent. This world remains the same, but the history of the people I once knew has changed too much. His eyes suddenly snapped open. Especially Chairman Hong. They say you can measure the depth of water, but not the human heart. And that man's heart is like the ice on a reservoir in the middle of winter. Just then, Yujin suddenly tugged hard on Jinhyuk's shirt. She scrambled to sit up. Appa, are not you sleeping yet? He was momentarily flustered. I am sleeping now. You should sleep too, Yujin. Right next to them, Sujong was already snoring away. Seeing this, Jin Hyuk thought to himself, but Sujong slept all day today as well. She really sleeps well. Probably because she is growing so fast. Soon, Yujin drifted back to sleep. She had a dream where Jin Hyuk appeared with a confused look. Yujin leaned toward him, speaking in an incomprehensible way. Jin Hyuk followed up. There are 2 bottles of sweet soy sauce in the fridge. She replied quickly, Yujin, and then what? He translated with difficulty, Appa will get it for Yujin, right? Immediately, Yujin pulled Jin Hyuk's hand hard. Then, let us go. That night, I dreamed I was wearing a suit with Yujin, and we were sitting on a dolphin-shaped float, crossing an ocean made of sweet soy sauce. The scene shifted to the next morning. Gwangyun lay unconscious on the floor, muttering, Hong Gi-jun, are you still alive? Beside him, Gi-jun clutched his head, groaning from a hammer-like headache. Don't talk to me, my head hurts too much. Seeing this, Jin Hyuk remembered a familiar memory. The glorious marathon achievement was repeated in this life too, and South Korea had overtaken Hungary to move into 7th place in the overall standings. Hearing this, Gwangyun and Gi-jun frantically pounded the table and cheered. Hwang Yongjo, the Korean athlete, Hwang Yongjo is leading, entering Montjuic Stadium. Back to reality, he let out a sigh of relief. Lucky me, I only guessed based on Spain's medal count. At the same time, Gwangyun exhaled. Now I can breathe again, and my stomach feels better. Gi-jun looked grateful. Dear sister-in-law, you saved my life again today. Come to think of it, should we settle the bet now? Right then, he announced calmly, I will transfer it all to Jin Hyuk's account. 20 million won. Jin Hyuk's jaw dropped. What? Wait, was not it only supposed to be 2 million won? Gi-jun explained leisurely. Your father and I increased the stakes early this morning. Jin Hyuk was speechless, his face full of disbelief. What kind of ridiculous amount is this? I am at a loss for words. 20 million won is enough to buy 2 luxury sedans, yet they gave it to me without any hesitation. The way rich people spend money is really something else. At this, the man smiled and suggested, how about you let me keep it for now, I will help you grow that money. Jin Hyuk thought to himself, but that is my pocket money. Jin Hyuk hesitated. If dad allows it. Gwanza looked surprised. What do you mean allow? It is your money now. Decide for yourself, Jin Hyuk. He frowned slightly. Honestly, that bet was just an excuse. Is it really just to give me pocket money? Gi-jun turned back to him. Any more melon left? Gwangyun sighed tiredly. Probably all gone. Then Jin Hyuk asked curiously. So how do you plan to grow the money? He replied nonchalantly. It is a secret. As soon as he said that, Gwangyun immediately backed away. Seriously, in that case, I am abandoning you. Hearing this, Gi-jun pretended to be pained. Even you doubt me? Jin Hyuk said nothing more and observed him closely. Honestly, I suspect Chairman Hong too, but when it comes to money, he can probably be trusted. After all, most of it is dad's money. He probably would not spend it recklessly. Later, Gwangyun suggested. Want to go fishing later? Gi-jun jumped up after hearing that. Fishing sounds great. On this side, Jin Hyuk was still deep in thought. Should I buy SEEK Electronics or Daejeon Electronic stocks? Buying in 2005 and selling in 2020 would be perfect. But since I am not at SEEK this time, I wonder if the stock price will change. In another scene, cheers rang out simultaneously. 1, 2, pull. Someone shouted in a clear voice. Caught it. Seeing this, Jin Hyuk could not help but admire. Nice throw. Now we just need the swallows to bring it back. Sujong looked worried. Will they really bring it back? He explained slowly. They are busy raising their chicks now, so we will have to wait. She pouted. But I am in a hurry. At this, Jin Hyuk gave a gentle laugh. But the baby birds need to be fed diligently too. Suddenly Sujong's voice changed. Appa, you know, my parents are always busy too. She continued in a nonchalant tone. But they always feed me. At this, Sujong suddenly pointed at herself. So am I a baby swallow too? She continued to analyze with a rare serious face. If I am a baby swallow, then my parents are swallows too, right? Faced with the unexpected question, Jin Hyuk was momentarily flustered. I guess so. Then Chairman Hong is also a swallow. Anyway, just let the swallow take care of it. After saying that, he asked curiously, is there anything you two want to do? Su Ji-young replied without hesitation, let us raid the field, let us go raiding. Yoo-jin cheered beside her, watermelon. She almost screamed with excitement. Yoo-jin wants watermelon. Hearing this, Jin Hyuk protested, no, that is illegal. She still would not give up. Let us go raid the field. Hearing this, Yoo-jin excitedly repeated, go steal watermelon. He helplessly wiped the cold sweat from his cheek. Yoo-jin, do you even know what raid means? Yoo-jin replied quickly, raiding is fun. Jin Hyuk was momentarily skeptical. Does she really know, or what? Immediately after, Sujong grabbed him. Appa, let us go, let us raid. Yoo-jin rushed over, lead the way. After a long while, Jin Hyuk let out a dejected sigh. Alright, let us go. Soon, night fell. At the same time, Sujong and Yoo-jin poked their heads out. She muttered, my heart is beating so fast. It really was beating fast. If they got caught, it would be organized theft. On this side, Jin Hyuk carefully stole a watermelon, telling himself, Take it quickly and retreat. Sujong suddenly leaned in close and whispered, Oppa, you really look like a thief. Yujin added. Exactly like a thief. Hearing this, Jinhyuk felt even more helpless. The kids wanted a real raid, so there was no. As a brother, he had to create memorable memories for the little ones. With that thought, he became even more determined. If that is the case, I will show you the Ephraim-style capture technique. The two little ones stared in wide-eyed amazement. Sujong signaled in a low voice. Let us go. Yujin looked excited and said, Depart. Soon, the children slowly walked into the field. On the other side, Jinhyuk suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Good grief. Why am I so nervous about this? Suddenly, she said, Appa. Appa. How about this one? It looks delicious. She spoke with an excited tone. What do you think? He immediately shifted his attention. Good size. The sound is right. Good choice. Hearing this, Sujong cheered. Got it. We did it. Jinhyuk reacted in surprise. Quiet. We are not done yet. As soon as he said it, the whole place fell silent. The scene moved to a nearby river. At this point, Jinhyuk, Sujong, and Yujin stared at the watermelon they had just stolen. They cheered together under the night sky. Thank you for the meal. Let us eat. He turned helplessly to the two children. Is it good? Sujong replied without hesitation. Super delicious. Like we hit the jackpot. Hearing this, Jinhyuk added softly. Then eat a lot. A moment later, he pointed to the sky. See that bright star above the Milky Way? That is Vega. And below it to the right is. She approached, muttering a question. So they are two stars on opposite sides of the Milky Way, but why is Vega further away? At the unexpected question, Jinhyuk thought, who knows? After a moment of silence, he analyzed slowly. Maybe because their love story is too sad. Sujong replied, but every year the magpies build a bridge for them. Still, they only get to meet once, so it is bound to be sad. Yujin stared with wide eyes. Right, Altair and Vega must be very sad, are not they? Jinhyuk thought seriously, and came to a conclusion, but they know they will meet again next year, so maybe they do not mind too much. I mean, over time Altair and Vega have gotten used to it, so maybe it is not just sadness. Sujong repeated softly. Growing pains. Yujin said in a childish voice, growing pains. Huh. Jinhyuk did not speak this time. He thought to himself, yeah, both growing up and parting are painful. Immediately after, Jinhyuk urged, let us go back. Yujin cheered excitedly, let us. Sujong ran down the road, grinning. We really were bandits today, were not we? She happily repeated. Bandits. Back with Jinhyuk, he sighed inwardly. Honestly, who steals watermelons from their own family's field? Recalling a few hours ago, Jinhyuk had tried to persuade his father. Can we take some melons? Guangyan suggested. Remember to bring one back when you return? He let out a sigh of relief. Lucky thing Dad grew watermelons. After finishing, Jinhyuk finally had time to observe the surroundings. The moon is really bright tonight. Then suddenly he remembered Johan's words. No, I am serious. Today was supposed to be a new moon. There is no way there could be a full moon. Remembering those words, Jinhyuk involuntarily observed the moonlight longer. A full moon on a new moon day. It was impossible. Thinking about it over and over would not give him an answer. In that moment, he made a decision. I have to go find out for myself. Immediately after, Jinhyuk walked slowly toward the house. The scene shifted to Mr. Cheon's wooden house. He was the village shaman. Jinhyuk stood motionless before the gate, his mind wandering. But he does not work with spirits, so he does not perform rituals or fortune-telling. Yet they say he has very strange abilities. Mikyung's grandmother at Mount Gubong had said something similar. She spoke slowly. The shaman said, if I took that person in, I would live well. So I have been wandering these mountains because of that. A moment later, he hesitantly poked his head inside. Excuse me. Suddenly Jinhyuk froze, his eyes wide. He could not help but admire. Even his aura feels very strong. Just then Gil Ryong walked outside. The old man spoke in riddles. So, the one who killed my younger brother has arrived. Since you are here, come inside. Leave the dog outside. Jinhyuk turned to Jang-gun with a confused look. Why are you shaking so much? Once outside, Jinhyuk looked around. Did you paint that picture yourself? Regarding what he just said, Gil Ryong suddenly interrupted. Your parents. The old man suddenly brought shocking news. Your parents chose the wrong place to settle in this village. The villagers call me a shaman, but my late younger brother was the real shaman. He was a great man. A scene from the past was soon recreated. The older brother screamed until his throat was hoarse. Good heavens, you must absolutely not build a house here. Who dares build a house here? Guangyan turned his head in confusion. Who are you? The man rushed forward regardless, speaking heavy words. If you build a house here, death will surely follow. Not just once, but one death after another. On this side, he could not help but feel a bit bewildered. Elder. What are you talking about? At this point, the older brother raised a doubt. That place is cursed land where humans cannot live. Why did your parents settle there? The older brother slowly approached Gil Ryong at night. Gil Ryong, what should we do? They said they did not know anything, and the house was lent by the midwife's son. Poor child, what will become of him? The old man sighed after hearing this. He won't even listen. But 10 years have passed without any news of death. I thought maybe that old man's eyes had grown dim with age, or perhaps his power was gradually weakening. But then, the moment Gil Ryong did not expect happened. The older brother laughed crazily. He succeeded, he really succeeded. Then he cheered, my brother Gil Ryong, look. Finally, I can stop pretending to be a shaman and ascend. That child is truly extraordinary. That was the last time I saw my older brother. Back to reality, Jin Hyuk looked suspiciously at Gil Ryong. But back then, no one in the village died. Right? The old man explained slowly. Spirits only return to heaven. They do not die like humans. He interrupted, elder, I do not quite understand. The deaths in my house, my saving my parents, and your brother's death. How are they connected? Faced with a series of questions, Gil Ryong looked annoyed. You are a smart kid. Why do not you understand? The person destined to die in that house survived because you were there. And when a destined life is not taken, the Grim Reaper takes someone else's life to balance the books. Saying this, the old man lowered his voice. So he passed away of his own accord, to pay this debt quickly before another innocent person was involved. After a moment of silence, Jin Hyuk called out softly, elder, somehow, I will make amends. Before he could finish, Gil Ryong hit him hard on the head. Make amends, don't say such nonsense. Enough. No one forced him. He passed away of his own accord. Who is there to blame? Then the old man reminded him dejectedly, don't make that funeral face, kid. He did not ascend just for you to hang your head like that. Jin Hyuk burst into tears. Yes sir. Suddenly Gil Ryong turned around. The old man stared at the photo, muttering, perhaps from the moment my brother saw that plot of land, it was all heaven's will. But if you really feel sorry, bring a bundle of rice in the autumn for me to place on his altar. And you did not come all this way just to hear a superstitious old man babble, did you? Then Gil Ryong looked straight into his eyes. What is bothering you so much that you would seek out a superstitious shaman like me? Faced with that question, Jin Hyuk could not hide the worry in his eyes. After a moment of silence, he spoke hesitantly. Too many strange things keep happening to me. I told Mr. Cheon about the real estate broker and the fight with Yoon Seong-dong's gang. My seemingly unbearable back pain suddenly disappeared, and right after that, I grew taller quickly. After a while, Jin Hyuk could not help but feel a bit worried. They say when possessed by a spirit, we sometimes act like a different person. I wondered if that was the case for me. Gil Ryong suddenly affirmed, you say it is because of a spirit. Immediately after, a smack rang out along with the old man's sharp shout. What spirit, kid? What? You suddenly throw a punch, maybe it was a surprise, but did you plan it beforehand? You hit a guy who insulted your parents and then think it is a spirit's prank, rather than your own will. If you stand still when someone insults your parents, you are nothing but a fool or a bastard, kid. My brother saved your parents' lives. At least behave like a man. I was wrong about you. He did not stop there. Gil Ryong screamed crazily. And another thing, a spirit, healing your back. You think spirits are that bored? If so, let me meet that spirit so it can fix my back too. Jin Hyuk was still in shock. So does that mean I am being possessed now? The old man became even more furious after hearing that. Stop talking nonsense about A bit later, Gil Ryong became calmer. A rabbit in the mountains runs back and forth very nimbly, but sometimes it crashes into a tree, and the deer, which is bigger than the rabbit, never hits a tree. Do you know why? The rabbit runs while looking at the trees to hide and avoid collisions, but it is precisely because it keeps looking at the trees that it crashes into them. But the deer runs only with the path in front of it. Its eyes look straight ahead to run faster, further, and with all its strength. Because it only looks forward while running, it might get scratched by branches, but it never loses its direction. The old man shook his head slightly. What is the use of fortune telling? In the end, humans bend words to their own will. Dreams are not as important as how you interpret them. You are a runner, right? To others. The race ends in the blink of an eye, but how does it feel when you are the one running? Immediately after, Gil Ryong explained slowly, from the moment you are in position to the sound of the starting gun, it feels like an eternity, but once you cross the finish line, the whole race feels so short. Then the old man looked straight at Jin Hyuk and called out, kid. Then Gil Ryong asked a question. Which is longer, the run, or life? You are good at running straight ahead, but you worry too much. Understand, like a stupid beast, you chase your own shadow, find it strange, and then keep going in circles, round after round. That won't do any good. After a moment of silence, he nodded slightly. Yes, elder. My tangled thoughts were immediately cleared, and with that, my anxiety vanished too. Jin Hyuk kept remembering Gil Ryong's advice. Don't be confused. Don't waver. Later, he bowed deeply to the old man. Gil Ryong's final words kept echoing in Jin Hyuk's ears. Just look straight ahead and live. After he left, the old man narrowed his eyes in thought. I wondered what had changed the heavenly mandate. It turns out to be that child's heavy shadow. Gil Ryong reflexively remembered the giant black shadow right behind Jin Hyuk. Thinking of this, the old man was momentarily flustered. What is this? No spirit is attached to him, yet his aura is so strong. It is like two people in one. If my brother were still alive, he would have recognized it immediately. Then suddenly Gil Ryong called out into the void, come out, he is gone. Are you guys hiding because you are scared? Good grief. As soon as he said it, a series of ghosts appeared at the same time. Back at the house, Guangyan asked curiously, "Did you go to see the shaman?" "Oh, I have not heard news of him in a long time." "Is he still healthy?" Gijun chimed in curiously. "Who is that?" He explained slowly. "He is the local shaman who lives near the graveyard. I think the last time I saw him was about 15 years ago. He is like a mountain god. He must be over 90 now." The other man could not help but exclaim, "Oh my." At this point Guangyan turned to Jinhyuk. "But why did you think to go see him?" He was momentarily flustered. "Well, I have heard about him for a long time through Mikyung's grandmother." Gijun looked concerned. "Was there something bothering you so much that you had to seek out a shaman? Don't tell me it is about romance." Jinhyuk immediately denied it. "I just went out of curiosity." Hearing this, he followed up. "So what did he say to you?" He admitted frankly, "He gave me a lot of good advice." "Oh, right. I heard his older brother once looked at the plot of land where our house was built." "Do you remember, Dad?" Guangyan nodded. "Of course I remember." Gijun looked at him curiously. "What about that plot of land?" At this point, Guangyan recounted seriously. "He said this land was not good, and told us that if we did not move, we should at least change the direction of the house. But then life got busy, so we kept delaying it. During the recent renovation, we finally changed the direction too." Just then Yu Yang called out, "Jinhyuk, can you help me with this?" He continued, "That is why I went over to talk to you, but you were not home." "Where did you go?" He hurriedly explained, "I was just taking a walk around the neighborhood." Then suddenly Gijun turned to Jinhyuk. "Jinhyuk, why do you call your father Dad Bo? I mean, kids your age usually call them Father Cha, but you call him Dad." I wondered if there was a reason. At the unexpected question, Guangyan questioned him, "Why are you suddenly asking that?" Gijun shot back, "Shouldn't you be asking that too? Since you are the one being called Dad." Back with Jinhyuk, he also questioned himself. "Why do I call him Dad?" He really is curious about everything. If I say there is no reason, would it seem too insincere? But considering Chairman Hong is holding my future 40 million won, maybe I should answer sincerely. Right. After a moment of silence, he replied without hesitation, "Because I like calling him that." After saying that, Jinhyuk involuntarily smiled. Actually, more accurately, it was like making up for the days when I could not call him that. But since I can't say that, I just said this. Suddenly the man pointed to himself. "Then what will you call me?" Jinhyuk did not know how to react for a moment. What did he mean? What should he call him? What was he getting at? Gijun suggested with interest, "It has been a long time since we met again. Don't you think you should call me something less formal?" His eyes immediately scanned for a response. Less formal? How do you call someone less formal? "Hey, you." In Jinhyuk's mind, a series of titles flashed. Chairman Hong, sorry no, maybe calling him chairman was most appropriate in this situation, but that is not what he wanted. Uncle or the safer choice, sir. No, what Chairman Hong really wanted was probably, after a long while, Jinhyuk called out seriously, "Father." As soon as the words were out, Gijun laughed crazily. Hey, did everyone hear that? Jinhyuk said he will call me father. Seeing him like that, Jinhyuk gave a wry smile, thinking he would answer correctly. Then Sarah suddenly appeared, acting urgent. "Jinhyuk, what about me? What about me?" Immediately, Wangyan rushed toward Gijun to punish him. Witnessing the scene, Jinhyuk could not help but feel a bit helpless, thinking, what is wrong with everyone, honestly? Even his mother, Yu Yang, called out from the kitchen, "You should call me that too." For a moment, the space fell silent, only to see that Su Zhang and Yujin had already fallen fast asleep. Outside, the group clinked their glasses happily. "Call her that too. Cheers." At this point, Sarah and Gijun were showing off and enjoying themselves. Seeing this, Jinhyuk smiled helplessly. He suddenly shouted in his mind, "Are they really this happy just because I called them dad and mom?" Beside him, Yu Yang looked at Jinhyuk with a worried gaze. "Jinhyuk, what is wrong?" He quickly changed the subject. "Who poured macchioli into my cup?" Gijun glanced at the glass in his hand. "Oh dear, I must have swapped it with mine by mistake." "Well then, you should just down it in one go." Hearing this, Jinhyuk showed his dissatisfaction. "I am still underage." His mother turned around worriedly. "Jinhyuk, where are you going?" He quickly replied, "I am going to get some water." After saying that, Jinhyuk walked quickly into the house. Behind him, Sarah silently followed him with her eyes. A moment later, she spoke slowly. "So, you said you had something to tell me, Jinhyuk. I heard you told your father you wanted to participate in running competitions." He looked a bit awkward. "Yes, they said I just need to register, so I plan to do it in my 3rd year." Sarah asked curiously. "What about training?" Jinhyuk added, "I practice every day, but since there are no proper facilities, I just train on the school grounds." Hearing that, she continued to inquire, "The centers and facilities in Seoul are definitely much better, but you do not plan on moving to Seoul, do you? Because you do not want to be away from your family. Then let us just bring a training center here." As soon as the words were out, Jinhyuk almost screamed, "What? But I do not even know how long I will stick with running." "I know," Sarah said, looking skeptical, "but do not you want to compete in the Asian Games? It would be amazing to win a gold medal." Contrary to her, he was worried. "Isn't that going too far? I have never thought that far ahead, seriously, Sarah suddenly reminded him. If you win a gold medal, you will be exempt from military service. Jin-hyuk immediately began to analyze. That is right, if I have to serve, I will be away from my family. In that case, winning a medal might be the better option. On the other side, she giggled, if building a training center is too much, we can wait and see your performance in your 3rd year. But just because you ran well as a kid, does not mean your body will always keep up. Even among those who switch to coaching or other jobs, in the end, only a few survive. And luck plays a part too. Jin-hyuk looked up at Sarah. If I do well, what happens then? She fell silent for a moment before answering. Maybe you will be signed by a management company. Of course, Jin-hyuk, we will respect you, but you know, Jin-hyuk, I think whether it is a system or people, whoever gets there first wins. That is why I want to recruit you as the star athlete for our foundation. I truly think you can do it. Hearing those words, Jin-hyuk's heart wavered involuntarily. Thoughts flashed through his mind like a storm. I just want to live a peaceful life, blending in with those around me. I do not know what the future holds, and there is no guarantee I will always love running, but at the very least, with the things I like, how long I pursue it, that is something I should decide for myself. Jin-hyuk quietly observed Sarah, a sudden sense of familiarity rising in his heart. Looking at her now, she really does resemble Chairman Hong. After a while, he could not stop scratching his head in frustration. Then Jin-hyuk replied politely. I will think about it. As night fell, Jin-hyuk tossed and turned, unable to find peace. I can't sleep. He suddenly sat bolt upright in bed. Jin-hyuk repeated in his mind, I can't sleep. At that moment, his gaze landed on a gift still in its box. Brand new, that ribbon. Chairman Hong gave me the latest model from Sale Electronics. Funny thing is, I have not even touched it once. But if he asks later, I won't know how to answer, so I should at least check it out. It is glowing. Suddenly, Jin-hyuk's gaze froze. He stared intently at a dark shadow outside. A faint figure appeared in his line of sight, causing Jin-hyuk momentary panic. What is that? Is that a person? He began to feel anxious. Don't tell me it is a spy. Thinking of this, Jin-hyuk's body suddenly stiffened. Memories from years ago suddenly flooded back. When he was a child, something happened in the neighboring village, a story Uncle Jo Il-hyun told him, saying it happened long before he was born. It was late one night when the village chief's daughter-in-law was on her way home. She suddenly stopped in her tracks. She saw a man wandering on the beach, carrying a bundle that was soaking wet and dripping with water. It turned out the person she saw that day was the son of the village chief's servant, who had fled north right after the armistice. He returned by boat with the rising tide to take revenge for all the humiliation his father suffered at the hands of the chief, so he took his head. You might think, what era is this to still have spies? But even now in town, you can still see signs that say, surrender and find the light. That story seemed to fuel the anxiety within Jin-hyuk. It is unsettling that there could be a spy operating so close to where my family lives, but I can't just report it based on speculation. He decided to verify it himself. At least let us try to find some clues. Jin-hyuk stepped cautiously, tiptoeing. His gaze accidentally fell upon a sleepy Soo-jung. Then she suddenly leaned her head against the wooden. Seeing this, Jin-hyuk felt a bit helpless. That hit must have. Soon, he stepped quickly outside. A dead drop is a place where spies hide supplies, or used to communicate with other spies. At that moment, Jin-hyuk moved slowly toward the forest. He looked toward the opposite side, thinking to himself, at this late hour, he is heading straight for that rock as if it was prearranged. That rock must be their dead. Then Jin-hyuk's eyes scanned the surroundings. I remember it was around here. Finally, he found it. Here it is. Usually, under rocks like this, there will be notes containing mission instructions or hidden supplies. Samadr, Handesnger at Gulklev Geda Majdasi Ellers. I wonder how much the reward for reporting a spy is. Immediately after, Jin-hyuk used all his strength to flip the rock over. His eyes lit up for a split second. Looking down at the empty patch of ground, Jin-hyuk froze. There is nothing here. What? Usually, there should be a hole dug underneath. Exactly at that moment, he accidentally discovered a footprint. But this looks like a combat boot. Do spies wear combat boots? Jin-hyuk looked around the forest with regret. This is bad. His gaze swept across the ground covered in dry leaves. There are too many fallen leaves. They have covered all the footprints. If there was moonlight, I could at least track them through the leaves, but the clouds are too thick. I can't see anything. It was clear just a moment. In that moment, Jin-hyuk stood still, weighing his options. What should I do? Should I go in a bit deeper? After a moment's thought, he dismissed the idea. No, I have to be realistic. If that really is a spy, he might be carrying a gun. There is also no guarantee a spy is even hiding here. I will just stop for tonight. At the same time, a dark shadow was lurking behind Jin-hyuk, watching him. The scene shifted to the next day. Gwangyan was shouting at the top of his lungs. These lunatics, we should call the army to sweep this whole place. Seeing this, Jin-hyuk tried to stop him. Dad, calm down. Without evidence, we could be accused of false reporting. And why are you waving a carrot around? Let us just let this go. Wouldn't it be better to hand this over to the intelligence agency rather than calling the army? We are not even sure if it is a real spy. Hearing this, he immediately reacted. Right, hey Gijun, do not you know anyone over there? His uncle's expression changed instantly. Gijun unexpectedly admitted, before this gets blown out of proportion, I should probably say. That person was me. Guangyan was momentarily stunned. You mean you are with the intelligence agency? His uncle shook his head awkwardly. The person Jinhyuk saw last night was me. He gasped in shock. Your friend is a spy. Jinhyuk almost screamed. What? Gijun tried to explain. No, Sira snored so loudly. I really could not stand it. I could not sleep at all, so I went out for a night walk. Jinhyuk must have seen me then. Sorry for causing a misunderstanding. As soon as he finished speaking, Guangyan immediately rushed over. But why were you walking at night? Hearing that, he finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. I did not expect it to be Chairman Hong. Good thing, he was not a real spy. We almost filed a false report. Later, he turned to complain. Sira, seriously, stop snoring so much. Gijun said he could not sleep. She immediately shot back. What are you saying? I sleep very quietly. Guangyan dismissed her without a second thought. Yeah, everyone says that. Sira tried to explain. No, really, he looked twice as busy. Do we need to load this into the trunk? Good grief, why do you bring so much stuff every time? A moment later, Su Jong stuck her head out. Goodbye, Appa, see you next time. Inside the car, Gijun focused on driving. He gave a forced smile. That was a close call. They almost framed an innocent person as a spy. In this hot weather, team leader Yang and everyone must be having a hard time. Recalling the previous night, Gijun called out, are you watching? Thank you for your hard work. I am leaving a bonus here. Remember to pick it up later. I just wanted to give them a little extra. But right at that moment, Yang came to pick it up last night, and Jinhyuk happened to see him. Thinking of this, he told himself, I need to be more careful. He did not want the family to know, so he kept quiet. But since I have heard about his sister-in-law, sooner or later I will have to talk to Guangyan about this. Keeping it bottled up like this is really giving me a headache. The more he thought about it, the more determined Gijun became. I have to tell son Guangyan soon. He suddenly remembered the happy image of the family of four. He fell into thought again. It is not that I am lying, but it still feels like I am hiding something, which makes me uncomfortable. But anyway, for now, I will have to rely on you. Team leader Yang. Back with Jinhyuk, he asked curiously, Dad, are you planning to go to Hawaii for Chuseo? He chuckled softly, I will be going with Gijun and his family. I am going to get my passport tomorrow. Yu Yang smiled brightly. This is my first time on a plane. I am so excited. What about you, Jinhyuk? Jinhyuk declined immediately. I will pass. I have school. Besides, you two have not had a honeymoon yet. This is the perfect chance to go on a vacation together. Don't worry about Yujin. I will take good care of her while you are away. Hearing this, her cheeks turned bright red. Honeymoon. Yu Yang continued with a trembling voice. Right, I heard Su Jong is not going with her parents either. Jinhyuk put on a helpless face. Your faces are so red, I could fry eggs on them. Turns out, you were looking forward to it but were just acting. He spoke softly. Anyway, it is perfect timing. September is the most beautiful time to go to Hawaii. Guangyan chuckled upon hearing that. Gijun said the same thing. But how do you know that, Jinhyuk? Jinhyuk replied quickly without hesitation. I just read it in a book. He thought to himself. That was a lie. Overseas training programs were organized for those with good performance and evaluations within the Sikh group. In my past life, I never missed a single program. I heard this place is very popular with locals, but in reality, it is nothing more than a glorified package. I have been to almost all the major tourist spots: Singapore, the Philippines, Sydney, Hawaii. On those trips, there were always leaders accompanying us, and in my department, Executive Director Jaguar was always the one leading the group. An image of Su Jong immediately appeared. She shyly suggested, Director, would you like to have a cocktail at the hotel bar? Thinking back now, Jinhyuk had declined without a second thought. I have to check on the other team members, so maybe next time. Su Jong bowed her head sadly. Yes, then please take care of your health. At that time, I did not understand Director Hong's feelings. Being the chairman's daughter, it must have been very hard for her to get close to anyone in the company. Perhaps I was the only person she felt comfortable talking to. Returning to reality, Yu Yang suddenly called out, Appa, look over there. Guangyan turned around curiously. What is it, a flock of geese? She immediately denied it. No, those cars. I have been seeing them almost every day lately. Who do you think it is? Jinhyuk frowned slightly. Cars. Maybe people coming to look at the land. Yu Yang added softly. I am not sure. Then Yu Yang grinned. They pass by at the same time every day. It looks like a group of office workers leaving for the day. Hearing that, he immediately became alert. Every day, and four of the same car model. That is a bit suspicious. What do you think, Dad? Contrary to Jinhyuk, Guangyan casually brushed it off. Maybe your mom is right. It could be land surveyors. Just leave it be, do not worry. Hearing that, he tried to persuade him. It still feels strange. He did not care and approached Yujin. What is my princess doing all by herself? Jinhyuk, you go down first. After saying that, Guangyan decisively turned his back. At this moment, Jinhyuk frowned slightly, sensing something was wrong. Dad definitely knows something. He is just not telling me. To him, it might be nothing, but I can't shake this uneasy feeling. In another development, a person asked in a low voice, "How is it going? Do the name and address match?" The subordinate reported immediately, "Yes, the client provided accurate information. The householder is Sun Guangyan, and the address matches perfectly." They also said that the people living on the mountain will be away during Chuseok. Upon hearing this, the other party seemed satisfied. Good news. Then we will act at that time. He gritted his teeth and declared, "We cannot miss this opportunity." The scene shifted to a luxurious mansion. Inside, Myeong-seon was in a rage. "You useless brat, get out. I said get out. I sent you abroad, paid for your business school, and this is how you repay me." Munsik tried to stop him. "Father, please calm down." The more he spoke, the angrier he became. "You embezzled company funds, hung around with actresses, and even harassed female employees. Not only that, you were scammed in an investment, letting the Japanese steal our chemical technology. Why should I keep a parasite like you in the company?" He tried to plead. "I am sorry, father. Please, just this once. Forgive me." Myeong-seon almost screamed. "Forgive you? I heard you were even planning to lobby politicians. I told you not to do those things, but you never listen, and now you are here begging for forgiveness." Then he decisively declared, "From tomorrow, do not let me see your face in the company again. Butler Kwan, drag this fellow out." Munsik screamed in despair. "Wait, father, after everything I have done." Soon, the space became silent. At the same time, Gi-jun turned to stare at Sarah. He had a shocked expression. "Your brother was just kicked out of the company, and you are still sitting there eating cookies." She replied nonchalantly. "So what?" Seeing this, Gi-jun sighed helplessly. "Whatever, eat as much as you want." On this side, Myeong-seon let out a long breath. Then he called out softly, "Junsik, Sarah." They both answered quickly, "Yes, father." "Yes, Dad." Myeong-seon slowly reminded them, "You only have one chance. Even if you just maintain the company's current state, you are already a good director. But if you can help the company grow, all the better. However, never think that you naturally have rights just because you are my children. Munsik's desk has already been cleared. Remember that." He turned to Junsik. "And Junsik?" He immediately responded, "Yes, father." Myeong-seon made a decision. Going forward, Seek Heavy Industries and Seek Distribution will also bear the Seek name. You will take over Heavy Industries as chairman. Once you are in management, do it properly. Stop fooling around. Junsik bowed and accepted the order. "I understand, father." Then he turned his gaze to Gi-jun. "And you, Hong. From tomorrow, you will be in charge of Seek Chemical." He nodded slightly. "Yes, father." As soon as the words were out, Junsik interrupted. "Father, are you serious?" Myeong-seon said sternly, "Junsik, you also know how outstanding son-in-law Hong's performance has been. What he accomplished in 3 years takes others 30 years to achieve." He nodded slightly. "That is true." At this moment, Sarah cut in. "But is not that too much for him? He is already carrying so much." Junsik seemed to agree. "Sarah is right. Besides, Seek was founded by our Yu family." He suddenly interrupted. "The Yu family, that is right, both you and Sarah carry the Yu name. I understand you are worried about your husband Sarah, but with his ability, he can bring Seek Chemical, which is currently drowning in debt, back on track." Gi-jun then softened his voice to comfort her. "Father is right, honey. Besides, if I inherit Chemical, you benefit too, right?" Sarah pretended to be sulky after hearing that. "Don't you see I am worried about you?" He quickly replied, I know. Junsik stared at Gi-jun. Seik Chemical was almost the face of the Seik group. Handing it over to him was equivalent to appointing him as the official successor of the group. He used to have no ambition at all, so why did he suddenly quit his job and change his attitude so drastically? Then Junsik suddenly reached out toward Gi-jun. He acted politely. "I am counting on you, brother-in-law." He replied, "Me too, I hope for your guidance." After saying that, Junsik fell into thought. "I might not be the exceptionally talented type, but the way I have survived until now is very simple. I never choose to pick a fight with a tiger, and I never push myself into a position to confront it. As for pride, when you still have to support a family and have so many expenses, who has time to worry about pride?" A moment later, Myeong-seon changed the subject. "Sarah, are you visiting your in-laws first for Chuseok again this year?" Sarah admitted frankly, "Actually, we are going on a trip this year." He was slightly surprised. "A trip," she bragged happily, "together with Guangyan's family." As soon as those words were spoken, Myeong-seon could not help but feel a bit bewildered. "Guangyan? You mean Sun Guangyan?" Sarah started to become awkward. "Dad, about that." His face changed instantly. "That bastard. He is still alive." The scene shifted to a few days later. Yu Yong walked outside excitedly. "Oh my goodness, I can't believe it." Time suddenly rewound. Myeong-seon's voice trembled. "He is still alive." Sarah immediately turned pale. "Dad, about that. It is not that I hid it on purpose. We really just ran into him by chance." Hearing this, he cut her off coldly. "Mr. Hong, that is enough for today. Go home." As soon as the words were out, Gi-jun quickly grabbed Sarah's hand. "Yes, father-in-law. Let us go home, honey." She looked hesitant, but a moment later, the two said in unison, We will take our leave first. At this moment, Moyang Seong was lost in thought. That brat Guangyan. He is like a ghost now. Even Chairman Park of the Dae-chan group could not find him for all these years. I thought he died a long time ago. Thinking of this, he felt even more regretful. I should have taken Munya away from that thief Park's family much sooner. You fool, if you can't take responsibility, then do not do things that require responsibility in the first place. Suddenly, Mayang Xian called out loudly, Butler Quan. Quan immediately stood up straight. Yes, sir, he ordered in a low voice. Tell Mrs. Li to bring me a glass of wine. Something strong. He immediately took the order. Understood. Myung Seon quietly reminisced. He was about 3 or 4 years older than Sarah. So he must be about 40 now. I wonder if he is married and has children now. In any case, I used to consider him my own son. Myung Seon stared at the wine glass on the table, his heart suddenly feeling bitter. One person stays alive but says nothing. One person refuses to say a single word. They really know how to make someone feel distressed. In another development, Mun-sik quickly picked up the phone. Young, I heard you used to dream of being an actor. Honestly, I think you definitely would have succeeded. Ji-jun chuckled upon hearing that. Do you really think so? I tried my best, but thinking back, it is still a bit embarrassing. He reminisced happily. I mean it. Even my older brother was fooled by you. It is just because your acting was so natural, brother-in-law. At this point, Mun-sik could not help but exclaim, you really have a talent for acting. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Anyway, I really owe you this time. Unlike Junsik or Sarah, honestly, I can't stand the group's business. Hearing this, he calmed him down. It is okay. You also have the Estimum project. Besides, you have helped me a lot already. Mun-sik chuckled. Is that so? Ji-jun's eyes suddenly lit up, his heart filled with calculating thoughts. For the eldest son who has no interest or ambition for the group, early retirement is no different from a reward. After a moment of silence, he pretended to tease. Will you be resting for a while now? He smiled helplessly. In any case, I still have to continue playing the role of the disowned son. So I will take a short break, then arrange to meet the chairman of Daejeon Electronics. Gi-jun could not help but exclaim. And even though you have retired, you still do not get a proper rest. I really feel for you. What can you do? Before he could react, Mun-sik suddenly shouted, don't say that. You are my lifesaver, brother-in-law. If you ask for anything in the future, I will do my best to make it happen. So do not worry. Hearing that, Gi-jun gave a forced smile. Then I will shamelessly leave everything to you. He replied warmly, you have worked hard. Get some rest. At that moment, he looked silently at his phone, thinking, I did all of this for that one goal, but honestly, I did not expect to be recognized so quickly. As expected, my father-in-law is the type of person who will readily employ anyone as long as they show competence, regardless of their background or education. My brother-in-law has an admirable work ethic, so I initially thought it would be difficult to win him over. Thinking of this, Gi-jun breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he agreed to cooperate without any issues. Gi-jun slowly stepped into the living room and froze in surprise. You are not asleep yet. Sira spoke in a tiny voice. Not yet. He asked worriedly. Why the long face? Gi-jun quickly realized something was wrong. Is it because you mentioned Guangyan earlier? Sarah buried her face in a pillow and blamed herself. My big mouth always gets me into trouble. Dad looked so sad. What should I do now? Seeing this, he gently comforted her. Dad was just shocked, not angry. If you found out someone you thought was dead was actually alive, you would be shocked too. Hearing that, she became even more worried. You do not think Dad will suddenly go looking for Guangyan Appa, do you? Ji-jun immediately countered, no, do not worry too much. As soon as he said it, Sarah's eyes welled up with tears. He panicked slightly. Hey now, Gi-jun tilted his head to look at her and said softly, besides, the whole family is going on a trip together for Chuseok. Or do you plan on sulking the entire time? Saying this, Gi-jun casually pinched Sarah's cheek. It is a waste of your beautiful face. Immediately, she flared up like a wild tigress. That hurts. You jerk. The scene shifted to the next morning. At the same time, Jin Hyuk stared intently at a magazine. This is, he muttered under his breath. Hong Gi-jun, chairman of SEIK Electronics, appointed concurrently as chairman of SEIK Communications. SEIK Electronics announces acquisition of Daewon Communications. SEIK Group rises to second place in the conglomerate rankings. Reading this, Jin Hyuk involuntarily reminisced. In my past life, Seokyoung grew into a major conglomerate thanks to their mobile telecommunications license, right? But this time, they gave up that field and handed it to SEIK. Now they have even acquired Daewon Communications. How did they have enough money to buy the third largest electronics company? A suspicion naturally arose. Did they hold a knife to someone's throat? In his imagination, a man appeared saying, hello, I am a robber. Hand over your company please. Jin Hyuk frowned slightly, falling into deep thought again. I already found it suspicious back when SEIK launched personal computers. Now they have even monopolized the mobile telecommunications sector. It looks like SEIK wants to dominate everything. And Chairman Hong's shadow is behind all of this. Jin Hyuk slammed his head onto the table as a series of thoughts flashed through him. Now that a single conglomerate holds shares in almost every vital sector, all the stock market data I knew from the past is useless. The impact of this on the market is unimaginably huge. He involuntarily drifted into thought. At first, I did not care much about making money or accumulating wealth. Recalling a previous time, Guangyun had happily suggested, "Let me open a stock account for you, Jin Hyuk." He had refused immediately. "I do not need it. As long as I can save my family and live the normal life I have always dreamed of, that is enough." But after Yujin was born, I wanted to become a cool, well-off older brother. I used to think using future knowledge to invest was unfair, but Yujin is so precious that I just want to bring her happiness. Chairman Hong was not originally the calculating, scheming type. Dad must have given him a lot of advice. The two of them talk business almost every day. Even during vacations, they hardly leave each other's side. Jijun happily showed off their haul. "We brought dinner." Thinking of this, Jin Hyuk became more certain, so there is no way they were not talking business while resting. Hearing a noise, he turned around. "You guys are back." Yujin also turned. "What did you catch in that bucket?" Jin Hyuk gazed pensively at the chessboard, thoughts racing through his mind. Looking back, perhaps I was the one who created all the changes in this life. However, I never intended to use future knowledge to change the world. I just wanted to protect my ordinary life. Yet now, my own life is changing the world and even history itself. That thought made Jin Hyuk pause. Is this really okay? Well, he is not a stranger. If Chairman Hong succeeds, it is a good thing. But, the world I once thought was normal, the world I believed was right, is slowly disappearing. A sudden call snapped him back to reality. "Class president, good morning." Jin Hyuk had been slumped over the desk without realizing it. Yuho backed away in fear. He turned quickly. "Call the teacher. Hurry, call the teacher." On this side, he immediately regained his composure, dismissing his frantic thoughts. "No. It is perfectly logical that my life changed the moment I saved but in return, I have gained so many things." He suddenly remembered Yujin's face. Yujin was born, and I got to meet Su Zhong's family. I am having experiences I never had before and making many friends. Gil Ryong's question suddenly echoed in Jin Hyuk's ears. "Hey, which is longer, the track or life?" Thinking of this, he involuntarily stared at his palm. Jin Hyuk slowly stood up, scratching his head in confusion. Seeing this, Jin Hyuk quickly told himself, "I can't afford to be confused or get lost. After all, I promised I would only keep moving straight ahead." Right then, a familiar voice called out from behind. "Class president." Hearing the call, Jin Hyuk immediately turned around. In a split second, he decisively cast aside all hesitation. "I just need to focus on what I can do right now." In another scene, as soon as she stepped out, Yu Yong looked at the scenery before her in awe. "Oh my goodness, it is so beautiful. I never thought someone like me would have the chance to go abroad, yet here I am on a plane to Hawaii. Unbelievable." At the same time, Guanyin scanned the surroundings. Maybe because it is a foreign country, even the color of the sky looks completely different, right? Gijun teased. "Look at you, smiling from ear to ear." Sarah added slowly, "He was so quiet back in college. He has really changed a lot." For Guanyin and his wife, this trip is like a honeymoon. Jinyuk's mom said their family was struggling back then, so they could not even have a proper wedding. So now, a honeymoon after 15 years. No wonder they are so excited. He nodded sympathetically. "That is true." Then Gijun suddenly patted her shoulder hard. "Relax a bit. Like you said, this is our friend's honeymoon. We should help them have more fun. And remember, after this, we will rent a convertible and drive that route you like best. Let us enjoy this trip, Madam Yu." Hearing this, Sarah shouted in dissatisfaction. "You are getting revenge for me slapping you last time, are not you?" He replied nonchalantly, "You caught me." A moment later, Yu Yong was still full of admiration. "This place is so beautiful. If heaven exists, it must look like this." Heejun chuckled. "Do you like it that much?" She nodded quickly. "Yes, next time, let us bring the kids along." After saying that, Yu Young looked worried, "But this is the first time we have left them at home like this. Will they be okay? I wonder if Yujin is crying for her mommy." Sarah comforted her softly. "Come on, she is being held tight by her big brother. What are you worried about? My Sujong has no siblings and is stuck at her grandfather's house. It has been a long time since we have had a chance like this. Let us just enjoy the vacation, okay?" Jijun chimed in. "Besides, you know how reliable Jinhyuk is, right?" Hearing this, Yu Young convinced herself, "Yeah. I am sure the kids will be fine." Immediately after, she made a suggestion. "Honey, how about we buy a piece of land in Hawaii?" Guangyan replied without hesitation. "Of course. We can leave it as an inheritance later." He did not forget to add, "Or maybe we should buy it in Jinhyuk's name from the start." Yu Yong's eyes lit up. "That is a great idea. What should we plant in Hawaii?" Guangyan made a serious suggestion. "How about pineapples? The pineapples here are sweet and delicious. Who knows, maybe later we can combine them with." A long while later, a complaint was heard. "Seriously, what kind of situation is this? And on Chuseok of all times, you are the one who said this is the best opportunity because the security team has withdrawn." Another man said in a low voice. "That is true, but wait, if she had a whole security team, she is not just a normal countrywoman. Doesn't that make her a very important person? Did you see that security team? They were not even human. They looked like bears. At the same time, the man looked worried. Moon Seokil, do not you find this case strange? Moon Seokil acted indifferent. You are only saying that now. He quickly reported, I investigated. That woman does not seem to have a grudge against anyone. Kidnapping an innocent person feels really suspicious. The man continued. Besides, her child is so young. If they found out the initial request was for an assassination, they would probably go crazy. I do not know why the client changed their mind. Hearing that, Moon Seokil said in a low voice, there must be a reason, but whatever. We can't return the money now anyway. The man continued to ramble, but seriously, where did the parents go to leave the kids home alone during the holidays? He slowed down to speculate, maybe they left them with an uncle and just went for a walk. Anyway, we are already here. Let us just wait and see. At the same time, Jin Hyuk was focused on the broadcast. This is the Mecca of Seorium, Jangchun Arena. We bring you the Chuseok selection tournament, and finally, we have reached the finals of the individual weight class. Someone asked curiously, Sir, what kind of athlete is Choi Taeyang? The other person coughed slightly. This year, he won all the warrior class tournaments for high school students. He is a very promising talent. On this side, Jin Hyuk's eyes widened in surprise, his mouth agape. The host continued to explain the new tournament rules. Starting this year, as long as they meet the weight and ranking requirements, all athletes registered with the association can participate. He nodded in understanding. I see. No wonder the whole neighborhood went. Everyone went to see Mick Young compete. Just then, a shout rang out. And right now, the two wrestlers are in position. At the referee's command, the first match of the Halesan class finals officially began. As the match was about to start, Yujin suddenly called out, Appa, Yujin is done pooping. Jin Hyuk turned to her gently, is our Yujin done? She replied excitedly, yes. A moment later, he thought pensively, Yujin has been eating well lately. She even smells like an older child now. Good girl. Has mom been cooking better food for Yujin lately? She probably did it on purpose. At this point, Jin Hyuk fell into deep thought. I wonder if mom and dad are having fun on. He suddenly remembered Yu Yong's instructions before she left. There is soup, braised ribs, pancakes, and mixed vegetables in the fridge. Remember to heat them up. I left emergency money on the table. Use it if anything happens. Don't spend your allowance. I also asked the helper to drop by and check on you two later. Thinking of this, Jin Hyuk sighed inwardly. Mom and dad are probably so worried about us that they can't truly enjoy the sightseeing. And I wonder when bidet toilets will become common here. Outside, Yujin stared with sparkling eyes at Taeyang's match. My appa is going to win, right? Back with Jin Hyuk, he muttered to himself while thinking, it is true that bidets have been imported from the Middle East, but there probably are not many models for sale yet. Even so, during my time at SAIC, I learned quite a bit. Maybe I should just make one myself. Just then, Yujin suddenly shouted, Taeyang. Immediately after, the commentator's voice boomed through the house. A leg hook. His skillful leg hook completely overwhelmed his opponent. She jumped up. Appa won. He is so strong. The next host praised, his skills far exceed those of a high school athlete. Witnessing the scene, he breathed a sigh of relief. Glad those practice sessions during the break paid off. Someone said slowly, Sir, was not his opponent Eom Songtak, also a former Halasan class champion in last year's tournament and the one at the start of this year? Taeyang replied bluntly, that is my younger brother. Then suddenly Yujin called out, Appa. She leaned forward, a slight smirk on her lips. Appa, let us go outside and play. Hearing this, Jin Hyuk asked gently, does Yujin want to go out? Yujin spread her arms and giggled, yes, outside, with Janggun too. Seeing this, he suddenly made a suggestion, then let us go over there. A short while later, as they passed through some bushes, Yujin mimicked the chirping of birds. Tweet tweet, ribbit ribbit, cuckoo. She happily chirped along with every rhythm in the forest. Then Yujin made some strange sounds again. In that moment, Jin Hyuk gently led her for a walk through the woods. After a moment of silence, he suddenly called, Yujin, you know, I once met a fairy here. She asked back in confusion. A fairy, Jin Hyuk explained slowly, and she helped you be born safely. After saying that, he momentarily fell into deep thought. If grandma were still alive, she would be so happy to see Yujin grown up like this. Looking back, she once told me to take good care of my younger siblings. He suddenly paused at a detail he had not noticed before. Why did she say siblings in the plural? While Jin Hyuk was still dazed, Yujin called out again, Oppa, Oppa, what is this? He answered quickly, those are chestnuts. Though it is still early, it seems a few have fallen already. A small shadow suddenly darted past and stopped. She noticed immediately. Squirrel. Jin Hyuk introduced it. That is a Eurasian red squirrel. Yujin discovered a cluster of mushrooms at the base of a tree. Mushrooms. Mushrooms are delicious, right? He quickly warned her. That one is poisonous. It is very dangerous to eat. She pointed to another mushroom. Then, can we not eat this one either? This time, Jin Hyuk nodded slightly. That one is edible. How about we pick some to make soybean paste soup tonight? Yujin nodded trustingly. Appa is the king of housekeeping, right? Before they had gone far, Yujin cried out again, her eyes shining as she saw a large patch of mushrooms growing close together. Appa, so many mushrooms. Jin-hyuk immediately shouted, Yujin, don't touch mushrooms random. You can only look, okay? Yujin answered obediently, yes. He still was not at ease, and turned to instruct, Jang-gun, keep watch. Immediately after, Jin-hyuk leaned down quickly picking the mushrooms. On this side, Yujin was happily playing with nature. She suddenly raised her head and looked into the empty space. Suddenly, Yujin asked loudly, Appa, Appa, what is that? Jin-hyuk turned around instantly, his expression changing abruptly. His pupils constricted in shock. That thing. Why is it appearing here? His eyes were fixed on a giant wild boar. Jin-hyuk's mind raced through memories. I never heard of wild boars appearing in this area. That thing was not in the picture books, was it? Immediately after, he lowered his body. Yujin, Jang-gun, be quiet. Come here. She did not realize the danger yet and said loudly, just like when we go to steal crops. Hearing that, Jin-hyuk signaled for silence again. Just like when we are stealing crops. On this side, the wild boar kept rooting its head into the ground. Back with Jin-hyuk, he moved his feet slowly, thinking to himself, it has not noticed us yet. As long as we do not attract its attention, it will be fine. Then suddenly, Jin-hyuk's foot stepped hard on a dry branch. In that moment, his heart hammered wildly. At the same time, the wild boar turned toward Jin-hyuk. Realizing the critical situation, he signaled urgently, Jang-gun, take you. She fearfully clung to Jin-hyuk's leg. Appa. He urged her quickly, Yujin, hurry, listen to Appa. Immediately after, Jang-gun slowly backed away, drawing Yujin's attention. On the opposite side, the wild boar stared intently at Jin-hyuk. Soon, it charged toward him. Seeing this, Jin-hyuk could only use both hands to shield his face. Suddenly, the wild boar changed direction toward Yujin. Witnessing the scene, he screamed at the top of his lungs, Yujin. A moment later, Jin-hyuk unexpectedly subdued it with his bare hands. Seeing this, she called out in panic, Appa, he urged her frantically, go, right now. At this point, Yujin fearfully backed away step by step. Back with Jin-hyuk, a wound had appeared on his hand. Jin-hyuk's face turned pale, and cold sweat poured down like a stream. He hissed, you dare, who do you think you are trying to attack? The wild boar's eyes rolled back. Then it suddenly collapsed onto the ground. Jin-hyuk looked down worriedly. Is it dead? He muttered in a dry voice. I think it is dead. Yujin suddenly peeked out. Appa. As soon as he saw her, Jin-hyuk was startled. Oh my goodness, Yujin, you must have been so scared. It is okay now. Come here. Then he hugged her tight. You did not even cry. Today Yujin was even braver than Appa. After saying that, Jin-hyuk closed his eyes slightly, seemingly still terrified. He hugged Yujin, his heart still pounding. I am just glad neither of us got hurt. Maybe because Yujin is hugging me, my chest feels lighter. Even the feeling of exhaustion is slowly disappearing. Thinking of this, Jin-hyuk made a quiet assumption. Is this the power of family? Yujin's eyes accidentally landed directly on his wound. Appa? Look. This hurts, right? That pig rolled over you, did not it? Appa, does it hurt a lot? Jin-hyuk shook his head slightly. I am okay. It just stings a little. She immediately leaned in. Yujin will make the pain go away. Okay. Hearing this, he could not help but feel a bit curious. How? Suddenly, Yujin licked some saliva onto her hand and dabbed it onto Jin-hyuk's wound. When she was done, she smiled brightly. Now it does not hurt, right? Seeing this, he looked helpless. Thank you. Yujin was still curious. But Appa, what kind of animal is this? He answered quickly. It is a wild boar. Receiving the answer, she repeated excitedly, wild boar. Yujin's eyes lit up instantly. Wild boars are delicious, right? Seeing this, Jin-hyuk quickly waved his hands. No, Yujin. We can't eat this one. No, not this one. She still did not give up, her eyes wide as she looked at him. But Appa, wild boars are very tasty. It looks so delicious. Jang-gun, standing nearby, shook his head in weariness. Just give up. It is easier that way. A moment later, it lowered its head, enjoying its meal. Seeing this, Jin-hyuk gave a forced smile. Jang-gun, good job. Yujin approached. Jang-gun worked hard, did not he? The wild boar we caught on the mountain, we brought it to Mik-young's house. Jang-hwan was momentarily stunned. What is this? You two are back. Jin-hyuk explained shyly. We went up the mountain to pick wild vegetables and brought this back. He leaned down to observe. The blood has not even clotted yet. It is perfectly fresh. It is in great condition. How did you two carry such a big thing all the way here? But its mouth is foaming. I wonder if it is edible. Someone chimed in. If it ate something poisonous, it could be dangerous. I do not know. Maybe it is better not to eat it. Right beside him, Yujin suddenly tugged on his shirt. Suddenly, the expressions of Joel Hyun and Jang Won changed. The two of them said in unison, if venison is edible, then this must be edible too, right? The other person agreed, that is right. If Joel Hyun says it is okay, then it is okay. He turned around, giving a thumbs up. Us men will clean it up. I guarantee there won't be a bit of smell left. Come back in the evening. Heading outside, Jin-hyuk thought to himself, Mik-young's family slaughters pigs themselves for every village festival, so I figured it was safer to ask them for help. Fortunately, they are skilled at handling wild boars too. At the same time, Yujin asked curiously, Oppa, where is our wild boar? He replied happily, we will eat wild boar tonight. He suddenly reminisced, come to think of it. Those sedans I saw earlier, weren't they the same cars I saw with my parents last time? They have been parked in the same spot all day, and the guards are doing their duty without a single lap. They do not look like ordinary office workers. I do not know how to explain it, but just looking at them makes the back of my neck go cold. Jin-hyuk silently observed the cars parked in the distance, questions constantly arising in his mind. Who on earth are they? Why are they stationed near my house? I asked the town police station to increase patrols, but I heard they are short-staffed. Because of the holiday, the station is full of drunk people, and there are only 2 stations in town. So I understand, but even so. Thinking of this, his gaze gradually became determined. It looks like I will have to investigate this myself. What on earth did those people come to this peaceful countryside for? And why have they been watching my house all day? A long while later, Jin-hyuk ran quickly down the road. Seeing the car still blocking the main path, he quickly changed direction. The car is parked right by the roadside. So, taking a detour will be safer. And only the villagers know this path. An old voice suddenly rang out, making Jin-hyuk freeze. Where do you think you are sneaking off to like a stray cat? He immediately turned around. Grandfather. On the opposite side, Gil Ryong stared at Jin-hyuk. He greeted politely. Hello, grandfather. Are you just coming back from the temple? The old man said in a low voice. The temple was giving out holiday meals, so I stopped for a bowl of noodles. And you, what are you doing out here at this hour? Catching rats. Jin-hyuk shook his head quickly. No, I am just taking a walk. Receiving the answer, Gil Ryong tilted his head and observed. The old man suddenly made a cryptic remark before leaving. Don't go too far. He was momentarily bewildered. What do you mean by that? Jin-hyuk continued to stare at Gil Ryong with a confused expression. The old man spoke slowly. That dry field is the pride of old men who never married in their lives. If the hot blood of a young man ruins it, would not that be a shame? The cryptic words left Jin-hyuk standing still. He watched Gil Ryong's retreating back, his heart full of suspicion. Don't go too far. What is he talking about? He said he just came from the temple, but why is he wearing a military uniform and combat boots? Thinking of this, his heart began to stir. I have been feeling uneasy all day. On this side, Gil Ryong fell into deep thought. Since this morning, my intuition has been unsettled. It was so bothersome that I came out to patrol the village a bit. I did not expect to meet those people lingering here. The more the old man thought, the angrier he became. Do kids these days not know who they are messing with? They truly have no regard for their lives. His shadow is darker and larger than the last time. If this continues, something is bound to happen sooner or later. Gil Ryong recalled the things he had secretly prepared, thinking, I have tried to make some precautions, but I do not know if they will be effective. Jo Il-hin suddenly called out. Hey, have you eaten yet? The old man slowly turned his head. Where are you headed? He bragged happily. We just caught a wild boar. The whole village is having a feast because the meat is delicious. Come eat a bit before you go. Gil Ryong's eyes immediately lit up. Let us go. But what are those things you are carrying? Give them here. I will hold them. Jo Il-hin replied nonchalantly. I just picked them up on the road. A moment later, a call rang out. Mi-kyung, sit here. Jo Il-hin then asked. Mi-kyung's dad, we are out of rice wine, right? Over here. Gil Ryong looked up and observed. So this is the house where Mrs. Lee Bok-soo used to live. She was destined to carry 3 spiritual blessings. That is why my older brother advised her to be a midwife. Bok-soo used to scream, fine, let me go. But the older brother tried hard to persuade her. Being a midwife is a very meaningful job. You are perfect for it. Returning to the present, the old man muttered to himself. Since I am already here, I might as well offer a glass of wine to the ancestral altar. In another development, murmurs broke out. Where are the combat boots that were left here? Someone could not help but feel a bit bewildered. Your boots are gone too. The other person expressed regret. Those were grade A. I brought them home when I was discharged. The group began to worry. Even our uniforms have disappeared. A man suddenly slapped his head. Damn it, even my gloves are gone. The US Army gave them to me. You can't even buy them back now. Someone else added, Young, is anything else missing? The other replied without thinking, my candy and gum, they were all brand new flavors. One of them spoke dejectedly. We only went out for one meal and it turned into this. This tiny country town is nothing but trouble. Another said softly, it happens sometimes. Just let it go, Young. I find this village very strange, and that scene we saw earlier. I mean, who in their right mind drags a wild boar like that? Maybe we should drop this case. I have a bad feeling that something is about to happen. Moon Seokil immediately snapped. You idiot. What about your wife? And your mother-in-law? Harden up. Once you finish this ANSP mission, how many years do you think you will live in luxury? What they have done, what they have experienced, it will come back to haunt them later, you fool. Another person spoke up in support. Seokil is right. It is not a difficult mission. Just grab that couple and leave. We can still do it without uniforms or boots. At the same time, Jin-hyuk scanned them, thinking, NPSPE, is that the Agency for National Security Planning? To catch a couple. That means they intend to kidnap my parents. At that moment, he stepped outside. Who exactly are you people? Moon Seokil opened his eyes in shock. What? Since when has this kid been hiding there? I did not notice him at all. Jin-hyuk remained calm and looked straight at them. I have seen you loitering around my house for the past few days. What are you doing in someone else's town? He burst out laughing. Are you their son? We are just here to look at the company's land. As soon as the words were out, he immediately countered. I heard everything. You are here to kidnap the couple living in that house. Moon Seokil was stunned and then quickly denied it. Kidnap? You have misunderstood. Jin-hyuk did not care and spoke sternly. Answer the question. Who sent you? The subordinate beside him turned hesitantly to Moon Seokil. He then issued a challenge. We have no reason to tell you. Just then, an unusual wave of heat suddenly rose. Moon Seokil froze. Is that a heat mirage? Or smoke? An aura was seen enveloping Jin-hyuk's body. Moon Seokil could not help but feel a bit panicked. What is that? Am I the only one seeing this? Yoon-chang said this village was strange. I did not expect there to actually be a monster here. Jin-hyuk still looked at them calmly as he gently cracked his knuckles. If you say you have no reason to talk, then I will give you a reason to have to talk, right? Hearing this, he gnashed his teeth in anger. Immediately after, Moon Seokil let out a shout. Subdue him. Wait. Someone immediately reached out toward Jin-hyuk. On the other side, Gwang-yeon asked worriedly, Honey, what is wrong? Yu-yong had a worried expression. I suddenly feel so uneasy. Nothing is wrong at home, right? He comforted her softly. Mikyung's family said they would watch over it. And Jin-hyuk is there too. Don't worry too much. Hearing that, she nodded slightly. You are right. As long as Jin-hyuk is there, it will be fine. Sira approached at the right moment. The beer is here. Back with Jin-hyuk, Moon Seokil screamed frantically. Hyun-chang. He cursed under his breath. Damn it. I should have known his strength from the moment he dragged that wild boar. Jin-hyuk walked forward slowly, his voice low, and emphasizing every word. Just tell me who sent you, and what the purpose is. Clearly you are up to no good. So answer honestly, and I will let you go. But if you do not answer, you know what will happen. Jin-hyuk's voice dropped, full of pressure. So. Answer. Me. So answer. Who ordered the kidnapping? Right then, Moon Seokil looked at him trembling. The Reaper. He was instinctively terrified, his inner self trying to resist. This is death itself. Then Moon Seokil hurriedly bowed his head and begged. Please spare my life. I will do whatever you say. Just let me live. I will cancel the contract. I will never come back here again. Please, spare my life. He collapsed, thinking to himself, if this continues, everyone might actually die. Moon Seokil was seen clutching his stomach and writhing. A suffocating atmosphere took over. Jin-hyuk issued a warning. If this keeps up, all of you will truly die. Seeing this, he quickly blurted out a name. Director Balfa. A woman named Director Ba gave us the mission. She gave us a deposit up front along with personal information, and told us to kidnap the targets. She said the woman was not important, but we absolutely had to bring the man back. Hearing this, he questioned loudly. Who is this Director Ba? He shook his head frantically. We really do not know. In this line of work, we do not usually investigate the client's identity. Jin-hyuk muttered under his breath. Is this why Mikyung's family was asked to protect our house? Ultimately, what does this Director Ba want with my parents? Moon Seokil froze upon hearing that. Parents, he raised his head hesitantly. We do not know. I am sorry. Clients never tell everything to errand runners like us. In fact, they prefer it when we take the job without asking questions. Upon receiving the answer, Jin-hyuk's voice grew heavy. You do not know the client, and you do not know the reason for the kidnapping. You can't answer a single one of my questions. Sensing the critical situation, Moon Seokil prostrated himself. Please spare us. I am the team leader. I am the one who took this mission. So please, only punish me. Spare the others. My friend's mother is about to have major surgery. He pleaded desperately, and his wife is about to give birth. We can't let a newborn child lose his father, right? Jin-hyuk fell into thought. I used to think there was no need for a story to justify a villain's actions, because once a villain has a reason, people might start to feel sympathy for them. They have their hardships. They have lost their minds. Jin-hyuk's heart wavered with rage once more. But then, what about the injustice suffered by the victims? Moon Seokil's words echoed in his ears. My friend's mother needs surgery, his wife is giving birth. I once thought I did not need stories like that, but now, perhaps I understand how they feel. Because I know very well what it is like to want to protect your family. At the same time, Yang Chung tried to raise his head. He heard everything, and it looks like he has no intention of sparing us. Thinking of this, he felt regretful. We should have guessed it from the moment they paid such a large deposit. If my wife was not about to give birth, I would have refused this job. In that moment, Yang Chung closed his eyes. Are we really going to die here? A long while later, Moon Seokil's voice rang out. Chung. Hyun-chang, are you okay? How do you feel? Can you still breathe? He spoke with difficulty. I am okay. Probably a few broken ribs, but I won't die. Hearing this, the leader looked helpless. Still talking nonsense like that. I guess you are still alive then. Han Chang slowly pushed himself up. Hyung, what happened? Why were we released? At that question, Moon Seokil fell silent for a moment, recalling a few hours ago, he was given a scrap of paper. Here, Jin Hyuk unexpectedly suggested, write down every name, personal info, address, and phone number of everyone involved. Write it all. Don't leave anyone out. You will find out if you investigate. My father controls everything from the weapons industry to the police, and even members of parliament. He suddenly mentioned a name, you know Hong Gi-jun, the chairman of SEK Group, do not you? Moon Seokil could not help but feel shocked. Seek, Jin Hyuk chuckled. My family is very close to them, so, do not play tricks. Fill it out properly, and do not even think about lying. If I find out, things will be much worse. Back in the present, Hyun Chang could not help but feel bewildered. Sake, you mean Sake? We did not hear about that during the investigation. The leader let out a breath. I did not know. Maybe we missed it, or Director Ba intentionally hid it. He then made a suggestion. Young, maybe we should quit this business. Moon Seokil shook his head slightly. Hyun Chang, we can't quit. Hyun Chang found it hard to understand. Why? He suddenly announced, because we just accepted a new contract. Over here, Jin Hyuk remembered Gi-jun's words. Fear and mercy are the two ways to ensure absolute loyalty. Make them think everything is over, that they are certainly dead. Then, in that very moment, open a path for them to live. He could not help but admire actors. They really are incredible people. I was not confident I could follow Chairman Hong's advice perfectly, but it seems I succeeded. What a relief. While I was getting their info earlier, I ordered them to investigate who was behind the kidnapping. Recalling a few minutes ago, Moon Seokil kept repeating, we already told you, we know absolutely nothing about Director Ba. Jin Hyuk's eyes immediately lit up. Didn't you just say you would do anything? Since I spared your comrades. He replied hurriedly, we will find out. Jin Hyuk stood still in the middle of the road, heavy thoughts filling his head. If the person behind this really is from the National Security Agency, then this won't just end as a one-time thing. I have a feeling I have been dragged into something very dangerous. I just wanted to live a normal life. When he was done, he walked slowly toward the house. However, lately, things have become strangely chaotic. Just then, Jin Hyuk heard a noise. He looked toward the dark shadow that had just flitted past. That startled me. What kind of beast is— Jin Hyuk's gaze immediately fixed on an— Immediately after, he gave a forced smile. A wild beast. Just then, Jin Hyuk suddenly remembered something. That is right, the wild boar, I forgot. He suddenly remembered Yujin's expectant face. Yujin, you are waiting for me, are not you? Thinking of this, Jin Hyuk hurried his pace. Yujin, I am sorry. I will be right back. Holding a bag of items, son Jin Hyuk said, Uncle, you gave me too much. I am alone at home. How can I eat it all? Jang Won replied quickly. You are at a growing age, you need to eat well, I even left a bunch of ribs for you. Hearing that, he was full of gratitude. Thank you uncle. Just then, a voice from afar suddenly rang out. I see you again. As soon as he saw the person, son Jin Hyuk recognized him immediately and called out politely. Mr. Shaman, Gil Ryong replied leisurely. Good evening. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man looked at him with a very thoughtful gaze. Gil Ryong suddenly praised him. Well done. He left immediately after, leaving son Jin Hyuk feeling extremely confused. Even Jang Won was stunned and did not understand what happened. Is he drunk? But he did not drink that much. Son Jin Hyuk said gently. Uncle, I am heading home first. I left you Jin alone at home. Seeing that, the uncle said with a smile. Get home safely. Bring Yujin over tomorrow. We will eat together. Son Jin Hyuk replied obediently, okay, goodbye. And so he returned home with the bag given by the uncle. As soon as he saw the numerous letters in the mailbox not far away, he found it strange. Come to think of it, before his house was rebuilt, all mail was sent to Mikyung's house. The recipient was even listed as Mikyung's father. Having said this, he reminisced about the past while holding a few letters, realizing a letter had been sent to the wrong address. At that time, his mother had reminded him immediately. No, Jin Hyuk, it is actually your letter. I told you it was not ours. The more he reminisced, the more son Jin Hyuk told himself, once I thought it was not our house's letter, so I was going to return it. Maybe dad postponed the household registration because of the house construction. But what if dad did not delay it at all? What if he intentionally hid it? Since this is the countryside, the local office probably just thought it was a paperwork error. What exactly is my father's true identity? As soon as he thought of this, the image of Yu Yong suddenly appeared in his mind. Along with that, son Jin Hyuk's thoughts suddenly surged. I thought dad was just a city boy from Seoul who fell in love with a country girl and moved down here to live. It turns out dad was also a college friend of Chairman Hong Baek, and even interned at the law firm of Yusura, the daughter of the Sikh family. Until now, I have never heard Dad tell me anything about his paternal side, so I did not expect him to have a relationship with the Sikh family. I can't help but feel a bit upset with Dad, but he has always been a very good person. While he was immersed in his thoughts, a panic scream suddenly rang out from inside the house. Immediately, Sun Jinhyuk rushed in and opened the door in a state of worry. Yujin, why are you? Yujin burst into tears and called out, Appa. Appa went away. She cried miserably as if her heart were being ripped out. The scene was exactly like Sun Jinhyuk when he was a child. In the current situation, even he was stunned and speechless. Yujin. Hearing the call, Yujin quickly turned her head to look. A second later, she ran back hurriedly while saying, Appa, where did you go? Sun Jinhyuk replied gently, Yujin, I am sorry. Did I scare you? Sun Yujin hugged him tightly and said between sobs, I woke up and no one was in the house. There was no one in the living room, no one in the bathroom, and no one in the yard. Only Jang-gun was there. Mom said not to go out when it is dark. The more he listened, the more silent Sun Jinhyuk became. A stream of thought quickly appeared in his mind. The day his parents went to catch clams and never returned. He could not stand the suffocating silence in the house. She just stood there dazed at the door, looking into the night with Jang-gun. Immediately, Sun Jinhyuk said earnestly, I am sorry for leaving you home alone. Yujin, Appa is here now. It is okay. Scene change. At this time, Sun Yujin is opening her mouth wide, ready to eat happily. It was the large rib given by Jang Hwan earlier. Watching her eat, Sun Jinhyuk wondered, Yujin, is it good? Sun Yujin replied with a smile. Appa defrosted this for me. Sun Jinhyuk said happily, Appa defrosted it for you. As soon as he finished speaking, he was quickly drawn back by his own suspicion. Who could it be? The person my father has always tried to hide. Maybe not someone in the village. Neither my father nor my mother has any connection to this place. If my family had relatives in the village, everyone would have known we moved here, even before the registration papers were done. The grilled rib was heated on a small grill. While eating, Sun Jinhyuk told himself, Mikyung's family and Mr. Jo Il-hyun really marinated this well. The meat is a bit tough, but there is no smell at all. It is delicious. Just then, Sun Yujin suddenly called, Appa. We are out of soy sauce, are not we? To her question, Sun Jinhyuk could only reply awkwardly, Appa will buy more next time. Sun Yujin replied obediently. Okay. Sun Jinhyuk continued in his thoughts. Come to think of it, Yujin also asked for soy sauce last time, did not she? Meanwhile, Sun Yujin wondered, soy sauce and the dark shadow are the same, right? At her question, Sun Jinhyuk was dazed and did not understand. Seeing this, Sun Yujin reminded him further, soy sauce and the dark shadow are both black, are not they? Jang-gun's nose is black too. Sun Jinhyuk's eyes showed clear shock and confusion. He looked at her intently and pensively. After the meal, Sun Jinhyuk stood still beside his dog. Looking at it, he asked, what about you Jang-gun? Did you see anything? That crematorium worker the other day, his eyes kept intentionally avoiding me. At that time, I was the one standing opposite him. The more he remembered the face full of fear at that moment, the more Sun Jinhyuk firmly asserted, it was as if something was standing right behind me. If it were just simple fear, then bowing would have been more natural. And that shaman, I met twice today too. He kept muttering strange things, like telling me not to overwork myself, then saying I did well. Thinking of this, Sun Jinhyuk looked down at his feet. Then he was lost in thought again. His eyes kept looking down at my feet. He said he saw something like smoke when I caught the wild boar earlier. Could it be that it was not my imagination? Is something like a demon clinging to my shadow? As soon as he finished thinking, he called out directly, hey, come out. Sun Jinhyuk looked at his shadow weirdly and reminded it, are you deaf? I told you to come out. Scaredy cat. His actions made Jang-gun look visibly helpless. Despite that, Sun Jinhyuk continued to provoke it. Or should I invite a shaman to exorcise you? Is your IQ only 2 digits? In the current situation, Jang-gun could only sigh with a judgmental gaze. Realizing he was doing something stupid, Sun Jinhyuk could only reassure himself. I am probably just tired from hunting all day, and then almost killing someone after catching the boar. Today has been long. I should go to sleep too. And so he slowly walked into the house. At this time, Sun Yujin was sprawled out right outside the main door. Seeing her sleeping soundly, Sun Jinhyuk was very surprised. Yujin. Nevertheless, he flashed a loving smile at Sun Yujin. Sun Jinhyuk gently picked her up in his arms. Then he said softly, come on, let us go. I will put you to bed. At night, the moonlight shone brightly across the space. The next morning, Sun Jinhyuk and Sun Yujin were staring intently in one direction. Sun Yujin asked suspiciously, Appa, what is that on the ground? He replied haltingly, it is nothing. Standing to one side watching the two talk, Jang-gun thought to himself, you only just realized its shadow looks very strange. Humans do not have tails. If they did, they would have been spinning around chasing their tail long ago. He is a smart and alert dog. I knew from the beginning that something was wrong with that child's shadow, since the first time I saw it last autumn, even before my little subordinate was born. The baby slept in the yard, and its condition also looked somewhat unusual. At that time, it gently licked Sun Jinhyuk's face. Remembering his actions then, Jang-gun told himself, I licked its face for a long time before I could wake it up. At that time, in a dazed state, Sun Jinhyuk wondered, Jang-geun, how is that possible? Scene change. In another memory when Sun Jinhyuk was playing with Jang-geun, a voice from afar suddenly rang out. Hyuk. My son. Sun Jin-hyuk, the child, jumped up and burst into tears. He hugged his mother tightly. Everything was witnessed by Jang-geun. Even that child's weird shadow made it full of curiosity. Did the boy have a nightmare because of that shadow? Fortunately, the baby also quickly stopped crying. Everything looks fine. Its shadow has returned to normal, so I thought it was all over. At that time, Sun Jin-hyuk walked beside Jang-geun and wondered, anyway, you rarely get punished, do not you? A second later, he walked into the house and called out loudly, Mom, Dad. Continuing Jang-geun's reminiscence, that day the child came home earlier than usual. He looked like he had lost his soul. Then he took a tin can and ran straight to the beach. In this confusing situation, Jang-geun naturally chased after Sun Jinhyuk. The more it looked at him running ahead, the more Jang-geun firmly asserted, his shadow has become strange again. Scene change. The distorted and jagged faces of Sun Jinhyuk's parents appeared clearly. As soon as it saw the light burning brightly in the sky, Jang-geun evaluated. But the moon orb the child made blew away the darkness and all the shadows. A bright red fire swirled in the space. When everything returned to normal, Sun Jinhyuk's parents carried him home on their backs, witnessed by Jang-geun. After that, its life changed a lot. It began to run across the hills and fields every day like a puppy. And that was also when Sun Yujin was born. As soon as he saw her, Jang-geun thought to himself, my little subordinate has finally been born. As the days went by, the boy began leaving the house and returning more frequently with the scent of strange places, which made the dog feel suspicious. What is this smell? When evening came, Sun Jinhyuk's family would all gather together to talk and laugh happily. Recalling the past, Jang-geun thought, the strangers who visited that summer soon became familiar faces to both the boy and me. Besides that, many other things happened. I even got to ride a bus and see a school. Yesterday was a bit of a shock, though, because for all this time, the boy's shadow had been perfectly normal, so nothing out of the ordinary had happened. But yesterday, and that entire day, perhaps the boy's shadow changes whenever he feels threatened, because yesterday, something as black as ink appeared on the boy's arm. I do not know what it was, but it did not seem to harm him. Anyway, I have a pretty sharp nose. While the dog was lost in its own thoughts, Jinhyuk's voice echoed through the space. And they lived happily ever after. Sun Yujin asked curiously, Appa? What does living happily mean? He replied pensively. Let me think. Perhaps it is just living a simple life. Hearing this, Jang-geun sighed helplessly and judged, there he goes again. If anyone asks about his dreams or happiness, he will always say he just wants to live a simple life. Scene change. In a wide, open space, Soo-jong asked curiously, Appa, what kind of person do you want to become in the future? This filled Jinhyuk with confusion. Why are you curious? Soo-jong smiled and affirmed. Dad said, Appa is a genius, so you can do anything. To her statement, Jinhyuk only gave a wry smile and replied, you are probably just curious about my future. What about you, Soo-jong? What do you want to do later? Soo-jong answered firmly. I want to become a celebrity and be really rich. I will earn so much money that I can comfortably give others 10,000 won without hesitating. Hearing this, both Jinhyuk and Yujin thought to themselves, that is a dream like Wangyun's, not like Dad's. Meanwhile, Soo-jong continued to ask Jinhyuk, Appa, what about you? What kind of person do you want to be? He replied calmly, I want to live a simple life. My dad said that living a simple life is the hardest thing of all. Hearing this, Soo-jong asked seriously, so that is why it is the hardest thing to— But Appa has still decided to live a simple life. Jinhyuk smiled in agreement. In an instant, she changed her mind, asserting with a bright smile, then I will live like that too. I want to live that way together with Appa. As soon as she finished, Yujin, standing beside them, suddenly questioned, Yujin will live with Appa too, right? Soo-jong startled and countered. I do not want to live with anyone else but Appa. Hearing that, Yujin added, it will be more fun if more people live together, right? At that question, Soo-jong was helpless and could not explain. But still, listening to the two of them chat, Jinhyuk could not contain his emotions and burst out laughing. Scene change. A storybook is placed neatly on a chair. Yujin approached and asked curiously, Appa, is it time for lunch yet? Jinhyuk replied gently. Mikyung's mom told us to come over to eat. Yujin, let us go to Taeyang-young's house for lunch today. Hearing this, Yujin immediately agreed with a smile. Let us go to his house. Let us eat. Jinhyuk could not help but remind her. Then let us clean up here first before we go. While he was tidying up, Yujin stroked Jang-geun's cheek and wondered, Hyung's mom's food is delicious, right? Meanwhile, the dog was staring intently at Jinhyuk, along with its own thoughts. Lately, living a simple life seems to be the trend for everyone. It seems like living a simple life is indeed the new trend for humans these days. After a while, Jinhyuk called out, let us go, Yujin. She obediently followed. Okay. He could not help but suggest further, Jang-geun, you come along too. Yujin quickly chimed in, Jang-geun is coming too. To their invitation, Jang-geun naturally wagged its tail and happily agreed. I am someone who knows how to keep up with the times, so of course, I have to follow the trend. I too, will live a simple life like everyone else. But first, since today is a holiday, I won't just lie around the house being lazy. I have to go teach Baekgu a new lesson. Jin-hyuk held Yujin's hand firmly as they walked along the trail. Jang-gun followed obediently by their side. As they walked, the dog wondered to itself, that kid Baekgu will probably be very surprised to see me show up. A 5-year-old girl appeared at an all-male middle school. Yujin greeted with a smile. Hello. As soon as he saw her, Seon-suk was stunned and speechless. Hello there. With a confused mind, she asked, Jin-hyuk, did not you say you were staying home today? Under the questioning, Jin-hyuk could only give a wry smile, not knowing how to explain. Suddenly Yujin spoke up firmly. Students have to go to school. I told him to take a day off, but he insisted on coming to school. Jin-hyuk's face turned bright red with embarrassment, while everyone around tried to hold back their laughter. They discussed with interest, the little girl must be a model student just like her brother. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk asked earnestly, is it okay if she stays here for one day? None of the neighbors could watch her. In the current situation, Seon-suk had no choice but to agree all right. This filled Jin-hyuk with gratitude. Thank you very much. And so, everyone swarmed around Yujin to chat. She is so cute. How old are you? Do you want me to buy you some snacks? Just then, Young-mook opened the door and entered. Good morning. Seeing him look bewildered and confused, the teacher beside him quickly introduced. You just moved here so you do not know this is that student's younger sister. He said no one was home today, so he had to bring his sister to school. Hearing that, Young-mook was moved to tears. No one is at home. That sounds so pitiful. In the infirmary, looking at Yujin lying on the bed, Jin-hyuk reminded her, Yujin, do not roll around on the bed too much. Yujin replied happily, okay. Seeing her so obedient, he was naturally relieved. She is playing nicely by herself, so I can rest easy. A second later, Jin-hyuk said, then I will leave Yujin with you. Nurse. See you later, Yujin. The nurse could not help but add, all right, remember to be good and listen during class. In the classroom, the teacher's lecture rang out clearly. So in this problem, since the value of x is 2, then naturally the value of y will be 3. So, what is the answer to question number 12? Just then, a voice suddenly called from outside, making everyone in class very curious. The person they were looking for was none other than Sun Jin-hyuk, class president. Someone is here for you. When he stepped outside, Yujin appeared before him with tearful eyes. Appa. As soon as he saw her, Jin-hyuk found it strange. Yujin. The nurse spoke helplessly. She was fine for about 30 minutes after you left, but then she started crying, asking why her brother had not come yet. I tried to comfort her but she would not stop. I was afraid she would cry until she got exhausted. In this situation, Jin-hyuk spoke dejectedly. Yujin, I told you I had to study and you had to wait. Yujin replied resentfully, but you did not say I had to wait this long. Jin-hyuk replied awkwardly. Yujin. Hearing the conversation between the two, both the teacher and the nurse looked at each other in total bewilderment. A second later, they called out, class president, if it is all right. Back in the classroom, Yujin was now sitting next to Jin-hyuk. The lecture continued clearly. So what is the answer to this question? Yujin confidently raised her hand and spoke. It is 2. Hearing that, the teacher praised her immediately. That is right, the answer is 2. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk, sitting next to Yujin, could only blush with embarrassment and remain speechless. And so, the lecturing and murmuring went on incessantly. Since the value of x is 2, we substitute 2 for x here. The class president's family is truly full of geniuses. Honestly, she does not even look old enough for elementary school. In the current situation, Jin-hyuk could only ask speechlessly, Yujin, you promised to be quiet during class. Yujin replied innocently, oh, yes. Nevertheless, Jin-hyuk gave a wry smile and wondered to himself. She did not even know why she shouted 2, but she has not even learned numbers yet. There is no way she could know the end. After a tiring morning of study, the bell signaling the end finally rang. It is lunchtime. Enjoy your meal, everyone, and remember not to fall asleep this afternoon. While Jin-hyuk was affectionately carrying his younger sister, a voice suddenly echoed, Jin-hyuk at Mr. Let us go have lunch. It is on me today. It was Seon-suk, standing not far from the two of them. At the canteen, Seon-suk said gently, here are the kimbap and bibimbap you two ordered. The cola is in the shop. Hearing that, Jin-hyuk was very grateful. Thank you so much. Yujin looked happily at her reflection in the cup of Coca-Cola. A second later, she let out an excited scream. Seon-suk was immediately curious. Jin-hyuk's sister really likes cola, does not she? Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk was looking at his little sister and asked in alarm, Yujin, you have to eat your rice. Are you planning to just fill up on cola? Yujin answered happily. Yes. Seeing that, he reminded her immediately. No. Look, the kimbap looks so delicious. Can I give you just one bite? Yujin asserted firmly. Yujin only needs cola. Returning home after a long day, Mikyoung's mother saw the two siblings and said, oh my, so you brought Yujin to school with you, Jin-hyuk? You have worked hard today. He replied calmly. She was good, so there were no problems. Mikyoung's mother continued, was school fun? That is good to hear. Take these side dishes and pancakes back with you. Hearing that, Jin-hyuk was bewildered. Why are you giving us so much? Yujin explained gently. Mom said cooking yesterday was hard work, so she told us not to cook anymore and just heat things up. Immediately, Jin-hyuk accepted the gift with appreciation. Thank you, auntie. We will eat well. Mik-young, we are heading back. See you later. Seeing that she did not respond, Mik-young's mother reminded her. Choi Mik-young, Jin-hyuk is leaving. Aren't you going to say goodbye? Mik-young snapped back irritably. Whatever, just let him go. This left Jin-hyuk helpless and speechless. Even Mik-young's mother was appalled by her daughter's behavior. What? Mik-young turned and walked into the house, saying aggressively, yeah, whatever. Get home safely. Looking on, Mik-young's mother angrily called out, Choi? Mik-young. Meanwhile, Yujin was full of bewilderment at the attitude she just witnessed. Why is she so angry? In an instant, Jin-hyuk remembered what he had said before. I told her that color does not suit her and to change into something else. Remembering this, he wondered anxiously to himself. I do not think I did anything wrong while at Mik-young's house for Chuseok. It must just be puberty, so tiring. Raising a child is truly exhausting. While he was feeling sluggish, Yujin, walking beside him, suddenly suggested, Oppa, school is so much fun. Let us go again next time. Jin-hyuk did not reply. He only had a smile on his lips along with the thought, as long as Yujin is happy, that is enough. And so, the two of them quickly returned home. Yujin called out obediently, we are home. Hearing this, a voice from inside the house rang out, my daughter is back. Where's your brother? Yujin said happily. Appa is back too. Immediately, a figure slowly approached Jin-hyuk along with a gentle voice. Jin-hyuk, you are back. Welcome home. In just a moment, the whole family appeared before him. This made Jin-hyuk endlessly happy. Yu-young asked suspiciously, did you and Yujin have fun today? Jin-hyuk smiled and replied. Yes, we did. I am home now. Meanwhile, at Mik-young's house, seeing Mik-young sitting in a corner with a scowl, Jang Hwan wondered, what is wrong with Mik-young today? Why the long face? Mik-young's mother said quickly, I do not know. When Jin-hyuk left today, she did not even bother to say goodbye. They are the same age, but I do not know why they are so different. Jin-hyuk is always so polite, and greets everyone with a smile. That boy always knows how to greet people, which is why his parents felt safe letting him go abroad. But look at Mik-young, so stubborn she won't even say goodbye to a friend. The more she heard, the more Mik-young's face scowled and turned red with annoyance. Nevertheless, she continued to evaluate in helplessness. Jin-hyuk is much more mature than his age, while Mik-young is. Before her mother could finish, Mik-young shouted, you mean that kid is mature? He is just a fool who knows nothing. Hearing this, both Jang Hwan and Mik-young's mother were even more stunned and bewildered. Even Mik-young herself was stunned, breaking into a cold sweat at her own outburst. Yujin opened her mouth in astonishment and asked back, me, what was I just saying? Just then, Jin-hyuk's parents suddenly came over to visit. Hung, oh, I did not know we had guests. As soon as he saw the two of them, Jang Hwan smiled and replied, you guys are back. Why the visit today? Sun Guangyan spoke politely. I brought some souvenirs from the trip. It has been a while, Elder Gil Ryong. Gil Ryong replied happily, hello there, you are too kind. You did not have to bring so much. I am just glad you all returned safely. Hearing that, Yu-young quickly interrupted, we could not come empty-handed. This is a gift for the children. As he handed the gift bag to Gil Ryong, Guangyan said, and this is a gift for you. My wife picked it out herself. This moved the old man deeply. Such a precious gift. I am touched. I did not expect you to think of an old man like me. Thank you. He smiled and replied. It is nothing. We have been meaning to come by and say hello for a long time. I heard you have given my son a lot of valuable advice. I hope you will visit us often in the future and stay for a meal with the family. My wife said you remind her of her late father. She is always hoping you will visit. Gil Lyong said gently, come to think of it, it seems after the house renovation, you changed the orientation of the house. Guangyan immediately agreed. That is right. Because of your advice, I changed the orientation during the renovation. This led the old man to praise him. Yes, I should not be the one to say it, but you did a good job. In the house, the two mothers were chatting with each other. Jin-hyuk's mom, I know it is a bit rude to ask this, but, Yu-young wondered, what is it? Mik-young's mother answered haltingly. What? Jin-hyuk is still doing okay, right? To this question, Yu-young's face twisted with worry as she spoke. What? Did something happen while we were away? Mik-young's mother explained hurriedly. No, it is nothing. Absolutely nothing, Jinhwa. Nevertheless, Yu-young naturally did not believe it. Tell me the truth. Did Jin-hyuk cause trouble again? Seeing her so earnest, Mik-young's mother could only recount, it is like this. It is not like that. It is just that I happened to hear something about Jin-hyuk. In the current situation, Yu-young could only gape in bewilderment, wondering what was going on. At Jin-hyuk's house, Sun Guangyan asked suspiciously, honey, are we out of bracken and bean sprouts? Yu-young did not reply. She just slammed the food down on the table, making everyone jump. She said coldly, bracken and bean sprouts. People say they are not good for men. Hearing her say that, Yujin wondered to herself. I do not know where mom hears all that nonsense. And so, the family ate in a dark, terrifying atmosphere. While eating, Yu-young looked at her young son with dejected eyes. My son eats so well, and he is tall and handsome too. It would have been good if I had known then what I know now. Studying is so hard. What should I do, this silly boy? Immediately, she said, Jin-hyuk, mom will study hard so that you can always be healthy. This left Jin-hyuk completely bewildered. Are you apologizing to me? Are you thanking me? As soon as she finished, he wondered to himself, Mom is studying hard because of me. Lately, his mother had been studying food and nutrition at the Korea National Open University. She had always wanted to prepare more nutritionally balanced meals for the family, but did not know where to start. Dad and Yusura had advised her to enter Dongbang University. Initially, she hesitated because of her age. They supported her fiercely. No, you must do it now that you have decided. She is right, honey. When it comes to learning, age is just a number. Thanks to the encouragement from Dad and Yusara, Mom became a college student this year. Seeing her study so diligently, she must really enjoy learning. Anyway, Mom is gone now. I should talk about that matter. As soon as he thought of this topic, Jin-hyuk's expression turned dark. Approaching Sun Guangyan, he asked, Dad, what do you think about hiring security guards for our house? To his question, Guangyan's face froze for a moment. Then he asked, why? Did something happen during Chuseok? Jin-hyuk said haltingly, it is like this. During Chuseok, some strangers kept loitering around the house. At first I thought they were snake catchers, but I accidentally overheard their conversation. It seemed they were planning to kidnap Mom and me. I asked them what they were doing here, and then a scuffle broke out. As soon as he heard this, Guangyan jumped in absolute panic. What? Seeing him overreact, Jin-hyuk hurried to explain further. I was not hurt, and they ran away. They have not come back since. But it is not good to have those kinds of people loitering around here, especially when only the women are home during the day. After hearing the whole story, Guangyan was somewhat troubled, not knowing how to respond. Seeing this, Jin-hyuk called out hesitantly, Dad, can I ask why they wanted to kidnap Mom and you? By now, sweat was drenching Sun Guangyan's cheeks. Going back to the past, in a wind-swept space, a voice filled with shock and bewilderment rang out, hire what? Security. Since, when, why did not you tell me? What happened? Hong Ji-jun replied dejectedly. I am sorry for making the decision on my own without telling you. I did not want everyone to worry. Nevertheless, Guangyan evaluated with a scowl. This is too much. You think just apologizing is enough? Why did you hire bodyguards? Hong Ji-jun spoke up. Someone is targeting me, and possibly your family as well. Hearing that, he was extremely curious. Does it have anything to do with the tale that Gi-jun planted on you? The uncle replied, I am not sure, but there are many people who would do this. In your case. Before he could finish, Guangyan interrupted. There is no one else but them. That is why you chose to live in this remote place. Hong Ji-jun said dejectedly, half because of them, and half because my wife wanted to live as far from the city as possible. After listening for a while, Guangyan helplessly clenched his fist. Back in the present, remembering that conversation, he cursed irritably. Those bastards are as persistent as leeches. Seeing this, Jin-hyuk, sitting in front of him, spoke up immediately. Dad, they say a good horse does not die young, but a conflict that has been smoldering for a long time cannot be avoided, right? They also say that once a war has started, it must be ended quickly. No matter how much one wants to live in peace. If you forget about the war, you will eventually be in danger. Hearing this, Guangyan could not help but agree. That is right. That is why we build up our defensive capabilities. And to do that, we need economic power behind us. Jin-hyuk added seriously, an invisible enemy is more dangerous than a visible one, so we must To his words, Guangyan called out with worry, Jin-hyuk. Nevertheless, he insisted on his decision. Dad, if we keep running away, we can't protect anything. With just that one sentence, Guangyan seemed to realize something. A cold voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Guangyan, son Guangyan, how long do you plan on living in hiding? Isn't it time you stepped out into the world? As he thought, Guangyan looked intently at his son sitting solemnly before him. Then he helplessly thought to himself, perhaps my plan for a peaceful life of farming ends here. Immediately, he spoke up, Jin-hyuk, how should we prepare for this war? Son Jin-hyuk stated firmly, we have to utilize everything we currently have. This confused son Guangyan a bit. Everything we have, you mean like money and land? He calmly explained, I think we should utilize our systems and connection. The more he heard, the more flustered Sun Guangyan felt. I am not so sure about connections. I should have donated to a few politicians back then. Son, Jin-hyuk said confidently, but Dad, you have one of the most famous people in Korea among your connections. Sun Guangyan spoke with interest. You mean Gi-jun? I used to tease him for being slow, and only now do I remember how successful he has become. And what about utilizing the system? Sun Jin-hyuk replied. In a capitalist country, money is the greatest power. There is no better way to build power legitimately than making money within the framework of the law. After listening for a while, Sun Guangyan fell back into thought. Let us see. So what should we do next? Sun Jin-hyuk proposed boldly. I think it is best to play to our strengths. Have you heard of an agro-industrial complex? Sun Guangyan asked blankly. An agro-industrial complex. Sun Jin-hyuk immediately explained. In a few years, small-scale agro-industrial complexes will pop up everywhere. We should speed up expand the scale of the complex step by step. As international trade grows, agricultural products will be brought in. After listening for a while, Sun Guangyan replied, I will meet Assemblyman Song tomorrow. Immediately, Sun Jin-hyuk inquired, what will be our flagship product? He asserted confidently. We have no shortage of land. We can sell anything that comes from the soil. They even say there will be a day when people have to pay for water. If that happens, crops will be even more valuable. The farming population is decreasing, so more people will have to buy food. The more he spoke, the more bewildered Sun Jin-hyuk felt, thinking, he is talking nonsense again. So dad plans to switch to processing agricultural products. That is a very wise choice. While he was lost in thought, Sun Guangyan continued, no matter what, we have to start expanding our influence. Currently, we are seriously lacking money, time, and manpower. Sun Jin-hyuk replied leisurely, if the foundation is solid, the results will be great. It will take a lot of time, but at least it won't be boring. These tools and theories are completely different from farming. It will be very difficult. Nothing in this world is easy, Sun Guangyan replied. That is not something just anyone can do. Despite hearing him say that, Sun Jin-hyuk still had his own opinion. He says that. But, in an instant, he saw a smile spreading across Sun Guangyan's lips, along with the affirmation, it seems he is really enjoying this. The chessboard also seemed to change slightly with Sun Guangyan's new decision. At his house, at this time, Yu Yong was fully focused on her work. Luckily I kept such careful notes. Let us see. Bananas, my Jin-hyuk eats them every day. Celery, pork, seaweed, oysters. It is not oyster season yet though. As she spoke, Baekhyung's mother's previous words echoed in her mind. No, what I meant was, when Jin-hyuk was little, people asked if he refused surgery because there was something wrong with his body. This made Yu Yong feel extremely guilty. It is probably because I did not take good enough care of him back then. I should have tried harder to make sure he ate well. If I start nourishing him properly from now on, maybe things will get better. He is still growing. There is still a chance. Just then, Sun Jin-hyuk suddenly entered the room and asked curiously, Mom, why are you still awake at this hour? Yu Yong replied hurriedly, Jin-hyuk, sorry. Did I wake you up? Sun Jin-hyuk said sleepily, no, usually I have already put Yujin to bed by now. Have you been studying this whole time? Yu Yong said calmly. Yeah, I should go to sleep too. Seeing her so diligent, Sun Jin-hyuk could not help but tease. Are you planning to be top of your class, or aiming for another scholarship? Yu Yong smiled and replied, stop it. However, the smile on her lips did not last long. It was replaced by deep self-reproach. Jin-hyuk, I am sorry. When you were little, our family was so poor that I could not even provide a proper meal for you. Every day, the table only had wild greens and kimchi. In the current situation, Sun Jin-hyuk's face darkened as he awkwardly explained, why is there so much seafood all of a sudden today? It is all because mom and dad caught it. Despite that, Yu Yong replied sadly, if my cooking was that bad, how did you grow up to be like this? The more he heard, the more worried Sun Jin-hyuk became. Mom, did something happen today? You looked sad during dinner. Yu Yong quickly spoke up. Jin-hyuk, let us go to the hospital together tomorrow. Just once. If you do not want to go with me, you can go with your father. This made Sun Jin-hyuk find it very strange. Me, why? Yu Yong explained with tearful eyes. My poor Jin-hyuk, I should have forced you to go to the hospital back then. And so she cried loudly in the room to Sun Jin-hyuk's bewilderment. Mom, I really do not understand what you are talking about. Please tell me from the beginning. As soon as he set Yujin down on the bed, he shouted in surprise. What? Yu Yong spoke up. You hated it so much you almost ran away from home. Your father said the decision was made after careful discussion, so I did not mention it again. After hearing everything, Sun Jin-hyuk could not help but suspect, so that is why there were no wild greens on the dinner table tonight. Meanwhile, Yu Yong was still full of worry. Jin-hyuk, tell me the truth. That is not it, right? He hurriedly denied it. It is not like that at all. Anyway, it is not the truth, so do not worry. As soon as he said it, he helplessly told himself, where did mom hear such nonsense? After hearing his correction, Yu Yong still smiled gently and advised, if there was really a problem, you would have proactively asked to go to the hospital. Jin-hyuk, do you like some girl, or is there someone in your heart? Sun Jin-hyuk said calmly. No, my school is an all-boys school. Immediately, she suggested. Anyway, I still think we should go to the hospital. The more he heard, the more he protested in despair. I told you, that is not it. After a pointless conversation, he was finally able to go to bed with a sigh of relief. What a relief. At least mom finally understood. No, wait. I did not expect her to worry about such a silly thing. He closed his eyes tight and lay on the bed. Even so, 2 streams of emotional tears kept falling. Still, mom probably won't let wild greens appear on the dinner table for a while. The next morning, Sun Guangyan said gently, Jin-hyuk, if you are done helping your mother, come over here for a moment. Sun Jin-hyuk replied obediently, I am coming. In an instant, the father and son sat together to discuss seriously. Regarding the agro-industrial complex, they are calling Taldeok Myeon the most suitable location. As soon as he heard that, Sun Jin-hyuk replied, it is not surprising. The terrain there is uneven and it is far from the city center. Sun Guangyan quickly analyzed. They chose that place so there would be less opposition from residents. Plus, there is an Air Force base nearby, so people are already used to it. In an instant, Sun Jin-hyuk realized the key issue. That way, the project will be implemented faster. He immediately agreed. For us, it is not a bad choice either. Moreover, we can go there without going through the city center. We just need to pass by Dad's old school. Next year they plan to expand that road to 4 lanes. Even if we drive at 80 kilometers per hour, no one will complain. After listening for a while, Sun Jin-hyuk asked, when will they start building the complex? Sun Guangyin said, I heard negotiations between agencies are still taking time, and there are budget issues. It will probably be early next year. Hearing this, he smiled and said, what if SATE Group takes action? Sun Guangyan waved his hand and countered firmly, you know Gijun. He hates getting involved in politics. He is obsessed with it. It is like stepping in mud for him if he has to sit and eat with politicians. Hearing him say that, Sun Jin-hyuk gave a wry smile with his own thoughts. I understand. Even in my past life, Chairman Hong hated being bound. There was a time when the Blue House invited many businessmen to attend. Afterward, all the businessmen who attended were summoned for investigation one by one. Chairman Hong refused the invitation and did not go, but SATE Group was still besieged by the media and subjected to rigorous tax audits. Sorry, it was all because of my father. After that, he resolved never to get involved in politics again. Our whole family went through a miserable time because of the consequences. Thinking carefully, the more he thought, the angrier he got. That old man should have resolved this himself. Why did we have to do it? While he was lost in reminiscence, Sun Guangyan still spoke with a blooming smile. Anyway, I have decided to lease these 4 plots of land first. This plot, and that plot over there as well. Watching him analyze the situation so happily, Sun Jin-hyuk told himself. It seems he really likes this. If I knew he would like it this much, I would have encouraged him to do business much sooner. Sun Guangyan continued. It is not like we are getting special treatment. They are just considering the level of contribution to the local economy. Apart from Assemblyman Song, the other parties registering are all out-of-area businesses. The number of participating businesses is not high, so there are still quite a few opportunities. This caused Sun Jin-hyuk to worry. It will cost a lot of money. As soon as he spoke, he silently evaluated, even with budget support. Building 4 factories and an office building at the same time, he will definitely need his own capital. So he has to sell land, right? Thinking of this, he spoke up. It is a pity after all these years of hard work to buy each piece of land like that. Sun Guangyan reassured him. Don't worry. This time at least I do not need to sell land, nor do I think I will have to borrow money. Immediately Sun Jin-hyuk found it strange. What? Then how do you plan to manage? Sun Guangyan spoke with a smile. Friends were born to help each other. In an instant, Jin-hyuk understood the hidden intention behind those words. Is he planning to empty his friend's pockets? Nevertheless, Sun Guangyan still winked confidently and continued, when I mentioned it, he agreed to help immediately. This is an important matter, so we decided to meet in person to discuss details. I am heading to Seoul soon. The more he heard, the more helplessly Sun Jin-hyuk said, then you will probably stay overnight, right? He replied leisurely, probably. After the discussion was finished, he could not help but wish his beloved father, have a safe trip, Dad. Don't worry about things at home. As soon as he finished, he told himself, I am here, plus Gijan has arranged bodyguards to protect us. In a happy mood, Sun Guangyan affirmed, besides, in Korea, there is probably no place safer than our home. Go drink some coffee. Immediately he happily turned toward the kitchen, leaving Sun Jin-hyuk in a state of fearful ambiguity. I hope they have not discovered it yet. I wonder if those guys are doing their job properly. The next morning, Sun Yujin was sitting obediently reading a comic book in the room. The comic clearly wrote the words, the animal with 8 transparent legs, that are always wiggling is an octopus. In an instant, Sun Guangyan happily said, Mom, Yujin wants to eat octopus. This made Yu Yang feel stunned. Octopus, but we do not have any octopus at home. Nevertheless, Sun Yujin still insisted. I want to eat octopus. Seeing her so determined, Yu Yang finally had to comply. Then I have to go out and buy some. Wait for me a moment, dear. Immediately, she called someone on the phone. Hello, is this Seong-chan? It is Jin-hyuk's mom. I am calling because, really, he just left, then I will come over and get it. Okay, thank you. Hearing Yu Yang's conversation, Sun Jin-hyuk asked, Mom, are you going to Seong-chan's house? She replied quickly, Seong-chan's father just went to sea to catch octopus, so I plan to go buy some. Hearing this, Sun Jin-hyuk immediately proposed, let me go. Yu Yang could not help but be surprised and said, let us see. Where is your wallet? In another place, a blue-haired man was staring blankly down at the ground. Touching the strange object lightly, he wondered, what is this? As soon as he finished, he shouted in fear, oh my god, is this a bomb? Immediately, the man thought anxiously to himself, if unexploded ordnance is discovered, contact the military or police immediately. Despite that thought, he was still full of hesitation. Those people always say they are busy. Even if I report it, will they arrive in time? I will just bring it myself since I am heading down to town anyway. And so the bomb was moved toward the town at random. Sun father, holding a bag, asked, Jin-hyuk, where are you going? Sun Jin-hyuk replied obediently. Hello uncle. I am going to Seong Chan's house to buy some octopus. Hearing this, he said quickly. I see. Be careful on the road. At this moment, Sun Jinhyuk was once again lost in his own thoughts. It has been a long time since I visited Seong-chan's house. Unlike in my past life, I did not change schools, so I still see him often, but I do not go to his house as often as I did in elementary school. Just then, Seong-chan suddenly waved from a distance and called out, Jinhyuk. As soon as he saw him, Jinhyuk asked suspiciously, You are not going to church today, Seong-chan? Seong-chan scratched his head and said with a wry smile, In middle school, they do not give out snacks anymore. This surprised Sun Jinhyuk greatly, and here I thought you were a devout believer. Hearing this, Seong-chan spoke up, Devout, lately, I do not even pray before I go to sleep. Immediately, he inquired, Why? He answered with a fearful face, I am afraid Jesus might actually appear. To Seong-chan's words, Sun Jinhyuk was truly speechless. Returning to the main topic, Seong-chan said seriously, Dad is still packing the octopus. You will have to wait a bit. Do you want to come in and sit? Sun Jinhyuk hurriedly refused. No, I have to go back as soon as I get it. By the way, Seong-chan, there is something I want to ask you. There is a rumor saying it is not that I do not want surgery, but that I can't have surgery. Did you spread that rumor? As he asked, his face darkened while looking at Seong-chan, which caused the boy to panic. Huh? What are you talking about? Is there such a rumor? This is the first time I have heard it. Sun Jinhyuk replied irritably. My mom was very sad because of that yesterday. If I find out who spread it, they are dead. Seeing him act so scary, Seong-chan broke into a cold sweat and explained. Really, I have never heard that before. And even if it were true, after the two of us ran away together, do you think I would go tell that? A secret like that, I would take to my grave. Hearing this, Sun Jinhyuk told himself, that is right. Even when we got caught by Dad, Seong-chan kept telling me to run away. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed from inside the house. Is Jinhyuk here? When he saw Seong-chan's father, Sun Jinhyuk greeted him quickly. He handed a black bag toward him and said gently, Here, 10 octopuses exactly as your mother ordered. I have picked all the best ones for you. This made Sun Jinhyuk very grateful. Thank you, uncle. At this point, Seong-chan suddenly interrupted. Dad, where are you going? He replied. I am heading into town. When the truck arrives, pick out the big ones to sell. Okay, he dejectedly replied. Yes sir. As he left, Seong-chan's father continued. Those merchants won't pay for the small ones, but they will still try to take them anyway. Seong-chan reassured him calmly. Don't worry about it. Hearing that, he shouted irritably, You brat. When I say something, just listen obediently and say yes. Jinhyuk. I am going now. Sun Jinhyuk smiled and replied, Drive safely, uncle. As he turned back inside, he noticed something strange. Something had fallen. It was the bomb Seong-chan's father had picked up. It was falling to the ground as he drove away in the truck. Immediately, Sun Jinhyuk's eyes widened in shock. Even Seong-chan turned around curiously to look. What is that? Before he could know what it was, the bomb's head hit the ground. In an instant, a terrifying light flashed. A massive explosion echoed between heaven and earth. The loud noise was heard even by Yu Yang, who was far away. Immediately she found it strange, seeing several ambulances driving on the road. Oh my god, what is going on? The siren of the ambulance shrieked past Gil Rayong's house. Looking on, the old man evaluated. That boy certainly has sharp eyes. At Sun Jinhyuk's location, both he and Seong-chan were lying collapsed on the cold ground. Sun Jinhyuk was drenched in cold sweat, struggling to open his eyes and tell himself, no. Seong-chan's father was now running toward them in a complete panic. He called out worriedly, Jinhyuk, oh my god, are you two okay? Can you hear me? I have called the ambulance. Just hold on a bit, they will be here soon. Seong-chan gnashed his teeth in pain. In an instant, he screamed incessantly, causing Seong-chan's father to become uneasy. How is it? Where are you hurt? Seong-chan, let me see. Take your hands away. At this point, Seong-chan's ears were bleeding continuously. When he saw the doctor, he hurriedly called out, Thank God, over here, come quickly. The ambulance door opened quickly. In just a moment, it drove away rapidly. Watching Seong-chan in pain on the hospital bed, his father said helplessly, Seong-chan, can you hear me? Say something, son. The doctor quickly followed up. His eardrums are damaged, so he is too dizzy to speak. Hearing this, Seong-chan's father was startled in panic. His eardrums are damaged. Does that mean he won't be able to hear anymore? The doctor hurriedly reassured him. He is still young, so his recovery potential is very good. Nowadays, eardrums can be surgically repaired, so do not worry too much. The more he heard, the more stunned he became. Dear God, how did it come to this? Meanwhile, Sun Jinhyuk was staring at his friend with a stream of thoughts. In my past life, when I was delivering newspapers, I read an article about a student my age who died from a leftover bomb from the war. At that time, I did not pay much attention. But, could that student have been Seong-chan? Just then, the doctor's words snapped him out of it. Sir, the town hospital can't handle this case. We are taking the patient straight to Byeomsan City Medical Center. Seong-chan's father replied hurriedly. Yes, yes. The doctor continued, family member of the patient. What is your name? Yongchan's father said haltingly. Yuk Mi Yongdeg. Hearing their conversation, Sun Jinhyuk thought to himself, I always wondered why I did not recognize Myung-gu's son before. The shaman that year said I had to protect him for things to go smoothly, which is why I have always acted as his guardian. Right, Seong-chan's father's name is Myung-gu. After a while of traveling, they finally arrived at the hospital. We are at the medical center. Get the patient down. Sun Jinhyuk hurriedly followed the doctor, yet he was still immersed in his own reminiscence. If Yujin had not insisted on eating octopus today, if mom had bought octopus somewhere else, if I had not made this trip, Seong-chan would have died, or maybe both mom and Seong-chan would have died. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from behind. Jinhyuk. He turned his head in suspicion. In an instant, Seong-chan's father hugged him. While crying painfully, he spoke sincerely. Thank you. I am truly grateful to you. My Seong-chan is alive because of you. You are his savior, Jinhyuk. After the conversation, Sun Jinhyuk walked slowly through the hospital corridor, telling himself, my family must be so worried, but I am really okay. Just then, a patient in the distance suddenly caught his eye. The person was none other than Moon Soo-kil, which made Sun Jinhyuk extremely surprised. Wait a minute. He pointed straight ahead in confusion. The bustling noise of the hospital continued to echo. Standing before Sun Jinhyuk, Moon Soo-kil spoke firmly. That man is truly something else. Clearly he did not know how terrifying bombs were. Please, sit. Sun Jinhyuk said quickly. Thanks. I am just glad no one was seriously injured. I did not know you were here too. Moon Soo-kil said. It is all thanks to you. Hearing this, he found it strange. Where are the— Moon Soo-kil replied. One is here, the rest have gone to Suwon. What about us? While he was absorbed in conversation, a panicked call suddenly rang throughout the hospital. Jinhyuk, where— It was his parents. They were asking in a state of panic, excuse me, where is a student named Sun Jinhyuk? I heard my son was hospitalized after a bomb explosion. Jinhyuk, seeing that both were losing control of their emotions, Sun Jinhyuk could only say speechlessly, I am going first. Moon Soo-kil was equally stunned and replied in a daze, yes, you go on ahead. As soon as they saw Sun Jinhyuk, both Yu Yang and Sun Guangyun called out in unison with tearful eyes. Anyu, oh my goodness, my son, are you okay? Did the doctor examine you? Do you have to stay in the hospital? While they were talking, Moon Soo-kil kept observing with his own suspicion. Why did that client say to bring his parents? They look like perfectly normal parents, devoted to their child. I have made up my mind to find out who is behind this. With that thought, Moon Soo-kil shoved his hands into his pockets and walked away. Elsewhere, a figure was smoking while gazing out at the vast. The man lightly stroked his face. Along with his own calculations, the deal had now been set. It remained to be seen how well he could keep a secret and how strong his determination truly was. Your life is in my hands now. As the thought ended, the man lightly touched his hair again. Then he spoke. What a strange life indeed. Over at Sun Jinhyuk's place, after everything was settled, he was lost in his own thoughts. Perhaps because he was young, just as the medic said, Seon Chanyuk recovered very quickly and was discharged from the hospital. At Sun Jinhyuk's house, Sun Guangyun said urgently, Seong-chan's father, you really do not need to do this, but the man quickly refused. No way, from now on, do not ever go buy octopus again. I will always go catch them for you myself. Truthfully, if Yujin had not insisted on eating octopus that day, he might never have seen his son again. Seeing that the man was still so grateful, Sun Guangyun was flustered, not knowing how to respond. But, catching this much octopus must have been exhausting. While the two of them were talking, Sun Jinhyuk could not help but turn to ask his friend, Seong-chan, is your ear okay? Seong-chan smiled and said, I can hear very clearly, it is all thanks to you. Thanks, Jinhyuk. Next week my dad is hosting a noodle party at the village hall to celebrate my discharge. Remember to bring your whole family for a bowl. Jinwoo will be there too. As soon as he heard this, Sun Jinhyuk immediately declined. Sorry, my family is planning to make kimchi that day. This made Seong-chan very curious. Where is everyone going? He quickly replied, oh, we are planning to go to the countryside. A few days ago, Sun Jinhyuk asked doubtfully, us too. Sun Guangyun said calmly, I thought if it is on the way, it would be fun to go together. Yujin would probably love it, and he immediately agreed. Yujin is all grown up. Sun Guangyun continued. Besides, before we go to Sujong's house, we are going to visit her maternal grandfather. This made Sun Jinhyuk think to himself, Sujong's grandfather, then that would be Chairman Yu Myeongseon. He once helped his father run the liquid CO2 factory and built Seek Group. He could be considered the true founder of Seik. Sun Jinhyuk immediately wondered. Now that I think about it, you said you grew up with Aunt Sarah. It has probably been a long time since you saw him, right? Sun Guangyun forced a smile and replied, that is right. This left him very confused. Why? Is something wrong? The man stammered. It is not that, it is just, it has been so long since we were in touch. Visiting after all these years makes me feel a bit awkward. The more he heard, the more curious he became. How long has it? Sun Guangyun spoke. More than 15 years, since before you were born. Sun Jinhyuk probed further. Then why do you suddenly want to visit? Sun Guangyun explained seriously, after hearing what Ji Jun and you said, I changed my mind. If I have decided to return to that world, then I should face the things I have always been avoiding. Besides, he is getting, I should see him before it is too late. With just this statement from his father, Sun Jinhyuk broke into a gentle smile. He continued to wonder, how do you know Sujong's grandfather? Handing him a photo, Sun Guangyan said, these are your grandparents. They were quite a handsome couple, were not they? Your grandfather passed away while I was still in your grandmother's womb. I heard he died on a hill during the armistice negotiations, but because his military records could not be verified, he was never recognized as a flashback to the past. In Sun Guangyan's narration, he met Sujong's grandfather while working at the Merchant Association. It was also at that time that he first met Mr. Clay Park Un-cheol of the Daeguan group. Hearing this, Sun Jinhyuk was startled and asked in shock. Wait, Daeguan Group, one of the biggest conglomerates in the country. Sun Guangyan calmly replied. Yes, but that was before Park Un-cheol became chairman. Regardless, just like now, it was not easy for a single woman to raise a child back then. The two of them always helped her because they knew how hard she worked. But Park Un-cheol's wife misunderstood. She thought your grandmother and the chairman were having an affair. She even came to the house and made a huge scene. The divorce papers were quickly brought out. After that incident, grandmother completely cut off contact with. As he reached this part of the story, Sun Guangyan stated firmly, I believed in her. She used to say that a woman raising a child alone would have to hear all kinds of rumors, and for the sake of her child, she had to live more uprightly than anyone else. She lived by those words every single day. Then she passed away in an accident. I do not know how Sujong's grandfather found out, but he was the one who reached out to me, so I stayed with him for a while. Thank you, Jinhyuk. You must have always been curious about your grandparents. Thank you for patiently waiting for me to tell you. After hearing the whole story, Sun Jinhyuk was dazed for a moment. Then he forced a smile and thought to himself, actually, since I knew they passed away a long time ago, I never thought about asking Jongwon-sun. That was his late grandfather's name. Scene change. On the main road, an excited and thrilled voice rang out. Looking out through the car window, Sun Yujin said happily, it is the ocean. Can I open the window? Yu Yang quickly replied, no, it is dangerous. Meanwhile, Sun Jinhyuk was staring at his father in deep thought. If he had simply fallen in love with a girl from the countryside and decided to settle down, there would be no reason to completely cut off friends and relatives to live under an alias. He even used a fake address to hide his whereabouts. Could it really be just because mom wanted to live in a place where there were no more connections? The more he thought about it, the more seriously he looked at Sun Guang. Doubt was constantly rising in his heart. Or was it actually to avoid Chairman Park Un-cheol's wife, the woman who suspected an affair between him and perhaps the person who ordered the kidnapping of my parents was? After traveling for a while, Sun Guangyan spoke to inform everyone. All right, we are here. After observing the surroundings for a moment, Yu Young could not help but exclaim, oh my. This place looks more like a forest than a garden. As soon as they saw the family, a voice from inside called out. Long time no see, Wang Yan. Thank you for coming all this way, son. Wang Yan replied politely. Butler Quan, it has been a long time. I am sorry it took me this long to visit. Hearing that, Quan said, it is all right. He is waiting for you. Please come in. While they were talking, Sun Yujin was playfully messing with a roadside Sun Jinhyuk immediately stepped closer to warn her. Stop throwing things around, Sun Yujin said happily. You try it too. Even so, he did not pay attention to that. Sun Jinhyuk's eyes were fixed on the man standing in the distance. So that is him, the founder of Sikh Group, Chairman Yu Myongxian. As soon as Myongxian appeared, Sun Guangyan suddenly knelt on the ground and spoke urgently. Please forgive me, Chairman. I heard from Sarah and Ji Jun that you had been looking for me for a long time, and that you were very worried about me after I disappeared without. I am a pathetic man. Instead of repaying the kindness you showed me, I ran away and hid. I should have come to apologize sooner, but I did not have the courage to face the world. I am truly sorry for coming to see you this late. As for Sarah and Ji Jun, after listening to him for a bit, Myongxian helped him up and cut him off. You fool. Do you think I called you here just to see you like this? Forget about forgiveness. Now, let me get a good look at your face. Immediately Sun Guangyan was moved to tears. Myongxian said gently, I am glad to see you looking so healthy. Look at you. You used to be so pale. Now you truly look like a man of the countryside. Watching the two of them talk happily, Sun Jinhyuk told himself, seeing dad wipe his tears next to Chairman Yu, they do not look like a benefactor, and the one he took in, they just look like a normal father. And at this moment, Jang-gun's tail was wagging incessantly. He was happily eating treats while everyone was talking. I heard you were bringing your family, but I did not expect you to bring a dog too. Is he okay? Is he hurt anywhere? Sun Guangyan scratched his head and answered sheepishly, he is a member of our family too. Myongxian spoke with interest. Sun Guangyan, since the last time I saw you, you have built quite a large family. The more he heard, the more embarrassed Sun Guangyan became. Unable to speak, sir. Meanwhile, Jang-gun seemed to notice they were talking about him and watched them with a dazed expression. Scene change. Sun Guangyan was now introducing his family members. Sorry for the late introduction. This is my wife and our children. Yu Yang bowed in return. Hello, I am Han Yu Young. Seeing her, Myongxian spoke politely. Very nice to meet you, I am Yu Myongseon, and for a moment, the image of his late wife appeared in his mind through Yu. Myongseon could not help but think to himself, I wondered why you chose a countryside where you had no connections. After that thought, he continued to ask, so that is it, and is this your eldest son? Sun Jin-hyuk stood frozen for a few seconds and said nervously, hello, my name is Sun Jin-hyuk. Myongseon could not help but praise, you inherited the best features from both your father and mother. Let us see, how old are you? Sun Jin-hyuk spoke up immediately, I am in my first year of middle school. Hearing that, the old man burst out laughing and teased, oh my, you are already taller than your father. Sun Guangyan joined in. Kids these days grow up so fast. Then Myongseon's gaze shifted to Sun Yujin. Let me see, and how old is this little princess who looks exactly like her mother? Sun Yujin smiled and replied, how old are you, grandpa? Seeing her ask that, Myongseon laughed heartily. I have lived long enough, which left Sun Jin-hyuk's whole family feeling helpless. Oh boy, really? Goodness. After some conversation, Sun Jin-hyuk stared intently at the man he had just met for the first time. Seeing Myongseon's friendliness, his thoughts drifted back. Chairman Yu Myongseon met my grandmother along with Chairman Park, Un Cheol of Daegwon. I told Munsik to investigate who ordered the kidnapping of my parents. But if I am lucky, maybe I will find a clue today. At the tea table, Myongseon spoke clearly. I heard you are very good at running. Sun Jin-hyuk replied modestly. It is just average, sir, which made Myongseon wonder. So is your dream to become an athlete? He quickly said, I am still not sure. Before he could say more, Sun Guangyan added, he is good at everything, so we are just letting him find his own path. Hearing this, Minivana noted, he has the body of an adult, but he is very shy, quite different from when you were young. You would not know. But this guy was quite a troublemaker back then. It seems the boy matured early. The more he heard, the more flustered Sun Jin-hyuk became, breaking into a cold sweat while thinking, I just do not know what to do. Who could act normal in front of Chairman Yu Myongseon? Anyway, Myongseon turned to ask Sun Guangyan. It has been a long time since you visited. Why do not you go check out the library? He immediately agreed. Then I will go enjoy the scent of books after so long. Jin-hyuk, would you like to come along? So they left together. Before going, Myongseon did not forget to remind Butler Kwan, bring more cookies for everyone, the kind Sarah used to like. Kwan obediently followed the order. Yes, Sun Yujin sat obediently on the chair waiting for food. Meanwhile, Sun Jin-hyuk was touring the library and exclaimed in surprise, it seems you have added many more books. Myongseon said with a smile, I brought back quite a few children's books because of Sujong. Feel free to pick any book you want to read. Hearing this, he immediately suggested, then I will take a look around. Myongseon smiled and continued. I heard from my son-in-law Hong, he said your advice helped a lot. What would I know? He probably just said that. It seems Ji-jun wants to build something in that area. Hearing this, Sun Guangyan followed up. There is news about a training center, even a security personnel training academy was mentioned. I will discuss the details when I meet him, but I think it will be a lease. The area is not too large, so a 50-year lease would benefit everyone. While holding a book, Sun Jin-hyuk overheard the entire conversation between the two. A 50-year lease. So this is why Dad was confident that we did not need to sell the land, or borrow any money. If everything goes according to plan, our family will have a significant cash flow. At this point, Sun Guangyan changed the subject. How are your sons doing these days? Yeonsan replied. Well, the eldest looks even healthier than before after stepping down. The second one is busy developing some kind of semiconductor machinery. It is too complicated for an old man like me to understand, but it seems they are developing it with the goal of domestic production. The world changes so fast these days, it makes me think. Hearing this, Sun Guangyan found it strange. Think what? Myongseon smiled and said, it is not just that young people are good at adapting to a fast-changing world. I think it is the young and smart people who create and drive that change. I have to admit, it is time for me to step down. I have also found a wonderful successor. How precious it is to be able to leave something behind for the next generation. Whether it is wealth, power, or people. As he said this, he turned to look at Sun Jin-hyuk reading a book, and naturally, Sun Guangyan smiled in agreement. Yes, you are absolutely right. Back with Sun Yujin, she was crying and calling for her mother. Mom, 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 do not eat any more. Yu Yang stopped and asked, what is the matter? Sun Yujin said gloomily, there is nothing left for Yujin to eat. Yu Yang was startled and answered in shock. Oh my, when did I finish it all? I am sorry, sweetie. Can you eat this instead? At her words, Sun Yujin's expression quickly darkened. She shouted grumpily. What is this? Yujin is not Janggun. Yu Yang begged helplessly. I am sorry. What should we do now? The cookies are all gone. Seeing the two of them getting loud, a subordinate approached from a distance and asked, excuse me, would you like more cookies? Yu Yang replied in desperate relief. Yes please. Back with Sun Guangyan, he was still engrossed in conversation with Myongseon. Ji-jun said he would not enter politics. He said his dream is to make SEC the world's #1 group without any political backing. Was that Yujin's voice just now? Sun Guangyon said. He believes that a capitalist who influences politics is the one who changes the course of history. Ji Jun truly has a vision for the world. Hearing that Ma Yangxian appraised, no matter how smart a person is, observing the outside world is still very difficult. That is why people cause all kinds of chaos and then say that history will judge them, that irresponsible sophistry actually works, that future generations will judge them. How ridiculous. Hearing him say these words, Sun Jinhyuk's face immediately turned dazed. Meanwhile, Ma Yangxian continued. The young must live in a country built by the old. Are we not capable enough to judge ourselves? Judgment, evaluation, and responsibility must be borne by those who are living it. Sun Guangyan looked down and replied, you are absolutely right, and by the way, there are so many children's books here. Does Sujong visit often? While the two were talking, Sun Jinhyuk chimed in, I should borrow a new book. Ma Yangxian said gently, she lives nearby so she often visits on weekends. Son-in-law Hong also comes here frequently for work. Just then, Sun Jinhyuk suddenly saw a notebook on the table, making him suspicious. Is this Chairman Hong's handwriting? Did he write this by hand? What kind of report is written by hand? As soon as he opened it, he broke into a cold sweat from the shock. This is. Just then, a call from a distance startled him. Jinhyuk, Sun Guangyan reminded him, you should not touch other people's things. What if it is an important document? He hurriedly replied, I am sorry. Ma Yangxian smiled and cut in. No, it is son-in-law Hong's fault for leaving important documents lying around like that. Hearing this, Sun Jinhyuk found it odd. Does he work here too? Mi Yangxian replied, he often comes here to discuss business with me. His work style, and the projects themselves are very reliable. Immediately, Sun Jinhyuk stood up and said, I am going to the restroom for a moment. He was drenched in a cold sweat, overwhelmed by his own thoughts. That is not just a report. These are plans that only someone who knows the future could create. Unless someone kidnapped an alien, there is no way this content could appear in this era. Chairman Hong really knows how to walk the line. To someone who does not know the future, it just looks like the ideas of a genius with extraordinary foresight. He hit it very well, but looking at the level of detail regarding recruiting engineers for technologies that do not even exist yet, like specific software and drones, Chairman Hong definitely knows the future. So, back then, he really returned to the past with me. Why did not he tell me? Or does Chairman Hong not believe that I am also a regressor? Or is he intentionally pretending not to know so I can live a normal life? I really can't guess what he is thinking, but I am certain he wants to help me. Chairman, you regressed with me, did not you? If I ask directly, would you answer? Probably not in a million years. After those wild and unbelievable thoughts, Sun Jinhyuk stepped out of the restroom. He looked on blankly at Yu Yong's helpless words. Yujin, where are you going? We are going to eat cookies with Jang-gun. Sun Yujin ran off, carrying a plate of cookies and replied quickly, Yujin is not like mom, Jang-gun won't give me the plate. Hearing this, Yu Yong chased after her and warned, Jang-gun can't eat cookies. And so one ran and the other chased, leaving Sun Jinhyuk speechless. What is going on? Bagath Mayan Zenyan. He was still talking to Sun Guangyan. Your father? Sun Guangyan quickly replied. Yes, my mother almost never mentioned my father, so I do not have any stories to tell the kids. My eldest is very sharp so he does not ask, but regardless, he is still the root of our family. It would be good for the children to hear about their late grandfather. Myong-seon spoke after hearing that. What I meant was, your mother never really talked much about herself either, so I do not know much. But I believe his name was Jong-won. I heard that he settled his family's estate early on to devote himself to the independence movement, and then during the war, he joined the independence army. Then he died in battle along with his comrades. Even now, his body has never been found. Are there no military records for him? The independence army did not have official military records, so they could not be formally registered as soldiers. Sun Guangyan replied seriously, I heard that Daejeon also supported the independence movement. Is that why Mr. Park On-cheol tried to help my mother because he shared the same ideals as my father? This made my Yang-seon extremely puzzled. What are you talking about? Daejeon never supported the independence movement. They were merely entrusted with the independence funds. With just that information, Sun Guangyan questioned him in shock and curiosity. I am sorry, but what do you mean? But not long ago, Chairman Park Woo-jung said in a newspaper interview that his family used to support the independence movement. Just then, Sun Jinhyuk stood outside the door and overheard everything. Myong-seon did not know that and sighed in frustration as he explained. Jong-won handed over the remaining funds to that bastard from the Park family because he trusted his business sense. That Park bastard told me so himself. He is truly shameless. I know corporate image is important, but how could he turn money entrusted by someone else into his own achievement? The more Sun Guangyan heard, the more confused he became. Then why did Daejeon claim Mr. Jong-won's money as their own? Myong-seon continued. Dagon became a large conglomerate because their in-laws bribed the Japanese Empire. Even if that Park bastard was not directly involved, they had to whitewash their past after Liberation Day. I really did not expect Daejeon to do such a thing. That kid Woo-jung. Did his mother really tell him that? After hearing the whole story, Sun Jin-hyuk finally understood everything. Now I know for sure. Daejeon was the one who threatened Dad during Chuseok. As he thought, he clenched his fists in frustration. To protect Daejeon's secret, they could not let his grandmother and father live in peace. Chairman Park Un-cheol's heart failure had worsened 2 years ago, so he had to rely on a ventilator, which meant the culprit was most likely Park Woo-jung. Park Un-cheol, my grandfather was an independence fighter whose body was not even found, yet his descendants could not even honor him openly. Meanwhile, Daejeon stole my grandfather's credit and lived in luxury because of it. Park Woo-jung. In this life, he is less famous because he is overshadowed by Chairman Hong. He was already quite old then, probably nearly 60 now. Truly, an ill-fated connection remains an ill-fated connection. In the previous life, Hong Soo-jung was married off to Park Woo-jung's third son, through an arranged marriage decided by the elders. At that time, Park Woo-jung's son was 40, while director Hong was not even 30. Then, on the wedding day, because the groom showed up in handcuffs and high on drugs, Hong Soo-jung came to see me with a face drenched in tears. From that day on, Hong Soo-jung almost completely cut ties with Chairman Hong. That incident, his desire to turn his precious only daughter into a princess, which ended up leaving her deeply scarred, became the greatest mistake of Hong Ji-jun's life. Chairman Hong had no idea his future son-in-law was a drug addict. Later, he filed a massive lawsuit against Daejeon, but that could not heal the wounds director Hong had to suffer. That third son must be in college now, probably just starting to get involved with drugs. Scene change. After meeting Myong Seon, Sun Guangyan continued his journey. Sir, I will take my leave now. Myong Seon wondered, you are having dinner at Sira's house tonight, right? He quickly said yes, about the collaboration between SIG Distribution. Before he could finish, Myong Seon cut him off. Just discuss that later with my son-in-law. This made Sun Guangyan look visibly shocked. But you are still the owner of the group, after all. However, Myong Seon only replied calmly, you will understand when you get there. As soon as they got into the car, Yu Young asked curiously, Jin-hyuk, how much pocket money did he give you? Sun Jin-hyuk smiled and replied, yes. As soon as he finished speaking, he told himself it seemed to be about 1 million won. Sun Jin-hyuk could not help but recall Myong Seon's smiling face when he handed him the money. Our grandson-in-law, no, I am giving this to you because I consider you my own grandson. Immediately, Sun Jin-hyuk handed the stack of bills to Yu Young with a request. I mean, Mom, please keep this for me. Yu Young happily agreed right away. Of course. Right after that, she turned to ask Sun Yujin. Yujin, shall Mom keep yours too? She directly shook her head. Seeing that, Yu Young smilingly proposed, Yujin, look at this. Let us trade that for these 2 bills. Okay. Seeing his mother exchange currency values like that, Sun Jin-hyuk was truly speechless. 2001 for 1 million won. As if understanding her mother's trick, Sun Yujin refused immediately. No way. Just then, Sun Jin-hyuk suddenly suggested, Yujin, you will lose it if you hold it like that. Let Appa keep it for you. In an instant, Sun Yujin obediently handed it to him. Okay. That action left Yu Young dazed and speechless, while Sun Jin-hyuk leisurely said, I will give it back to you later. Having said that, he looked at Sun Yujin with suspicion. Are Yujin? Has she already become a slave to money? At this moment, Sun Yujin was also looking at him with a smile that clearly showed her intent. I trust Appa. In the evening, Sun Jin-hyuk's family finally arrived. As soon as she saw Sun Jin-hyuk, Su-yang ran over to greet him. Appa, Yu Sarah also politely stepped out to welcome them. It must have been a long journey to get here. Sun Guangyan smiled and replied, where is Gijun? Yu Sarah quickly said, they said he is leaving work early, he should be here soon. While she led everyone into the house, Su-yang happily pulled Sun Jin-hyuk away to another spot. Say hello to She smilingly introduced, this is my Bibomi. As soon as he saw the bow on Babomi's neck, Sun Jin-hyuk found it strange. A pink bow, is it a female? Su-yang hurried to clarify. No, it is a male. I tied the bow on him. Cute, right? Seeing her laugh excitedly, Sun Jin-hyuk could only agree speechlessly. Yeah, you did a good job. Just then, Su-yang suddenly pointed into the distance and spoke. Dad is back. A car quickly appeared in the yard, and a figure stepped out slowly. As soon as he saw that man, Sun Jin-hyuk recognized him immediately. Manager Kim Chaeol-min. So even at this point in time, he was already working under Chairman Hong. It felt so strange. We once sat in the same car when the accident happened. Thinking back, the last time I saw Manager Min, he looked about this age. I wonder where he is, and what he is doing now. At Hong Ji-jun's side, he spoke politely. You did not even get to rest this weekend, because of me. Let us meet again tomorrow morning. Cheol-min obediently replied, yes, Vice Chairman. As soon as he heard this title, Sun Jin-hyuk was visibly stunned. Even he could not believe what was happening. Vice Chairman. But he is only 39 right now. In the living room, a voice filled with surprise rang out. Hong Gi-jun is the Vice Chairman. Sun Guangyan teased playfully. No wonder the chairman told me to discuss business with him. Hearing that, Hong Ji-jun found it odd. You just got here. Why are you leaving so early? He smiled and replied happily, I can always come back. Farmers do not have the concept of a weekend. Hearing this, Sarah sighed and reminded them, everyone should go out to eat and then go to the mall, right, sister? While listening to them talk, Sun Jin-hyuk recalled the past. In his previous life, Seek Group never had the position of vice chairman, so he was the first and last vice chairman of Seek. If Yu Myung-seon had handed over all power to him, then calling him vice chairman was just a formality. In reality, he was already the chairman. Meanwhile, Sun Guangyan still smiled gently as he continued the conversation, thinking back, doing business and farming are quite similar, are not they? Very similar. That is why I want to manage everything well. This made Hong Ji-jin, sitting next to him, exclaim in admiration, that is a good thought. With a brain like yours, it would be a waste to spend your whole life digging in the dirt. First, set up a company. I will help you. Just then, Sun Guangyan suddenly turned to Sun Jin-hyuk and reminded him, Jin-hyuk, go upstairs and sleep first. You have to wake up early tomorrow. This made him hurriedly refuse. But I am not sleepy yet. Nevertheless, Sun Guangyan gently reminded him, Yujin will be uncomfortable. And indeed, Sun Yujin was lying there fast asleep right next to him. Su Yong hugged her and suggested, Appa, let us go to the room. Seeing that, Sarah also agreed. Alright, Su Jong's bed is wide enough for the two of you to sleep together. Under the current circumstances, Sun Jin-hyuk could only feel regret in his heart. What a shame, I wanted to stay and listen more closely. In Su Young's room, as she reached out to turn on the light, she introduced. This is my room. The electric light quickly illuminated the whole room. The entire room was cutely decorated with pink and white as the main colors. As he looked around, Sun Jin-hyuk exclaimed, it really is a princess's room. Su Young excitedly patted the bed and reminded him, Appa, hurry and lie down. It looks a bit cramped, does not it? So he lay between the two children. In contrast to his speechlessness was Su Young's extremely excited and thrilled mood. I have always been to your house, so I am very happy that you came to mine this. Appa, come and play again next time, okay? Sun Jin-hyuk answered gently, I will ask Dad. Only after hearing this did Su Young obediently go to sleep. Okay, good night Appa. Have a sweet dream. After a while, Sun Jin-hyuk looked at her intently and wondered. Is she asleep already? Even though I have known her since we were little, I still can't sleep in a girl's room. I should move to the guest room instead. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from nowhere. Damn dog. It was Su Young. She was mumbling. Neno Group Elite. Feud by us. Hearing that, Sun Jin-hyuk was stunned and speechless. What the hell is that? He watched Su Young closely, who was sleeping soundly after those few strange scene change. In a coffee shop, two men were seriously discussing business. Last time, a woman named Chairman Baek appeared, and an accident occurred. A file folder was quickly brought out, accompanied by the announcement, I have taken care of it. The person speaking was none other than Moon Seokil. The folder contained a wealth of information. A car plunged into a ravine in XX City, XX Province. The driver in his 30s was deceased. The car was completely incinerated in the fire. The body was severely damaged. After reading for a while, the man sitting next to him could not help but ask, can you give us the details? Moon Seokil said coldly, that was not part of the request. If you want to know more, pay double. Faced with that demand, he could only frown in irritation, thinking, this guy is really unpleasant. However, outwardly, he still replied politely. Even so, just looking at photos, we can't be sure of the result. Moon Seokil quickly cut him off. Our initial request was to kill him. Seeing that, the man hurriedly questioned. When did we say that? He refuted seriously. Bring him to us, or else, do not. When I first took the mission, that was clearly the request. Stop playing word games, he said while glaring terrifyingly. Under the current situation, the man could only comply. What a shame. It would have been better if we could confirm what he looked like afterward. Moon Seokil chimed in, if you are that suspicious, why do not you go check yourselves? At this point, even if I threw the corpse right in front of you, you would just say it is a fake corpse. The man spoke up hurriedly. Oh come on, that is going too far. How could we dare to doubt the skills of an expert who is even above first rate? It is just that the higher-ups have spent a huge amount of money on this, so they want certainty. We will pay the remainder after the final verification is complete. Moon Seokil seemed not to care at all, and reminded him leisurely. Do as you wish. After seeing that everything was settled, the man dared to leave. Then I will take my leave first. In an instant, Moon Seokil coldly reminded his subordinates, follow him. Search every nook and cranny for me. Just as I thought, these scumbags are really filthy, he thought irritably. If you are that suspicious, do it yourselves. More importantly, what on earth was that thing? In that moment, scenes from the past flooded back into his mind, accompanied by a cold voice. If you do not want to die, cooperate with this man. If you prove yourself useless to him, your worthless lives will end right there. The more he thought about it, the more Moon Seokil tried to carry out his plan. Anyway, I can't fool them forever. I do not know how they will react when they find out I tricked them, but at least I have bought some. As Moon Seokil stood up, he saw a group of people in the distance also standing up. This made him feel extremely amused. Oh my, these cute little things, it is quite cramped. Is not it, kids? Back at Sun Jinhyuk's place, while looking at the kids sprawled out on the bed, Hong Gi-jun spoke. If this keeps up, one of them is going to roll off the bed. Our little princess can lend her bed for a day. As soon as he picked up Soo-young, she immediately clung to Sun Jinhyuk's shirt. This made Hong Gi-jun suspicious. Is this girl really asleep? I wonder if he saw the report in my father-in-law's office. Truly, a child. After saying that, he turned to look at Sun Jinhyuk and continued to think. I just thought maybe you could help me. As you know, living in the same world twice does not mean knowing the entire history. At least, that is how it is for me. How can a normal person remember so many events, to become a true guide for an entire conglomerate based only on memories of the past? That is both difficult and dangerous. Alone, with no one to understand, facing waves never known before. Just then, Dugu Ilal suddenly appeared out of nowhere. With cold, white eyes, it called out, "Old man." As soon as he heard that voice, Hong Gi-jun's spine went cold. Dugu Ilal questioned irritably. What on earth are you doing? Are you planning to break the contract? Upon seeing it, Hong Gi-jun forced a smile and said, so you have been here all this time, Dugu Ilil asked curiously. Are you planning to break the contract, old man? Hong Gi-jun turned his head and followed up. So you were here all along, Dugu Ilil. It stated, I do not exist in this place. Dugu Ilil instructed. Do not bother with meaningless worries. I have stopped time, so only souls marked with a seal can hear my voice. He questioned. Why did you come? It explained. Because you have accelerated your own death. Dugu Ilil reminded him. Man. Do not forget your limitations. You absolutely must not tell him. Hong Gi-jun replied in a low voice. I know. He lightly patted his shoulder. Absolute secrecy. That was the condition from the very beginning. Hong Gi-jun said helplessly. I was just grumbling a bit because I was frustrated. Dugu Ilil comforted him. If something hurts you, I can heal it. He was startled and followed up. I am fine. Hong Gi-jun seemed to see through everything. You must have been very worried that I would die from breaking the contract, so you rushed all the way here. Dugu Ilil admitted, do not forget that contract. He changed the subject. Have you been inside this boy's body all this time? It denied. No. I can only hide in his shadow. Hong Gi-jun also knew. I suspected you possessed him. You said his case was different from mine. Dugu Ilil was speechless. You are nurturing meaningless doubts. Everything special about him stems from his own effort. Hong Gi-jun suddenly realized, are you saying that this boy's physical abilities and abnormal growth are entirely his own power? It confirmed, of course. His greatest wish is to live a normal life. I have no reason to interfere with that. Hong Gi-jun countered, he is not normal at all. No one sees him as a normal person. Dugu Ilil criticized. Are all humans in that world as stupid as you? Forgive me, it explained. An eagle is born an eagle from the start. Its prey and the world it lives in cannot be compared to a chick. Dugu Ilil imagined that image, an eagle simply using what it was born with. It casually thought, isn't that what truly makes him normal? Hong Gi-jun followed up. In other words, he understood now. If a person with the ability to be top of the school actually becomes top, that is not especially extraordinary. Dugu Ilil praised. You are smarter than a monkey. At least, he thought to himself, right now, I just need to pretend like I understand everything. Hong Gi-jun was tired. Otherwise, that talkative thing might ramble for hours. He had another issue. But why can't we tell him that he also went back in time? Hong Gi-jun was confused. He does not even remember that. Would he believe you if you told him? It stated, memories etched into the soul transcend even time and space. Dugu Ilil continued. If the seal is broken, and he regains his memories, then loses control, would you be able to handle it? Hong Gi-jun vaguely understood. Are you saying that if his seal is broken and his memories return, he might go insane? It confirmed. Exactly. He is a different entity from me, an entity possessing a nobility that I never had. Dugu Ilil explained. A soul that cherishes all life instead of destroying and slaughtering. Even the gods consider life meaningless, and every creature in the universe kills its own kind for its own reasons, but he is different. Hong Gi-jun was curious. Does this boy know about your existence? It casually thought. He does not know. There is no reason for me to appear. I simply watch over him and provide minor support when he desperately wishes for it. Hong Gi-jun found it strange. Support, but if you were not here, then now. Initially, I only intended to observe him, as I was curious what kind of world would arise from a wish he had harbored deep in his heart for a long time. Dugu Ilil was irritable. Red. But not an unpleasant red. His shadow stretched out on the ground, but when he returned home, I sensed his fear of death, and at the same time, I understood. It relates to this entity's oldest wish. Guangyan gritted his teeth and looked forward. So I lent him a bit of my power. Someone's voice rang out. Honey, over there. Yu Yong pointed forward. I created a moon to illuminate the dark mud flat and light the path. The scene now became incredibly brilliant, and I saved the mother and the younger sister who were standing on the threshold of death. After that, a tiny life was born. Hong Gi-jun, sitting beside him, teased. Our Yujin is so adorable. He thought to himself, some abilities, such as language, were transferred during the process of saving the fetus. Du Guilil already knew, but she will lose those abilities as she becomes more human. It observed Hong Gi-jun's expression. You seem satisfied. Suddenly, Du Guilil realized something. Yujin was smiling at it. Du Guilil thought warily, don't tell me she can see me. The sound of clattering toys rang out. But then, Yu Yong stood in the yard and called, Yujin, let us go to sleep. It is already 3 in the morning. Du Guilil was still observing them. Dad and the uncle have to wake up early tomorrow morning too, so why won't this girl go to sleep? Suddenly, a waft of its aura flew by, catching Yujin's attention. In that moment, the little girl reached out for it. Oh my, our daughter finally stopped crying. Let us go to sleep right now then. Then, the two of them went into the house. Du Guilil thought helplessly. If the baby cried every night, he would be exhausted from lack of sleep. That is how I ended up having to watch over him even longer. And I witnessed his determination to save even the wicked. A black car was parked at the door. He probably believes he won over those wicked people through his own effort and intelligence. But what does that matter? Du Guilil currently believed. That is just a small and insignificant act of kindness, the kind that happens everywhere in the world. Is that so? Hong Gi-jun wondered. Well, is there any chance the contract could change? It was confused. What are you talking about? He explained. This boy needs help. He may only be a middle school student, but considering his abnormal growth rate and talent, he needs at least management consulting. Du Guilil would not accept it, as changing the contract was something beyond imagination. Hong Gi-jun spoke honestly. I am gradually reaching my limit. I need an assistant. It recalled. Isn't that person called Deng Gungang helping you? He replied dejectedly. Deng Yigunel. That friend's help is not enough. Honestly, these days I feel like I am going to die from a headache before I die from a heart attack. Du Guilil comforted him again. If you are in pain, I can heal you. But there is something I want. Something I want to ask. Hong Gi-jun asked. Is there really something you do not know? It immediately corrected him. Instead of not knowing, let us just say I lack understanding of the primitive worlds. He played along. Ah, right, I suppose so. So, what are you curious about? Hong Gi-jun shouted. System. Status window. Du Guilil looked bewildered. What is a status window? Forgive my ignorance. It was at a loss. I have searched for it desperately, but I do not know what it is. Is it something essential to living a normal life? He looked down and said, I do not know either. Du Guilil asked delicately, are you upset because I refused your request? Hong Gi-jun replied honestly, no, I really just do not know. The next morning, he was enjoying the fresh air. The glass of water had been drained by Hong Gi-jun. He recalled last night's conversation. Don't interfere. His life must flow only in the way he has chosen. It is a pity. Paradoxically, for this boy to live happily, I need his support. At that time, Hong Gi-jun sighed. But a restriction is a restriction. I, too, value my own life. Du Guilil appreciated him. Since you understand, your wisdom is at least superior to that of a beast. It left. We will have nothing more to do with each other. He is now mature enough to stand on his own 2 feet. The day I lift that restriction will be the last time we meet. Hong Gi-jun mocked himself. I suppose by then, I will be an old man. Du Guilil said goodbye. Farewell, old man. I hope you also get to live in a happy era. Hong Gi-jun was currently immersed in that happiness. Just then, someone's voice rang out. Good morning. He hurriedly greeted back. Oh Jinhyuk, you are up early. Jinhyuk asked sleepily. I wonder if Sujong came into my room last night. What? I thought I heard someone's voice while I was sleeping. Hong Gi-jun said with a smile. I went to get Sujong, but she refused to leave your side, so I could not bring her out. Jinhyuk questioned. Were you alone, uncle? He looked bewildered. Huh, what are you talking about? He said honestly. Ah, I thought I heard people talking while I was asleep. Hong Gi-jun felt a bit guilty. Yeah. No, I was alone. Jinhyuk found it hard to believe. Really, then I must have misheard. Right then, someone walked over. What? So it turns out I am not the first one up. Yu Sarah greeted them. Good morning. Yeah, Jinhyuk is up early. How about some toast for breakfast? Hong Gi-jun, still flustered, replied. Maybe. He thought to himself in shock. Could it be that the boy was awake while I was talking to Du Guilil? Hong Gi-jun assessed. That kid is ridiculously sharp. However, he quickly reassured himself. Well, Du Guilil said not to worry, so it should be fine. Thinking that, he then left. Jinhyuk's eyes glanced slightly, following him. A moment later, someone's voice rang out. By the way, Mom is going to the market tonight. She instructed. Look after the house for Mom and Dad, and watch your younger siblings. The 3 children stood at the door to say goodbye. Secondly, don't be stubborn anymore, and have a safe trip. Jinhyuk asked curiously. Kick, what do you want to play? Sujong suggested. Oh, let us play that game. A while later, Jang Goon was playing with a ball. Yujin cheered. Clatter, clatter. Wow, Hide like this, like this. Soojeong followed up. Alright, Yujin, it is your turn to throw this time. Why are you hiding like that? Jin-hyuk watched the two kids intently. He recalled the morning. Are you getting confused? Uncle, Dugu Alil's voice rang out. Don't bother with meaningless things anymore. I have used time itself. Only awakened souls can hear my voice. No need for pointless worry, sir. Last night, Jin-hyuk had heard it again. Ellie, food hero. He was puzzled. What? Yeah, when I fell into a deep sleep after hearing Yujin talking in her sleep. Then, his whole body fell into the water. Jin-hyuk was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. I was no longer there. What is this? I have heard this voice before. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Only the soul that has been engraved with the mark may hear my voice. Do not mind these trivial matters. Jin-hyuk panicked. What? Suddenly I can't. He covered his mouth tightly. I can't breathe. My head feels like it is going to explode. Jin-hyuk's whole body gradually sank. Why did you come? It hurts so much. Dugu Ilil's voice still echoed. You have accelerated your own doom, old man. Don't forget your restriction. Someone, please. A second later, Jin-hyuk woke up with a start. You must absolutely never tell. He had heard the conversation from then on. I know. Keeping it a secret, that was the condition from the start. This scene left Jin-hyuk confused for a moment. He recalled that time. I had a hard time pretending to be asleep. After that, just Yujin's usual thoughts. Jin-hyuk also confirmed. Anyway, there really is something in the darkness. I did not imagine it. He pieced the events together. So this thing is what triggered the time regression for me and Chairman Hong. His mind was in a turmoil. Then the voice I heard at the start of the time regression must also be its voice. Then he felt frustrated. I am grateful for the time regression, but leaving me out and only talking to each other, using me like a free public transport. It is really annoying. On the other side, Yujin and Soojeong were still playing. I do not know what it meant by a noble soul. But Chairman Hong did not hide the time regression from me. He just could not talk about it. With his life at stake, he could not say anything even if he wanted. Jin-hyuk closed his eyes to calm down. Still, I guess I am not the only lonely one. Suddenly, Soojeong's loud shout startled him. Jang-gun. Jin-hyuk hurriedly asked. What is wrong? What happened? She said. I threw the frisbee in the wrong direction, and Jang-gun got hit instead of Bomi. Yujin beside him stroked its chin and praised it. He does not look too badly hurt. Jang-gun protected Bomi, right? He is so brave, is not he? Soojeong said apologetically. Sorry, Jang-gun. Thank you. Yujin was amazed at the scene. Jang-gun is really cool, right? Jin-hyuk was helpless. Whose dog is that? Yeah, he really is like a general. They stood chatting. Ah, is that why his name is Jang-gun General? Wait for me. Right? Jang-gun is the strongest dog in Dunari. He has guts, and no other dog can beat him in a fight. Jin-hyuk said proudly. He has already beaten every dog in the neighborhood. He was a bit speechless. I will keep the fact that he has no rivals to myself. We do not pay attention to those weaker than us. Then he remarked, but he seems to get along very well with Bomi. He thought to himself. Jang-gun usually does not play with other dogs. He must really like her. Suddenly, Jin-hyuk's face darkened. He recalled Dugu Alul's words. We will have nothing more to do with each other, for this one is mature enough to stand on his own 2 feet. The day I lift your restriction will be the last time we meet. I do not know what that restriction is, but I guess I won't see it again. Anyway, it does not matter. Yujin's innocent face was waiting for him up ahead. Scene change. Yu Young asked tearfully. Sister, can I live here? Yu Sarah was visibly excited. Oh my, you want that? Then we can send Soojeong's dad back to Dunari, and the two of us can live here together. Gwangyun was speechless. Hey, lady, do not try to steal someone else's wife. Jin-hyuk suddenly asked a question. I heard the construction of the security building is starting immediately. Have you hired anyone to manage it yet? He explained. Someone to handle communication with the headquarters, attendance records, and employee welfare issues. Don't you think you will need someone like that? Do not worry about that. Hong Gi-jun reassured him. We already have the perfect person for that job. The perfect person? Gwangyun groaned. I have slept all day, but I am still exhausted. Jin-hyuk was understanding. It was a long trip, over 3 hours of driving. You have worked hard, Dad? Truck drivers really have it rough. My father's farmland did not just consist of rice paddies and fields. Through year-round greenhouse farming, he supplied more than 10 different types of crops every day to the Garak-dong and Yangjae-dong areas, and there were more than 20 truck drivers carrying those crops to Seoul every day. Dad wondered if there was a way to help those drivers. Do all the truck drivers own their own vehicles? Gwangyun confirmed. That is right. Each one of them owns their own truck. Jin-hyuk wondered. Hiring them directly would be difficult, would not it? If they join a company they will have a stable income, but they will have to give up any additional income they could earn elsewhere. He understood well. The main benefit of being employed by a company is probably health insurance. Gwangyun had already calculated. Once they have enough experience and save enough money, they will sooner or later want to go independent, and then the company will have to hire new people again. Jin Hyuk thought, if they want to go independent, let them, he suggested. Instead, if dad makes the profession attractive. Guanyin suddenly understood. You mean by paying them a very high salary? Jin Hyuk brought up the core issue. If they are employees, the company can handle the tax and accounting benefits for them. Moreover, if the work is stable, they will be less likely to seek outside jobs. Guanyan hurried to take out his notebook to write it down. Notebook. There is nothing wrong with using tenant farmers and hiring workers on a contract basis. But if we want to do agriculture more systematically and distribute wealth better, turning it into a corporation could be the answer. He noticed his father's efforts after that. And if you are going to do something big, a logistics network is essential. Suddenly, the phone rang, catching Jinhyuk's attention. He picked it up immediately. Hello, Jinhyuk was puzzled. Who are you, sir? Later, he was sitting alone outside. Just then, someone greeted him. Hey, long time no see. Ah, the person he was scheduled to meet had arrived. Mr. Moon Seokil. Jinhyuk asked about the situation. It seems you have been discharged from service. What about the others? He said. They have been out for a long time. Jinhyuk got straight to the main point. I heard you found out who was behind it. That is right. Moon Seokil continued. But I heard you also found out. You knew who it was beforehand and were just testing us, right? He quickly countered. I really found out by pure coincidence. So, his gaze was full of scrutiny. Moon Seokil concluded. I told them that the matter had been completely settled. Suddenly, Jinhyuk reached into his pocket to take something out. He returned Moon Seokil's business card. The personal information you wrote down for me back then. Jinhyuk stated. I did not write it down anywhere else or memorize it. Anyway, a promise is a promise. He perceptively noted. But saying that the matter has been settled is a lie, is not it? Won't they come to check? Moon Seokil said helplessly. You might have beaten us, but we are not people anyone can just mess with. We also failed a mission we had accepted. He scratched his head awkwardly. Besides, after a job like that, you have to lie low for a long time anyway. That is why the pay was so high. Jinhyuk spoke seriously. Sir, I want to make an offer to you. Moon Seokil was confused upon hearing it. A security business at Seek, he confirmed. Yes, we are planning to run a pilot program at our farm. He was puzzled. So what? You want us to take a job there? Jinhyuk tried hard to persuade him. Since it is sick, won't personal safety be guaranteed? I will talk to my dad about it. He praised them. Your skills are certainly beyond question. Moon Seokil denied. No. I appreciate the offer. He gave a reason. From your father's perspective, we are the ones who accepted a contract to take his life not long ago. If you were him, could you trust us? So what are you going to do? Jinhyuk justified for him. You said one of your colleagues is taking care of his sick mother, and another is about to become a father. He was very hopeful, and you too, sir. Wouldn't it be better if all of you earned a living by doing something you can be proud of? Moon Seokil thought for a long time. He scratched his head and said, before I accept your offer, there is one thing I need to do first. Jinhyuk was confused. What are you planning to do? The next words left him stunned. I will be visiting your house. Scene changed to Jinhyuk's. 4 people stood in a line, bowing their heads in apology. Please forgive me. Guangyin quickly waved his hand. Who are you? Why did you suddenly come here? He advised. First, please stand up. Let us talk while standing. Okay. Moon Seokil would not accept. No, I can't stand up until you forgive. Guangyan was even more bewildered. Forgive you? I need to know what happened before I can forgive anything. The next second, he froze. I was acting on the orders of Chairman Park Woojong of the Daejin Group. Moon Seokil confessed honestly. The chairman of Daejin Group, through a man named Chairman Baek, hired us to kidnap. He stated, while preparing for this job, we investigated your background and found that you were just an ordinary citizen with no criminal record and no enemies at all. Guangyan was puzzled. And why did you come here? His hands tightened. If you changed your mind, you did not necessarily have to appear in front of me for any reason. Moon Seokil stated his purpose. I want to sincerely ask for your forgiveness and warn you that the danger still exists. Guangyin gritted his teeth and shouted. So that is it. In the end, you could not stand talking about it, because it was such a dirty job. Then he immediately turned and left, startling Jinhyuk. He was a bit confused to see his father acting that way.